In the winter of the 25th year of Hongshuan, an unprecedented cold descended, accompanied by frequent rain and snow. The ground lay blanketed by 5 inches of snow, and rivers lay frozen, claiming countless lives. This was the winter of calamity. Within the grand palace of the Great Hung Dynasty, the prince's chamber was besieged by frigid winds that rushed through the open window, causing the few remaining candles to flicker perilously close to extinguishment. The 4 braziers within the chamber had long since gone cold, rendering the space akin to a frozen tomb, the air sharp and biting. Upon the bed, a striking young man lay beneath a thin yellow silk quilt, seemingly asleep. Yet his complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes shut tight, devoid of breath or heartbeat, resembling a lifeless corpse. Moments passed, and suddenly a finger twitched. A faint breath emerged from his nostrils, his heart began to beat, and warmth gradually returned to his body. After a considerable time, the young man slowly opened his eyes. "Goodness, it is so cold," was his immediate thought, an overwhelming chill pervading his limbs, rendering him immobile. "Where am I?" Li Jingyuan blinked, taking in his surroundings, only to find himself bewildered. The furnishings were antique and opulent, reminiscent of an ancient palace, devoid of any modern essence. "I distinctly recall dying. Could this be the underworld?" As he pondered, a torrent of foreign memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with pain as if 1,000 needles pierced his skull, threatening to send him into unconsciousness once more. After some time, the pain subsided slightly. He then grasped the reason for his presence in this unfamiliar palace had seemingly traversed into another realm. Originally, he was a mere cog in the relentless machine of life on Blue Star, trapped in a monotonous existence dominated by work. Just yesterday, he had finished an overtime shift and encountered a woman attempting to end her life by jumping into a river. In a moment of conscience, he had chosen to rescue her, despite his own lack of swimming prowess. It was the dead of winter, and the river was icy. He exerted himself to save the woman, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, falling into the frigid waters. His last thought had been a flicker of relief, thankful to escape the drudgery of existence. "I have actually crossed over, and I am the crown prince of the Great Hung Dynasty," sharing the same name he realized through the memories he had inherited. He understood that this strange world resembled the feudal dynasties of ancient China, albeit with significant differences. This was a realm dominated by martial prowess, with scholars and Taoists, practitioners of Buddhism, and mysterious figures all vying for prominence in a world steeped in high martial arts. The Great Hung Dynasty was a formidable power within this world, and the original owner of this body was indeed its crown prince. However, a bitter smile crept across Li Jingyuan's face. The status of the Great Hung Crown Prince appeared rather precarious. He was the sole son of Emperor Hongshuan and Empress Shi, the latter hailing from an illustrious lineage. His uncle, Li Huayong, commanded a formidable army of 200,000 as a revered general. From birth, he was showered with affection, proclaimed crown prince the following year, and granted the title of Xiaoming, meaning bright and clear, signifying boundless favor. Without unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the future emperor of the Great Hung Dynasty. However, the old adage rings true: where there is expectation, there often lies the unexpected. In the 5th year of Hongshuan, tragedy struck. Empress Shi succumbed to a sudden illness, and 5 months later, his uncle Li Huayong fell in battle, stripped of his title for defying the emperor's orders. The Li family suffered greatly, with many dead or exiled. In the span of mere months, the foundations of the original prince's power crumbled, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. The empress and Li Huayong had been the bedrock of his status, and with their passing, the once dormant rivals among the royal family began to stir, eyeing the crown prince's position. Li Jingyuan had been frail and sickly since childhood, relying on medicine for sustenance. Following the deaths of his guardians, his health deteriorated further. Gradually, even Emperor Hongshuan lost patience and affection for him, and whispers of his potential deposition began to circulate in the palace. The once esteemed title of Xiaoming Prince was now often a source of ridicule, referred to as the sick prince or the medicine prince. "I thought becoming a prince would free me from the struggles of my past life. Alas," Li Jingyuan lamented, reflecting on his unfortunate fate. A gust of cold wind pierced through him, and he shivered, heart sinking further. By the dim light of the moon and the flickering candle flames, he noticed the window wide open. The original occupant had surely closed it before sleeping, with the floor and braziers ablaze, ensuring warmth. Now, with the braziers extinguished and the bed icy, it was clear something was amiss. This was a rare, bitterly cold winter, and a mere night outside could be fatal, especially for someone in his weak state. Someone intended to freeze him to death. Li Jingyuan's scalp prickled, his face growing paler than the snow outside. His frozen body felt as fragile as a candle in the wind. Even if he had fallen out of favor, he was still the crown prince who dared to plot against him. The struggle for the throne among the 9 dragons has begun. They no longer wish to wait. The heavens themselves seem to have opened. After absorbing the original memories, despair washed over him as he connected the dots. It could only be his envious brothers, eager to unseat him. Heavenly forces, you grant me a second chance at life, yet present me with a death sentence from the start. How cruel! Li Jingyuan seethed, frustration boiling over and prompting expletives to spill forth. Detecting intense emotional fluctuations in the host initiating the Tyrant System, a voice echoed in his mind, reverberating like thunder, clearing away the chaos within. Is that you, my dear system? System binding in progress. Indeed, it is you. I knew the heavens would not toy with me. Thank you for this opportunity. Li Jingyuan's demeanor shifted, relief washing over him as he realized his fortunes were turning. System binding complete. Dear system, are you there? Li Jingyuan called out urgently, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, his voice trembling with anticipation. Detecting host in critical condition, initiating emergency treatment protocol. The system's voice resonated once more. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through Li Jingyuan, spreading like a gentle spring breeze throughout his body. The chill dissipated, and his frostbitten limbs began to regain warmth, as if he were basking in a sauna. His vitality rekindled, and the pallor of his face transformed back to a healthy hue. What is this? Goodness, it reeks. Li Jingyuan felt a strange discomfort, reaching to touch his neck only to find his hand smeared with a sticky, dark substance that emitted a foul odor reminiscent of excrement, provoking nausea. Dear system, what is this? He inquired hastily. Host, this is the toxin residing within you, which has placed your life in jeopardy. It is not merely the cold that threatens you, but the considerable toxins within your body. However, you need not worry, they have been purged. The mechanical voice responded. I was poisoned. It seems they feared I might survive, and took precautions. Li Jingyuan thought, his expression hardening like frost. The anger that had begun to settle within him surged anew. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his rising fury. Dear companion, could you elaborate on the functionalities at your disposal? Li Jingyuan inquired eagerly, unconcerned about the precariousness of his status as the crown prince or the treachery he faced. As long as his companion proved to be reliable, everything would be manageable. The Tyrant System is designed to assist the host in becoming the unrivaled supreme tyrant of all time. The system comprises 5 modules: personal information, tasks, sign-ins, lotteries, and storage space. As the system elucidated its features, Li Jingyuan began to comprehend the various functionalities it offered. It aimed to propel him towards the pinnacle of power and to mold him into a tyrant. Li Jingyuan felt a stirring within him since fate had granted him a second chance at life. He was determined to carve out a remarkable existence, to live differently this time. Even if it meant embracing the role of a selfish and ruthless tyrant, so be it. If that is the case, then I shall embrace it, becoming a merciless and resolute tyrant, he declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. In this life, he would not be a do-gooder. He would emulate Cao Cao. Better to betray the world than to let the world betray him. He opened the personal information panel, revealing a transparent interface. Host, Li Jingyuan identity, Crown Prince of the Great Hung Dynasty age. 22 bone structure quality, poor talent. Good bone structure and talent are categorized as poor, average, good, superior, unparalleled, and exceptional realm. None cultivation method, none influence, none title, none. Observing the disheartening data on his attribute panel, Li Jingyuan felt a profound sense of despair. Can my bone structure and talent be altered? He asked, placing his hopes on the system. Indeed, tasks, sign-ins, and lotteries may yield rewards that alter your bone structure and talent, the system assured him. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as change was possible, he would persevere. By the way, I heard that upon successful binding, one receives a beginner's gift package. Li Jingyuan ventured tentatively. Ding! You have received a beginner's gift package, which has been dispatched. Would you like to open it? A voice chimed in his ear. Indeed, there is such a gift. Open it, I can't wait. Li Jingyuan exclaimed with anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete version of the net organization. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the heavenly grade martial art, the indestructible diamond technique modified version. Congratulations, host. You have received a direct access card to innate cultivation. Please proceed to the storage space to view your beginner's gifts. Hearing the system's notifications, Li Jingyuan hastily opened the storage space to examine the details. In the first slot, an icon labeled Net Organization appeared. Upon clicking, detailed information unfolded before him. The Net Organization, also known as the Net Assassin Guild, originated from Qinshi Mingwei, with organizational ranks classified as Heaven, Kill, Earth, Absolute, Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang. Core members included Leader Zhao Gao, Heibai Xuanzhan, Jingyu, Yanshi, and the six sword slaves Zheng Gang, Duanshui, Wanxin, Wang Liang, Zhuanpa, and Mai Huns. Leader Zhao Gao was an early-stage expert in the Tianxiang realm, while among the remaining 9, Heibai Xuanzhan stood as the most formidable, having reached the peak of the Master Realm. Jingyu and Yanshi were at the late Master stage, and the six sword slaves varied between early and mid-Master levels. In this world, martial artists were the dominant force. They were categorized into 2 major realms. The acquired realm further divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Beyond the 9th grade lay the second major realm of martial artists, the innate realm, which consists of 5 stages: innate, master, Tianxiang, immortal, and the most powerful, martial saint. Martial artists at the master level were already considered formidable, capable of establishing their own sections. The Tianxiang realm represented the pinnacle of visible strength, with practitioners being exceedingly rare within the Great Hung Dynasty. This underscored the prestige of the Net Organization. What astonished Li Jingyuan further was that the Net Organization was not merely an assassin guild, it also functioned as an intelligence network, boasting an astonishing membership of over 30,000 individuals. The very thought was beyond comprehension. How do I summon the Net Organization? Li Jingyuan inquired urgently, aware that he lacked allies within the palace, while other princes eyed him with malice. Even within his own eastern palace, there were plots against him. His situation was dire, and he desperately needed assistance. The host need only silently invoke the command, and all members of the Net Organization will materialize before you, the system explained. Li Jingyuan was eager to summon them immediately, but over 30,000 members would be an overwhelming presence. Rest assured, upon summoning, the Net Organization will appropriately manifest as a covert force within the Great Hung Dynasty. You may designate individuals to guard the capital, while the remaining assassins are distributed throughout the realm. The system reassured him. Li Jingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system was indeed remarkably attentive. Just as he prepared to summon the organization, he hesitated and asked, "Will the summon members be loyal to me?" The host can be assured that any individual summoned by the system will display unwavering loyalty and will never betray you. Now completely at ease, he contemplated the arrangements for the Net Organization. Given his precarious circumstances, it was imperative to position sufficient manpower in the capital. He decided to place the top-tier assassins of the organization in Kyoto. As he pondered when the assassins would arrive, 10 silhouettes emerged mysteriously from the shadows, kneeling before him with their heads bowed. This humble servant, Zhao Gao, pays respects to your highness. Xuanzhan pays respects to your highness. Jingyu pays respects to your highness. It was Zhao Gao accompanied by the top-tier assassins. They arrived remarkably swiftly. Li Jingyuan marveled, rising to greet them. You may rise. Light the lamps, close the windows, and stoke the furnace, so that his highness does not suffer from the cold. Zhao Gao instructed softly. Yes. The 9 individuals promptly sprang into action, some closing the windows, while others ignited the furnace. In no time, the expansive chamber became warm and inviting. Your Highness, your health is of utmost importance. Please don this robe. Zhao Gao presented a plush cloak respectfully. Li Jingyuan noted Zhao Gao's apparentia, white-faced elder with no beard, fitting the stereotype he held of eunuchs. At that moment, he felt genuinely cold and, without hesitation, accepted the cloak. "Thank you. It is but my duty," Zhao Gao replied, bowing his head. Li Jingyuan rubbed his hands together and quickly approached the newly lit furnace for warmth. "Zhao Gao, you and your companions shall guard the chamber. Do not allow anyone to enter." "Understood." Aside from Zhao Gao, the other 9 dispersed around the chamber, while Zhao Gao stood quietly beside Li Jingyuan. With Zhao Gao, a formidable expert of the Tianxiang realm, at his side, Li Jingyuan felt utterly secure. He turned his gaze back to the storage space, focusing on an ancient text, presumably the Indestructible Diamond Technique. Indestructible Diamond Technique Advanced Version. Originating from the world's greatest, it is the supreme martial art of the Shaolin sect. Due to the transition of world levels, this technique has automatically elevated to the heavenly grade martial art. Note, martial arts are classified into 5 grades: divine, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Practicing this technique grants the body an exterior akin to golden armor, capable of withstanding all external assaults, transforming the body into a golden form, achieving invulnerability to blades and poisons, and attaining the indestructible, unyielding state of existence. What an astonishing discovery! The Indestructible Diamond Technique was indeed a well-known skill. In the world's greatest, there are 2 legendary techniques. One is the Iron-Bellied God General's Absorption Technique, and the other is this Indestructible Diamond Technique. Among the 2, he favored the Domineering Absorption Technique, which allowed one to absorb another's inner strength for personal gain, leading to rapid enhancement. However, acquiring a supreme martial art was already a source of great satisfaction for him. "Brother, how should I cultivate the Indestructible Vajra Technique?" Li Jingyuan inquired. "Simply meditate and practice, and you shall master the Indestructible Vajra Technique," the ancient text replied. As it transformed into a stream of light and entered his mind, Li Jingyuan found himself inundated with the complete knowledge of the Indestructible Vajra Technique. However, as a celestial-level martial art, the difficulty of its cultivation was immense. Not only was Li Jingyuan unable to practice it, but he could hardly comprehend it. His gaze fell upon the final reward, a direct access card to the innate realm. Once utilized, it would propel him directly into the innate stage, sparing him years, or even decades, of arduous training. What a treasure! The innate realm marked a watershed in the path of cultivation. Even exceptionally gifted prodigies required at least a few years of hard work to attain it, while those of lesser aptitude might never step into the innate realm in their lifetime. Yet, he only needed a single access card. This sense of cheating was undeniably exhilarating. "I shall now use this innate realm access card. Can it allow me to fully master the Indestructible Vajra Technique?" Li Jingyuan communicated his thoughts to the system. The cultivation of techniques is inextricably linked to one's innate qualities. Given your current aptitude, even upon entering the innate realm, you'll be unable to fully master the Indestructible Vajra Technique, the system responded. Li Jingyuan couldn't help but feel astonished. He had underestimated the Indestructible Vajra Technique. "Brother, I want to sign in." The system allowed for a monthly sign-in, and he was particularly eager to discover the rewards he could receive. Sign-in complete. You have successfully completed your first sign-in, triggering a critical hit mechanism. Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme talent, Clear Heart of Tao. Congratulations, you have acquired unparalleled innate qualities. Congratulations, you have gained 50 years of cultivation. Li Jingyuan hurriedly examined his rewards. Clear Heart of Tao, a mind as clear as water, transparent and luminous, discerning the essence of all things. These 2 rewards were remarkably timely. With the supreme talent of Clear Heart of Tao and unparalleled innate qualities, the Indestructible Vajra Technique would undoubtedly reach great heights. As he anticipated, upon utilizing the innate realm access card, Li Jingyuan ascended from an ordinary individual to a master of the innate realm. With the enhancement of the Clear Heart of Tao, the Indestructible Vajra Technique became as effortless as an open book examination, and he comprehended it instantaneously. Li Jingyuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Clear Heart of Tao. Feeling the immense and surging inner strength within him, Li Jingyuan was eager to test it, activating the Indestructible Vajra Technique. A radiant golden light erupted from within, enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a figure of indestructibility. Clang, clang, clang. Li Jingyuan excitedly struck his indestructible form, producing a resounding metallic clash, exuding an unparalleled hardness, indeed embodying an indomitable essence. He had successfully opened all 12 meridians. The indestructible Vajra body was flawlessly forged, without any flaws. To breach his indestructible form would require sheer force. So solid, so strong. I feel as if I could easily slay a bull, Li Jingyuan exclaimed as he swung his fist with all his might, producing a sonic boom, truly astonishing. Zhao Gao bowed deeply, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on achieving mastery of your techniques." "Haha." Li Jingyuan couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Zhao Gao, what do you think of my indestructible Vajra body?" Li Jingyuan inquired. "Your Highness, the indestructible Vajra body is supremely resilient and radiates potent inner strength with unmatched defenses. Only a grandmaster could contend with it within the innate realm. There are no rivals," Zhao Gao stated. "Innate invincibility." Li Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. Such praise was undeniably lofty. "If I were to use the 50 years of cultivation card as well, could I then reach the Grandmaster realm?" Li Jingyuan's gaze fixated on the 50 years of cultivation card. At that moment, a sound suddenly emerged from outside the palace. "Your Highness, are you awake?" Chapter 3. The unrelenting spirits beside the couch. Upon becoming a congenital warrior, Li Jingyuan's auditory senses sharpened remarkably, allowing him to distinctly hear the hurried footsteps outside the royal chamber. The assassins from the Luo network reacted even more swiftly. They appeared silently at both sides of the door, their hands gripping the hilt of their swords, awaiting Li Jingyuan's command. "Lu Huan." Li Jingyuan frowned, recognizing that sound all too well. It was none other than the personal eunuch who had grown up alongside the original host, a confidant from his childhood. Yet, at this moment, Li Jingyuan regarded him as anything but an ally. Every night, the East Palace was patrolled by the Imperial Guard, with eunuchs and palace maids on duty. The warmth of the prince's chamber had been extinguished, the windows deliberately left ajar, and it was utterly bizarre that no one had noticed such an egregious oversight. Clearly, this was the work of someone close to the original host, and Lu Huan bore the greatest suspicion. With a wave of his hand, Li Jingyuan signaled to his companions, Heibai Xinyan, and the others, to remain still. However, before he could take action, Lu Huan boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met by the piercing gaze of Li Jingyuan, which startled him so profoundly that he instinctively stumbled back a couple of steps, the panic in his eyes unmistakable. Li Jingyuan's sharp stare was alien to him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The presence of Zhao Gao behind him only deepened his confusion, and he was about to inquire when Li Jingyuan's icy voice cut through the air. "Who permitted your entry?" Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of shock. The cold, unfamiliar gaze of Li Jingyuan instilled a sense of dread within him, and he trembled as he replied, "This servant was merely concerned for your Highness's safety, and thus acted inappropriately." "Oomph." Li Jingyuan snorted disdainfully, his next words nearly sending Lu Huan into a fit of terror. "Were you astonished that I have not perished from the cold?" Lu Huan's body quaked as fear gripped him, and he promptly fell to his knees. "It was my failure. I must have inadvertently dozed off. To let your Highness suffer in the cold, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths? If you die, how would I discern who seeks my demise?" Li Jingyuan remarked nonchalantly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "This servant has accompanied your Highness since childhood and has never harbored ill intentions towards you. I implore your Highness to see the truth," Lu Huan stammered, his trembling intensifying as he pleaded. "Your Highness, allow me to take him. I assure you I will extract every piece of information he possesses." Zhao Gao interjected with a menacing glint in his eyes. "Then I entrust him to you," Li Jingyuan said, devoid of any emotional attachment to Lu Huan, who was no longer a trusted ally. Zhao Gao bowed slightly and swiftly closed the distance between himself and Lu Huan. Just as Lu Huan began to cry out, Zhao Gao seized him with a single gesture, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, and vanished from sight. Moments later, Zhao Gao returned, dragging Lu Huan, who was in a pitiful state, having been thoroughly tortured. He carelessly tossed Lu Huan into a corner, wary of soiling Li Jingyuan's eyes. Li Jingyuan caught sight of the gruesome sight, his stomach churning uncomfortably. He steeled himself and inquired, "Did you obtain any information?" "Yes, he is affiliated with the 8th Prince. Wei Wang," Zhao Gao relayed, recounting all that Lu Huan had divulged. Li Jingyuan's brow furrowed. Why was there no mention of poison? Under my methods of interrogation, he could not possibly have withheld anything, Zhao Gao asserted, confidence emanating from his position as the leader of the Luo network. Then it follows that another is responsible for the poisoning. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened, realizing that more than one person sought his life. Zhao Gao respectfully presented a sheet of paper. All participants are listed here. We have extracted information from the 8th Prince's covert operatives in the East Palace. Li Jingyuan accepted the list, scanning it quickly. The names were densely packed, a mix of eunuchs, palace maids, and members of the Imperial Guard, totaling dozens. What a network the 8th Prince has established. He has cast his net far and wide. Li Jingyuan seethed, nearly crumpling the paper in his grip. The original prince was truly a failure. Even those who had been by his side for 2 decades could be bought, he thought bitterly. Master, I suspect it's not just the 8th Prince. Other princes likely have infiltrated the East Palace with their own spies, and those responsible for the poisoning must be among them. Zhao Gao noted, one need not think too hard. My brothers are all vying for the title of Crown Prince. How could they refrain from sending spies to monitor me? Li Jingyuan replied with a cold snort. I shall dispatch agents to investigate and unearth the poisoner's identity, as well as all hidden operatives in the East Palace. Zhao Gao declared with determination. Suddenly, Li Jingyuan's ears were met with a system notification. Main mission, the unrelenting spirits beside the couch. Mission objective, the East Palace is a lair of hidden dragons. The Crown Prince must not allow others to pry. Please, host, promptly cleanse the East Palace and eradicate all other faction spies. At long last, the mission has arrived, coinciding perfectly with my intentions. Li Jingyuan mused, his mind racing. If even his closest eunuchs could be corrupted, it was likely that no truly loyal individuals remained in the East Palace. It was high time for a thorough cleansing. With the full cadre of assassins from the Luo network at his disposal, he was well prepared. Armed and with a heart set on vengeance, he would strike with lethal precision. Zhao Gao. Li Jingyuan's gaze fell upon him. Zhao Gao, sensing the murderous intent in Li Jingyuan's eyes, immediately knelt. This old servant is here. Summon the 4th-tier assassins of the Luo network. They are to converge upon the capital. Seal off the entire East Palace. I command you to purge it, leaving no remnants of the spies behind. This old servant complies. I vow to present your highness with a spotless East Palace. Zhao Gao responded earnestly, his demeanor grave. Go forth and cleanse the East Palace of its filth with a tempest of blood and chaos. Li Jingyuan's eyes gleamed with lethal resolve. Xianyan, Jingmi, Yinji, you shall remain to protect the master, Zhao Gao instructed. Understood, the trio replied in unison. Zhao Gao then bowed to Li Jingyuan and departed with the 6 sword servants from the chamber, determined to accomplish the task assigned to him. Li Jingyuan's expression was solemn. He harbored no fears of failure. The East Palace's guard comprised a mere 300 men, with the strongest among them barely at the 5th rank of martial prowess. Utterly powerless against the Luo network. He contemplated the aftermath. The removal of hidden factions could not remain concealed. Such a commotion would undoubtedly alert his brothers. And what would Emperor Hengshuan think? Tonight, many would likely perish, and, as an uncherished crown prince, he required a plausible justification. The assassination of the king could serve as a fitting excuse. As for his brothers, he scoffed. A cold, ruthless determination glimmered in his eyes. Without the system's involvement, Li Jingyuan might have chosen to relinquish the title of crown prince, prioritizing his survival. But now, with the Luo network safeguarding him and the system backing him, he was destined for greatness. If they wished to contend, then let it be a battle to the death, a cataclysmic upheaval. He harbored no emotional ties to his brothers or the figure upon the throne. Thus, he felt no burden in engaging in this ruthless struggle. Chapter 4. The peerless Jin Wei in the winter of the 25th year of Hengshuan, on the 15th day of the 12th month, at the 4th watch of the night. An unusual phenomenon graced the heavens. The Ziwei Emperor's star dimmed, while the 3 evil stars shone brightly, signaling a significant change in the world. at the Jingyuan Observatory. An elderly man with hair as white as frost and clad in garments whiter than snow stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. His aged visage suddenly transformed, as if he had glimpsed something astonishing. His eyes sparkled with a holy light, seemingly intent on piercing the firmament to unveil the essence of the stars. The waning of the Ziwei Emperor's star, the anomalies among the Tai constellation, and the movement of the three evil stars heralded a great upheaval. He pressed his fingers together, attempting to deduce the source of this anomaly. Suddenly, his hand froze, trembling slightly. He clenched his fist and concealed it behind him. How could there be turmoil in the realm, with the source of this disturbance located in the capital? The old man's gaze narrowed as he stared at the snow-laden capital, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, he murmured, "Is it a struggle for the throne?" The strength of offspring can sometimes be a double-edged sword, particularly within a royal family. Alas, I must mention this matter to Emperor Hongshuan, fulfilling my duty as the overseer. The frigid wind carried sharp frost and snow, rendering the night particularly cold. The entire capital appeared eerily silent amid the storm, with only the patrolling soldiers and the timekeeper daring to venture outside. Shadows flitted silently through the streets, akin to phantoms. These were the assassins from various networks converging upon the Eastern Palace, having received news and gathering outside. Seal the Eastern Palace. Not even a fly shall escape. Zhao Gao's icy voice lowered the temperature further. The assassins remained quiet, nodding in silence as hundreds of them stealthily infiltrated the Eastern Palace, dispersing in all directions without a sound. Like wraiths, they scattered throughout the palace, ensnaring it within a vast net. The assassins of the network were masters of the night, gliding through the palace as if it were uninhabited. The patrolling imperial guards were silently dispatched. The sleeping guards, eunuchs, and maidservants were all knocked unconscious in their dreams. And the fifth-rank martial officer had no chance to utter a word before being captured by Zhao Gao. The entire operation unfolded without a ripple, as tranquil as if nothing had occurred. Within the sleeping quarters, Li Jingyuan sat beside a warm stove, his countenance dark as water, the coldness in his eyes more piercing than the winter's chill. Clutching the list extracted from Zhao Gao during interrogations, he noted its extensive length, involving over 200 individuals. The Eastern Palace was thoroughly infiltrated, akin to a sieve with no secrets remaining. Had we identified the poisoner? Li Jingyuan's expression remained inscrutable. Yes, it is the steward of the dining room, an associate of the second prince. However, he did not administer a lethal poison, but rather a soporific. The king of Wu must have anticipated the eighth prince's treachery, thus instructing the steward to use the drug to further the eighth prince's nefarious scheme, Zhao Gao stated solemnly. To conspire against the crown prince and slay a brother. Such revelations would be intolerable to the world. This scheme not only seeks to eliminate me, but also provides leverage against the eighth prince, delivering a potentially fatal blow in the future struggle for succession. A claire vive stratégie. Indeed, Li Jingyuan could not help but admire the cunning of the king of Wu. From this, it was evident that the second prince posed a greater threat than the eighth. Was the poison afflicting me? Li Jingyuan's countenance darkened further. I have interrogated everyone from the medical office and the dining room, and I have a semblance of the secret behind your poisoning, Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan's gaze sharpened. Speak. The prescriptions provided by the imperial physician were without fault. Yet the apothecary responsible for brewing the medicine had increased the dosage of Nanshengzi without authorization. While Nanshengzi itself is not toxic, an excessive amount poses no immediate danger. However, when consumed alongside Ningxiangua, it generates mild toxicity. Upon questioning the kitchen staff, I discovered that Ningxiangua has been included in your meals daily. Nanshengzi is difficult to digest, and combined with the pollen from Ningxiangua, it results in a slight toxicity. This mild toxin is unlikely to be fatal, but prolonged consumption. Zhao Gao did not finish his sentence. Could also lead to fatality. Li Jingyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. The dosage of Nanshengzi has been incrementally increased over the past 3 years. However, your condition has deteriorated significantly in the last 2 years, likely due to the accumulation of toxins from previous years, Zhao Gao explained. Have we uncovered the mastermind behind this? Li Jingyuan's voice was icy. Zhao Gao shook his head. The apothecary was merely a pawn, acting on orders without knowledge of the true orchestrator. However, we did identify a death warrior in the dining room, the one responsible for preparing the spices. Regrettably, he had poisoned his own teeth and, upon capture, bit into the venom sac and perished. Have all leads been severed? Li Jingyuan inquired. It is my failure in handling this matter. I implore His Highness to administer punishment. Zhao Gao knelt. Li Jingyuan helped him to his feet, smiling faintly. You have performed admirably. What crime is there? From the accounts of others in the dining room, it became evident that this death warrior had worked there for 7 years, indicating that the poisoning had been ongoing for that long. A protracted and calculated scheme. Li Jingyuan's eyes glimmered with cold light. 7 years. He felt it extended far beyond that. Perhaps it began after his fall from grace. Zhao Gao. Eliminate all these hidden pawns, leaving none alive. Li Jingyuan tossed the list to Zhao Gao, his expression cold and merciless. Zhao Gao turned, expressionless, gesturing across his throat. The assassins understood and swiftly departed the quarters. Soon, the ground was littered with heads, and blood flowed like rivers. Before long, a series of system notifications echoed in Li Jingyuan's ears. Congratulations, host, on completing your first mission and triggering a critical reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the peerless hero, Dianwei of ancient times. Ding. The peerless hero mechanism has been activated, granting you command of the Tiger Guard Army, modified version, comprising 1,000 troops. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 servants for the Eastern Palace. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your storage space. Li Jingyuan immediately opened his storage space and was greeted by a card representing Dianwei. Dianwei, historically known as the Ancient Scourge, originating from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Age, 28. Realm, Midmaster. Root bone, Peerless. Talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Superior. Cultivation technique, Breaking Slave Divine Halberd, Halberd Shooting Technique. Weapon, Twin Iron Halberds, Small Flying Halberd. To Li Jingyuan's surprise, Dianwei was merely at the master level. He had expected a formidable warrior, renowned in the Three Kingdoms, to possess a celestial martial prowess. The system revealed that summon characters were adjusted based on their source world's tier, as Dianwei hailed from a mortal realm. Achieving a master level was already the zenith of adjustment. Moreover, as a peerless hero with unparalleled roots, his cultivation speed would be extraordinary, and ascending to celestial martiality was merely a matter of time. The 1,000 Tiger Guard soldiers formed Dianwei's exclusive army, with each member being at least a 7th-rank martial artist, while the highest-ranking officer was at the peak of innate mastery. In stark contrast to the previous Imperial Guards, this was an entirely different echelon. The remaining 500 Eastern Palace servants included maidservants, eunuchs, chefs, gardeners, and all necessary positions for the Crown Princess residence. The amalgamation of the Tiger Guard and the 500 servants would allow for a complete overhaul of the Eastern Palace as personnel. The characters summoned by the system would exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host, alleviating any concerns of betrayal or covert schemes from those around him. Li Jingyuan's expression shifted, his thoughts tumultuous. At that moment, he contemplated whether to eliminate the remaining personnel in the Eastern Palace to prevent tonight's events from leaking. The Imperial Guards and hidden pawns posed a threat to his safety, and their eradication would grant him peace of mind. Yet, the remaining individuals could be deemed innocent. The thought of slaughtering hundreds of innocents weighed heavily on him, and he found himself unable to cross that moral threshold. Ultimately, he deemed it a mere matter of ordinary lives. The power struggle has escalated to a life-and-death confrontation, where the fate of ordinary lives bears no consequence on the grand scheme. Li Jingyuan ultimately finds it difficult to harden his heart. Zhao Gao, devise a means to send all the servants of the Eastern Palace out of the capital by tomorrow. Provide them with some relocation funds, allowing them to live incognito henceforth. Li Jingyuan instructed. The old servant understands, Zhao Gao replied with deference. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingyuan continued, the Imperial Guards will undoubtedly come to investigate tomorrow. Do your utmost to conceal your traces. The old servant understands, Zhao Gao affirmed. Satisfied with the response, Li Jingyuan summoned Dianwei. Dianwei, clad in armor resembling a fierce tiger, stood at an imposing height of 9 feet, with a physique as robust as an iron tower. His countenance was fierce, with eyes like a leopard's, instilling fear in ordinary folk who would scarcely dare to meet his gaze. "I pay my respects to your highness." Dianwei knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against the ground, his voice resonating like thunder. "General Dianwei, please rise swiftly," Li Jingyuan urged, stepping forward to assist him. He appraised Dianwei with satisfaction, laughing heartily. "Excellent. Truly, you are the embodiment of a legendary warrior, unmatched in prowess." "Your highness flatters me," Dianwei replied, chuckling with sincerity. "With your presence, I can rest easy." Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. "I am assured of your unwavering protection." He patted Dianwei's shoulder, overwhelmed with contentment. After careful consideration, he deemed the Tiger Guard too conspicuous, fearing it might arouse suspicion. In terms of safety, he had the web of assassins to safeguard him, thus felt no immediate need to summon them. The assassins of the web had already subdued the Eastern Palace servants and discreetly extricated them from the palace. He summoned 500 servants from the Eastern Palace, swiftly transforming it into a pristine state, a sight that brought Li Jingyuan great relief and tranquility. Seated upon his bed, Li Jingyuan activated a 50-year cultivation card, his entire being radiating a golden hue, manifesting a body of indestructible diamond, akin to a golden-skinned arhat. His aura soared, breaking through the initial stages of innate cultivation with relentless momentum, reaching its pinnacle effortlessly and transcending the bottleneck, ascending to the late master realm. Gradually, the intensity of his aura diminished until it came to a halt, his cultivation now standing at the zenith of the late master stage. As he slowly opened his eyes, even his pupils had transformed to a pure golden hue. "Congratulations, my lord, on your further advancement in cultivation," Zhao Gao, standing guard beside him, immediately bowed in commendation. Li Jingyuan reveled in the abundant and unparalleled strength coursing through him, breaking into a broad grin. To ascend from the innate level to the late master stage in merely 2 hours, there's likely no one else in the entire realm capable of such a feat. "My lord is indeed a celestial being, unmatched by any," Zhao Gao promptly flattered. Li Jingyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he marveled at the terrifying power of the 50-year cultivation card. However, he was keenly aware that the true reason for his leap to the late master stage lay in his extraordinary aptitude and unparalleled talent. Were it not for such exceptional gifts, no amount of time, 50 years or even a lifetime of cultivation, would suffice to reach the master realm. Chapter 5. The Clash in the Imperial Court the following day, during the morning court session. The Grand Hall of Taihe was filled with whispers and idle chatter among the ministers, awaiting the arrival of Emperor Hengshuan. At the forefront stood 4 strikingly handsome young men, adorned in majestic 4-clawed dragon robes and jeweled crowns, exuding an air of nobility. These 4 were the brothers of Li Jingyuan. Emperor Hengshuan had numerous offspring, yet only 9, including Li Jingyuan, were deemed worthy contenders for the throne, a situation referred to as the 9 sons competing for succession. Among the other 8, some possessed extraordinary talents, while others boasted powerful connections or held the emperor's favor. Each of them had more substantial claims than Li Jingyuan. On this day, only these 4 princes were present, as the remaining 4 had been assigned duties outside the capital. At this moment, the expressions of the 4 princes varied. Some appeared cultured and gentle. Others were stern and humorless. One bore an air of arrogance, while another radiated warmth. Suddenly, a eunuch's sharp voice pierced the air, announcing, "The crown prince has arrived." Instantly, a hush fell over the hall, and astonished gazes turned toward the entrance. Li Jingyuan, whose health had deteriorated this year, had received permission from Emperor Hengshuan to abstain from court unless there were urgent matters. He had not attended the morning court for quite some time. With an expressionless face, Li Jingyuan entered the grand hall, his gaze sweeping the room, sharp as a blade. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone sensed a change in him. He strode confidently to the front, indifferent to the minister's stares, and cast a calm glance over his 4 brothers. "I greet His Highness the Crown Prince," came the respectful greeting from the 3rd prince, Li Yu. His demeanor was poised and measured. Li Jingyuan nodded slightly, regarding Li Yu favorably. Li Yu was a disciple of a great scholar, known for his adherence to propriety and gentlemanly conduct, earning him the title of the Gentleman of Lesser Yang. And he was considered one of the 4 gentlemen of the realm. Emperor Hongxuan had once remarked that while Liu possessed compassion and the demeanor of a nobleman, he lacked the cunning of a ruler, effectively closing off his path to succession. Yet, Liu was favored by Confucian scholars, and even without aspirations for the throne, they would undoubtedly strive to elevate him to power. Fourth brother, I hope your health has improved, spoke the second prince, Li Xian, his eyes firm, brows thick, and nose prominent, giving him a forthright appearance at first glance. Rumors suggested he was straightforward and boisterous, fond of the martial world, with many companions. However, after learning of his schemes last night, Li Jingyuan recognized his capacity for concealment and his deep-seated cunning. Such individuals were difficult to contend with. It was best to avoid open conflict with them. Thus, Li Jingyuan maintained a neutral demeanor and replied, "Thank you for your concern, second brother. I am much better now." "That is good to hear," Li Xian said nonchalantly, still expressing concern. "I greet my elder brother, the crown prince," came the voice of the seventh prince, Li Yin, his expression calm and his tone indifferent, in which Li Jingyuan perceived a hint of disregard. Li Yin had the support of the Buddhist sect and hailed from the Lin family, a century-old noble clan with substantial resources and deep roots, making him unable to discern Li Jingyuan's true nature. The final prince present was the eighth prince, Li Jia. He did not offer any greeting and wore a sullen expression, evidently still astonished by Li Jingyuan's arrival. "Eighth brother, you seem quite surprised to see me today," Li Jingyuan remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Li Jia, a plump fellow who appeared harmless, was, in fact, narrow-minded and envious, known for his ruthless demeanor. Last night, Lu Huan, who had plotted to freeze Li Jingyuan, acted under Li Jia's instructions. Li Jia was greatly favored by Emperor Hongxuan, being the second prince to receive a title, and the emperor had even bestowed upon him the name of King Wei before his ascension, signifying his high status. His mother was the current empress, and his grandfather was the prime minister, garnering him substantial support among the ministers. He held a significant advantage over the other princes in the struggle for succession. Li Jia's expression darkened, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous. The two locked eyes, and the surrounding officials sensed the unusual tension, refraining from speaking. Suddenly, a cough broke the silence. Li Jingyuan turned to see that it was Li Jia's grandfather, the Prime Minister Dong Zhengdao. With an expressionless face, Dong Zhengdao gazed without seeing, seemingly oblivious to Li Jingyuan's presence, the cough serving as a discreet reminder to Li Jia. Li Jia quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile. The crown prince jests. It is not just I who is surprised. Everyone is astonished indeed. After all, the crown prince has been unwell and has not attended court in quite a while. Li Jingyuan regarded him coolly, moving to his designated position, patiently awaiting the court's proceedings. Li Jia approached, feigning concern. "Crown prince, are you feeling well? This year marks an exceptionally harsh winter. You must take care of your health. Recently, I acquired a 200-year-old wild ginseng. If you require it, I can send it to your palace after court." Li Jingyuan smiled thinly. "I'd rather pass. I fear it might be detrimental to my health." Li Jia's expression faltered, forcing a laugh. The crown prince certainly has a way with words. Li Jingyuan's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "I'm not jesting." Li Jia could no longer maintain his smile, his face darkening. The atmosphere among the ministers grew tense and oppressive. Suddenly, Li Jingyuan erupted into laughter, clapping Li Jia on the shoulder. "I am quite frail. If I were to consume the 200-year-old ginseng you offer, it might only exacerbate my condition, leading to my demise. Wouldn't you agree, eighth brother?" Li Jia's mouth twitched slightly. "Indeed, Crown Prince, you are right. It was thoughtless of me." Li Jingyuan disregarded his words, waving him off dismissively. Li Jia's expression turned sinister. His teeth clenched as he struggled to suppress his fury, his small eyes glinting with malice. With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, he returned to his position. With Li Jingyuan's arrival, the entire Taiha Hall fell into a profound silence, the ministers' gazes frequently drifting toward him. Today, Li Jingyuan was markedly different. After a brief moment, the chief eunuch, Sun Gongong, stepped forward and proclaimed, "His Majesty has arrived." All ministers stood upright, adopting solemn expressions. Emperor Hongxuan entered, ignoring the crowd as he ascended the dragon throne. The ministers immediately bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! All rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Jingyuan felt the emperor's gaze upon him and looked up. In Hongshuan's eyes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of complexity before it vanished, replaced by tranquility as the emperor's gaze shifted away. The morning court proceeded methodically, and only then did Li Jingyuan rise to speak. "I have matters to present." The ministers immediately perked up, their attention focused on him. "Speak," commanded Hongshuan, his expression inscrutable. Li Jingyuan silently removed his yellow royal robe, revealing blood-stained undergarments beneath. He rolled up his sleeves, exposing several gruesome wounds. This scene shocked all present. "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" inquired a martial official in his 50s, his expression grave. Li Jingyuan recognized the voice of the valiant Marquis Tian Fun, who had once been affiliated with the Crown Prince's faction. Having saved Tian Fun on the battlefield, he was naturally inclined to support Li Jingyuan. After the death of Li Jingyuan's uncle, many martial officials continued to back him, sustaining the Crown Prince's faction. However, as Li Jingyuan's health deteriorated and he frequently missed court sessions, his influence waned significantly. The other 8 princes gradually grew in power, leading many of the Crown Prince's supporters to shift their loyalties. Although Tian Fun had not joined the factions of the other princes, he had been intentionally keeping his distance from Li Jingyuan in recent years, seeking to remain neutral in the struggle for succession. However, old ties remained, and should Li Jingyuan find himself in peril, Tian Fun would not stand idly by. Last night, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace, Lu Huan, conspired with the Eastern Palace's Imperial Guards, led by Captain Zhao Yan, along with a total of 120 men, to stage a coup and force their way into the palace. Fortunately, loyal Imperial Guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fought valiantly to protect the royal authority, allowing me, your humble son, to stand before the morning court today, Li Jingyuan stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Hall of Supreme Harmony erupted in uproar, particularly among those privy to the inner workings, such as Li Zhe and Li Xian, who appeared utterly astonished and clearly unaware of these events. "Your Highness, is this true?" a minister inquired, stepping forward. Before the emperor, "Do you think I would speak frivolously?" Li Jingyuan replied coldly. "It is not a matter of distrust in your Highness. But Lu Huan has been your companion since childhood, and Zhao Yin commands the Imperial Guards, who are the most loyal troops of His Majesty. Their rebellion is indeed unfathomable." He hastily clarified, "Some individuals are inherently treacherous, ungrateful despite being nurtured. Perhaps they were promised substantial rewards to betray me, paving the way for their true master." Li Jingyuan's composed words shifted the expressions of the ministers dramatically. The Crown Prince is the foundation of the nation. Forcing a coup and assassinating the sovereign is an unforgivable crime. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly and uncover the mastermind behind this treachery. Tian Fun knelt in fervent supplication. "Please, your Majesty, conduct a thorough investigation," echoed 2 military nobles. "Your Highness is benevolent and virtuous. Lu Huan and Zhao Yan must have had someone inciting them. I urge your Highness to rigorously investigate this coup," proclaimed the 7th Prince, Li Yin, stepping forward in righteous indignation. The 3rd Prince, Li Yin, also took a step forward, gravely stating, "I too implore your Highness to investigate the coup led by Lu Huan and Zhao Yan." As these 2 princes spoke, one by one, ministers rose to demand a thorough inquiry, their expressions filled with righteous fury. Li Jingyuan observed these ministers with indifference. They were all aligned with the 7th Prince and the Duke of Su. The vocalizations of the 7th Prince and the 3rd Prince served as a signal to their faction, indicating that they were not the orchestrators of this conspiracy. In the eyes of the 2 factions, the coup must have been the handiwork of one of the other 8 princes. Since their own princes were not implicated, it could only be the others. They were eager to seize this opportunity to undermine their rivals, leveraging the gravity of this coup to bring down the other princes. "I beseech your Majesty to uncover who intended harm upon my brother." The Crown Prince, the 2nd Prince, Li Xian, quickly emerged from his shock to make his plea. Li Zhe maintained a semblance of composure, following suit with his request, albeit with a hint of unease. "Your Majesty, the rebellion within the Eastern Palace's Imperial Guards carries significant implications. We must first scrutinize the Imperial Guards to ensure your Majesty's safety," stated the Chief Minister, Dong Jingdao, who understood his nephew all too well. He recognized that the conspiracy was closely tied to him. Thus, he stepped forward to buy time. The chief minister raises a valid point. We should prioritize investigating the imperial guards, immediately echoed the ministers allied with Li Jia. Indeed, the safety of your majesty is paramount. However, the imperial guard are your majesty's personal troops. The investigation should fall to the Jingyuan, while the Eastern Palace's coup case may be assigned to the Dali Temple. As both can proceed concurrently without conflict, interjected a cabinet minister, voicing opposition. The ministers expressed their opinions, creating a cacophony as they fervently advocated for their respective masters. I believe that my father will exercise his wisdom in handling the coup case. However, there's another matter I wish to address. Li Jingyuan spoke again, raising his voice to surpass the clamor of the assembly. The emperor, Yuan Shun, furrowed his brow. Speak. The loyal imperial guards of the Eastern Palace fell in battle last night, leaving the Eastern Palace devoid of protection. I request permission to establish the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace to safeguard it, Li Jingyuan declared solemnly. His true intent for attending the court was to obtain command over the 6 guards, thus forming an army loyal solely to himself. Chapter 6. The 6 guards of the Eastern Palace. This matter is utterly unacceptable. As soon as Li Jingyuan spoke, he was immediately met with opposition. Recognizing the individual as the deputy minister of rights and an ally of the 8th prince, he coldly retorted, "What makes it unacceptable? The establishment of the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace is clearly delineated in our ancestral system. Surely, Lord Su does not require me to enlighten him on this matter. The structure of the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace is vast. Once formed, its strength could swell to 20,000 men, a number so great that it could pose a destabilizing threat to the capital." Li Jingyuan articulated the most significant danger posed by the 6 guards plainly. The capital is already protected by 30,000 imperial guards, and combined with the 3 main armies safeguarding the city, the total reaches 100,000. How could a mere 20,000 from the Eastern Palace pose any threat? Lord Su, do you truly believe I would threaten the capital or my father? Turning his gaze back, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, he continued, "You dare to suggest that I harbor treasonous intentions? Such audacity is astounding." Li Jingyuan's voice rose in fury, pointing accusingly at the opposition. Frightened, Su Qing fell to his knees, pleading innocence. "I am still the crown prince of Dahong, the future of Dahong. If there are those who conspire against me, and the imperial guards are embroiled in a coup attempt, it is only reasonable for me to establish the 6 guards for my protection. Yet you, Lord Su, have the audacity to label me a threat to the capital and to my father, displaying a lack of filial piety and ill intent. Father, Su Qing seeks to sow discord between us and falsely accuse your son of treason. Such acts are utterly unfilial. I suspect he may be connected to last night as coup attempt against the Eastern Palace. I beseech you to investigate Su Qing thoroughly." Li Jingyuan, unwilling to yield, insisted on making a formal appeal. Su Qing trembled in fear. "I only have the emperor's interests at heart. I harbor no rebellious thoughts." The other officials were taken aback by Li Jingyuan's fierce demeanor and his swift accusations, leaving them hesitant to speak. However, the implications of the 6 guards were too significant. Various factions would never allow Li Jingyuan to establish them. Lord Su is loyal to the emperor, and the crown prince may be being overly harsh. As the crown prince of Dahong, you should be more concerned about the emperor's safety than Lord Su. One minister defended Su Qing, reproaching Li Jingyuan. "I am the son of my father, the crown prince of Dahong. I understand better than you that my father is the very essence of Dahong, and I care for him more than you outsiders do." Li Jingyuan's resolute response cut through the tension, yet his expression darkened as he surveyed the other ministers. "Do not presume that just because I have been recuperating in the Eastern Palace, I am oblivious to the treachery and conspiracies you have engaged in behind closed doors. Should I unveil your misdeeds? Your Majesty, we are unwaveringly loyal, and heaven can bear witness. The Crown Prince's unfounded accusations against us are unbecoming of a sovereign. We implore you to judge impartially," Su Qing cried out, eliciting sympathy from many who knelt, demanding that Li Jingyuan be punished. "Unwavering loyalty, indeed? Very well, I, as the Crown Prince, will request the Jingyuan to investigate you. I state this plainly. If you're truly innocent, I shall immediately request my father to strip me of my title." Li Jingyuan's commanding assertion left no room for dissent, and he scanned the room, finding no one daring to meet his gaze. The Hall of Supreme Harmony fell into an eerie silence, none willing to respond. The Emperor, sitting impassively on the dragon throne, revealed no emotion, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Dong Jingdao, stepped forward, saying, "It is indeed in accordance with ancestral tradition for the Crown Prince to establish the Six Guards. However, the concerns raised by the other lords are valid. Should the Six Guards be fully formed, they would be unwieldy to manage. I do not doubt the Crown Prince's loyalty, but a larger force inevitably invites greater risk of mismanagement. Indeed, Crown Prince, even your longtime companion has been compromised, indicating your laxity in governance. I suggest we refrain from forming the Six Guards until the Imperial Guards complete their self-examination and then assign a loyal contingent to the Eastern Palace." Li Jie scoffed dismissively. Li Jingyuan fixed Li Jie with a cold stare. "Since there is such opposition, I shall momentarily set aside the matter of the Six Guards." His seemingly conciliatory tone only deepened Li Jie's contempt, and the other ministers exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next moment, Li Jingyuan knelt, exclaiming, "To conspire against the Crown Prince is tantamount to treason. Father, I implore you to investigate the coup attempt against the Eastern Palace. I request that the three divisions and the Jingyuan jointly pursue this matter to unearth the mastermind." This was Li Jingyuan's strategic retreat to advance his position. "I have been amicable in my dealings, maintaining virtue, yet I must confront those who would wish me dead." Li Jie and Li Xian exchanged troubled glances, their composure shaken. The Emperor remained silent, prompting Li Jingyuan to bow again. "I beseech you, Father, to take my side. The investigation into the coup will be entrusted to the Jingyuan. As for your request regarding the Six Guards, I will deliberate carefully. Today's court session is adjourned." With that, the Emperor rose and departed. Father Li Jingyuan's voice held a note of desolation, but the Emperor turned a blind eye and left. As the court adjourned, the sharp voice of the chief eunuch announced the conclusion of the morning assembly. The ministers sighed in relief, their gazes shifting to Li Jingyuan, reflecting a mix of pity, awe, and ridicule. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened, the Emperor's indifference exceeding his expectations. "Crown Prince, the Eastern Palace cannot remain unguarded. Allow me to lend you some of my guards," Li Jie said with a mocking grin. Li Jingyuan lifted his eyelids slightly, responding coolly, "I fear I would meet my end more swiftly with your men." Without a backward glance, he turned to leave, but the chief eunuch by the Emperor's side called out, "Crown Prince, the Emperor requests your presence." Li Jingyuan's eyes brightened. It seemed the matter was not yet concluded. "I appreciate Eunuch Son for guiding me. This is my duty, Crown Prince. Please follow me." Li Jingyuan accompanied the chief eunuch to the Emperor's study. The Emperor sat at his desk, engrossed in reviewing memorials. "Your son pays his respects to you, Father." Li Jingyuan bowed respectfully. The Emperor set down the memorials, his gaze complex as he studied Li Jingyuan, pondering for a moment before asking, "You seem different today. Having just faced life and death, some changes are inevitable," Li Jingyuan replied. The Emperor nodded silently. "I shall have the Jingyuan conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with an explanation. What I seek is not merely an explanation. Rather, I desire a guarantee. I once again beseech you, Father, to grant me permission to establish the Six Guards of the Eastern Palace." Li Jingyuan knelt once more, bowing deeply. "Do you believe I cannot provide you with a satisfactory explanation?" The Emperor's expression remained inscrutable. "Indeed," Li Jingyuan replied bluntly. The Emperor's countenance darkened. "Since the passing of the Empress and my brother, I have adhered to my principles and never requested anything of you. Today, I dare to ask you to permit me to establish the Six Guards for my own protection. I only seek to ensure my safety. I implore you to grant me this favor." Li Jingyuan's voice was filled with desperation as he pressed his forehead to the ground. Chapter 7. Tempting the sovereign's death within the imperial study, the only sound was that of Li Jingyuan's fervent kowtowing, his forehead soon drawing blood. The Emperor Hongshuan observed him with a complex expression, and after a moment of silence, he sighed, "Very well, I shall acquiesce." Li Jingyuan's face brightened. He had wagered correctly. The Emperor Hongshuan was not entirely devoid of compassion and still harbored some guilt towards the original prince. "Thank you," Father, Li Jingyuan bowed in gratitude. However, this year the snow disaster was particularly severe, with calamities spreading throughout the realm of Daheng, and the imperial treasury was stretched thin. If you wish to establish the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace, you must devise your own means, the Emperor Hengshuan stated calmly. Li Jingyuan paused, realizing that the Emperor's tactic of retreating to advance was indeed clever. The original prince held only the title of heir apparent, lacking power and influence, rendering him incapable of forming the 6 guards. Yet, he was mistaken. Li Jingyuan was not the same. He had transformed completely. Even without the Emperor's backing, he could establish the 6 guards through his own efforts. Ultimately, what he desired was merely the establishment of the 6 guards. Thank you, Father, for granting your son this opportunity. It shall be forever etched in my heart. Li Jingyuan expressed his gratitude as he bowed once more. Very well, return now, the Emperor Hengshuan replied, dismissing him as he lowered his head to review the memorials. I take my leave, Li Jingyuan said, bending slightly as he made his way to the door before finally turning to leave. The Emperor Hengshuan raised his gaze, watching Li Jingyuan's retreating figure with a pensive expression. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Sun Sheng. What do you think of the Crown Princess performance today? Your servant would not dare comment on His Highness. Eunuch Sun flattered with a smile. Old fool, I spare you this time, the Emperor Hengshuan scoffed. As the Emperor had specifically requested a response, Eunuch Sun hesitated before replying. The Crown Prince was somewhat erratic today. Erratic? The Emperor's displeasure was evident as he shot a glance at him. Your Majesty, forgive me. I spoke without thinking. Eunuch Sun trembled, prostrating himself on the ground. Rise, the Emperor Hengshuan coldly commanded. Eunuch Sun shivered as he stood, knowing that the Emperor's heart was as unfathomable as a deep abyss. After a moment, the Emperor sighed. Indeed, after an assassination attempt, one might be driven to madness. Gao Pu, the Emperor called. The commander of the Jingyuan, Gao Pu, had long been waiting outside the hall. He knelt on one knee, declaring, Your servant is here. Investigate what transpired in the Eastern Palace last night. If it was indeed the Imperial Guards attempting a coup, I want every last detail from top to bottom. The Emperor's gaze turned icy. Gao Pu hesitated before inquiring, Your Majesty, should we investigate the masterminds behind this? Do so, but the process and outcome must not be disclosed to the Crown Prince. Understood. The Emperor Hengshuan was still biased. Dark One, the Emperor called again, and a shadow silently emerged before him, cloaked in black, its face concealed beneath a hood, exuding an eerie presence. This individual was the leader of the Emperor and Oppo's most enigmatic faction, the Dark Guards. Some have grown increasingly audacious, even reaching into the Imperial Guards. Go, thoroughly investigate the Imperial Guards and root out the traitors among them. The Emperor's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Compared to the Jingyuan, he placed greater trust in the Dark Guards. The Imperial Guards were a taboo for the Emperor. To touch them was to touch the Imperial authority, an act he could never tolerate. Those who dared would face death. As Li Jingyuan exited the Imperial Palace, his expression turned cold the moment he turned away, wiping his forehead where the blood had quickly vanished. Zhao Gao approached in a carriage, and Li Jingyuan stepped aboard. Returned to the palace, he instructed, leaning against the carriage curtain, reflecting on his actions during the morning court session. His vehement confrontation with the officials was designed to position himself against them, allowing the Emperor to perceive him as a solitary figure, without allies, devoid of power. Using the coup as a pretext was not aimed at genuinely uncovering the masterminds, for he knew it would lead nowhere. Even if the Emperor discovered Li Zhe's involvement, he would not escalate the matter, likely settling for a scapegoat to resolve the issue. This was a tactic to restrain Li Zhe and his faction, diminishing their obstacles to his acquisition of the Eastern Palace's 6 guards, while also invoking a sense of guilt in the Emperor. Only through this could he secure the establishment of the 6 guards. Fortunately, he had achieved his objective. Now that the 6 guards were within reach, the Tiger Guards could emerge with legitimacy. Zhao Gao, upon our return, immediately issue a recruitment decree. I want the entire capital to know I am raising troops. Li Jingyuan commanded. Rest assured, my lord, within half a day, all of Kyoto shall be aware of this matter, Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Within 3 days, Over 1,000 Tiger Guards would be able to enter the Eastern Palace under the guise of recruitment. With the addition of the Tiger Guards and the protection of Dianwei and Luo Wang, he would possess the means for self-preservation. After today, the Eastern Palace would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various factions. The entry of the Tiger Guards would surely draw attention, and the Emperor would inevitably send individuals to investigate secretly. He would find himself at the center of a storm. The assassination attempt from the previous night had made Li Jingyuan acutely aware that Li Zhe and his cohorts could no longer wait to see him deposed. In the struggle for succession, the victor lived while the vanquished perished. He could no longer afford to hesitate. As long as the Tiger Guards were legitimate, and as long as he remained the crown prince, holding the moral high ground, even if the emperor disapproved, he could not act against him for the time being. Yet, once the Tiger Guards appeared, all factions would undoubtedly devise means to counter Li Jingyuan, and even the emperor might secretly intervene. After today, Li Jingyuan feared he would not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Then let us engage in a struggle, he resolved, bolstered by the support of his father. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace's entrance, a robust man blocked the way of the carriage, and Zhao Gao immediately fixed his gaze upon him. "Your Highness, I come on behalf of Marquis Tan." Bearing a letter, the man bowed respectfully. "Bring it forth," Li Jingyuan commanded. Zhao Gao accepted the letter, inspecting it before passing it to Li Jingyuan. After reading the letter, Li Jingyuan's eyes brightened slightly. Tianfen was concerned for Li Jingyuan's safety and wished to send several skilled martial artists to guard the Eastern Palace. "Return and inform Marquis Tian that his goodwill is appreciated," Li Jingyuan replied calmly. "I shall convey your words faithfully, my lord." The man nodded and swiftly departed. Zhao Gao glanced at him. He is a skilled martial artist. Tianfen still values old ties. The martial nobles of my uncle's faction still have the opportunity to rejoin my ranks, Li Jingyuan mused, channeling his inner energy to crush the letter into fragments. Not long after his return to the palace, the Jinyui came knocking. Gao Pu, the commander of the Jinyui, personally arrived. As a squad of Jinyui entered the Eastern Palace, they were met with the sight of hundreds of corpses sprawled across the snow. After a night, the bodies had long since frozen stiff, covered in frost. The bloodthirsty Jinyui were taken aback by this scene. At that moment, Li Jingyuan stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping over the Jinyui. "Greetings, your highness." Gao Pu bowed in respect. "Greetings, your highness." The other Jinyui knelt on one knee. "Do not rise." Gao Pu bent forward. "Your highness, I have been ordered to investigate the coup attempt last night. I request your permission to inquire." "I shall cooperate." Li Jingyuan nodded, gesturing towards the corpses on the ground. "The individuals involved in the coup are all here. Commander Gao, take them away." Gao Pu signaled to his subordinates, instructing them to collect the bodies. "Your highness, were there any survivors from last night's coup?" Gao Pu inquired. "None. Initially, I intended to spare a few, but those last few, seeing their fate sealed, chose to take their own lives," Li Jingyuan replied indifferently. Gao Pu's brow furrowed. Then he asked, "Your highness, may I have my subordinates question the eunuchs and maidservants in the Eastern Palace to see if they are aware of last night's events?" "You may inquire, but do not take them away, nor employ your Jinyui's underhanded tactics on them." Li Jingyuan shot him a glance. Gao Pu hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. In the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Li Jingyuan occupied the central position, while Gao Pu stood attentively in the middle, listening to Li Jingyuan recount the events of the previous night. The details were rather sparse, leaving Gao Pu feeling overwhelmed. "Your highness, I have a word that I wonder if you would be willing to hear," Li Jingyuan stated calmly. "Your highness, please do not put me in such a position." "I am all ears," Gao Pu responded, hastily cupping his hands in respect. "The conspiracy to usurp the throne is challenging to trace back to its instigators. Your focus should be on the Imperial Guards. They are responsible for safeguarding the palace and the capital, serving as the bedrock of my father's security. If the Imperial Guards can be bribed, or even turn against the Crown Prince, it becomes evident that certain individuals among them have forsaken their loyalty. It is far more crucial to unearth those disloyal elements within the Imperial Guards," Li Jingyuan remarked coolly, intending to divert the attention of the Jinyui from investigating the Eastern Palace too closely. Gao Pu was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Rest assured, your highness, The Jingyuan will conduct a thorough investigation into the Imperial Guards. They will also exert their utmost efforts in scrutinizing the conspiracy. Very well, I understand. I am fatigued now. You may attend to your duties, Li Jingyuan concluded. Gao Pu hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. My brothers are quite unruly. There are surely their spies within the Imperial Guards. Testing the limits of Imperial authority is a taboo that no emperor would tolerate. Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. Chapter 8. The Tiger Guards shake the capital in the Imperial study. Emperor Hongshuan continued to review memorials, while Gao Pu knelt on the floor, reporting on the day's investigation into the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince truly said so, he asserted. Emperor Hongshuan set down his red brush and fixed a blank expression on Gao Pu. I speak not in jest, Gao Pu affirmed. Emperor Hongshuan grunted. What have you discovered regarding the coup attempt in the Eastern Palace? All those involved in the conspiracy are dead. We have questioned nearly all the servants of the Eastern Palace, yet have found no leads. However, I have uncovered several points of suspicion, Gao Pu reported. Speak. The emperor commanded with a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with Gao Pu's response. Firstly, the Imperial Guards of the Eastern Palace are all dead, without a single survivor, which is rather unusual. Secondly, upon examination of the deceased, it was revealed that some were covert operatives of the Jingyuan, embroidered uniform guard stationed within the Eastern Palace. The Jingyuan had ordered 10 spies to infiltrate the Eastern Palace, including guards, eunuchs, palace maids, and cooks, all placed in various roles. Yet last night, without exception, they all perished. For the first time, a frown creased Emperor Hongshuan's otherwise expressionless face. Moreover, we have discovered that other princes had also placed numerous spies in the Eastern Palace. We have gathered intelligence on some of them. Yet they too met their demise in the coup attempt, with some even dying while protecting the crown prince. Is there anything else? Emperor Hongshuan inquired solemnly. Yes, Gao Pu replied. I specifically brought along a Jingyuan who had contact with the spies in the Eastern Palace. According to him, many of the servants have unfamiliar faces, and some individuals he knows are neither present in the Eastern Palace nor among the deceased. I have dispatched someone to locate them, but thus far, not a single one has been found. Gao Pu's abilities as the Jingyuan commander were unquestionable. He had uncovered multiple points of suspicion regarding the coup attempt in just half a day. It was not that the net was poorly cast, but rather that the sheer number of deaths last night made it impossible to achieve perfection. Li Jingyuan was aware of these developments, yet, as the crown prince, he could not be moved without solid evidence against him. Emperor Hongshuan, betraying no emotion, stated, since there are points of suspicion, investigate thoroughly and ascertain the truth. Yes, Gao Pu replied promptly. Delegate the coup investigation to your subordinates. You will personally lead a team to collaborate with the covert guards and conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Imperial Guard, commanded Emperor Hongshuan. I accept the order, Gao Pu replied. Go. The emperor dismissed him. Silence returned to the Imperial study. After a moment, Emperor Hongshuan set down the memorials, his expression darkening. My crown prince is not only different, but also increasingly inscrutable. On the same day, news of the Eastern Palace's recruitment spread throughout the capital, eliciting mixed reactions, mostly derision. In the eyes of the common people, the crown prince was a figure of great stature, yet among the true elite of the capital, Li Jingyuan was merely a figurehead without real power. The Eastern Palace's resources were well understood by them. It lacked the wealth to support a private army. In the way Wang Fu, Li Jia wore a sinister expression. Such ostentatious recruitment is nothing but a foolish dream. Keep a close watch on the Eastern Palace. I want him to recruit not a single soldier to become the laughingstock of the capital. Not just Li Jia, but several other princes issued similar orders, all intent on thwarting Li Jingyuan's recruitment efforts. Yet they did not realize that the recruitment notice was merely a facade. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Eastern Palace remained desolate, having failed to recruit a single soldier. This matter, deliberately spread by those with ulterior motives, turned Li Jingyuan into a figure of ridicule in the capital. Li Jingyuan, however, remained oblivious, comfortably stationed in the Eastern Palace. He entrusted the palace affairs to Zhao Gao, allowing himself leisure to concentrate on his training. Over the month, his mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique advanced significantly, and he began to sense the threshold of the celestial realm. Yet, the gap between a master and the celestial realm was vast. To enter the celestial realm, one must understand one's heart and grasp the true essence, a feat he had yet to approach. After a month of silence, the Eastern Palace suddenly opened its doors. Two soldiers, towering at 9 feet and clad in iron armor with formidable sabers at their waists, emerged. They positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, standing motionless, likely tasked with guarding the door. Simultaneously, the southern gate of the Eastern Palace swung open. 200 soldiers, similarly towering at 9 feet, mounted on robust steeds, streamed out from the southern gate. They formed an orderly line at the entrance, their faces solemn and silent, exuding an aura of martial prowess, clearly a seasoned elite force. These were the Tiger Guards summoned by Li Jingyuan. Each of these Tiger Guards stood an impressive 9 feet tall, equating to nearly 2 meters. One might find a single individual formidable, but when 1,000 stood together, their presence was enough to instill fear. Li Jingyuan, taken aback by the sight of the Tiger Guards, was struck by their imposing formation, a testament to their formidable reputation. At the same time, Dianwei, clad in tiger pattern armor and wielding an iron halberd, rode forth on a sleek black horse. "Out," he commanded, squeezing his legs against the horse's flank, which neighed in response and galloped forward, followed closely by the 200 Tiger Guards. Upon reaching the main thoroughfare of the capital, the Tiger Guards split into 2 groups. Dianwei led one contingent toward the western market, while the vice commander took the other toward the city gates, departing the city. As the Tiger Guards mobilized, all spies monitoring the Eastern Palace recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried back to report. Within moments, the high echelons of the capital were informed of the Tiger Guards' movements. Gao Pu of the Jingyuan received the news, and his expression changed drastically. He rushed to the imperial study to report to Emperor Hongshuan. The emperor paced the room, his demeanor dark and stormy, while Gao Pu knelt, trembling and sweating profusely. "You have monitored the Eastern Palace for a month and reported that the Crown Prince has recruited not a single soldier and that there were no abnormalities. Yet now you inform me that a force of 200 elite soldiers has suddenly appeared?" Emperor Hongshuan's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Gao Pu, is this the kind of report expected from the commander of the Jingyuan?" Gao Pu prostrated himself. "I've failed in my duties. I plead to redeem myself." Emperor Hongshuan dismissed him with a wave of his sleeve. "Investigate. Uncover the movements and background of those 200 elite soldiers. If you fail to clarify this matter, you shall no longer serve as the commander of the Jingyuan." "I accept the order," Gao Pu bellowed, determination etched on his face. "Go," the emperor commanded. Trembling, Gao Pu exited the imperial study, finally exhaling in relief. His expression was complex, from the coup attempt to the emergence of the Tiger Guards. He sensed that investigating the Eastern Palace would prove challenging. In the next moment, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. As the infamous commander of the Jingyuan, he knew well that he was merely a blade in Emperor Hongshuan's hand. Should that blade dull, the emperor would not hesitate to procure another. Having offended too many, a loss of power would lead to his utter ruin, compelling him to uncover the truth behind the Tiger Guards. Li Zhe and the other princes received the news, each taken aback and furious. Li Zhe's anger surged to the point of executing the spy responsible for monitoring the situation. At this moment, the eyes of the capital's elite once again turned toward the Eastern Palace, dispatching more personnel to surveil it. The whereabouts of the Tiger Guards drew attention, with both the Jingyuan and the prince's factions sending agents to follow them. Li Jingyuan stood atop a pavilion, gazing out at the snow-laden capital, murmuring, with the Tiger Guards unleashed, "Tonight is bound to be lively. Rest assured, my lord, with the Tiger Guards and the net in place, none shall leave the Eastern Palace alive," Zhao Gao replied softly. Slightly bowing, Li Jingyuan nodded indifferently, his eyes glinting with resolve. "Indeed, let the people of the capital witness my brilliance." Chapter 9. The East Palace seizes individuals. Those who stand in the way shall be executed without mercy. The deputy commander of the Tiger Guard, wielding the prince's token, departed the capital with great haste, making his way directly to the prince's estate. The so-called prince's estate refers to the lands directly governed by the prince. Before his fall from grace, Li Jingyuan was widely acknowledged as the Prince of Dahan, enjoying boundless favor. Upon his birth, he was granted vast tracts of land by Emperor Hongshan, which only increased year by year during his birthday celebrations. Before his decline, the total area of the prince's estate reached an impressive 10,000 acres. Moreover, in order to facilitate Li Jingyuan's management of the estate, Emperor Hongshan had consolidated the granted lands into a large-scale prince's estate. After Li Jingyuan's downfall, the estate was not reclaimed and remained intact. However, as his health deteriorated, he became increasingly disinterested in managing the estate. Consequently, it was entrusted to a trusted old eunuch appointed by his mother before her passing. Li Jingyuan held this eunuch in high esteem. Recently, Li Jingyuan had been organizing the various assets of the East Palace, realizing that the Tiger Guard, along with the subsequent 6 guards of the East Palace, constituted his private army, which he needed to sustain himself. Upon reviewing the East Palace's private treasury, Li Jingyuan found the financial situation to be utterly deplorable, completely inadequate to support the daily expenses of over 1,000 Tiger Guards. He had to devise a strategy to generate income. The most significant asset of the East Palace was undoubtedly the prince's estate, demanding his attention. To his astonishment, upon investigation, he uncovered a massive scheme within the estate. He promptly dispatched the net to investigate, revealing that the old eunuch had been deceitful, obscuring the estate's harvest and illegally leasing out the lands of the prince's estate, engaging in grain trafficking for a staggering 15 years. The net followed the clues, discovering that the old eunuch had sold all the grain from the prince's estate to one of the 4 major grain merchants in the capital, the Wang family. The Wang family boasted a formidable background, hailing from the Wang family of Jiangnan's Taibu, an area known for being a granary for Dahan, supplying over half of its grain. The Wang family was a prominent clan in Jiangnan, with countless tenants under its command. More importantly, the grain merchant alliance, led by the Wang family, virtually controlled a quarter of Jiangnan's grain supply. Thus, any action taken by the Wang family had implications for the livelihoods of the Dahan populace. Further investigations revealed that the Wang family had aligned itself with Prince Wei. Li Jia, recognizing an opportunity for revenge against Li Jia, Li Jingyuan resolved to act. Their animosity had reached a point of no return, and he would not hesitate to eliminate Li Jia at the first opportunity. He dispatched all of the net's spies and assassins to gather intelligence on the Wang family, which explained the East Palace's silence for the past month. Today, the Tiger Guards were mobilized. It was time to net the prey. Dian Wei, leading over 100 elite soldiers, made a beeline for the Western market, with several men aiming directly for the Wang family's grain business to seal it off. Dian Wei then proceeded to the Wang family's residence with the remaining 100 men. Dismounting his horse, he and the 100 Tiger Guards moved in unison. The guards at the Wang residence trembled as they approached, but Dian Wei paid them no heed, kicking open the grand doors and striding inside. Followed closely by the 100 Tiger Guards, the Wang family's guards rushed out, brandishing clubs to defend themselves. But they trembled in fear before the fierce Tiger Guards and dared not advance. The Wang family had colluded with the eunuch Ma Hui to seize the prince's lands and illegally sell the grain from the prince's estate, an unforgivable crime. By order of the prince, the Wang family grain business was to be sealed, and all members of the Wang family were to be detained for trial. Anyone who obstructed this order would face execution without mercy. Dian Wei's voice boomed, echoing throughout the residence, and the murderous aura emanating from the 100 Tiger Guards extinguished any will to resist among the Wang family guards, some of whom unknowingly loosened their grips on their weapons. Misunderstanding. A middle-aged man clad in brocade rushed forward, breathless and flustered, bowing to Dian Wei. I am Wang Shiyuan of the Wang family. I believe there must be a misunderstanding. I implore the general to grant me the opportunity to explain. There is no misunderstanding. Your Wang family has unlawfully occupied the prince's private property, a crime tantamount to treason. Such an offense is unforgivable, Dian Wei replied with an impassive expression, gesturing for his Tiger Guards to advance. Wang Shiyuan's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with a robust middle-aged man beside him. The man drew his sword, his aura surging as a late-stage innate warrior. The guard of the Wang family shall uphold their duty, he bellowed, commanding a semblance of authority over the Wang family guards. emboldened by his innate strength. Just a late-stage, innate warrior? Huh. Dianwei stepped forward, akin to a ferocious bear, his menacing aura rendering the man immobile. With a roar, the warrior broke free of Dianwei's oppressive presence, unleashing a powerful strike. Not bad, but insufficient, Dianwei scoffed, delivering a brutal punch that shattered the warrior's sword. The iron fist struck the man's head, causing it to explode like a ripe melon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. A spray of blood and brain matter stained Wang Xiuyuan's face, leaving him pale and nearly collapsing. Boring, Dianwei remarked, shaking the blood from his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, causing everyone to instinctively take a few steps back. I will say this once more. Those who obstruct shall be executed without mercy. The chilling ferocity of his words shattered the resolve of the Wang family guards, compelling them to drop their weapons involuntarily. No one is permitted to resist. Wang Xiuyuan took a deep breath, wiping the blood from his face and striving to maintain his composure. Capture them. Dianwei smirked disdainfully and waved his hand, prompting the tiger guards to surge forward, their overwhelming presence causing no one to dare retaliate as they bound all individuals present. General, we have obtained the ledger. A tiger guard exclaimed, sprinting over with a thick black ledger in hand. Impossible. This cannot be. How did you come by this ledger? Wang Xiuyuan's face paled as he recognized the ledger, panic overtaking him. It was a secret ledger detailing the Wang family's illicit dealings. Should it be exposed, the Wang family would face utter ruin. The ledger had been kept under his personal care, known only to him. He could hardly believe that such a well-concealed document could be so easily discovered. Dianwei dismissed any need for explanation, commanding the nearby tiger guards. There is a secret vault beneath the pond in the Wang estate. Go and retrieve all the ledgers from there. Wang Xiuyuan's complexion turned ashen, knowing they were doomed. He understood the gravity of the situation. As the tiger guards unearthed all of the Wang family's ledgers, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the estate, and a group of over 10 Jingyuan burst in. Dianwei raised an eyebrow, glancing back. You, clad in armor, are not the Imperial Guard nor the garrison. Who are you? The leading Jingyuan officer inquired sternly. The Tiger Guard of the East Palace acts under the prince's orders to apprehend criminals, Dianwei replied coolly. The Jingyuan officer's complexion shifted, stating gravely, the prince's private army lacks the authority to enforce the law. Even the prince cannot arbitrarily detain someone. Dianwei's expression darkened as he approached, causing the officer to stagger back, fear evident in his eyes, his hand instinctively gripping his sword. The remaining Jingyuan drew their blades as well. Simultaneously, the tiger guards unsheathed their weapons, their icy gazes resembling wolves stalking prey, freezing the atmosphere. Dianwei looked down at the Jingyuan officer, coldly stating, a mere Jingyuan officer dares to question the prince's decree? You must be tired of living. The officer trembled under Dianwei's imposing presence, quaking in fear. If you dare speak again, I shall end your life. The Jingyuan officer's lips quivered, unable to utter a word. Begone. Yes, yes. The Jingyuan officer, terrified, retreated in disarray. As they departed, another wave of individuals surged in, encircling the Wang residence. Armed officials stormed in, confronting the tiger guards. Following closely was a middle-aged man in official robes, who hurriedly entered, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, I am the deputy magistrate of Jingzhou, who dares to seize individuals in the capital. Once again, the Jingyuan and the deputy magistrate arrived at lightning speed. Dianwei snorted coldly, ignoring the deputy magistrate's presence. Returned to the East Palace. With a single command from Dianwei, 100 elite tiger guards promptly escorted Wang Xiuyuan and others away. You are not permitted to leave. I, the Jingzhaoin, am responsible for the security of the capital. Even if you are from the Eastern Palace's army and possess the prince's decree, you cannot arbitrarily raid homes and seize individuals. The young Jingzhaoin, relying on his official status, obstructed Dianwei's path. Dianwei bared his teeth, his fearsome visage contorted in a menacing grimace, nearly instilling terror into the young official. I act under the prince's command to apprehend the Wang family. The prince has further decreed that those who obstruct shall face dire consequences. With that, Dianwei drew his iron halberd, resting it ominously on his shoulder, the 80-pound weapon nearly overwhelming the young official. With a sinister grin, Dianwei taunted, "Do you think I would hesitate to kill you?" The Jingyuan, feeling far less formidable than any of the Jingyuan captains, was utterly terrified. Dianwei disdainfully shoved him aside, grunting move. The Jingyuan's subordinates recoiled, necks drawn in fear, too intimidated to intervene as the tiger guards departed. Feeling the derision of his peers, the Jingyuan furiously shouted, "Help me up." "Yes, my lord," replied a nearby official, hastily assisting him. As he felt the warmth beneath him, he was consumed by a sense of humiliation, his anger escalating. This lawlessness, this utter disregard for authority. What if the prince is involved? I must report this to the Jingyuan and lodge a formal rebuttal against the prince. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, followed by a glint of cold steel that grazed his cheek, embedding itself into the wall behind him with a resounding thud. A gash appeared on his face, blood immediately oozing forth. I'm bleeding, he cried out in anguish, clutching his face. "Should you dare disrespect the prince again, I shall execute you." Dianwei's voice, laced with lethal intent, resonated in his ears. The Jingyuan quickly clasped his mouth shut, eyes wide with terror. Chapter 10. The slaying of the master. The news of the Tiger Guard's raid on the Wang family's granary reached the ears of the 8th prince, Liege, without delay. Could it be that he had uncovered the matter concerning Crown Prince Shuang? A frown marred Liege's countenance as this thought crossed his mind. "Your Highness, we must not let our business with the Wang family be exposed," cautioned a middle-aged man in scholarly robes beside him. This man, known as Jingyuan, served as Liege's chief strategist. Liege's expression darkened. While the Wang family's appropriation of the Crown Prince's estate was a trivial matter, the revelation of their more clandestine dealings could be fatal. Wang Xuan was merely a scapegoat for the Wang family, possessing limited knowledge. Moreover, being a shrewd individual, he was well aware of what to divulge and what to withhold. Nevertheless, he was involved in the transactions. Should he succumb to torture and reveal the truth? Even in the absence of solid evidence, the information could reach the emperor's ears and adversely affect the prince's standing. Jingyuan continued, "This matter cannot reach His Majesty's ears." Liege's gaze turned cold, radiating an aura of impending violence. "Wang Shuyuan cannot be spared. He must die. Send the assassins to eliminate him," he added. "And while you're at it, take care of my elder brother's troops to dampen his spirit." "Your Highness, reports from our scouts indicate that the Crown Prince's soldiers are formidable. For safety's sake, should we not send Mr. Wang Huan along?" Jingyuan suggested. "Do we truly need a master for this?" Liege questioned, feeling it was an overreaction. Jingyuan smiled. "It is merely a precaution, should the need arise." Liege agreed without further thought. "Very well, let Wang Huan proceed." As the Tiger Guard made their way back, Liege's assassins were already in position. As the Tiger Guard turned a corner, they were suddenly ambushed, charging towards them. A figure clad in black moved with astonishing speed, akin to a specter, darting through the crowd directly towards Wang Shuyuan. The assassin brandished a slender sword, exuding a palpable aura of a late-stage innate master. The murderous intent emanating from them was palpable even from half a street away. Dianwei, unfazed by the appearance of the assassin, immediately locked onto the innate master. Drawing a small halberd from his waist, he unleashed it with all his might, creating an ear-splitting sonic boom as it struck the approaching assassin, who was instantly pierced through, leaving a gaping wound. Despite his demise, the remaining assassins did not falter, recklessly charging forward in a futile attempt to kill Wang Shuyuan. "They are merely assassins. Leave no survivors. Kill them all," Dianwei roared. These assassins, all around the 7th rank in martial prowess, were not weak, yet against the formation of the Tiger Guard, they were utterly unable to break through. Within minutes, all were slain. Suddenly, Dianwei's expression shifted, his keen eyes honed in on a figure standing ahead, clad in azure and white, with a long beard tinged with gray. He bore an ancient long sword on his back, radiating an aura of a chivalrous hero. However, a piece of black cloth obscured his face, a makeshift cover that seemed ill-fitting against his attire, suggesting he wished to conceal his true identity. With each step he took, a masterful aura enveloped the scene. Pressing down on the Tiger Guard, forcing them to retreat. Ordinary individuals crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. The long sword at his back flew into his hand, showcasing the demeanor of a master. The blade shimmered ominously, and as he danced it through the air, it evoked the imagery of falling leaves, embodying a sense of melancholy. To think another master has arrived? Splendid. Dian Wei dismissed the oppressive aura, drawing another iron halberd from his waist. In an instant, his own aura erupted like a volcano, shattering the opponent's pressure, as if a ferocious tiger roared in defiance. The opponent, startled by Dian Wei's might, stammered, "You are also a master? Enough chatter. Take this." Dian Wei lunged forward, halberd raised high. The opponent, taken aback, swiftly swung his sword to parry, but the impact was so forceful that he stumbled back 2 steps, unable to withstand the blow. Dian Wei seized the moment, his iron halberds swirling with ferocity, creating a relentless barrage that left the opponent gasping for breath. "Autumn whispering sword, sorrowful wind and falling leaves," he intoned softly, channeling his energy into a strike that conjured a gust, causing countless yellowed leaves to swirl in the air, embodying a profound sense of sorrow. The flurry of leaves shattered the halberd's shadow, pushing Dian Wei back. "Impressive swordplay. I recognize you now. Wang Huan of the Autumn Whispering Sword," Dian Wei exclaimed. Having identified the master before him, having gathered intelligence on Li Zhe and his associates. "You belong to the 8th Prince. You shall not escape." Dian Wei's eyes glinted with killing intent, a faint crimson aura materializing behind him, forming a vague silhouette of a bloodthirsty tiger. Activating his innate ability, Bloodthirsty Surge, Dian Wei transformed, unleashing his full potential, dramatically amplifying his combat prowess. His aura surged, and the blood tiger's shadow solidified behind him, presenting him as an unparalleled harbinger of death. Faced with this formidable manifestation, Wang Huan felt a twinge of fear and retreated swiftly. 2 small halberds shot forth, imbued with overwhelming force, preventing Wang Huan's escape. Dian Wei advanced, his weapons radiating a fierce energy, echoing the roar of a tiger, resonating across the battlefield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Huan dared not underestimate his opponent and unleashed his strongest technique. "Autumn Whispering Sword, Sad Autumn," he bellowed, thrusting his sword forward, summoning a chilling wind that embodied his sword's intent. "Break the chains," Dian Wei countered, his halberd slicing through the air, forming a colossal shadow that shattered the sword wind. He followed up with another strike, swift as lightning. When Wang Huan's sword met the iron halberd, a tremendous force erupted, shattering his blade into fragments. The halberd then struck him, sending him hurtling several meters away, bloodied and broken, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Is that all you have?" Dian Wei approached, seizing Wang Huan by the collar. At that moment, numerous figures descended from the rooftops, and one leapt down with remarkable agility. It was Gao Pu, the commander of the Jingyuan. Gao Pu sensed the presence of 2 masters from a distance and rushed over without delay. Unfortunately, he arrived too late, witnessing the aftermath of Dian Wei's lethal blow to Wang Huan. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Gao Pu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the bloodthirsty aura surrounding Dian Wei, even as a late-stage master. "You are Gao Pu, the commander of the Jingyuan?" Dian Wei inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed. And you are under the Crown Prince's command?" "I am Dian Wei, General of the Tiger Guard of the Eastern Palace's 6 guards." Dian Wei introduced himself. "Even the Eastern Palace's 6 guards cannot commit murder in the capital, General Dian. Accompany me to the Zhenfu division," Gao Pu replied coldly, as numerous Jingyuan descended from the rooftops, drawing their swords. Many others took positions atop walls and eaves, readying their crossbows against the Tiger Guard. Dian Wei furrowed his brow, replying solemnly, "The Wang family has encroached upon the Crown Prince's estate, usurping his wealth. And the evidence is irrefutable. I have been ordered to apprehend the Wang family. These assassins attacked our troops without cause, intending to silence us. Commander Gao, is it wrong for me to slay them?" Gao Pu's brow furrowed deeply as he shouted, "Su Zhen." A Jingyuan officer hurriedly approached, whispering into Gao Pu's ear. He was the one Gao Pu had dispatched to monitor the Tiger Guard's movements. witnessing the raid and the ensuing battle unfold. Commander Gao, I must return to report. I will take my leave now. Dian Wei turned to depart. Gao Pu immediately declared, release the man in your grasp. He has acted recklessly in the capital and rightfully falls under the jurisdiction of my Jingyuan. Dian Wei turned, his fierce gaze locking onto Gao Pu, and calmly stated, this man seeks to eliminate members of the Wang family, who are of significant interest to His Highness. Thus, he must be connected to their encroachment upon the Crown Prince's private assets. I must take him back to report. Before Gao Pu could retort, he was interrupted by Dian Wei's firm voice. I must take this man with me, Commander Gao. I advise you to refrain from interfering in matters concerning the Crown Prince. Nearby, the Tiger Guard brought forth their steeds. Dian Wei grasped Wang Huan and mounted the horse, his blood-stained eyes fixed intently on Gao Pu. Stand aside. Gao Pu, his expression darkening, waved his hand dismissively, allowing the Jingyuan to clear the path. Let us proceed. Dian Wei nudged his horse forward, galloping away with the Tiger Guard closely trailing behind. Gao Pu watched the Tiger Guard depart, turmoil churning within him. A martial artist of the Grandmaster level had effortlessly dispatched the renowned Qiu Ming, the Sword King, leading Gao Pu to conclude that Dian Wei was at least a late-stage Grandmaster. Observing the Tiger Guard, all of whom were seasoned martial artists, it was evident from their military bearing that they were battle-hardened troops. The sudden emergence of such formidable soldiers from the East Palace, unbeknownst to the Jingyuan, made Gao Pu feel a burning embarrassment. When he first received news of the Tiger Guard, he suspected that the Jingyuan tasked with surveillance had been bribed by the Crown Prince, thus concealing crucial information. Gao Pu personally interrogated that Jingyuan officer using 36 torturous methods. Yet the officer maintained his innocence until death. Moreover, monitoring the East Palace was not solely the responsibility of the Jingyuan. Could it be that spies from other factions had also been compromised? Gao Pu found this notion implausible. The Tiger Guard could not have materialized out of thin air. He was convinced that the East Palace must harbor secret tunnels or similar covert structures. Ultimately, he arrived at an incredulous conclusion. The Tiger Guard was likely an elite force secretly nurtured by the Crown Prince. The conspiracy surrounding the East Palace, the 6 guards, and the Tiger Guard displayed an intricate connection. Perhaps Gao Pu hesitated to contemplate further, a chill running down his spine. If his suspicions were indeed accurate, this ailing Crown Prince was far more formidable than he had imagined. My lord, the East Palace's military is exceedingly arrogant. We, the Jingyuan, have never endured such indignities, voiced the discontented Jingyuan captain nearby. Gao Pu's expression darkened further. Let us pay a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 11. The absurd ledger in the main hall of the Eastern Palace. Li Jingyuan leisurely sipped his tea, awaiting the return of Dian Wei. The Tiger Guard had returned to camp, and General Dian had arrived. A eunuch's voice echoed from outside. Li Jingyuan stood up and saw Dian Wei approaching, carrying Wang Huan. Dian Wei gently set Wang Huan down, knelt on one knee, and declared in a clear voice, Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the Wang family member and their ledger. It was only fitting for General Dian to achieve such a result. Li Jingyuan helped Dian Wei to his feet, smiling naturally. His gaze curiously fell upon Wang Huan. Who is this person? Autumn Crying Sword, Wang Huan. Upon our return, we were besieged by a group of assassins intent on silencing us. Wang Huan was their final trump card, Dian Wei replied. Autumn Crying Sword, Wang Huan, is a man of Li Zhe. Li Jingyuan chuckled, nudging Wang Huan with his foot, only to discover he was already lifeless. Dian Wei, slightly embarrassed, remarked, I intended to capture him alive, but you struck him too hard. He succumbed to just one of my thrusts. I never imagined this renowned master would be so weak. Li Jingyuan shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. If he is dead, so be it. The demise of a master martial artist means Li Zhe has lost a valuable ally. Where is the secret ledger? Dian Wei produced the ledger from his armor, and Li Jingyuan immediately began to peruse it. Just then, a young eunuch hurried in, announcing that Gao Pu had come to pay his respects. Gao Pu, how punctual of him. Let him enter, Li Jingyuan said, settling back into his chair and continuing his examination of the ledger. Moments later, Gao Pu entered the grand hall with a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Li Jingyuan calmly reviewing the ledger from his elevated position, he felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply. "I pay my respects to His Highness." "There's no need for that," Li Jingyuan replied casually, setting the ledger down. He smiled at Gao Pu and said, "Commander Gao, what brings you to my palace with such interest?" "I have observed a battalion of 300 elite soldiers departing from the Eastern Palace. As the commander of the Jingyuan, it is my duty to investigate the origins of these troops," Gao Pu stated earnestly. Li Jingyuan explained nonchalantly, "You refer to the Tiger Guard. A month ago, I issued a recruitment order, and they are merely righteous men who answer the call." Gao Pu frowned slightly, replying, "These soldiers exude a fierce aura, even stronger than the Imperial Guards. They do not resemble mere righteous men. They appear more akin to seasoned warriors emerging from the battlefield." "Ha ha, Commander, you jest. The Tiger Guard was only hastily assembled for my protection. They cannot compare to the Imperial Guards," Li Jingyuan laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "Your Highness, since these Tiger Guards have come seeking fame, they should possess identification tags. I respectfully request that you allow the Jingyuan to verify their identities." Gao Pu said with a bow, "The Jingyuan's diligence is commendable, and I naturally support your efforts," Li Jingyuan said, turning to Zhao Gao. "Go retrieve the Tiger Guard's ledger and identification tags for Commander Gao to examine thoroughly." "Understood," Zhao Gao nodded and left. "Thank you, Your Highness," Gao Pu said, his brows furrowing in astonishment. He had not anticipated Li Jingyuan's prompt acquiescence, which struck him as suspicious. "Commander Gao, you must already be aware of the Wang family's grain business illegally occupying my land. How do you believe the Wang family should be dealt with?" Li Jingyuan inquired suddenly. "Illegally occupying the prince's land is an unforgivable crime. They deserve execution," Gao Pu answered without hesitation. "Indeed, they deserve execution. By the way, when the Tiger Guard captured the Wang family members, they were attacked by a group of assassins whose intent was clearly to silence them. Even a master martial artist, Autumn Crying Sword Wang Huan, was involved. Given your extensive experience in handling cases, do you believe this is merely a simple land dispute?" Li Jingyuan said with a smile. Gao Pu's expression darkened. He had sensed something amiss upon learning the circumstances, but had not pondered it deeply due to the Tiger Guard's affair. Now, prompted by Li Jingyuan, he began to reflect. He knew that Wang Huan was aligned with the 8th Prince, Li Jia. Even if the Wang family were sentenced to death for unlawfully occupying the prince's land, the repercussions would not be severe, and the 8th Prince would likely only face reprimand. However, with the 8th Prince deploying assassins and Wang Huan, the situation was undeniably more complex, indicating hidden agendas at play. "Does your Highness know something?" Gao Pu asked. Li Jingyuan replied with a mysterious smile, "What I know is of little consequence. What matters is that Commander Gao understands." Gao Pu's brows knitted tightly. The prince was subtly warning him that the Wang family's matter bore significant implications, and should it come to light, the Jingyuan would not escape blame. At that moment, Zhao Gao returned, carrying a wooden box and placing it before Gao Pu. "Commander Gao, inside this box are the Tiger Guard's ledger and identification tags." "Thank you," Gao Pu said eagerly, opening the box. Upon glancing at the identification tags, he realized something was amiss. The number exceeded mere hundreds. He swiftly examined the ledger, and as he flipped through it, his expression grew graver. After closing the ledger, he understood the true number of the Tiger Guard, but the contents rendered their numbers trivial. He quickly grabbed the identification tags, scanning through them with a furrowed brow. Finally, he turned to Li Jingyuan, taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly, "Your Highness, I can trust these identification tags, but will His Majesty? They are genuine. Why would he not believe them? If Commander Gao has doubts, feel free to investigate." Li Jingyuan replied with a smile. "I will report everything I have seen and heard to His Majesty." Gao Pu stated expressionlessly. Li Jingyuan remained unconcerned. "As you wish." Gao Pu shot Li Jingyuan a deep look, clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the information, Your Highness. I shall send someone to investigate the Wang family's grain business. I take my leave." Li Jingyuan waved him off. Gao Pu took a deep breath, placing the ledger and identification tags back into the box with utmost respect, then bowed and departed. As Li Jingyuan's smile gradually faded, he rose to open the box. casually flipping through the ledger, which contained information about the identities of the Tiger Guard. These individuals hailed from various regions of the Dahuang, but shared one common trait. They were all orphans. Even the identification tags were forgeries crafted by the Luo network, capable of deceiving even the most discerning eyes. The Jingyuan would find no discrepancies even if they investigated the addresses on the tags. Yet, the notion that 1,000 9-foot-tall seasoned warriors were all orphans was absurd, and anyone would find it hard to believe. Zhao Gao, do you think father would believe this? Li Jingyuan said calmly. Zhao Gao chuckled. If Gao Pu does not believe it, His Majesty certainly will not. Indeed, he will not believe it. But what could he do if he does not? The Jingyuan cannot uncover the truth, and his secret guards will find nothing either. As long as no issues arise. That suffices, Li Jingyuan stated calmly. However, Your Highness, he is the Emperor. Sometimes, the Emperor can disregard evidence, Zhao Gao reminded softly. Li Jingyuan nodded silently, yes. The Emperor has ways to condemn anyone he chooses. But my situation is different. Though my maternal uncle has passed, those generals and nobles he trained during his lifetime still remember the old ties. Moreover, in the contest among the 9 princes, I am needed as bait. He will not act against me for the time being. Li Jingyuan spoke with a serene tone. Over the past month, he had not only focused on cultivation, but had also invested time in untangling the web of relationships surrounding his former self and analyzing the political landscape of Dahuang. He perceived himself as an observer, an outsider, and could discern some of Emperor Heng's intentions. Next, he would address the Wang family's grain business. He pondered what rewards the system might bestow this time. Chapter 12. Favoritism upon Li Jingyuan's discovery of the prince's clandestine dealings. The system promptly assigned him a new task. New task. The prince's misappropriation case. Task information. Interfering with the prince's private assets is tantamount to defying imperial authority. Those who disregard imperial authority shall face death. Task content. The eunuch in charge of the prince's estate has deceived his superiors and colluded with outsiders to misappropriate the prince's lands for personal gain. An unforgivable crime. Conduct a thorough investigation into the prince's misappropriation case and execute all involved. Task reward, a talent gift package. Naturally, upon receiving this new task, Li Jingyuan was filled with excitement, immediately instructing his network to investigate the prince's estate. Unexpectedly, this led to the involvement of Li Zhe, and he seized the opportunity to strike against him. Li Jingyuan closed the secret tome, his expression darkened. Dissatisfied with the scant information it contained, the records were insufficient to topple Li Zhe. Zhao Gao, Wang Xiuyuan is in your hands. You must unearth all secrets pertaining to the Wang family and Li Zhe. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall handle it diligently. Meanwhile, at the Wei Wangfu, Li Zhe was furiously smashing objects in his study, leaving chaos in his wake, while the servants cowered on the floor, trembling in fear. How could Wang Huan, a master martial artist, be so easily slain? This is absurd, he raged. What right does a decrepit fool have to command the loyalty of a master martial artist? His face reddened with anger as he seized an inkstone from the table and hurled it, striking a servant squarely on the head, causing a gruesome injury that left the man unconscious. Zhang Huayan stood at the doorway, his demeanor calm, seemingly unfazed by Li Zhe's outburst, as if it was an everyday occurrence. After venting for over 10 minutes, Li Zhe finally composed himself and emerged from the study. Mr. Huayan, our situation has become precarious. Do you have any brilliant strategies to turn the tide? Li Zhe inquired solemnly. With Wang Xiuyuan now in the prince's clutches, guarded by a master martial artist, any attempt to eliminate him would require the assistance of 2 masters. Zhang Huayan sighed, fanning himself. A glint of malice flickered in Li Zhe's small eyes. He indeed harbored such a notion. Your Highness, we must summon the Chancellor. If Wang Xiuyuan possesses evidence against you, the prince will surely attack you in tomorrow's court session. Our time is limited, Zhang Huayan advised gravely. Li Zhe, begrudgingly, nodded. Go, and summon him. No, I shall go myself. Just as he prepared to leave the estate, an elderly eunuch fortuitously arrived. Lord, what brings you here? Li Zhe's expression shifted slightly as he recognized in Yan, one of the 4 chief eunuchs close to Emperor Hengxuan. His Majesty has issued a decree summoning the Wei Wang to the palace. and Yin announced in a high-pitched voice. Li Jie furrowed his brow, hurriedly asking, "Eunuch Un, why has father suddenly summoned me to the palace?" "I do not know." And Yin shook his head, then added in a hushed tone, "It was only after the chief of the Jingyuan reported to His Majesty that the decree was issued." Li Jie's heart sank. It was indeed related to today's events. He glanced back at Zhang Huayan, who nodded reassuringly. "I shall take care of what you instructed." Resolute, Li Jie smiled. "Then let us go together." As evening fell, the Tiger Guard returned to the prince's estate, escorting a group of individuals. Coincidentally, at that moment, the chief eunuch's son, Sheng, arrived. "His Majesty has decreed that the prince is to enter the palace," he proclaimed. Li Jingyuan frowned slightly, perplexed. "Eunuch's son, why has father summoned me?" Sun Sheng shook his head. "I cannot say. We serve as loyal subjects, following orders without question." As the foremost eunuch and the emperor's personal attendant, Sun Sheng certainly knew the reason, but chose to remain silent. While Li Jingyuan contemplated this, Sun Sheng suddenly whispered, "The Wei Wang is already in the palace." Li Jingyuan's eyes narrowed. "Thank you, Eunuch Sunday. Please wait a moment. I need to fetch something." After retrieving the secret tome and Wang Xiao Yuan's confession, he followed Sun Sheng into the palace. Upon entering the imperial study, he noticed Li Jie kneeling outside. The frigid air left him curled up, shivering uncontrollably. As Li Jingyuan passed by, he leaned down to observe him. "Ah, my eighth brother, curled up like a ball. I scarcely recognized you." Li Jie glared at Li Jingyuan with venomous eyes. "Do not get too smug." Li Jingyuan chuckled heartily, ignoring him as he proceeded into the imperial study. Li Jie seethed, vowing, "Just wait. I shall repay today as humiliation tenfold." As usual, Emperor Hongshuan was immersed in reviewing memorials and did not glance up when Li Jingyuan entered. Li Jingyuan bowed. "Your son pays respects to father." Emperor Hongshuan remained indifferent, as if he had not heard, continuing to peruse the documents. Li Jingyuan squinted, recognizing this as an attempt to intimidate him. He chose silence, standing still. With Li Jie kneeling outside, the longer the emperor delayed, the more discomfort Li Jie would endure, which pleased him greatly. The imperial study fell into an eerie silence. As time passed, the atmosphere grew oppressive. Even Sun Sheng began to feel uneasy, casting glances at Li Jingyuan, who remained unperturbed, even smiling back at him. After a quarter of an hour, Emperor Hongshuan finally set down his brush and looked at Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan immediately clasped his hands. "Gao Pu has informed me of your Tiger Guard affairs. Do you have something to say?" Emperor Hongshuan spoke expressionlessly. "The Tiger Guard was assembled by your son, with a clear lineage and clean background. There are no issues," Li Jingyuan replied earnestly. Emperor Hongshuan frowned, his expression darkening. "Your Tiger Guard consists entirely of entry-level martial artists, led by the General Dian Wei, a master martial artist who has slain Wang Huan. How could such experts be recruited by you?" "I am the crown prince of the Hong. Inevitably, there will be those who recognize the value of my title," Li Jingyuan replied with a smile. Emperor Hongshuan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Li Jingyuan. "I have underestimated you." "Not at all. I merely wish to live a peaceful life. I have long since lost my attachment to the title of crown prince. Whether I sit upon the throne or not matters little to me. But alas, there are those who cannot wait. Poison, palace intrigue, pushing me to the brink of death. All my actions are driven by the need to survive." Li Jingyuan feigned helplessness, offering a bitter smile. Emperor Hongshuan fell silent, choosing not to pursue the topic of the Tiger Guard further. Quickly, he shifted to another matter. "I am aware of the Wang family's grain business encroaching upon the princess estate. Half of this issue stems from your negligence in appointing personnel." Indeed, Li Jingyuan conceded without dispute. "All individuals aware of the matters at the prince's estate shall be executed, and all participants from the Wang family's grain business in the capital shall also be eliminated. The Wang family shall compensate for the losses endured by the prince's estate over the years. This matter will conclude here." Emperor Hongshuan intended to resolve this issue decisively, but Li Jingyuan would not acquiesce. Having finally grasped a weakness in Li Jie, he was not about to let it slip away easily. "If the Wang family merely misappropriated my lands, this matter could conclude here, but their crimes extend beyond that," Li Jingyuan declared, kneeling earnestly. I beseech you to investigate Wei Wang Li's collusion with the Wang family of Taibu, using the transport of grain as a cover for the smuggling of weapons and armor. Li Jingyuan produced the secret tome and the confession. This is the secret tome from the Wang family of Taibu, detailing Wei Wang's smuggling of weapons and armor. The evidence and witnesses are present. I implore you, Father, to punish them severely. Emperor Hongshuan's expression darkened. Sun Sheng hurriedly descended from a dais, taking the secret tome and confession, presenting them before Emperor Hongshuan. After reviewing the confession, the emperor began to examine the tome. Upon finishing, Emperor Hongshuan simply stated, "I understand." Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow and continued. The king of Wei is clandestinely transporting weapons and armor, possibly harboring intentions of treason. I'm deeply concerned for Father Emperor's safety. Emperor Hongshuan abruptly struck the imperial table, interrupting Li Jingyuan's words. He cast a cold glare at Li Jingyuan and declared, "I have said I am aware." With a heavy heart, Li Jingyuan lowered his head, sensing the emperor's evident favoritism towards Li Jia. "I understand, Your Majesty," he replied, though 1,000 grievances churned within him. For now, he could only swallow his indignation. Seeing Li Jingyuan relent, Emperor Hongshuan finally withdrew his gaze, letting out a frosty snort. Li Jingyuan soon raised his head again and spoke solemnly. "I have discovered that the Wang clan of Taibu is hoarding grain during this harsh winter, artificially inflating prices without regard for the lives of the common folk of Daheng. The Wang clan has already violated the foundational grain policies established by Emperor Jingyuan. I implore you to punish the Wang clan of Taibu and their 9 generations, so that the principles of grain distribution may be forever remembered across the realm." The emperor's expression darkened, his hawkish eyes shadowed. The Wang clan of Taibu and their grain alliance hold significant influence. For the time being, they cannot be touched. I shall keep a watchful eye on this matter, so you need not concern yourself. Li Jingyuan's spirits sank once more. He pondered briefly before speaking again. The Autumn Sword Master Wang Huan unjustly attacked the Eastern Palace's Tiger Guard. This crime is utterly unforgivable. The Ta Qiu sect, to which Wang Huan belongs, has grown increasingly arrogant in recent years, consistently disregarding the laws of the court. Their disciples have frequently committed heinous acts. Thus, the Ta Qiu sect has become a malignant tumor within Daheng. I beseech you to take action against the Ta Qiu sect, delivering a bloody warning to the martial world of Daheng, so that all may understand that Daheng belongs to Father Emperor. Emperor Hongshuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Jingyuan, contemplating for a moment. Did you not establish the Tiger Guard? If you wish to take action against the Ta Qiu sect, let your Tiger Guard handle it. I accept your command, Li Jingyuan replied, finally exhaling in relief. Return to your eastern palace. Emperor Hongshuan gestured dismissively, his mind troubled, wishing to see no more of Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan complied. Chapter 13. The emperor's machinations, the clandestine transportation of weapons and armor, could easily be overlooked, yet Emperor Hongshuan's heart was truly skewed beyond reason. Li Jingyuan exited the imperial study with a dark expression, not even casting a glance at the trembling Li Jia, and left without hesitation. At that moment, eunuch's son stepped forth. Prince Wei, His Majesty requests your presence. Li Jia attempted to rise, but after kneeling for so long, his knees had gone numb, and his body had stiffened, rendering him unable to stand. Eunuch's son approached and supported Li Jia, channeling a surge of internal energy into him. A warm current coursing through his body, expelling the chill within. Li Jia expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Eunuch Sunday hurry and assist Prince Wei to his feet. Eunuch Sun scolded the other eunuchs. 2 of them helped Li Jia into the imperial study. Li Jia shook off their hands, enduring the pain in his legs, and respectfully knelt before Emperor Hongshuan to pay his respects. Although Li Jia was arrogant and overbearing in public, he maintained an impeccable demeanor before Emperor Hongshuan. Forever the obedient son, which endeared him to the emperor. Emperor Hongshuan seized a secret document from the imperial desk and struck it upon Li Jia's head, startling him into a hasty apology. The emperor pointed at Li Jia, angrily demanding he examine the contents of the document. Li Jia quickly picked it up and began to peruse it, his complexion growing increasingly fearful, ultimately prostrating himself and exclaiming, I know my sins. Do you comprehend what would happen if this document and the accompanying testimony were to surface at tomorrow's morning court session? Emperor Hengshuan fumed, throwing a memorial at Li Jie. Li Jie dared not speak, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Once the emperor's fury subsided, he looked at Li Jie with disappointment, stating, "I am not angered by the smuggling of weapons and armor. Rather, I am infuriated that such highly confidential matters have left behind evidence. I am deeply disappointed in you. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." At that moment, the voice of a eunuch echoed from outside the imperial study. Emperor Hengshuan snorted coldly and returned to his dragon throne. A dignified and elegant woman hurried into the study. It was Li Jie's mother, the current Empress Dong. Upon seeing her kneeling son, the Empress rushed forward. "Oh, my child, your hands are so cold." Li Jie pitifully shook his head. "Mother, I am fine." She touched his forehead, her expression growing more anxious. "Your forehead is burning hot. You are running a fever and yet claim to be fine." Sun Sheng, quickly fetch the imperial physician. Eunuch Sun glanced at Emperor Hengshuan, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to summon the physician at once. The Empress's countenance darkened. "Your Majesty, what crime has my son committed to deserve such punishment?" "Humph. Your good son is becoming increasingly unruly," Emperor Hengshuan retorted. The Empress's expression shifted. It was the first time she had heard such harsh words from the Emperor. Realizing that Li Jie's transgression was indeed grave, her tone softened involuntarily. He is still young and does not fully comprehend his actions. Moreover, as his parents, we should correct him properly. Your Majesty is the pillar of the nation, and if Li Jie were to upset your health, it would be an unforgivable sin. The Empress's words quelled some of Emperor Hengshuan's anger. Noticing Li Jie's pale face, he felt a pang of compassion. "Rise. Remember today's lesson and use your intellect in all future endeavors." Li Jie's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "I will remember, Your Majesty." "You may leave with your mother." The Emperor waved his hand. "Yes, my son, come, let us assist Prince Wei," the Empress urged as she led Li Jie out of the imperial study. Emperor Hengshuan sat expressionless upon his throne, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. "Old fool, what do you think of my crown prince? I am merely a eunuch, not one of those astrologers from the Imperial Observatory. I cannot assess a person." Eunuch Sun replied with a bow and a smile. Having served Emperor Hengshuan for most of his life, he understood his character and knew precisely what to say and what to avoid. Emperor Hengshuan shot him a glance and coldly admonished, "Old fool, you only pretend to be oblivious. Your Majesty is correct. I am old and do not think much. My greatest hope now is to serve you well." Eunuch Sun flattered. Emperor Hengshuan pointed at him, mockingly scolding, "Old fool, no wonder you have survived at my side until now." Eunuch Sun chuckled silently. "My crown prince is becoming increasingly formidable." The raid on the Wang family was swift and decisive, indicating he has thoroughly grasped their secrets. The shadow guards merely uncovered the location of the Wang family's hidden cellar, but were oblivious to the existence of the document. This implies that the crown prince may possess intelligence capabilities exceeding those of the shadow guards. Emperor Hengshuan mused. Having long known of Li Jie's secret dealings with the Wang family, merely turning a blind eye, the shadow guard's reconnaissance was inadequate. "Please punish them, Your Majesty." A deep voice emerged from a shadowy corner, a figure kneeling in the darkness. Emperor Hengshuan cast a fleeting glance, coldly declaring, "The shadow guards responsible for gathering intelligence on the Wang family shall be executed." "Understood." The shadowy figure responded before vanishing into the gloom. "What troubles me further is the Tiger Guard. Could it be connected to the Marquis of Huaiyang?" Emperor Hengshuan furrowed his brows in contemplation. At this mention, Eunuch Sun's eyes widened in fear. The Marquis of Huaiyang was Li Jingyuan's uncle, a former general commanding 200,000 troops. The deaths of Empress Shi and the Marquis of Huaiyang were steeped in too many secrets and entanglements, still a taboo today that no one dared to mention. He hastily focused his attention elsewhere, pretending he had heard nothing. "Commander Gao Pu of the Jingyuan seeks an audience with Your Majesty." A voice suddenly called from outside the hall. Emperor Hengshuan raised an eyebrow. "Let him enter." Gao Pu rushed in, kneeling quickly. "Your Majesty, I must report that the Crown Prince was attacked by assassins on his way back to the Eastern Palace." Emperor Hongshuan's expression shifted. Is the crown prince unharmed? General Jingyuan of the Tiger Guard provided strong protection. The crown prince has only sustained minor injuries, Gao Pu replied. Emperor Hongshuan let out a sigh of relief, though his face darkened. Can we ascertain the origins of these assassins? Gao Pu hesitated before speaking. Some of the assassins were retainers of Prince Wei, and several of the dead assassins bore secret tattoos linked to Prince Wei's manor. Emperor Hongshuan did not react with anger, but rather with a smile. It appears this is the handiwork of Little Eight. Gao Pu bowed his head in silence, hesitant to answer the unspoken question. Were there any survivors? When we arrived, all the assassins were dead. Even General Dian Wei, a master martial artist, could not leave any alive. Their skills were impressive. Emperor Hongshuan waved his hand, dismissing Gao Pu. Investigate thoroughly. This assassination attempt was neither early nor late. Perfectly timed, right after Little Eight's punishment. Emperor Hongshuan remained calm, almost certain that Li Zhou was not behind the attack. He suddenly chuckled. It seems someone has taken action. Could be the second prince? He certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Eunuch's son felt a chill at the emperor's smile. His own son was embroiled in such fierce competition, yet the emperor remained in good spirits. It was a peculiar taste for mischief. Emperor Hongshuan pondered and then instructed, Son Sheng, issue an edict. Prince Wei shall be punished for his disrespect towards his elder brother. His stipend will be suspended for a year, and he is to undergo a month of solitary reflection, barred from entering the palace without summons. Eunuch's son paused for a moment, then comprehended Emperor Hongshuan's intention. The assassination attempt pointed toward Prince Wei, with all assassins dead, leaving him unable to defend himself. Should Emperor Hongshuan choose not to punish Prince Wei, it would lead to rumors in the capital proclaiming Prince Wei's boundless favor and endless imperial love. However, this would not be a blessing, but rather a calamity. At that point, Prince Wei would become a thorn in the side of the other princes, a prime target for attack. Emperor Hongshuan's punishment was, in truth, a form of protection. Old fool, do you think this assassination was orchestrated by the crown prince himself? Emperor Hongshuan suddenly inquired of Eunuch Sunday. Sun Gongong's eyes widened in terror, his entire face contorting with visible panic as he hastily fell to his knees. Your Majesty, please do not frighten this old servant. I am unaware of such matters. Look at you, such a cowardly figure, an utterly useless old fool. Emperor Hongshuan scoffed in dissatisfaction. Yes. This old servant is indeed of no use, Sun Gongong replied submissively. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at him. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Sheng wiped the invisible sweat from his forehead, trembling as he stood up. Throughout history, the intentions of emperors have been inscrutable. To misinterpret them could lead to death. To interpret them correctly often resulted in a similar fate. Especially concerning matters of the royal family, it is best for those in servitude to refrain from guessing, to avoid speculation entirely. A moment later, Emperor Hongshuan seemed to come to a realization. He rose, his mood appearing to lighten as he exited the imperial study, gazing into the pitch-black, frigid night, murmuring softly, what a splendid assassination this is. Chapter 14. Sleepless Night. This assassination was not orchestrated by Li Jingyuan himself. Rather, he found himself pondering the identity of the mastermind behind this attack. The connections to the Wei royal residence and its assassins, marked by tattoos, seemed to point inexorably towards Li Zhou. Yet, Li Jingyuan was equally incredulous that Li Zhou would dare to strike at such a precarious moment, especially with the formidable master Dian Wei guarding him. The key assailants were notably weak, lacking even the innate strength of a foundational warrior, which was clearly a setup to frame someone else. However, the perpetrator had executed their plan with such meticulous precision that no clues were left behind. Li Jingyuan surmised that it was likely the work of several other princes. As he touched the wound on his arm, a faint smile flickered across his face. The assassins were woefully inadequate. They could not even breach the defenses of the Tiger Guard, let alone come close enough to inflict harm upon him. In truth, he had inflicted the wound upon himself. Immediately suspecting that someone was attempting to frame Li Zhou, he had cleverly played into their hands, wounding himself to amplify the situation and shift the blame onto Li Zhou. The Wang family and those treacherous sycophants around the crown prince shall all be executed at noon tomorrow in the marketplace. Let the news spread throughout the capital. Li Jingyuan declared coldly. Understood. Zhao Gao nodded respectfully. Dian Wei, at dawn tomorrow, mobilize the entire Tiger Guard. We shall trample the Taichio sect underfoot. I intend to use their blood to send a shockwave through the capital. Li Jingyuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The emperor's favoritism had thwarted his schemes, and he was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He sought to express his rage and dissatisfaction through the blood of the Taichio sect. Dian Wei clasped his fists, exuding an aura of fierce determination. This subordinate shall obey. Go and prepare, Dian Wei commanded before taking his leave. Li Jingyuan adjusted his robe and stepped outside, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gradually calming his demeanor. It was common knowledge that the Taichio sect had allied with the Wei royal family. Perhaps some within that sect did not deserve death, but they had chosen the wrong side. In the struggle for succession, choosing the wrong side was a grave sin. This was also an opportunity for him to establish his own style of governance and assert his authority. Li Jingyuan aimed to ensure that everyone recognized that he, the crown prince, was unlike any other. There was another, more crucial reason for his intent to trample the Taichio sect. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he opened the system interface, where two mission icons stood out prominently. The first was labeled Crown Prince Zhuang's land-grabbing case, and the second was a newly issued task, the Edge of the Crown Prince. Task information. In the struggle for succession, life and death are at stake. All enemies must be slain. Task content. The Taichio sect disrespects the imperial court and the crown prince, deserving of death. The Taichio sect is burdened by blood debts and must face execution. As a faction under Wei Wang Lizhe, this crime is unforgivable. All must be eradicated. The host is commanded to trample the Taichio sect, forging the crown prince's brilliance with their blood. Task reward. Unparalleled Hero Gift Pack. The Unparalleled Hero Gift Pack could yield characters of unmatched caliber. Upon completing the Edge of the Crown Prince, he would gain an additional expert of Dian Wei's level under his command. The annihilation of the Taichio sect was inevitable, and no one could prevent it. Li Jingyuan's expression shifted slightly, his gaze piercing through the night as he mused. Many have come tonight. Since dusk, numerous figures had infiltrated, with two groups already apprehended. One group consisted of the Jinyui's secret agents, while the other comprised assassins who remained tight-lipped and were thus eliminated. Zhao Gao reported calmly. Li Jingyuan nodded. Guests shall not leave. Zhao Gao smiled softly, a hint of crimson flashing in his calm eyes as he ominously replied, Indeed, no one shall leave the East Palace alive tonight. As the night wore on, the East Palace, shrouded in darkness, resembled the gaping maw of a malevolent demon, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. In a shadowy alley outside the East Palace, several figures stood, their features illuminated by the hazy moonlight. Among them was Gao Pu, the commander of the Jinyui, whose countenance was grave and solemn. The Jinyui had dispatched two groups of adept scouts, yet once they entered the East Palace, they had not returned, nor had any sign of their presence been detected. Among the second wave of scouts were three innate warriors, one at the pinnacle of their kind. Despite the presence of a master in the East Palace, it was inconceivable that no noise had escaped. Gao Pu was convinced that there was not just one master within the East Palace. He had witnessed Dian Wei's martial prowess, bold and unrestrained. While he could easily eliminate a peak innate Jinyui scout, it was impossible to do so silently. Thus, it was apparent that another master, skilled in assassination, lurked within. Drawing a sharp breath, Gao Pu realized that the crown prince was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. We are not the only ones probing the East Palace. There are dozens of unidentified figures clad in black who have entered the palace since nightfall and have not emerged. They too must have perished within. Where did the crown prince find such formidable experts? One of his subordinates questioned, perplexed. Our crown prince is exceedingly cunning and deeply scheming. In the future, be cautious in your dealings with him. Should you provoke his ire, I may not be able to safeguard you, Gao Pu warned darkly. The event of the day had shattered his previous assumptions about Li Jingyuan. He was now utterly convinced that the crown prince's previous frail persona was a facade. a deliberate act of restraint while he secretly amassed power. Now, when he regarded Li Jingyuan, he saw a coiled serpent, patient yet lethal. Such individuals are best left undisturbed, especially when one holds the title of Crown Prince. "Commander, should we dispatch more personnel?" one of his subordinates inquired. Gao Pu shook his head. "Unless they are masters, anyone else would meet the same fate upon entry. To gather intelligence silently on the East Palace, a celestial realm expert would be required. Alas, our Jingyuan lacks such capable individuals." For a moment, Gao Pu contemplated infiltrating himself, confident that he could return unscathed, but his identity would undoubtedly be exposed, and he did not wish to incur the Crown Prince's wrath. Alas, the task assigned by His Majesty may remain unfulfilled. The Dark Guards by His Majesty's side will surely take action. If they too fall within, His Majesty will not hold us accountable, Gao Pu mused, his gaze fixed intently on the East Palace, eagerly anticipating the demise of the Dark Guards within. At the entrance of the East Palace's main hall, Zhao Gao sat composedly in a chair. Before him lay a plate of peanuts and a fine jar of wine. He leisurely munched on peanuts, savoring the wine while enjoying the snowy scenery, finding a peculiar pleasure in the moment. Suddenly, Zhao Gao froze, a glint of crimson appearing in his calm eyes. In the next instant, he vanished. He reappeared in a deserted garden where no one was present. Zhao Gao's gaze fixated on the pavilion. "Who might you be?" he inquired calmly. From behind one of the pavilion's columns emerged a shadowy figure clad in black, obscuring their features, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. "My apologies. It seems I've taken a wrong turn. I shall depart now," the black-clad figure rasped. Zhao Gao chuckled softly. "You've taken a wrong turn into the East Palace? What an amusing twist of fate." The black figure fell silent for a moment before vanishing in an instant. "Since you have arrived, do not leave," Zhao Gao commanded, a wave of his hand enveloping the garden in a terrifying aura. He unsheathed a slender sword from his voluminous sleeve. In a flash, he disappeared, and a clash of metal rang out, revealing Zhao Gao once more, his blade stained with crimson. Furrowing his brow, his expression darkened. The assailant was a martial artist at the peak of mastery, adept at a secret escape technique, having fled the East Palace at the cost of grievous injury. Shadows materialized around Zhao Gao, all kneeling on one knee. They were the assassins of the Luo network, who had silently dispatched all intruders within the East Palace. "Disperse," Zhao Gao commanded in a low tone, and the Luo network assassins vanished instantly. Zhao Gao stepped away, arriving at Li Jingyuan's chambers. Li Jingyuan, clad in sleepwear, stood at the door, having been roused by the fleeting celestial aura that had just passed. Zhao Gao immediately knelt. "Your Highness, a master of the late stages has just infiltrated. This old servant failed to detain him. I humbly request your judgment. You are indeed a master of celestial phenomena, yet you failed to capture the opponent?" Li Jingyuan expressed his astonishment. He employed a rather peculiar technique of escape. "I only managed to inflict serious injury upon him." Li Jingyuan stroked his chin in contemplation. In the capital, a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the master realm could only be a clandestine guardian of Emperor Hongshuan, possessing unique secret skills. A cold smile crept across Li Jingyuan's face. "A guardian of such caliber, Emperor Hongshuan truly regards me highly. I surmise that if you wish to eliminate him, it would still be feasible. Your decision not to pursue stems from two reasons. Firstly, to guard the Eastern Palace and prevent any diversion of attention. Secondly, you discerned that he was an assassin, hence refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, it is advisable for His Highness to avoid a complete rupture with Emperor Hongshuan for the time being. Thus it is best to spare that guardian's life." Zhao Gao replied candidly. Li Jingyuan chuckled heartily. "You have done well. Rise. I shall indulge in a brief slumber, and tonight you shall exert yourself further." The old servant acknowledged the command. Chapter 15. The world as a chessboard, hearts as the game in the royal palace. The imperial study glowed brightly tonight, with flickering red candles casting dancing shadows. However, unlike any ordinary night, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the chamber, rendering it suffocating. All the eunuchs and palace maids, except for Eunuch Sun, knelt on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. Emperor Hongxuan, garbed in sleepwear with a luxurious mink cloak draped over his shoulders, appeared as though he had just risen from slumber. He paced restlessly before the imperial desk, his countenance as dark as the depths of water, uttering not a single word, his gaze occasionally darting toward the door, as though anticipating something. "Your Majesty, the commander of the Jingyuan, Gaopu, requests an audience," a eunuch hurriedly announced. "Refuse him. Let him kneel outside." Emperor Hongxuan coldly gestured dismissively. Moments later, a shadow emerged from the corner of the study. Upon recognizing this figure, Emperor Hongxuan's expression finally shifted. "Everyone, leave," he commanded in a low voice. The kneeling eunuchs and maids felt as though they had received a reprieve and hastily exited the study. Once the room was empty, the shadow stepped forward. It was the leader of the Dark Guards. "And have you confirmed it?" Emperor Hongxuan directly inquired. "It is confirmed. He is indeed at the celestial phenomenon realm in the initial stage. I did not engage him, so I cannot ascertain the nature of his martial arts." And he replied solemnly. "Celestial phenomenon realm. Where did he acquire such prowess?" Emperor Hongxuan's brow furrowed deeper, his tone growing colder. The individual they spoke of was none other than Zhao Gao. The Dark Guard's peak master had ventured into the Eastern Palace, only to return grievously injured. This matter was far too grave, and he had hurriedly reported to Emperor Hongxuan, rousing him from his slumber. The news left Emperor Hongxuan momentarily bewildered. How could a seemingly frail and sickly prince suddenly be accompanied by a suspected master of the celestial phenomenon realm? It felt almost ludicrous. Yet, regardless of how outrageous the Dark Guard's report might be, Emperor Hongxuan chose to believe it, for the Dark Guards would never betray the great Emperor of Dahong. He immediately instructed an to venture to the Eastern Palace to ascertain Zhao Gao's strength and background. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. "Did you uncover his identity?" Emperor Hongxuan inquired urgently. "He claims to be a former eunuch of the palace, having received favor from Empress Shi during the Yuxiu Palace incident 28 years ago. Now, he serves the prince in repayment of the Empress's kindness," and he recounted Zhao Gao's fabricated identity. At the mention of Empress Shi, a complex expression flashed across Emperor Hongxuan's eyes before he returned to his cold demeanor. "Do you find his words credible? He is indeed a eunuch, and his demeanor resembles that of eunuch's son, making it plausible he hails from the palace. As for his claim of repaying kindness, I remain skeptical," and he stated. 28 years ago, you two were responsible for the Yuxiu Palace incident. How much do you remember?" Emperor Hongxuan pressed. The Yuxiu Palace incident, which had shaken the capital, implicated over 2,000 individuals across 3 palaces and 5 courts, with casualty estimates reaching up to 20,000. This was the first significant case since Emperor Hongxuan ascended the throne. In a fit of rage, he had ordered the execution of all involved. However, Empress Shi had pleaded for the innocent to be spared, leading to the survival of over 1,000 eunuchs and maids, who were subsequently expelled from the palace. Empress Shi, feeling pity for them, had even provided them with travel expenses. Those surviving eunuchs and maids held deep gratitude toward her. Whether Zhao Gao belonged to that group remained uncertain. If he did, the notion of repaying kindness would indeed make sense. Eunuch's son, aware of Emperor Hongxuan's unspoken questions, promptly interjected, "Oh?" Emperor Hongxuan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. And he continued, "Of the over 1,000 who left the palace, approximately half of the eunuch's whereabouts have remained unknown. Additionally, due to the involvement of that individual in the Yuxiu Palace case, Your Majesty ordered the destruction of all records post-investigation. It has been 28 years. The palace may not have retained their information, making it challenging to confirm his identity. Challenging, yet necessary to investigate," Emperor Hongxuan asserted. "Yes, the Dark Guards will conduct a thorough inquiry," and he affirmed. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Hongxuan dismissed an leaving only himself and eunuch's son in the study. The silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The celestial phenomenon realm. Such individuals possess clarity of mind and are unlikely to lie. "My prince is fortunate," Emperor Hongxuan murmured. Zhao Gao, Dianwei, celestial phenomenon. "Masters, how has the Eastern Palace suddenly gained momentum? This game has taken an unexpected turn," he pondered. Eunuch's son bowed deeply, his words laden with meaning. Your Majesty is the player, while others are merely pieces. Regardless of how the pieces shift, they cannot escape the board. The grand scheme is already in motion. Minor alterations hold little significance. Emperor Hongshuan laughed heartily, his mood noticeably uplifted. Old fellow, you possess insight at times. This game I play, with the world as my chessboard and the hearts of men as the pieces, all are but pawns. One celestial phenomenon master cannot alter the grand design, he declared, his demeanor sharpened and exuding imperial confidence. Yet the prince is ultimately not my choice. This sigh caused eunuch's son to tense, lowering his gaze in trepidation. Old fellow, do you believe my prince has been concealing his talents? Previously, he languished in the eastern palace, neglecting state affairs. Now, however, he shines as sharply as a blade, Emperor Hongshuan suddenly queried. Eunuch's son cautiously replied. Perhaps he has emerged from the brink of death, resulting in a dramatic change of character. Emperor Hongshuan expressed dissatisfaction with this response. Humph. I suspect it is the celestial phenomenon master who has emboldened him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Eunuch's son hastily agreed. I do feel a twinge of guilt regarding the prince, Emperor Hongshuan added, casting Eunuch's son into a state of confusion. The mind of an emperor is notoriously difficult to decipher. Emperor Hongshuan appeared to have reached a conclusion, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes, a drastic change of character or hidden talents. Let him test his mettle on this chessboard. Whether he can alter the course depends on his own capabilities. Rising from his seat, he seized the imperial brush from the table and, with a bold stroke, inscribed a single character on the imperial paper. Eunuch's son leaned in to observe, recognizing it as the character for change. He promptly complimented. Your Majesty's brushwork is vigorous and powerful. It might rival even Yen Sibai. I would not dare compare my calligraphy to Yen Sibai's. Yet his characters pale in comparison to mine, Emperor Hongshuan replied with confidence. Eunuch's son quickly added, Yen Sibai often states that one can discern a person's character through their writing. Your Majesty's characters exude dominance. A mere Yen Sibai could never match the imperial grandeur that engulfs the realm. Emperor Hongshuan laughed and chided, old fellow, you possess a way with words. Deliver this character to Gao Pu, instructing him to kneel until dawn. Emperor Hongshuan commanded, coldness flickering in his eyes. Yes, Eunuch's son replied, cautiously folding the imperial paper before exiting the study. Outside the grand hall, Gao Pu knelt motionless. Eunuch's son, what message does His Majesty bestow upon me? Gao Pu inquired, his brow furrowed as he examined the imperial decree. This character signifies change, Eunuch's son hinted meaningfully. The performance of the Jingyuan has greatly disappointed His Majesty. Gao Pu, the Jingyuan exists solely to serve His Majesty. Without that, it would be rendered unnecessary, Eunuch's son cautioned. Gao Pu, frightened, quickly bowed his head in reverence. The Jingyuan will forever remain loyal to His Majesty. His Majesty has commanded you to kneel until dawn. Do you comprehend his intent? Eunuch's son reiterated, I understand, and I humbly thank His Majesty for his grace. Gao Pu immediately replied, prostrating himself toward the imperial study. This act of kneeling served as both punishment for Gao Pu's ineffective management and a means of forgiving his negligence. His Majesty is aware of your loyalty, Gao Pu. Do not repeatedly bring disappointment upon him, Eunuch's son advised gratefully. Thank you, Eunuch's son, for your guidance. I'm immensely grateful. Eunuch's son, may I inquire about His Majesty's stance on the Eastern Palace? The smile on Master Sun's face instantly vanished. High Commander, we, as servants, should merely attend to our duties. One must never attempt to fathom the Emperor's heart. Those who dare to do so will inevitably meet a grim fate. Gao Puxin felt a tightening in his chest and quickly replied, Yes, thank you for the reminder, Master Sunday. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Master Sun nodded in silence and turned to leave. Gao Pu gazed at the amendments on the imperial document for a long while, then lifted his eyes to the dimming imperial study. Quietly, he folded the document and tucked it into his inner garment. Bowing his head, he knelt in silence, faintly hearing a few indistinct murmurs. Jingyuan, Eastern Palace, Crown Prince. Chapter 16. The movement of the Tiger Guard and the tremors in Kyoto the following day. Li Jingyuan rose early, finding Zhao Gao already awaiting him outside the hall to report on the events of the previous night. The leader of the dark arts, possessing a cultivation level in the latter stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, overshadowed Zhao Gao. The imperial family's depth should not be underestimated. Li Jingyuan's expression was grave, though not particularly surprised, as it was within his expectations. Setting aside matters concerning the dark guards for the moment, the immediate focus was crucial. Li Jingyuan and Zhao Gao hastened toward the Tiger Guard barracks. Dian Wei stood with 1,000 Tiger Guards at the martial training ground, each serious of countenance and fully equipped. The military display was impressive, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Upon Li Jingyuan's arrival at the elevated platform, Dian Wei commanded, and all the Tiger Guards knelt on one knee, their right hands placed upon their chests. "Your Highness," they intoned in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, echoing beyond the Eastern Palace. The spies lurking nearby were startled by the collective shout, their anxious gazes darting toward the Eastern Palace, eager to glimpse what transpired beyond the towering palace walls. Li Jingyuan raised his hand. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," they responded, moving as one, swift and precise, igniting a fervor within Li Jingyuan. "Today, we shall trample the Taichio sect. I have but one demand." He approached the edge of the platform, his gaze sharp and stern as he addressed the 1,000 Tiger Guards below. "Bloodily cleanse the Taichio sect. Let their blood be a testament to your might." "Yes, yes, yes," came the resounding agreement, the air thickening with a sense of impending conflict. "Excellent," Li Jingyuan declared, thoroughly pleased with the Tiger Guards. "Prepare to depart. Everyone, mount your steeds." At Dian Wei's command, the Tiger Guards swiftly mounted their war horses. Li Jingyuan approached an opulent carriage, deciding to accompany them for the day. His path as a tyrant was destined to be drenched in blood, without malice, yet unsteady. This journey would provide him, a fledgling raised in a harmonious society, with ample opportunities to endure trials by fire and sharpen his resolve. As the southern gate of the Eastern Palace swung open, the Tiger Guards proceeded in an orderly fashion. A dozen of them, urging their horses, surged ahead to clear the way, ensuring a swift passage. With the Tiger Guards in motion, news spread like wildfire throughout Kyoto. In the imperial study, Emperor Hongshuan furrowed his brow. He possesses quite the audacity. Moments later, he sighed. "Alas, he is still my son. He cannot perish carelessly outside. Have Gao Pu keep a watchful eye." "Yes," Eunuch Sun promptly dispatched someone to inform Gao Pu, in the Wei royal residence. Liege's gaze was fierce. He dares to leave the city? Does he truly believe a master can protect him? Initially, he had no means to deal with him. But now, away from the capital, it was tantamount to courting death. He had intended to use the Taichio sect to exchange for the Tiger Guards and eliminate the Crown Prince's allies. But he never anticipated that the prince would be foolish enough to confront them directly. Zhang Huayan shook his head, lamenting the Crown Prince's folly. Using the Taichio sect to replace the Crown Prince is still a worthwhile trade. Zhang Huayan countered. "Your Highness, this is not a profitable exchange. I have previously mentioned that should your grand ambitions come to fruition, 3 aspects are crucial: the court, the military, and the martial world. With Prime Minister Dong firmly in place, you need not worry about the court. The military is of utmost importance to His Majesty, strictly controlled, and infiltration takes time. Therefore, your emphasis should be on the martial world. The Taichio sect is a card you have played to engage the martial forces, a key to unite them. Should the Taichio sect fall, your hard-earned reputation among these factions will suffer greatly. Years of effort could be obliterated in an instant." Liege slammed the table, gritting his teeth in anger. "It is all that useless fool's fault," Zhang Huayan calmly stated. "This situation has taken a turn. Only if the Crown Prince perishes at the Taichio sect can the losses be mitigated. Then let him die on Taichio Mountain," Liege declared resolutely, showing no regard for brotherly ties. Zhang Huayan nodded solemnly. "Should the Crown Prince die, the court will inevitably be enraged, and your brothers will undoubtedly rise against you. Prime Minister Dong must be informed in advance. You shall go to the Dong residence yourself and relay this matter to my grandfather." Zhang Huayan immediately set off for Dong's residence to inform Prime Minister Dong. Dong Zhengdao lowered his head, examining the secret edict penned by Li Jie, his expression impassive, his gaze devoid of any ripple. Having navigated the court for decades, he had mastered the art of remaining unperturbed. After reading, he rose calmly and burned the edict to ashes with a fire stick. If we must act, let us do so thoroughly. Not a single soul among those privy to the Taichio sect's secrets shall survive. None involved in this matter must remain. Zhang Huan respectfully assured. Rest assured, Prime Minister, I have made ample preparations. After today, there will be no survivors on Taichio Mountain, and no one from the Wei royal residence has left Kyoto today. Dong Zhengdao nodded. I shall make the necessary arrangements in the court. He regarded Zhang Huan intently. Should anything go awry, the Wei prince will remain ignorant. All blame shall fall upon you. Zhang Huan stiffened, inhaling deeply, bowing deeply to Dong Zhengdao, and calmly replied, That is indeed the case. Dong Zhengdao patted his shoulder. Leave through the secret passage. You have not been here today. Farewell, senior. In the residence of the second prince, Li Xian listened to his subordinate's report and couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing, how amusing. My dear crown prince brother actually possesses the courage to venture to the Taichio sect himself. Perhaps he believes the Tiger Guards can ensure his safety, remarked a middle-aged man beside him, holding a sword. Li Xian shook his head. I have observed the Tiger Guards from afar. They're military-bearing rivals that are the most elite imperial guards. General Dian Wei is indeed formidable. Yet, too many here wish him dead. Even a master may fall short. I suspect my brothers are already restless. Li Xian chuckled lightly. The sword-bearing man responded. I know not about the other princes, but the Wei prince will undoubtedly take action. Li Xian nodded. The Taichio sect is a significant asset for the 8th prince, a hand extended towards the martial world. He will not idly watch it fall. At the very least, he must exchange the Tiger Guards for the crown prince. My 8th brother is ruthless. He might just execute unexpected maneuvers. Li Xian's excitement grew with each word. This grand spectacle is far too intriguing. I wish to witness it firsthand. The sword-bearing man glanced at him. You ought to refrain from meddling. Should the crown prince encounter misfortune, you won't be in Kyoto to clarify matters. Li Xian stretched lazily, somewhat regretful. What a pity, what a pity. I sincerely hope my crown prince brother meets his end on Taichio Mountain. Li Xian mused. Should I intervene? I could eliminate Dian Wei. The sword-bearing man remarked coolly. Do not forget that your purple blood sword, Shen Yingfeng, is my subordinate. Shen Yingfeng, the foremost expert under Li Xian, had once ranked 13th among the swordsmen of the martial world a decade ago, achieving a remarkable feat of defeating a master with his half-step master cultivation. Father is surely watching this unfold. We should avoid rash actions. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of the Taichio sect is sealed, and the Wei prince's reach into the martial realm shall be curtailed. Li Xian's gaze remained fixed on the martial world. The fall of the Taichio sect would undoubtedly benefit him most. Let us observe. As the clam and the heron contend, the fishermen shall reap the rewards. Let them clash fiercely. Li Xian was filled with excitement. Regardless of this matter, I feel the recent bottleneck is loosening. I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Gulme, prepare my sword. Shen Yingfeng hesitated. Finding someone else to tend to your sword would yield similar results. They cannot compare to you. Do not dawdle. Hurry up. Reluctantly, Shen Yingfeng complied. Responses from other royal princes varied. Some, like Li Xian, merely observed from the sidelines, while others discreetly engaged in their own schemes, all wishing for Li Jingyuan's return to be anything but smooth. Chapter 17. The generous King Wei today, the wind and snow are fierce, blanketing the world in white. The Tiger Guard swiftly departs from the capital, hastening towards the Taichio sect. The Taichio sect is not far from the capital, with the spur of swift horses. One can reach in a day. At this moment, atop Taichio Mountain, within the main hall of the Taichio sect, a tense and oppressive atmosphere prevails. The high-ranking members of the sect gather in silence, their faces etched with profound worry and unease. At the head of the hall, the sect leader, Long, gazes solemnly at the assembly and speaks in a deep voice. A message has just arrived from the capital by carrier pigeon. The crown prince, accompanied by his Tiger Guard, has left the city and is heading directly towards our Taichio sect. He is expected to arrive in 5 hours. This audacious crown prince intends to take my son's head as a sacrifice. A white-haired elder, with a vigorous demeanor, ominously remarks, his murky eyes glinting with fierce hatred. This man is Elder Wang Jian, the father of the fallen Xiao Ming Sword King, Huan. Li Jingyuan's slaying of Wang Huan has left him a grieving father, more eager than anyone to claim Li Jingyuan's life. If we merely annihilate the Tiger Guard, we may still have a chance to retreat. However, if we kill the Crown Prince, there will truly be no turning back. Another elder interjects, anxiety and unrest etched on his face. The Crown Prince seeks to destroy our Taichio sect. Do we simply allow ourselves to be slaughtered? Wang Jian glares at him. That is not my intent. Although the Crown Prince is not favored, he is still the Crown Prince in name. If he is killed, the court will undoubtedly not spare us for the sake of their reputation, the speaker explains. Indeed, I believe we can slay the Tiger Guard. But let us spare the Crown Prince, another elder of the Taichio sect solemnly adds. Nonsense. The Crown Prince has boldly proclaimed his intention to leave the city under the guise of the Emperor's decree. This is widely known. If we destroy the Tiger Guard, it will be tantamount to slapping the court in the face. The Emperor has long harbored discontent with the martial world and will surely use this incident to rally forces, warning the various sects with our blood. Therefore, whether we kill the Crown Prince or not, the outcome remains the same. Since that is the case, why not eliminate him and remove this stumbling block for King Wei? Wang Jian rises in anger, his masterful aura radiating from him, causing the high-ranking members in the hall to pale slightly, tinged with a hint of envy. Just a day prior, Wang Jian was merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Given his qualifications, he would never have ascended to the master realm in this lifetime. His promotion was made possible by a breakthrough pill gifted by King Wei. The breakthrough pill, as its name suggests, is a potion designed to shatter the barriers of realms. Those at the pinnacle of the innate realm have a high probability of crossing into the master realm upon consuming this pill. This pill was King Wei as compensation for Wang Huan's death. In a certain sense, Wang Jian stepped into the master realm on the life of his son. Once more, the assembly falls into silence, all acknowledging Wang Jian's words. Very well, everyone. King Wei has sent word. The Crown Prince must die on Taichio Mountain. He Lianglong declares gravely. The members' expressions grow solemn, and the atmosphere becomes more oppressive. He Lianglong slowly rises, breaking the silence in the hall. The Taichio sect's current standing is due to King Wei's support. Our fates are intertwined. When one flourishes, all flourish. And when one suffers, all suffer. As long as the Crown Prince lives, King Wei cannot ascend to the East Palace. Thus, the Crown Prince must die. It is simply that this matter has fallen upon us. This event is indeed a calamity for the Taichio sect, yet for us, it is also an opportunity. When King Wei ascends the throne, we shall be credited as his supporters, each reaping wealth and glory, providing for our descendants. If you all remain interested, we shall establish an even greater and more renowned Taichio sect in the future. With King Wei's backing, the new Taichio sect will become the foremost sect in the martial world. His words stir the hearts of many. Moreover, King Wei has already arranged a fallback for us. Should the Taichio sect perish alongside the Crown Prince, we will all die in this battle. He Lianglong's words are laden with meaning. Of course, I refer to our substitutes. The assembly cannot help but chuckle, as they have already devised a countermeasure. The complete annihilation of the Taichio sect will leave the Emperor without a target for revenge, and thus the matter will naturally conclude. We shall change our names and hide our true identities, lurking in the shadows, continuing to serve King Wei in the martial world, awaiting the day we can bask in the light once more. He Lianglong's voice suddenly turns somber, and the emotions of the assembly are drawn down with him. But I believe that day is not far off. He Lianglong clenches his fists, his spirit suddenly soaring. King Wei has also promised that once we kill the Crown Prince, he will grant us 2 breakthrough pills. Upon hearing this, it is as if a potent tonic has been administered. The assembly's spirits are instantly revived, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Leader, is this true? An elder in his twilight years inquires eagerly. King Wei's secret letter confirms it. How could it be false? He Lianglong produces the confidential letter from his sleeve and passes it over. The elder snatches it eagerly, and the other elders crowd around to read. It is true. Ha ha. Splendid. Leader, one of those breakthrough pills must belong to me. The elderly man exclaims joyously. Why should it be yours? I also demand one. Why? Because I have shed blood for the sect and slain for King Wei. Who hasn't he shed blood for the sect and slain for King Wei? The elders argue, their faces flushed with excitement. The breakthrough pill is not merely a means to ascend realms. When martial artists are in the postnatal realm, their lifespans are akin to ordinary people. However, upon entering the innate realm, their lifespan increases. Once they reach the master realm, they can live for at least 150 years. In a sense, the breakthrough pill also serves as a longevity potion, incredibly precious and rare. For instance, the elderly man, who has been stuck at the pinnacle of the innate realm, is facing death within 2 to 3 years if he does not break through. A single breakthrough pill would allow him to transcend the innate realm, enter the master realm, and extend his life by several decades. How could that not incite madness? Seeing this, He Lianglong cannot help but smile, knowing that the Taichio sect as high-ranking members are now united as one. Everyone, let us settle down. He Lianglong gently exudes his aura, bringing the ruckus in the hall to a hush once more. The elders calm down and return to their seats, yet the excitement in their eyes betrays their still restless emotions. He Lianglong continues, King Wei is a wise ruler who never scrimps on rewarding those who have contributed. If we serve him wholeheartedly in the future, why should we worry about not obtaining more breakthrough pills? The assembly nods in agreement. This is indeed true. King Wei is never stingy, even gifting such extraordinary treasures as breakthrough pills. It is precisely for this reason that the Taichio sect is willing to undertake such drastic measures, risking the annihilation of their families and clans. Leader, King Wei has already devised an escape for us. Our families have been sent away, leaving us with no worries. Such a wise ruler will undoubtedly pave the way for us to slay our enemies. Let us bury the crown prince alongside our Taichio sect on Taichio Mountain today. The elderly man interjects. Our Taichio Mountain is a land of fortune. It would not be a disgrace to this prince. The assembly bursts into laughter. Alas, it is a pity for the disciples, suddenly laments an elder. Wang Jian scoffs, a woman has compassion. The elder chuckles awkwardly. I was merely expressing a sudden sentiment. He Lianglong states calmly. The sect has invested countless efforts in nurturing them. They must learn to be grateful. It is their honor to pave the way for King Wei with their lives. Many nod indifferently, realizing that the lives of sect disciples pale in comparison to their own futures. He Lianglong adopts a serious demeanor and bows slightly. Esteemed members, wealth and glory await us today. Let us proceed. The high-ranking members of the Taichio sect rise in unison. Let us proceed. Chapter 18. Blood stains the mountain path. Ruthless killing heavy snow descends upon the vast expanse, shrouding all in an eerie stillness. The iron steeds plunge into the frozen river, cleaving the heavens with a single blade. In the winter of the 25th year of the Hongshuan calendar, Crown Prince Li Jingyuan rides through Taichio Mountain, expressing his sentiments in this 5-character verse. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberates across the desolate landscape, as 1,000-strong cavalry braves the wind and snow, reminiscent of a stampede of horses, exuding an overwhelming force. Like a black blade, they tear through the pallid realm of humanity. Your Highness, came a cold voice from outside the carriage. Commander Gao Pu of the Jiui leads several dozen of his men, maintaining a distance of 10 miles behind us. Li Jingyuan pondered for a moment and replied, as anticipated, numerous Ronet assassins will appear this time. It is prudent to keep Gao Pu at bay. Jingni, prevent him from advancing beyond 10 miles from Taichio Mountain. Understood. Jingni turned his horse and rode off. Your Highness, we have arrived at Taichio Mountain, Zhao Gao whispered. Reluctantly, Li Jingyuan set aside the Jianghu records in his hands and stretched lazily. Let's go outside and take a look. Stepping out of the carriage, he stood on the carriage platform, gazing ahead at Taichio Mountain. Towering at a height of 1,000 meters, it indeed qualifies as a great mountain. Now draped in a shroud of snow, it presented a picturesque view. Even from afar, One could feel the ominous aura emanating from the mountain. Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. Zhao Gao nodded, then shook his head, merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared beside the carriage. Kneeling on one knee, Yinshi pays his respects to your highness. Yinshi, why are you dressed in white? Li Jingyuan inquired, surprised. The Ronet assassins typically favored darker hues, particularly black. He had never seen them donning bright attire. Yinshi replied, in heavy snow, white is more conducive to concealment. Indeed, quite professional. What is the current situation with the Taichio sect? Li Jingyuan steered the conversation back on course. The Taichio sect is already aware of your highness's arrival and has made preparations for resistance. Their disciples are equipped with heavy crossbows, typically reserved for the military, and are lying in ambush along the ascent. Last night, Wang Jian of the Taichio sect broke through to the Master Realm, possibly in connection with King Wei. Today, over a dozen Jianghu figures have begun ascending the mountain, here to support Taichio Mountain. Among them are 1 third-grade martial artist, 3 second-grade martial artists, 4 first-grade martial artists, 3 innate martial artists, and 1 master martial artist. Numerous unidentified individuals lurk nearby, their attire suggesting ill intent. Yinshi meticulously recounted the intelligence on the Taichio sect. Following Wang Huan's assassination, Li Jingyuan had dispatched a multitude of Ronet assassins to infiltrate the Taichio sect for reconnaissance. Last night, he had even sent Yinshi and other top-tier assassins to gather intelligence, leaving no detail unexamined. Who is that master? Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Peng Yuewu, the Iron Broadsword Master and the head of the Peng family martial arts school. A few years ago, he obtained a sharpening stone from the sword immortal Xieqiu, gaining insight into the true essence of sword marks, allowing him to cross into the innate realm. However, due to insufficient talent, he could not fully attain the master realm. At best merely a minor master, Yinshi explained. It seems King Wei's reputation is not all that impressive. Li Jingyuan chuckled, stroking his chin. Those unidentified individuals beyond the mountain are likely my brothers, intending to strike after we and the Taichio sect have exhausted each other. At that point, they can eliminate me and shift all blame onto the Taichio sect. Zhao Gao's expression darkened. They all deserve death. Li Jingyuan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, they must perish. I shall instruct the 6 sword slaves to eliminate this group. Do not rush. Let us first lure them up the mountain, then seal the mountain to ensure none escape. When facing enemies, Li Jingyuan would show no mercy. Li Jingyuan looked up at the sky. It is getting late. Yinshi, deal with the Taichio sect, disciples lying in ambush on the mountain. Dian Wei, assemble the troops and ascend the mountain to subdue the Taichio sect swiftly. Understood. At once. Yinshi vanished in a flash, while Dian Wei rode forth to the front of the Tiger Guard, brandishing his iron halberd, and bellowed. His Highness the Crown Prince commands. Trample the Taichio sect. Yes. The resounding roar of over 1,000 Tiger Guards echoed across the land. There was but one treacherous path leading up Taichio Mountain, rugged and steep, making it impossible for cavalry to ascend. The Tiger Guards dismounted to begin their ascent. Accompanied by Zhao Gao, Li Jingyuan advanced step by step, flanked by the Tiger Guards towards Taichio Mountain. At the waist of Taichio Mountain lay a narrow corner. Beyond it was a small platform, its shape reminiscent of a gourd's mouth. This small platform, once meant for sightseeing and resting, had now become a trap set by the Taichio sect. Once the Tiger Guards passed the corner and entered the small platform, they would find themselves ensnared. At that moment, the Taichio sect disciples concealed in the surrounding woods were on high alert, their nerves taut with anticipation. Suddenly, a clear bird call pierced the air, causing the leading elder of the Taichio sect to perk up. This was their method of communication, signaling that the scouts below had relayed news. The Tiger Guard have arrived. The elder murmured softly, and the Taichio sect disciples braced themselves, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The elder, too, felt the tension rise, eyes fixated on the small platform. After a moment, spotting the Tiger Guards, excitement flickered across his face. He refrained from acting immediately, waiting for Li Jingyuan's appearance. Just a little longer, just a little longer. The elder struggled to maintain his composure, until he finally saw the figure clad in resplendent garments. His face lit up with exhilaration as he shouted, "Disciples, prepare to fire." But in response, all he heard were screams of agony. The elder sensed something was amiss, eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to look. To his horror, he saw all the Taicho sect disciples around him lying in pools of blood, each corpse accompanied by a Ronet assassin, their chilling aura colder than the winter itself. His lips moved, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a fine, long cut grazing his neck. The blood had not yet flowed freely due to the swiftness of the strike. He clutched his neck in disbelief, staring at Yanshi, who wore a white garb and mask, a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Utterly ignorant, Yanshi's cold, merciless words became the last he would ever hear. Screams echoed in his ears as the Ronet assassins ruthlessly slaughtered the ambushed Taicho sect disciples. The Taicho sect's ambush was easily dismantled, and the disciples blocking the path ahead now faced the Tiger Guards head-on. Screams erupted from the mountain, blood flowed down the stone steps, and bodies lay strewn about. Soon, a crimson line emerged from the top down, adding a vivid hue to the silver-white Taicho mountain. The Tiger Guards pressed onward to the mountaintop, forcing over 1,000 Taicho sect disciples into the training square. These disciples, weapons in hand, trembled in fear as the Tiger Guards' ferocity pressed them back, their bodies quaking with terror. At that moment, a powerful aura of a master swept over them, overpowering the Tiger Guards' ferocity and halting their advance. Dian Wei let out a cold snort, dispelling the master's pressure. Yes, the sect leader has arrived. The Taicho sect disciples erupted with excitement, some even weeping with joy, relieved to have escaped death. He Lianglong, his face darkened, led the upper echelons of the Taicho sect and the Jianghu figures who had come to their aid. One elite force. No wonder they could breach my carefully laid ambush so swiftly. He Lianglong remained composed, for he had never considered relying on an ambush in the mountains to eliminate Li Jingyuan. His true assassins were the martial artists of first rank and above within the sect. The Taicho sect defies the imperial court and plots to harm the crown prince. Their crimes are unforgivable. By the crown prince's command, we shall eradicate the Taicho sect. Dian Wei stepped forward, dual halberds in hand, his gaze fierce and voice chilling, instilling fear in all. To fabricate accusations, what need is there for justification? The Taicho sect had always upheld the law and adhered to the rules. Yet the current crown prince, blinded by personal interests, sought to annihilate the entire Taicho sect. Disciples, are we willing to offer our necks for slaughter? He Lianglong bellowed in fury, unwilling to accept the situation. Thousands of disciples from the Taicho sect were filled with righteous indignation, while applause erupted from the Tiger Guard, starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere. The Tiger Guard promptly parted to create a path, and Li Jingyuan stepped forward, clapping his hands with a light chuckle. What a splendid He Lianglong! Your ability to incite the masses rivals that of the Yuansheng sect. He Lianglong's pupils contracted as he recognized Li Jingyuan, his eyes betraying unmasked murderous intent. Li Jingyuan shook his head. You are indeed talented, but it is a pity you have chosen the wrong master. His Highness the Prince is present. All kneel and welcome. The thunderous roar of Dian Wei resounded like thunder in the hearts of the assembly. The prince. He is the prince. How can he be here? Are we not meant to confront the Tiger Guard? How can we slay the prince? The disciples of the Taicho sect fell into a daze, faces painted with fear and confusion, glancing toward He Lianglong for answers. A burly swordsman by He Lianglong's side darkened his expression. Sect master why is the prince here? What is the meaning of this? You had better clarify. This man was the formidable Tai Hung Dao, Peng Yuwu. Other martial artists also furrowed their brows, seeking explanations from He Lianglong. Remaining relatively composed, He Lianglong shouted, he is not the prince. The prince has been ill for years. In this bitter winter, how could he possibly leave the capital? He is deceiving us, attempting to disrupt our formation and unsettle our hearts. He Lianglong's authority within the Taicho sect was immense, and his words effectively quelled the disciples' rising anxiety. Peng Yuwu and the others found his reasoning compelling. The reputation of the ailing prince was indeed deeply entrenched. Disciples of Taicho sect, heed my command. Eliminate these lackeys of the prince. We shall move our sect and rebuild in a distant land. He Lianglong felt the urgency to act, eager to slay Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan gestured. Dian Wei, leave none alive. Tiger Guard attack. Dian Wei brandished his twin halberds, striding forward with confidence. The halberds flew with such ferocity that none could withstand them. Those who encountered the iron halberds met a gruesome fate, their flesh and bones shattered, their lives extinguished. Chapter 19. He struck, then perished. Dian Wei descended upon the disciples of the Taichio sect like a tiger among sheep, overwhelming all in his path. His dual halberds danced with ferocity, sending disciples of the Taichio sect flying into their demise. Like a rampaging bull, he effortlessly cleaved through their ranks. "Master, save me," cried a disciple of Long, who had been struck and sent soaring by Dian Wei's halberd, miraculously surviving the blow. Terror gripped his visage as he crawled toward Long, desperately calling for assistance. But Dian Wei was already upon him, crushing his spine beneath a single foot, mercilessly shattering his internal organs. The disciple's eyes, filled with despair, remained fixed on Long, unblinking in death. Dian Wei raised his halberd, pointing it at Long. "Your disciple seems quite reluctant to part with you. Allow me to send you both down together for a reunion." A murderous intent ignited in Long's eyes as he silently drew forth his treasured sword. "He entrusted this to me. Everyone attack." Stepping forward, Long wielded his long sword, summoning a whirlwind of withered autumn leaves as it surged toward Dian Wei. His sword technique mirrored that of the Autumn Echo Sword King, yet bore a far greater momentum. This was the Taichio sect's signature martial art known as the Taichio sword technique, said to have descended from the unparalleled sword immortal Yi Xianzhou 2 centuries prior. Yi Xianzhou, observing the cyclical changes of the seasons, comprehended their true essence and crafted the supreme sword technique, the four-season sword art. To penetrate the celestial phenomena, a martial artist must understand their own nature and grasp the profound truths. This truth is the path that martial artists pursue throughout their lives. The majority achieve but a single truth, which is a tremendous fortune. Yi Xianzhou, endowed with exceptional talent, comprehended the four seasonal truths even before entering the realm of celestial phenomena. Mastery of each truth could elevate one to the fourth innate realm of immortality. Yi Xianzhou created the four seasons sword art from the essence of the seasonal truths, subsequently challenging the world. In his inaugural battle, he triumphed over a celestial sword immortal, earning renown across the land. After entering the celestial realm, he became invincible, and his four-season sword art was revered as a divine technique. Invincible in the world, Yi Xianzhou was beyond challenge until he ventured to the distant Kunlun, challenging the renowned sword immortal Jiang Baimei, who was said to be the reincarnation of a heavenly being. It is said that Yi Xianzhou faced defeat only once in his life, and that defeat was at Kunlun. Following this, he vanished from the world. Some say he perished beneath Jiang Baimei's sword, while others claim he entered a secluded meditation, vowing not to emerge until he transcended to the fourth realm. In any case, he left no trace behind. The Taichio sect's Taichio sword technique is derived from the autumn aspect of the four-season sword art, albeit only a fragment. The sect's founder crafted the current Taichio sword technique from this fragment. Even as a remnant, it ranks among the earth-grade techniques, hinting at the immense power of the complete four-season sword art. Long, a mid-level master, wielded the Taichio sword technique with profound skill, far surpassing Huan. In a scenario devoid of Dian Wei's explosive fury, a draw was the utmost expectation. "My son, watch from the heavens. I shall avenge you." Wang Jian's fierce gaze pierced through the tiger guard, locking onto Li Jingyuan. His impatience reached its peak, and in an instant his masterful aura erupted. "Kill!" Wang Jian charged forth, a white shadow appearing before him. In a split second, his opponent drew their sword, and Wang Jian beheld a brilliant glint of cold light, narrowing his eyes involuntarily. The icy air was swiftly cleaved apart, moving like lightning toward his head. Wang Jian felt the world spin, and in a hazy moment, he beheld his own body, minus its head. A dull thud resounded as his severed head rolled across the ground, its expression frozen in a grotesque visage of disbelief and terror, eyes wide open in eternal shock. A martial artist at the master level was decapitated upon their first encounter. The assailant was Yin Ri. Although Wang Jian had recently ascended to mastery, his realm was not yet stable, likely rendering him incapable of contending even with a novice master, let alone Yin Ri. A late-stage master assassin. Remarkable. That strike was indeed decisive. One cannot question the prowess of a heavenly-tier assassin, Li Jingyuan remarked, genuinely impressed by Yin Ri's swift and unyielding action. The Yin Ri sword technique was inherently enigmatic, and when paired with his signature sword, even a novice master stood little chance of escaping its lethal edge. Zhao Gao chuckled. Indeed, the Yin Ri sword technique is truly formidable. Li Jingyuan, having witnessed Yin Ri's swordplay, acknowledged its cunning nature, with the sword light piercing the eyes and obscuring vision. In the blink of an eye, life and death could be severed by a single stroke. Yin Ri paid no heed to Wang Jian's severed head, instead locking his gaze onto the petite master, Peng Yu. Amidst the crowd, the swift execution of Wang Jian sent shockwaves of fear through all present. As Yin Ri approached, Peng Yu fell into a state of panic. Gripping a 5-ring broadsword before him, he shouted, "I am not one of the Taichio sect. I have no desire to oppose the crown prince. It was He Lianglong who deceived us into coming here. I can leave immediately." Unheeding of the plea, Yin Ri pressed onward. Today, none present would escape with their lives. Another strike, and Peng Yu was severed in two. With each swing of his sword, Yin Ri effortlessly dispatched the high-ranking members of the Taichio sect and numerous other martial figures, leaving chaos in his wake. Assassins from the web of nets emerged, swiftly descending upon the disheveled remnants of the Taichio sect, cleansing the area with ruthless efficiency. Boom! The deaths of Wang Jian and Peng Yu momentarily distracted He Lianglong, granting Jian Wei the opportunity to strike. With a single halberd, he sent He Lianglong reeling, his blood surging forth. Jian Wei, enveloped in a faint crimson aura, advanced like a madman, brandishing his halberd with ferocity. "Dare you divert your focus in my presence?" With dual halberds poised, he unleashed 2 colossal strikes. He Lianglong's countenance paled in shock as he bit down on his tongue, forcing his mind to concentrate. Channeling all his strength, he managed to parry the overwhelming blows. The Tiger Guard advanced in unison, the strongest among them wielding shields to scatter the Taichio disciples, carving out small battlefields and steadily reducing the area of conflict. In the confined space, the disciples struggled to employ their sword techniques effectively. The iron shields moved like a wall, and the steel blades sliced through flesh and bone, leading to a one-sided massacre. The sounds of screams and clashing echoed through the mountains, shattering the winter's silence with a cacophony of chaos. The disciples of the Taichio sect, their spirits shattered, fled in terror, desperately seeking to escape death. Some fortunate ones evaded the onslaught, utilizing their knowledge of the terrain to leap from the training ground into the woods. Yet the mountains had long been sealed by the web of nets, leaving them with no escape as they were swiftly hunted down and silenced. In less than 10 minutes, over 1,000 lives were extinguished, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage, blood staining the training ground crimson. In the end, only Jian Wei remained, locked in combat with He Lianglong. The Tiger Guard dispersed around them, clearing a space for their duel. Assassins from the web of net procured a chair from within the Taichio sect, and Li Jingyuan sat, eagerly observing the unfolding battle. The rationale for refraining from allowing the Tiger Guard and the assassins to intervene in the clash between Jian Wei and He Lianglong was to hone Jian Wei's skills, fostering his strength through combat. Zhao Gao, I must admit, He Lianglong's Taichio sword technique is indeed quite exquisite, Li Jingyuan praised, captivated by the impenetrable web of swordsmanship and the swirling winds of blades. There is indeed something unique about it. To craft an earth-grade technique from the fragmented autumn strokes of the Four Seasons sword art speaks volumes of the Taichio sect's founder, Zhao Gao remarked with keen insight. He had perceived a glimmer of autumnal sorrow. With the right guidance, there was potential for He Lianglong to ascend to the pinnacle of mastery. Li Jingyuan shook his head. Such a figure would be a pity to eliminate. I find no regret in this. Should he serve to sharpen General Diane's blade, his death would not be in vain. Zhao Gao stated coolly. Quite the truth. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. Suddenly, Zhao Gao cautioned, Your Highness, take note. General Dian's momentum has reached its zenith, and He Lianglong is preparing his final strike. The outcome will soon be determined. Li Jingyuan fixed his gaze upon Dian Wei, whose military aura transformed into a tangible crimson, resonating with the roar of a tiger, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The passage of time brought forth a sorrowful autumn, while the arrival of winter enveloped the scene in a chilling desolation. He Lianglong bellowed in fury, drawing his sword, summoning a tempest of snow and wind. The temperature in the square plummeted, the bluestone pavement freezing in an instant. This wind was the essence of sword energy. This snow was the manifestation of sword energy. And this cold was yet another expression of sword energy. Chapter 20. The celestial beings fear to descend confronted by a torrent of sword energy akin to a blizzard. Dian Wei stood undaunted, his spirit aflame with the fervor of battle. A low growl emanated from his throat, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. With a single stride, the bluestone floor shattered beneath his feet as he raised his iron halberd high. Break the slaves, break the slaves. With a single thrust, I shall quell the chaos of the realm. The halberd, radiating the fierce aura of war, surged forth with Dian Wei's indomitable spirit, shattering the tempest of wind and snow. The second strike followed with the momentum of a bulldozer, cleaving through the sword energy and advancing resolutely. Were it not for He Lianglong's sword intercepting the blow, that strike would have surely sent him to the netherworld. He Lianglong rolled away, collapsing at the entrance of the Taichio sect's main hall. Blood gushed from his mouth as he gazed at the broken Chiofeng sword, his eyes filled with despair. Dian Wei's overwhelming force had shattered his vital essence. His time was short. Though Dian Wei too spat blood, that last strike had nearly depleted all his strength, and he leaned heavily on his halberd to remain standing. Drawing a deep breath, he rose and dragged He Lianglong before Li Jingyuan, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, I have not failed my mission." Li Jingyuan smiled as he helped Dian Wei to his feet. "Well done. To defeat a mid-stage martial artist while you are but a novice is commendable. After this battle, General Dian's martial prowess will ascend further, and in just a few days, you shall break through. Congratulations." Zhao Gao chimed in with his praise. "Thank you, Lord Zhao," Dian Wei replied. "Li Jingyuan, you are not the ailing prince or the discarded royal that rumors depict. You are the one who possesses true resilience." Li Jingyuan shook his head. "You are indeed a remarkable figure. Too bad you have chosen the wrong side. Do not revel in your triumph, for your future fate shall not be any better than mine. I shall await you below." He Lianglong spat, his eyes filled with hatred. Today, he was certain of his demise, and thus had nothing left to hold back. Zhao Gao's expression darkened. "Kill him." Li Jingyuan waved his hand, his gaze lingering on He Lianglong with a knowing expression. "Are you counting on King Wei to grant you a peaceful demise? Or perhaps you expect the descendants you concealed to come to your aid, or those high-ranking members of the Taichio sect?" He Lianglong's pupils constricted, a flicker of panic evident. "Then do not hold your breath," Li Jingyuan continued, raising his hand. A netherworld assassin emerged, carrying a blood-stained sack. An ominous feeling washed over He Lianglong, and dread filled him. The assassin cast the sack to the ground, and several severed heads tumbled out. They were none other than the members of He Lianglong's family. "My son, my grandchildren. It cannot be." He Lianglong crawled over, checking each head, confirming one after another, yet still refusing to believe. More so unwilling to accept the truth. In a fit of rage and sorrow, He Lianglong cried out, "I hid them well. How could you possibly find them?" Li Jingyuan replied coolly, "It is not just them. All those you secretly sent away from the Taichio sect are dead." "This is impossible," He Lianglong roared. Li Jingyuan derided him. "You are now the very image of a defeated hound. This cannot be, this cannot be. Let me share another revelation. I did not kill these people." A sinister smile crept across Li Jingyuan's face. "Can you guess who did?" He Lianglong hesitated, then adamantly shook his head. "Impossible, impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have guessed correctly. It was King Wei, your loyal King Wei, who annihilated your wives and children. This cannot be. Do you truly believe King Wei would allow you to leave Taichio Mountain alive? To conspire against the crown is tantamount to treason." Once exposed, He he would be condemned by all, and his path to the throne would be irrevocably barred. Li Jingyuan aimed to pierce his heart, ensuring He Lianglong would die in despair. Li Jingyuan spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the assassin sent by King Wei had slaughtered He Lianglong's family, while the netherworld merely collected the remains. Only the dead can keep secrets, and regardless of the outcome today, you shall all find no resting place. That final statement became the straw that broke the camel's back, shattering He Lianglong's last shred of sanity. This cannot be, absolutely impossible. King Wei would not do such a thing. His tone turned bewildered, and soon he was weeping bitterly. My son, my grandchildren. Suddenly his body stiffened, standing upright. He could not bear the weight of the blow and succumbed to death from rage. Let their bodies become a forest, and with their heads, erect a monument at the foot of Taichio Mountain, Li Jingyuan ordered coldly. Yes, came the response. Half of the Tiger Guard began transporting the bodies, while the other half commenced a thorough search of the Taichio sect. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Please check, echoed the system's voice within Li Jingyuan's mind. Eagerly, Li Jingyuan opened the panel to find an additional gift box nestled within his storage space. At that moment, 2 gift boxes lay within. One was a talent gift box from the Crown Prince's land seizure case, as all participants had been executed at noon, thus completing that task. However, Li Jingyuan had not opened it at the time. The other was the Prince's Edge Reward, a Peerless Hero gift box. Open the Peerless Hero gift box, Li Jingyuan declared, his excitement palpable as he initiated the most anticipated gift box. As the box opened, a rotating wheel appeared before him, showcasing illustrious figures flashing by in a dazzling display. Anticipation swelled within him as the wheel gradually slowed to a halt. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Peach Blossom Sword God, Deng Taie. By the heavens, it is truly him, Li Jingyuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated such incredible fortune. Drawing the 3rd-ranked Peach Blossom Sword God from the tail of the snowy path of the heroic blade. This was a legendary sword master who single-handedly defended the heavenly gate, slaying 81 celestial beings, instilling fear in the heavens themselves. In the realm of swordsmanship, while Li Chunguang might surpass Deng Taie slightly when it comes to killing, Deng Taie stood unrivaled. Such a colossal figure was merely categorized as peerless? Why ponder such matters? The system's evaluation was never mistaken. Li Jingyuan clicked on Deng Taie's character information. Deng Taie, Peach Blossom Sword God, originating from the snowy path of the heroic blade. Age, 43 years. Realm, pinnacle of celestial phenomenon. Root bone, sword bone, peerless. Talents, sword heart, peerless. Diligent focus, peerless. Enlightenment, excellent. Sword path transcendence, excellent. Cultivation techniques, sword mastery. Thunder pool sword array weapon, 12 flying swords. Taie, sword, good heavens. Li Jingyuan gasped, taken aback by the sheer luxury of Deng Taie's attributes. Not only was his root bone peerless, but also possessed the exceptionally rare sword bone. His talents were dual peerless and dual excellent. Comparatively, Dianwei possessed merely a single peerless root bone, while Deng Taie's attributes combined to form 3 peerless and 2 excellent ratings. Deng Taie's statistics utterly eclipsed those of Dianwei. This time, he had summoned a true giant. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet this extraordinary sword master, summoning him forth directly. Before long, a tall figure emerged from outside the hall. Chapter 21. The Capital's View, the Forest of Corpses. A shocking revelation. Zhao Gao's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor grave and his gaze watchful. A slender sword emerged from his sleeve, fixating on the newcomer. Li Jingyuan immediately interjected, Zhao Gao, he is not an enemy. The figure stepped forward, clad in a coarse linen long robe, with a wine gourd and a small box at his waist, and a long sword wrapped in burlap slung across his back, wielding a peach blossom branch in his hand. His appearance unmistakably marked him as a carefree and unrestrained swordsman from the Jianghu. He was none other than the Peach Blossom Sword God, Deng Taie. As Li Jingyuan assessed Deng Taie, the latter was also scrutinizing him. I pay my respects to your highness, Deng Taie said, casually bowing. This lack of formality further darkened Zhao Gao's countenance, his gaze growing more hostile. Deng Taiye sensed the tension but paid it no heed. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. Please. No need for such formalities. It is an honor to meet the peach blossom sword god. Do you know the purpose of your visit? Deng Taiye nodded. Indeed. I am here to assist your highness in achieving great endeavors. With a flick of the peach blossom branch, a wisp of sword energy spiraled forth. Zhao Gao's expression changed drastically, fear flickering in his eyes. Even a mere wisp of sword energy posed a threat to him. In that moment, he realized that Deng Taiye's prowess was beyond his comprehension. This world seems rather intriguing. It appears that aiding his highness will not be a simple task. Li Jingyuan remarked with a smile. Given the prowess of the sword god, you are virtually invincible at present. The only threats are those ancient monsters hidden from the world. But such individuals are likely few, Deng Taiye replied, shaking his head. Your highness underestimates the masters of this realm, Deng Taiye continued, piquing Li Jingyuan's curiosity. Does the sword god possess knowledge of hidden truths? I am new to this place, so I'm unaware of any secrets. However, upon my arrival, my sword heart trembled, hinting at the extraordinary nature of this world. I suspect there are many here stronger than I, Deng Taiye chuckled. Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow, realizing his ignorance of this world was substantial. Do not worry, your highness. With me here, your safety is assured, Deng Taiye asserted confidently. Li Jingyuan's expression brightened, regaining his self-assurance. Just as he was about to speak further, a figure clad in white robes, the enigmatic Jingyuan, entered the room, frowning upon seeing Deng Taiye. However, he said nothing, instead bowing to Li Jingyuan. Your highness, all spies from other factions in Taichio Mountain have been eliminated, and the Jingyuan have been blocked 5 miles from Taichio Mountain by the Jingni, he reported. Li Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let the assassins remain hidden. We must not alert the Jingyuan. Jingyuan acknowledged with a nod, coldly clasping his hands before departing. Li Jingyuan then opened a talent package, revealing the commercial genius, Shun Wansan. Shun Wansan, the god of wealth, originating from the treasure basin. Age, 40. Rank, 8th grade martial artist. Foundation, mediocre. Talent, wealth accumulation, peerless. Eloquence, excellent. Cultivation technique, cloud ascending steps. Weapon, golden abacus. Yet another extraordinary individual. Though Shun Wansan's skills were entirely focused on commerce, leaving his martial arts talent lacking. His presence perfectly addressed Li Jingyuan's pressing financial needs. Li Jingyuan was indeed in dire need of funds, as future expenditures would be substantial. Just managing the 6 guards of the Eastern Palace would require immeasurable resources. Previously, he had contemplated employing the assassins to engage in acts of killing and robbery to redistribute wealth. Now, such measures were unnecessary. Li Jingyuan believed that with Shun Wansan's ability to accumulate wealth, he would surely achieve financial freedom. The Tiger Guard army swiftly raided Taichio sect, but discovered little in terms of treasure. Most of the sect's wealth had already been stealthily transported away by He Lianglong and the higher-ups during the night. Alas, their every move was under the watchful eye of the web, and the riches they concealed had already fallen into Li Jingyuan's hands. At the foot of Taichio Mountain, the Tiger Guard army assembled. Li Jingyuan took a deep breath, his complexion pale. Before him loomed a 10-meter-high capital view, the lifeless eyes of the forcibly opened corpses seeming to accuse him, creating an eerie atmosphere. Why must I seek out suffering? Li Jingyuan lamented, his face pale and a bitter smile gracing his lips. After descending the mountain, he had deliberately approached the capital view, intending to steel his courage. Yet he found it unbearable. This nefarious method is indeed remarkable, is it not? Deng Taiye inquired, glancing at Zhao Gao. Such thoughts belong to His Highness, Zhao Gao replied. Deng Taiye could not help but glance at the pale-faced Li Jingyuan, exclaiming, I did not expect His Highness to possess a timid heart yet a venomous mind. Deng Taiye, if you continue to be disrespectful, do not blame me for being impolite, Zhao Gao retorted, an ominous aura radiating from him, ready for confrontation. Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. The sword god speaks without malice. Zhao Gao, there is no need to escalate matters. Deng Taiye laughed heartily, Bowing seriously to Li Jingyuan, Zhao Gonggong speaks truthfully. His Highness must uphold decorum. Zhao Gao's fury dissipated, his expression slightly clearing. Deng Taiye continued, though I do not walk the path of emperors. I have encountered numerous ambitious sovereigns and tyrants with wolfish aspirations. Without such ruthlessness and cunning, great undertakings are challenging, and the realm remains unstable. This capital view, this forest of corpses, reflects your Highness's lofty ambitions. Ha ha, the sword god is too kind, Li Jingyuan responded, feeling a surge of joy from Deng Taiye's praise. His discomfort easing somewhat, Zhao Gao remarked, I did not expect the illustrious sword god to engage in flattery. Deng Taiye chuckled lightly. Zhao Gonggong, you're mistaken. The sword god is also human, a mere mortal. Mortals cannot escape the bonds of human sentiment. Li Jingyuan burst into laughter. Ha ha. The sword god indeed embodies a carefree spirit. Let us return, Li Jingyuan declared. I still prefer riding a donkey. Once we return to the capital, I shall gift you a fine donkey. There's no need for gifts. I will find my own. The quality of the donkey matters little. What matters is whether we share a bond. Very well, I shall heed the sword god's words. Let us depart for the capital. With a thunderous shout from Dianwei, the Tiger Guard army moved, this time with additional carts for transporting wealth, their pace slowing. There was no urgency. There was no need to rush. In the distance, Gao Pu observed the returning Tiger Guard army with a complex gaze. Commander, our people have departed, a subordinate from the Jingyuan murmured. Gao Pu looked toward the distance, where a few riders who had been watching them began to withdraw. These riders were none other than Jingni and other assassins from the web. Gao Pu furrowed his brow, finally confirming today that there truly were masters skilled in assassination under the prince's command. Let us visit Taichio's sect, he commanded, cracking his whip and spurring his horse forward. Upon reaching the entrance of Taichio Mountain, he was met with a sight that made his scalp prickle. The Jingyuan accompanying him, upon witnessing the bloody scene, could not help but shudder, chills running down their spines. Gao Pu scanned the heads on display, and upon encountering a familiar face, his unease deepened. The more he ascended, the more familiar faces he recognized, particularly the head at the very top. He Lianglong, the sect master of Taichio's sect. His contorted expression seemed to echo the torment he had endured in life. Fortunately, Gao Pu was well versed in the ways of the world and had experienced much. He did not succumb to panic or lose his composure. However, before they could fully process the scene, they were met with an even more horrifying sight. Gao Pu instinctively rubbed his eyes, fixating on the distance where another neatly arranged forest of corpses awaited. Thousands of headless bodies were impaled on 3-meter-long wooden stakes, their necks protruding grotesquely, planted in the ground. Blood dripped from the corpses, staining the earth a vivid crimson, starkly contrasting with the surrounding whiteness. The scene was too reminiscent of the underworld, utterly terrifying. Is it not said that His Highness is benevolent and compassionate? Where is the benevolence and compassion in this? One of the Jingyuan swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror. Such cruelty rivals that of the most vile villains. Silence. Gao Pu barked, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. The Imperial Guard trembled and immediately knelt, saying, I have spoken in error. Gao Pu cast a cold glance over the group of guards and declared, How dare you speak ill of His Highness the Crown Prince? Should there be another instance of such insolence, I shall show no mercy. Yes, the guards felt a tightening in their chests. They had followed Gao Pu for many years and understood his seriousness in this moment. Gao Pu took a deep breath and murmured to himself, The tranquility of the capital is about to be disrupted. Zhao Zhen, return to the capital at once and report the situation regarding Taichio's sect to His Majesty. Gao Pu commanded with gravity. Yes. A guard immediately turned his horse around and galloped away at full speed. With Taichio's sect gone, there was no reason to linger here. Let us proceed to monitor the Tiger Guard army. Chapter 22. The renowned few, the old servant relished the challenge of a tough adversary, pondering how many torturous devices the man could endure. At this moment, Zhao Gao's smile was exceptionally sinister. Your Highness, perhaps you might entrust him to me? No one has yet withstood my interrogation, Zhao Gao suggested, bowing slightly. Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. This man has sustained injuries that would have broken a common person long ago, yet he has remained silent. His fortitude is commendable. Let us grant him a swift release. With a single strike, Zhao Gao crushed Gui Wuing's skull, causing blood to pour from all his orifices, and he perished. The winter night was chilling, and Li Jingyuan did not intend to travel through the night. Instead, he sought refuge in a nearby village for a night's rest. He requisitioned the homes of several farmers, with the Tiger Guard rotating watch. Inside, Li Jingyuan roasted fire, sipping wine, while savoring a feast of old hen purchased from the farmers. It had been a long time since he had indulged in such hearty fare. Deng Tai chuckled. "Your Highness, you appear quite the carefree hero of the rivers and lakes." Li Jingyuan laughed in return. "Truth be told, God of Swords Deng, I once harbored dreams of wielding my sword across the world." He shook his head. In the past, it was merely a thought. Now, it seems that dream is unattainable. Deng Tai smiled, choosing not to comment. Li Jingyuan's path as a sovereign would ultimately be burdened by power. How could he remain so carefree? Li Jingyuan looked up, sensing a lull in the sounds outside. Zhao Gao glanced briefly, saying, "All the assassins have been eliminated. There should be more. They wish to prevent my return to the capital. Tonight is their prime opportunity." Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. "In the end, they are merely clowns." Zhao Gao's expression remained impassive, revealing his disdain. Li Jingyuan did not dispute this. Deng Tai paused, his wine gourd halted mid-motion. "Before you finish speaking, another group has arrived." Zhao Gao lifted his head, sensing it too. Outside, the sounds of conflict erupted as the Tiger Guard confronted the assassins. With many more on the way, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow. A master has stealthily approached, skilled in shadowy concealment. He is surely an assassin. As the leader of the web, his instincts regarding his peers were sharp and precise. Li Jingyuan's interest piqued. "Which of my brothers possesses the ability to summon such an assassination expert?" "Your Highness, it will not be difficult to ascertain. I shall return shortly," Zhao Gao said, vanishing like a wraith, leaving only the opened window behind. 2 minutes later, Zhao Gao returned, dragging a half-dead figure dressed in black, closing the window behind him. "Your Highness, I have brought the man." Li Jingyuan glanced at the black-clad man, an ordinary-looking middle-aged fellow. Much like the killers of the web, he bore a deadpan expression, yet his eyes were sharp and menacing. "Who do you serve?" "I am Gui Wuing, a gold medal assassin of Fuyu. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince," the man declared without hesitation. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Fuyu? That infamous organization of assassins reputed to be the best in the world?" "Indeed," Gui Wuing affirmed. "Gui Wuing? I recall now. You are the one who once successfully assassinated a peak master and are reputed to be able to kill any master. Your fame precedes you. Merely a hollow reputation." Gui Wuing replied. Li Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. "Your Fuyu claims to fear no assignment, as long as the price is right. You have come to assassinate me. Was this ordered by someone?" Gui Wuing forced a grim smile. "Your Highness jest. Do you truly believe I am merely passing through? Merely here to witness the spectacle? If you cannot smile, then do not attempt it. It is quite unappealing." Gui Wuing's expression faltered, and he quickly retracted his smile. "Do you believe I would trust you?" "Your Highness should and must trust me," he insisted. "Oh, why is that? Is it because your Fuyu is the world's foremost assassin organization?" Li Jingyuan remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your Highness, you have long been ailing and lost the heart of the Empire and your subjects. Your brothers have long coveted your position as Crown Prince, and with your current strength, you cannot contend with them. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, while more enemies create more walls. Surely, you would not wish to be adversaries with us at Fuyu?" His insinuation was clear without being explicitly stated. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Why does it feel as though you were threatening me? How could I? I am merely considering what is best for your Highness." Li Jingyuan shook his head, chuckling softly. "You are quite considerate." "Too kind," Gui Wuing replied. In the next moment, Li Jingyuan's expression turned grave. "Who do you think you are? What does Fuyu amount to? Daring to threaten me?" Zhao Gao crushed Gui Wuing's ankle with a stomp, eliciting a muffled groan, yet he held back his cries. Gui Wuing gasped, suppressing the pain. "If your Highness allows me to leave, I will guarantee that I will never accept the contract related to you again. The Fuyu is not solely represented by you. Your guarantee holds no allure, Li Jingyuan replied coolly. Tell me who commissioned you to kill me. Zhao Gao's tone turned menacing. You would do well to speak the truth. Gue Wuing's countenance stiffened, inhaling deeply. Fuyu's rule is not to inquire about the identity of the client. Crack. Zhao Gao did not hesitate to shatter his other ankle. Sweat beaded on Gue Wing's forehead. The pain was excruciating, compounded by Zhao Gao's internal energy tormenting his wounds. Yet, he remained silent, enduring the agony. Li Jingyuan scoffed. Do you think I am a fool? To assassinate the crown prince? Would your Fuyu dare to accept such an assignment lightly? Gue Wuing paused, contemplating. I have stated. Will your highness allow me to leave? Li Jingyuan turned to Zhao Gao. Did he kill anyone? 3 tiger guards and 2 web-level assassins perished at his hands, Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan shook his head. Disappointment etched on his face. Alas, why resort to murder? Had you not taken the lives of my men and revealed the identity of your client, you could have walked free. What a pity. Gue Wuing, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears. But they were merely a few subordinates. What significance do they hold? Surely, your highness would not exhibit such womanly mercy. Li Jingyuan fixed him with a cold stare. They loyally protected me, sacrificing their lives for me. In my eyes, your life is not worth more than theirs. The client is likely one of my few brothers, all of whom are my adversaries. The specific identity is irrelevant. I shall leave him to you, Zhao Gao. Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively, turning back to the fire. Gue Wuing, unwilling to concede, protested, Your Highness, if you kill me, it will irrevocably sever ties with Fuyu. We do not fail our missions. My death will only invite stronger assassins to fulfill the task. You will face relentless attempts on your life, unable to sleep or find peace each day. Seek death. Zhao Gao seized his arm, twisting it violently until it contorted grotesquely. Gue Wuing writhed in pain, sweat pouring down his face. If your Fuyu seeks to kill me, let them come. If I were to fear you, I would be unworthy of my title as crown prince and unfit to vie for the throne, Li Jingyuan stated with calm resolve. Gue Wuing opened his mouth in shock, taken aback by Li Jingyuan's audacity and determination. Suddenly, Gue Wuing's eyes turned wild as he drew a small steel needle from his throat, launching it toward Li Jingyuan. Yet, before it could reach him, it was severed by a slender blade of qi. Seeking death, Zhao Gao's expression shifted and raged, but was unable to capture him as Gue Wuing utilized some technique to escape Zhao Gao's grasp. In an instant, he split into 3 shadowy figures, each rushing toward Li Jingyuan with the intent to perish together. Zhao Gao's form fluctuated as he precisely located his true self, striking a palm against his head, shattering the skull. Gue Wuing bled profusely from all 7 orifices, perishing on the spot, and his 2 avatars subsequently dissipated. Zhao Gao's countenance darkened considerably, astonished that one could forcibly breach his internal energy seal. Turning around, he knelt in repentance, stating, "It is the old servant's failure in duty. I beseech your highness to mete out punishment." Li Jingyuan picked up the broken needle from the ground, expressing his astonishment. To conceal a needle within the stomach is indeed unexpected. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, rise. Be more cautious next time. Guards, take the body away. 2 tiger guards entered and dragged the corpse out. Your Highness, it hasn't even been a day since your horse trampled Taichou Mountain. It is improbable for the actions of the Fui Tower to be so swift. There must be a branch of Fui Tower within the capital. Upon my return to the capital, I will immediately direct the Luo network to eliminate this branch. Zhao Gao intended to redeem himself. Li Jingyuan nodded, remarking, "If I do not express my intentions, Fui Tower may presume I am intimidated by it. Therefore, we shall locate and extinguish it. Fui Tower boasts that there is no one it cannot kill, nor anyone it dares not kill. Such an arrogant organization of assassins would not tolerate a failed mission, and the one who commissioned the deed would not permit Fui Tower to cease its efforts. Hence, the assassinations by Fui Tower would persist." Contemplating this, a glint of severity flashed in Li Jingyuan's eyes. Fui Tower is universally recognized as the premier assassin organization, But that was before the emergence of the Luo network. Now that the Luo network has arisen, the question of which organization truly holds the title of the world's foremost assassin remains to be debated. Zhao Gao. Should Fui Tower dare to attempt another assassination against me, let the Luo network usurp Fui Tower's place as the preeminent force in the world. What say you? Zhao Gao bowed deeply, confidently responding, there is nothing to prevent it. Li Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction, continuing to savor the roasted chicken in his hands, while Zhao Gao promptly offered him a napkin. After wiping his hands, Li Jingyuan suddenly inquired of Deng Taie, Deng Sword God, what do you think of my swordsmanship? Chapter 23. A new challenge at the city gate. The Crown Prince's mentor is a true scoundrel in the frigid embrace of winter. If one could master the swordsmanship of Deng Taie, it is likely they would possess the power to traverse the world with ease. However, Deng Taie shook his head decisively, declaring, you are not suited to practice my sword technique. Li Jingyuan, taken aback, inquired why not. Ultimately, all martial arts converge on the mastery of the heart, and the path of the sword is no exception. To achieve greatness in swordsmanship, one must forge the sword from the heart. The state of your heart will dictate the nature of your blade. The heart is the essence of the sword, and the sword is the manifestation of the heart. They are inextricably linked, influencing one another. You are destined for the path of an emperor, while my swordsmanship embodies the essence of ruthless combat. A blade that moves with the whims of the heart. Should you practice my technique, it would inevitably tarnish your imperial authority. If you truly wish to pursue swordsmanship, you should study the sword of an emperor, Deng Taie elucidated. Is that so? Li Jingyuan pondered for a moment, finding merit in Deng Taie's words. Does the sword god not possess the techniques of an emperor? Deng Taie, he shook his head, none. My sword is the supreme sword of the world. Why should I forsake my foundation to pursue other techniques? Li Jingyuan suspected a facade, yet acknowledged Deng Taie's status as a sword god. I observe that your highness practices horizontal cultivation. Am I correct? Deng Taie remarked. Indeed, among the myriad martial arts, horizontal cultivation is the most arduous, requiring relentless body refinement through countless tribulations, day and night, accompanied by pain. Few can endure such torment, which makes those who master horizontal cultivation exceedingly rare. It is indeed peculiar for a prince to engage in such rigorous practice, Deng Taie noted. Li Jingyuan explained, the indestructible diamond technique I practice is a celestial grade martial art, a rarity in the world. It would be a waste not to study it. May I witness this celestial grade martial art? Deng Taie nodded, showing interest. Li Jingyuan immediately activated his technique, transforming his body into a radiant golden form, akin to a golden statue. Deng Taie observed with intrigue. It resembles the great diamond realm of Buddhism, yet it lacks the essence of Zen. This is not merely horizontal cultivation. It embodies the harmony of internal and external refinement, internally cultivating the organs and meridians, while externally honing a body of bronze and steel. Truly extraordinary. If perfected, this indestructible diamond technique rivals the great diamond realm. Li Jingyuan eagerly inquired, my progress with the indestructible diamond body is slow. Does Sword God possess any method for rapid enhancement? I may have a technique that could assist your highness in enhancing the indestructible diamond body, Deng Taie replied. Li Jingyuan's face brightened, and he pressed on. What method? It is a trial, a tribulation, Deng Taie stated, pointing his finger as a wisp of sword energy swirled at his fingertip. Using my sword energy as a tribulation, I shall refine your diamond body. Zhao Gao's expression darkened. Impudent. Your highness's golden body cannot withstand such punishment. Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Sword God is no outsider. He would not harm me. My sword energy is unparalleled in its lethality. To temper with my sword energy would yield great results with minimal effort. Deng Taie cautioned, however, the pain of sword energy is not something an ordinary person can endure. Regardless, I must try, Li Jingyuan resolved, despite not considering himself particularly steadfast. Deng Taie nodded. Your Highness, brace yourself. Li Jingyuan immediately activated his technique, radiating brilliant golden light, resembling a Buddhist diamond. Here it comes, Deng Taie declared. unleashing a slender strand of sword energy that struck Li Jingyuan's body. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Li Jingyuan staggered back 5 steps, his golden body marred by numerous cracks, as though pierced by a blade, causing excruciating pain that made him grit his teeth in agony. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was at the pinnacle of mastery, having perfected the indestructible diamond technique, and Zhao Gao had previously remarked on his unmatched physical prowess among masters. Yet, he had nearly been shattered by a single strand of Deng Te's sword energy. The stark contrast ignited a profound sense of defeat within him. Zhao Gao, standing nearby, wore a look of astonishment, for even he could not replicate Deng Te's feat. Few among masters could withstand a single strand of sword energy, Deng Tie assessed. Li Jingyuan forced a wry smile, feeling wounded by the remark. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the disparity and resolutely declared, "Sword God, I implore you to assist me in refining my body." "I have no objections as long as you can endure it," Deng Tai replied. "Your assistance is greatly appreciated." "It is no trouble, merely a gesture," Deng Tai replied. Li Jingyuan had overestimated himself. 3 minuscule strands of sword energy had shattered his indestructible diamond body. "Your Highness, shall we continue?" Deng Tai asked. "Come, what is this minor discomfort?" The next day, Li Jingyuan awoke pale, as if recovering from a grave illness, feeling utterly drained. He struggled to walk and required Zhao Gao's support to mount the carriage. "Last night was quite the commotion. I must compensate the villager for the damage caused." Li Jingyuan leaned against the carriage, weakly addressing Zhao Gao. "Rest assured, Your Highness, compensation has already been arranged." "Zhao Gao is meticulous in his dealings," Zhao Gao assured him. Li Jingyuan nodded. "Let's return." The Tiger Guard army set forth, continuing their journey without pause. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the capital. A throng gathered at the city gate as the Tiger Guard army shouted orders, clearing the way for the Crown Prince's return. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached. As Jinwei called out, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince's mentor has blocked the way at the city gate." Li Jingyuan opened his eyes, frowning slightly. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince's mentor has been waiting at the city gate since noon, insisting on advising Your Highness on proper conduct. This matter has been widely circulated." With many aware of it, Zhao Gao informed him. A voice from outside the carriage interrupted, revealing an undercover agent from the Luo network. Li Jingyuan felt a wave of disdain for El Xingqiao, the Crown Prince's mentor, whom he had not seen in quite some time. According to protocol, the Eastern Palace should have 3 mentors and 3 lessers assigned to the Crown Prince. The 3 mentors refer to the Grand Mentor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Guardian, while the 3 lessers refer to the Lesser Mentor, the Lesser Tutor, and the Lesser Guardian. During Li Jingyuan's favored days, he was still young. An empress, she hoped to provide him with a joyful childhood, which is why Emperor Hongxuan had only appointed 1 Grand Mentor for his education. As Li Jingyuan's influence waned, he fell out of favor with Emperor Hongxuan, and the appointments of the 3 mentors and 3 lessers were postponed. This was also due to the dissatisfaction of the courtiers aligned with the Crown Prince, who petitioned multiple times, prompting Emperor Hongxuan to finally assign the 3 lessers to Li Jingyuan, yet the 3 mentors remained incomplete. Later, amid the struggle for succession, Li Jingyuan became the target, and the positions of the Lesser Guardian and Lesser Tutor among the 3 lessers became casualties, while the Grand Mentor, wishing to avoid entanglement, feigned illness and resigned. Now, only the Lesser Mentor remained in the Eastern Palace. The fact that this Lesser Mentor had not been removed by Li Jingyuan's adversaries was not due to his integrity or incorruptibility, but rather because he was adept at gauging the situation and adept at currying favor, a true scoundrel. Such a person in proximity to Li Jingyuan was, paradoxically, a blessing, allowing him to escape harm. After Li Jingyuan's fall from grace, El Xingqiao gradually distanced himself, often finding excuses to avoid the Eastern Palace. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Unable to kill me, now he resorts to verbal daggers?" Quite intriguing. With a multitude gathered at the city gate, the presence of the Crown Prince's mentor blocking the way suggested ill intentions. Should they discreetly remove him? Zhao Gao proposed. Li Jingyuan shook his head. "There is no need. If I were to remove him now, the people of the capital might think I am afraid of this Crown Prince's mentor, and the momentum I have built would be severely undermined. Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. Come, let us meet this crown prince's mentor. The Tiger Guard army parted to create a path as the carriage glided toward the city gate. Zhao Gao lifted the curtain, and Li Jingyuan stepped out, his gaze falling upon Xingqiao, the aged crown prince's mentor, standing solemnly in his official robes at the city gate. A noble and righteous aura flowed through him, impervious to the biting winds and snow, yet his appearance bore a hint of scholarly elegance. Li Jingyuan shook his head in disbelief. How could such a person be a Confucian of the third rank? The Confucian way is truly perplexing. At that moment, Xingqiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest held high, brimming with youthful exuberance and ambition. He reveled in the spotlight, growing more animated amidst a larger crowd. He had already begun to daydream about how tales of his solitary stand against 1,000 cavalrymen would spread throughout the capital the following day. A story of courage in advising the crown prince that could very well become legendary. He even contemplated how he would boast to his friends once this matter was concluded. When he had set out, his friends had cautioned him against impulsivity, suggesting that the crown prince had changed and that he should not cause the prince embarrassment in public. Any counsel should be offered discreetly in the Eastern Palace. Yet, they failed to grasp that without a public display, how would anyone recognize Xingqiao's sincere intentions? And how could his name resonate throughout Dahong? How different could things truly be? Xingqiao's impression of Li Jingyuan was still rooted in the past, believing him to be the same respectful, rule-abiding, and somewhat timid crown prince. Moreover, today he came in the capacity of the crown prince's esteemed teacher, openly proclaiming his intentions to advise. He harbored no doubt that Li Jingyuan would dare to act inappropriately before the assembled crowd. Even if the crown prince sought to hold him accountable afterward, he felt no fear. The prince wielded neither power nor influence to threaten a scholar of the Guozijian. With these thoughts, he straightened his posture, feeling invigorated. As Li Jingyuan dismounted from the carriage and ambled towards him, Xingqiao's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Li Jingyuan's pale visage remained unchanged, still bearing the signs of frailty. No change was indeed for the better. Clearing his throat, Xingqiao prepared to address him assertively. However, Li Jingyuan preempted him, asking, Xingqiao, why do you obstruct my entry into the city? Chapter 24. After slaying the foes, play the game. Victories upon victories make one invincible. Lu Xingqiao's expression darkened. The demeanor of Li Jingyuan struck him as peculiar. In the past, upon encountering him, Li Jingyuan would extend a courteous greeting befitting a master. Yet today, not only did he forego such formalities, he audaciously addressed him by name. Lu Xingqiao felt a surge of displeasure, silently scoffing, resolved to teach Li Jingyuan a stern lesson. Lu Xingqiao first offered a respectful bow to Li Jingyuan, meticulously observing the etiquette, and then proclaimed loudly, I have heard that your highness has bloodily annihilated the Taichio sect, leaving no survivors, not even the elderly or the young. Is this true? Li Jingyuan replied coolly, did you witness it with your own eyes? Lu Xingqiao hesitated, but quickly retorted. There were passers-by who traversed Taichio Mountain and beheld the scene. They saw the forest of corpses. Could it be false? Li Jingyuan reiterated, I inquire whether you saw it with your own eyes? Although I have not witnessed it myself. Before he could finish, Lu Xingqiao was cut off by Li Jingyuan's icy glare. As a scholar of the third rank, have you not read the sage's words? Hearing is but a rumor. Seeing is believing? Without first-hand knowledge, you dare to question the crown prince of Daheng at the gates of the capital? Lu Xingqiao's lips quivered, momentarily rendered speechless by the rebuke. However, his thick skin allowed him to quickly regain composure. Though I did not see it with my own eyes. The information was conveyed by the Genie Wei, who serve as the emperor's trusted troops. Would they dare to deceive his majesty? Li Jingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The imperial guard could stage a coup, so why could the Genie Wei not deceive? Lu Xingqiao found himself at a loss for words again. Speaking of coups, just a month ago, I was nearly brought to ruin by the imperial guard's insurrection. As the crown prince's tutor, it seems you have not visited the East Palace to offer your condolences. Lu Xingqiao, as the crown prince's tutor, the capital whispers of my benevolence and virtue, which you have taught. Yet when I was nearly assassinated, You failed to come and inquire after my well-being. This is truly unbecoming of you. Lu Xingqiao have been afflicted with a cold, bedridden, and unable to visit the East Palace, he stammered, struggling to justify himself. Li Jingyuan shook his head, thinking to himself that Lu Xingqiao was not as formidable as he had presumed. This cannot continue. I must find a way to seize the initiative. What to do? What to do? Lu Xingqiao's mind raced, nearly smoking from the effort. He had intended to use Li Jingyuan's massacre of the Taichio sect as grounds for inquiry. But Li Jingyuan's assertion of hearing is but a rumor. Seeing is believing had thwarted him. Just as he grappled with his lack of options, Li Jingyuan unexpectedly handed him a blade. I did indeed trample the Taichio sect yesterday, leaving no survivors. This revelation momentarily left Lu Xingqiao in a state of shock, unable to comprehend why the seemingly dominant Li Jingyuan would suddenly concede to such a claim. Not dwelling on the reason, he recognized his opportunity and rallied his spirit, exclaiming, "Your Highness beheaded over 1,400 members of the Taichio sect, crafting a spectacle of their heads and a forest of corpses. Is this truly the case?" Li Jingyuan, composed and succinct, replied indeed. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, elation swelling within him. Asserting this truth would allow him to demonstrate the sharpness of Confucian rhetoric. Lu Xingqiao pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jingyuan, trembling with emotion, his face a canvas of disbelief, disappointment, and anguish. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, swaying on his feet, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Li Jingyuan, taken aback, could not help but laugh. This man had a flair for the theatrical. Step aside. Lu Xingqiao pushed away the student who had tried to support him. Enraged, he shouted, I have always instructed your Highness to cultivate virtue and benevolence, for only then can you bear the weight of the Crown Prince's responsibilities. How could you commit such a heinous act of moral decay? Li Jingyuan, you have betrayed the Emperor's teachings, the hopes of the Daheng populace, and my years of earnest guidance. Overcome with emotion, he wept profusely, his display decidedly poignant. To audaciously invoke the Crown Prince's name was a grave offense. Zhao Gao's gaze turned cold, infused with murderous intent. Li Jingyuan chuckled, there is no rush. Let him perform. The chessboard has been set. To refrain from playing would be to disrespect the strategist's intentions. His public acknowledgement of the massacre was a calculated maneuver, inviting Lu Xingqiao to seize the opportunity. Lu Xingqiao was merely a puppet, a pawn insufficient to warrant concern. There were those who sought to use Lu Xingqiao to tarnish Li Jingyuan's reputation, branding him as tyrannical and unprincipled, thereby jeopardizing his standing among the people. The foundation of Li Jingyuan's claim to the title of Crown Prince hinged upon his reputation for benevolence. Without it, his position could be easily undermined by a mere word from Emperor Hongshan. This scheme was insidious. Li Jingyuan discerned the true intent behind this elaborate setup. Yet he did not shy away. He too intended to utilize Lu Xingqiao as a pawn, engaging in a strategic contest against those lurking in the shadows. He aimed to send shockwaves through the capital once more. After vanquishing his foes, he would resume the game, undefeated and invincible. He sought to return to the capital with an unassailable position, intending to rattle the entire court and instill fear in his brothers. At that moment, Lu Xingqiao no longer appeared detestable. He was utterly consumed by emotion, tears streaming down his face as he spoke passionately, his words a torrent of fervor. His vehement rebuke of authority resonated with the common folk, inciting their sentiments, and many ignorant citizens applauded. Have you concluded? Li Jingyuan inquired, his calm demeanor unsettling Lu Xingqiao inexplicably. I am the Emperor's designated Crown Prince's tutor. A teacher guides and instructs, imparting the wisdom of sages to ensure the Crown Prince understands the principles of filial piety, benevolence, propriety, and righteousness, enabling him to discern the path of righteousness and hear the words of virtue. Today, the Crown Prince has committed a grave error, exhibiting perverse and tyrannical behavior. Should I fail to correct this in time, I would be derelict in my duty, unworthy of the Emperor's trust and the hopes of the Daheng people. Lu Xingqiao delivered another impassioned speech. Bring me my rod, he commanded. A student promptly presented a rod. Today, I shall commit a grievous act of disrespect. Even if punished by the emperor, I shall awaken the crown prince with the rod of the sages, hoping he realizes his missteps and reinstates his benevolence and virtue. Lu Xingqiao raised the rod high, advancing step by step toward Li Jingyuan, embodying the image of a stern and unyielding teacher. He moved deliberately, each step akin to facing death, capturing the attention and emotions of the gathered populace. Zhao Gao seethed. This man deserves the harshest punishment. Crown Prince, please step forward to receive your admonishment, to correct your course, and calm the hearts of the people. Lu Xingqiao's expression was grave, radiating righteousness. Please, Crown Prince, receive your admonishment, to correct your course, and calm the hearts of the people. Students and servants behind him knelt in unison. Soon, voices rose from the crowd as more and more citizens knelt, calling out in fervent support. Lu Xingqiao felt a surge of satisfaction. This time, with the weight of righteousness and public sentiment behind him, he was certain Jingyuan would yield. After today, Lu Xingqiao would become Daheng's foremost advisor, destined to be remembered in history, his name forever honored. Chapter 25. Kneel and contemplate. No departure without insight. Not far from the city gate, the second prince, Li Xian, displayed none of the regal demeanor expected of royalty as he squatted on a chair, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn with great delight. To his amusement, he observed El Xingqiao, who, despite his foolishness, possessed a commendable eloquence. He chuckled and turned to Shunning Feng, remarking on El's talents. Shunning Feng, however, expressed his disdain, asserting that El resembled more a buffoon from a tavern than a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Li Xian responded with a grin, yet one must concede that individuals like him can be quite useful at times. El Xingqiao, as the crown prince's mentor, wielded moral authority and public sentiment, employing rhetoric that cut like a knife, a common tactic among Confucian scholars. Can you break this stalemate? Li Xian bit into another candied hawthorn, eagerly anticipating Li Jingyuan's next move. Within the imperial study, the imperial guards swiftly reported the happenings at the city gate to Emperor Hongxuan. El Xingqiao, humph, a mere name-dropping charlatan, the emperor coldly remarked, holding El in low regard. Eunuch Sun interjected, Your Majesty, El Xingqiao's antics at the city gate may harbor ulterior motives. Emperor Hongxuan dismissed his brush, stating, It is not merely El who seeks to embarrass the crown prince. Many in the capital desire the same. The crown prince's recent actions have been too brazen, drawing ire from numerous quarters. Today's display by El Xingqiao is not just an attempt to quell the crown prince's exuberance. Should we intervene? The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. If he cannot handle even someone like El Xingqiao, then he deserves the humiliation. Li Jingyuan squinted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he stood motionless, resembling a spectator observing a jester. El Xingqiao, unnerved by the scrutiny, called out, Crown Prince, please step forward to receive your admonition. Before that, I have a few questions for you, El Xingqiao. If you can answer satisfactorily, I shall heed your counsel. Li Jingyuan declared. El Xingqiao raised an eyebrow with confidence. As the crown prince's mentor, it is my duty to enlighten you, Your Highness. However, should your inquiries fail to meet my standards, you may find yourself in a predicament. Li Jingyuan chuckled, recognizing El's ambition to bolster his reputation at his expense, thus incurring Li Jingyuan's wrath. El's expression darkened as he asserted, If I fail to clarify your doubts, I shall promptly resign my post as your mentor. Resign? Li Jingyuan shook his head. It is not so simple. He pressed, Do you know why I trample upon the Taichio sect? El furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. Elder Wang Huan of the Taichio sect colluded with the Wang clan and Appo's granary to seize the crown prince and Appo's estate and subsequently attack the crown prince and Appo's troops, a grievous offense. However, this act was Wang Huan's alone. The Taichio sect cannot be held accountable merely because he is an elder. Even if the sect were involved, our laws dictate that only the principal offenders receive severe punishment, while the degree of complicity determines the fate of others. Moreover, many within the sect remain unaware of these events. To execute them all would violate the law, ethics, and virtue, and would be exceedingly improper. El Xingqiao, sought to lay the blame on Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan smiled faintly. The Taichio sect's involvement in the Crown Prince's estate seizure is but one reason. Are there others? El responded, the Taichio sect has permitted its disciples to commit numerous heinous acts over the years, and they should be punished. However, this matter ought to be handled by the Dali Temple, governed by the laws of the Hung, rather than through the Crown Prince's personal army. Furthermore, these disciples are but a minority. The majority of the Taichio sect remains innocent. Li Jingyuan nodded slightly. The Taichio sect has acted with such arrogance, disregarding the laws of the court. They have bullied the weak, seized land for personal gain, evaded taxes, committed murder, and violated women. Each act a testament to their depravity. The Taichio sect has long been a malignant tumor within the Hung and should have been eradicated long ago. El Xingqiao retorted coldly. Yet it should not be your personal army that takes action, nor should such brutal extermination be condoned. Li Jingyuan, with a semblance of humor, replied, my trampling of Taichio Mountain is sanctioned by my father. Do you, El Xingqiao, deem my father's decree to be an act of brutality? El's face paled. His Majesty instructed you to trample Taichio Mountain, not to unleash a massacre. The bloodshed at the Taichio sect is solely on your shoulders. Now, attempting to tarnish His Majesty's reputation is an act of filial disrespect. Unrighteousness precedes unfilialness. Your Highness, you are gravely mistaken. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. It is said that Confucian scholars wield words like swords, and you, El Xingqiao, have certainly demonstrated that. With a serious demeanor, El lifted the admonishing ruler. Your Highness, I have answered your questions. It is time for correction. Li Jingyuan replied with a smile. You have only provided 2 reasons. You have yet to finish. Please continue. El furrowed his brow, contemplating further reasons. Is there more? El's frown deepened as he pondered. Your Highness, are you not willing to correct your actions and are instead deceiving me? I must inform you earnestly, I am your mentor. If you deceive me, it is a breach of the respect due to a teacher. Your Highness has already erred in righteousness, justice, and filial piety. Do not add to that with deceit and disrespect. In this public arena, countless citizens bear witness. Even if you escape punishment today through cunning, your actions will not silence the gossip of the people, becoming fodder for their conversations. El Xingqiao threatened. I am fully aware. I shall await your reasoning here. Li Jingyuan addressed Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, fetch me a chair. I shall remain here with him until he arrives at a conclusion. With a smile directed at El Xingqiao, he added, you may not leave without an answer. Humph. Since you are so reluctant to correct yourself, I shall not press you further. Upon my return, I will resign from my position as your mentor. El Xingqiao coldly huffed, sweeping his sleeve as he turned to leave. Dian Wei stepped forth, his iron halberd blocking El's path. El's expression shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he shouted angrily, Your Highness, do you intend to kill me? Your loyal advisor, in public? Li Jingyuan shook his head. You are overly concerned. You are the Crown Prince's mentor, a 4th-rank official. I have no authority to harm you. Zhao Gao returned with a chair, thoughtfully placing a cushion upon it. Li Jingyuan settled comfortably, stating, answer my questions, and you may depart. As the Crown Prince's mentor and a scholar from the Imperial Academy, you surely cannot be at a loss for words. El met his amused gaze, his indignation boiling within. He inhaled deeply, attempting to justify himself. I am still recovering from a cold, and am not in clear mind. Allow me to ponder this upon my return to the East Palace, and provide clarity to your Highness. Li Jingyuan replied firmly, that will not suffice. It must be today. You are imposing an unreasonable demand, which does not reflect a wise ruler, El retorted, his words sharp once more. It appeared that this Crown Prince's mentor was struggling to comprehend while standing. Perhaps he required a kneeling position to reflect. Li Jingyuan's voice turned icy, then kneel and contemplate. With a single hand, Dian Wei forced El Xingqiao to his knees. El's spirits surged with righteous indignation, only to be swiftly extinguished by Dian Wei's overwhelming presence. Overcome with pain and humiliation, El cried out, I'm the Crown Prince's mentor. How dare you treat me thus? Li Jingyuan feigned ignorance. Let him remain kneeling. As El's righteous spirit dissipated into a crimson glow, it sealed his energy and rendered him immobile. Reflect well. I shall be here awaiting your insights. Turning to Zhao Gao, Li Jingyuan added, it is a bit chilly. Bring me my cloak. I shall keep the crown prince's mentor company. Chapter 26. Some things are not yours. No matter how you steal, you cannot obtain them at the city gate. The onlookers had already been dispersed, and the tiger guard formed an impenetrable circle. Lu Xingqiao knelt on the ground, his face ashen, lips tinged with purple, trembling uncontrollably. Without the righteous aura, he was merely an ordinary old man, unable to withstand the biting cold of winter. Meanwhile, Li Jingyuan was diligently roasting sweet potatoes in front of a roaring fire, feeling none of the chill. Lu Xingqiao, these sweet potatoes are quite well roasted. Would you care for some? Before Lu Xingqiao could respond, Li Jingyuan shook his head. No need to interrupt your thoughts. Please continue. The slight malice in his words reddened Lu Xingqiao's eyes with anger. Li Jingyuan leisurely savored the sweet potatoes, unhurried, knowing that as long as Lu Xingqiao remained alive, the situation was manageable. He was also curious to see if the mastermind behind the scenes would make another move. If Lu Xingqiao were aligned with the hidden orchestrator, he would undoubtedly come to his aid. Otherwise, how could he expect his subordinates to remain loyal in the future? Even if the puppet master chose not to act again, the objective of instilling fear had already been achieved. Your Highness, the second prince has arrived, a member of the Tiger Guard announced. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Let him come over. Before long, Li Xian approached, accompanied by the purple blood sword, shunning foam. Upon seeing Li Xian, Lu Xingqiao's eyes lit up with hope as he trembled. Second prince, save me. Li Xian merely glanced at him, offering no words, and walked straight to Li Jingyuan, inquiring with a smile, Your Highness, what disturbance is this? Without looking at him, Li Jingyuan continued to enjoy his sweet potatoes. I am playing chess. Li Xian surveyed the table, even peering beneath it, noting the absence of a chessboard. What sort of chess can be played without a board? Your Highness seems pale. Have you caught a cold and are speaking nonsense? Li Jingyuan only smiled, while Zhao Gao appeared displeased. Second prince, be mindful of your status when you speak. Li Xian's expression darkened. Shun Yingfeng behind him suddenly became serious, whispering, he is a formidable opponent, very strong. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, observing Zhao Gao for a moment before bursting into laughter. I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart, my dear eunuch. He sat down nonchalantly, hinting, this game of chess is not easy. Do you know who is playing? I do not know. I am waiting for him. I pondered that the first to rescue Lu Xingqiao might be the one playing chess, and how fortuitous that you arrived. Li Jingyuan regarded him with a knowing smile. Li Xian quickly waved his hands. I am not that player. He is not my subordinate, so why would I save him? Then what brings you here? Li Xian replied matter-of-factly, to watch the spectacle. Such excitement is rare. It would be a pity to miss it. Li Jingyuan glanced at him, gesturing toward the sweet potatoes on the table. I roasted them myself. They are quite delicious. Would you care to try? I certainly will. Li Xian accepted without hesitation, taking a piece, disregarding the ash on the skin. In this freezing weather, do you truly intend to let him kneel here? Are you not worried about the consequences? If something were to happen, it would simply be his misfortune, Li Jingyuan replied calmly, showing no concern for Lu Xingqiao's fate. You have truly changed. I recall you once treated Lu Xingqiao with utmost respect. Li Jingyuan did not respond. Li Xian continued, regardless, he is still the crown prince's tutor. If he were to freeze to death, your reputation would be tarnished. I am not worried. Why should you be? Furthermore, if my reputation suffers, should you not be pleased? Li Xian couldn't help but laugh, candidly stating, in truth, I would be delighted if Lu Xingqiao were to perish here. Li Jingyuan shot him a glance, realizing that if not for his knowledge of Li Xian's treacherous nature, he might have been deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor. Li Jingyuan then turned his gaze to Shen Yingfeng. You are the purple blood sword. Shen Yingfeng? Shen Yingfeng bowed with his sword. Indeed, Li Jingyuan inquisitively asked. 10 years ago, you were ranked 13th among the swordsmen, renowned for your swift swordplay that left no bloodshed. It was said you could reach the realm of the sword immortal in a decade. Now a decade has passed. Have you achieved that status? Not yet. Shen Yingfeng replied succinctly. Li Jingyuan nodded. I thought as much. Had you become a sword immortal, my second brother would be insufferably proud. Li Xian was not offended. He laughed heartily. Ah, Your Highness, you know me well. The two continued their idle chatter, completely disregarding the frigid Lu Xingqiao kneeling in the cold. Before long, another carriage approached through the Tiger Guard, adorned with the emblem of the Eastern Palace. The vehicle halted near Jingyuan, from which emerged two extraordinarily beautiful women. One was clad in fiery red, full-figured with fair, radiant skin, her perfect face always adorned with a warm smile, exuding a captivating charm. The other, draped in jade green, was ethereal and aloof, her exquisitely cold visage unyielding, emanating an innate chill, a natural ice queen. Two stunning beauties, two utterly distinct styles, truly a rare sight. As the two enchanting women approached gracefully, they curtsied to Li Jingyuan. Who might these be? Li Xian appeared visibly intrigued by their beauty. Li Jingyuan replied nonchalantly, Hongshu and Qingyao, my palace maids. Indeed, they were Hongshu and Qingyao from the snowy path of the heroic blade. Rewards Li Jingyuan had drawn in his second month of signing in. Li Xian looked astonished, clearly unprepared for such exquisite beauty to be merely maids. I have two more like them in my palace, Li Jingyuan stated calmly, revealing that the system had rewarded him 4 individuals, the others being Huanghua and Lvy. Hongshu smiled warmly. Your Highness, in this frigid weather, it would be best not to catch a chill. I have brought you a thick cloak. Qingyao added, I'm unsure how long your Highness intends to stay, so I had the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily, rising. Indeed, Hongshu and Qingyao are quite considerate, unlike Huanghua and Lvy, who show no care for my well-being. As Hongshu adjusted Li Jingyuan's attire, she remarked, There is no need for both of us to come just to deliver clothing and food. True, it is much warmer now, Li Jingyuan acknowledged. Qingyao presented the exquisitely prepared dishes, each resting atop a small warming compartment to ensure they remained hot. All my favorites. Li Xian interjected eagerly as Li Jingyuan sat down. Crown Prince, I propose a deal. How about you give me these 2 maids? Rest assured, as your elder brother, I will not let you suffer. I will offer you 10 top-tier beauties in exchange. Li Jingyuan cast him a sidelong glance, his expression one of condescension. These are Hongshu and Qingyao. To give them to you would be akin to giving away a treasure. 10 is hardly sufficient. I could offer you 50, even 100. It was clear that Li Xian genuinely fancied Hongshu and Qingyao. How could one not admire them? Li Jingyuan remarked, having witnessed Li Xian's expression upon first seeing them, which resembled that of a foolish swine. Second brother, you are quite taken with Hongshu and Qingyao, Li Jingyuan noted with a smirk. Li Xian nodded. I was smitten at first sight. Alas, I too have an affection for them. Second brother, some things are not yours. If they're not meant to be, no amount of theft can procure them. Li Jingyuan's words hinted at deeper meanings. Li Xian's expression darkened, clearly perceiving the underlying message. Maintaining a stoic facade, he replied, Some things, if not contended for, will certainly not be yours. Yet if you dare to vie for them, perhaps they may yet belong to you. Ha ha, then do try to contend for them, and see if fortune favors you. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. However, Hongshu and Qingyao are undeniably not yours. You may as well keep your 100 beauties to yourself. Li Xian's expression soured, but he quickly masked it, his deep-seated cunning allowing him to regain composure after a few breaths, his gaze no longer lingering on Hongshu and Qingyao. His restraint alone surpassed that of Wei Wang Li by a considerable margin. Chapter 27. A group of young scholars. Oblivious to their fate, sweet potatoes and bluebirds attentively served Li Jingyuan, pouring wine and selecting dishes, while the trio engaged in cheerful banter, reveling in the moment. Occasionally, Li Xian interjected, contributing to the light-hearted atmosphere. Li Jingyuan occasionally glanced at Li Xian, noting his calm demeanor, devoid of any disquiet. Such composure belied a mind that was inscrutable. He feared that Li Xian might become his most formidable adversary in the future. At that moment, a tiger guard hurriedly approached with a report. Your Highness, officials and scholars are gathering at the city gate, their emotions running high, seeking an audience with you. Li Jingyuan set down his chopsticks. Allow them to enter. Yes, the guard replied, hastily departing, soon followed by a group of officials and scholars who approached with a sense of urgency. Li Xian inquired with a smile, Are they the ones you were waiting for? Li Jingyuan shook his head. Merely inconsequential figures. They likely lack the qualifications to submit a memorial. It seems they are merely a collection of sycophants drawn by fame. Li Xian pointed to the leader of the group, an elderly man. Look at that one. He is Gu Ligua, a scholar from the Hamlin Academy, holding a 5th-rank official position and a top Confucian scholar. He is hardly insignificant. Li Jingyuan replied coolly. A mere 5th rank, a top scholar of Confucianism. Still unworthy to engage in this game. Scholar Gu Ligua pays his respects to your highness, the old man said, bowing, while the others followed suit. Li Jingyuan responded calmly. Have you come to answer on behalf of El Xingqiao? I come not for El Xingqiao, but for your highness, Gu Ligua declared with solemnity. Oh, although El Xingqiao may have acted rashly, his intentions for your highness are sincere. Your actions today may dishearten the officials and the people alike, who would dare to advise in the future. Furthermore, El Xingqiao is the crown prince's tutor. Even if he errs, he should not be so publicly humiliated. Such news will surely chill the hearts of countless Confucian scholars across the realm. I beseech your highness, for the sake of all scholars, to reconsider your course, ensuring the comfort of the officials and the populace. Gu Ligua implored, kneeling and knocking his head to the ground with earnestness. The other officials and scholars followed suit, kneeling in submission. Li Jingyuan squinted, recognizing the pressure being exerted by the Confucian faction. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Li Xian's lips as he mused. Li Jingyuan, although Gu Ligua is merely a 5th rank, he is a scholar of the Hamlin Academy. How will you respond to this pressure? Li Jingyuan leaned slightly forward, disdainful laughter escaping his lips. You, a mere scholar of the Hamlin Academy, with a 5th-rank position, dare to speak for the scholars of the realm? Are you not concerned that your words may reach the Guozijian or the Honglu Academy? Gu Ligua asserted, as long as one's heart and conduct are upright. Even a 9th-rank scholar can represent Confucianism. Li Xian interjected with a chuckle. You know, he does have a point. Li Jingyuan, growing impatient, waved his hand. If you come to plead for El Xingqiao, then answer my question on his behalf. If you can, you may leave. If not, you shall remain with El Xingqiao. Dian Wei, take them away, he commanded. Yes, Dian Wei replied, striding forward and coldly gazing down at Gu Ligua. Do not kneel here and obstruct his highness's view. Will you rise on your own, or shall I assist you? Your highness, you must not become obstinate and arrogant. Gu Ligua's expression shifted, his agitation palpable. Silence. Li Jingyuan interjected with a huff, and Dian Wei seized Gu Ligua, his martial aura dispelling the man's righteous indignation, lifting him as one might a chick. Second prince, please act on our behalf. Do not let the crown prince act unilaterally. Gu Ligua pleaded. Li Jingyuan turned to Li Xian, smiling. He asked you to take the lead. Do you have anything to say? Li Xian casually dug at his ear and shrugged. I have heard nothing. I am merely here for the spectacle, indifferent to all else. Even if they were to be executed, I would not utter a word. Li Jingyuan pressed. Truly, you have no intention of intervening? Perhaps these men would seek your patronage in the future, and Confucianism might even express gratitude for your assistance. Li Xian shook his head. They cannot represent Confucianism. And even if I did speak, you would not spare them. That is uncertain. Why not give it a try? Perhaps, out of fraternal affection, I might consent. Li Xian quickly waved his hands. I shall not test it. It would be too humiliating. The Tiger Guards surged forth, seizing the group of officials and scholars, who struggled and protested, only to be forcibly pressed beside El Xingqiao. Even so, some officials and scholars remained unruly, continuing to voice their complaints. Such behavior is no different from that of a tyrant. Do you not fear the scorn of the people? You are unworthy of being the crown prince. I must submit a memorial to the emperor, denouncing the crown prince's reckless and immoral actions. Without virtue, the Hung shall surely descend into chaos. Li Jingyuan frowned. With no power, you dare to speak thus before me? A band of youthful scholars, oblivious to their own peril. Silence them, Zhao Gao's cold voice commanded. Several Tiger Guards immediately advanced, seizing the speaking scholars and officials, delivering stinging slaps that left their faces swollen and bruised, blood trickling from their mouths. A horrific spectacle. With this display, None dared to act defiantly. These scholars, accustomed to the niceties of discourse, could discuss poetic and romantic matters with ease. Yet, confronted with the brutality of the Tiger Guards, few could maintain their composure. One by one, they bowed their heads in silence, fearful of meeting the same fate. Jingyuan remarked, "Now this is much more agreeable. First, the Guozijian, then the Hamlin Academy, both representing Confucianism. They seek to position me entirely against the scholars." His countenance darkened, discerning the sinister motives lurking behind the scenes. At this moment, within the imperial study, eunuchs moved in and out, memorials piling upon the emperor's desk. As Eunuch Sun hastily perused them, "Your Majesty, all these memorials are denouncing the crown prince. They claim he is devoid of virtue, lacking in benevolence, and does not respect the teachings of his elders." Eunuch Sun hesitated, his voice faltering. The emperor, expressionless, replied, "No need to elaborate. I know well what they wish to convey. They seek to have me depose the crown prince." Eunuch Sun nodded. "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor shook his head. In the past, the crown prince adhered to propriety and emphasized etiquette, leaving no grounds for censure. Now, merely the bloodshed at the Chiu clan has tarnished his reputation for benevolence. And this uproar at the city gate has also obliterated the tenets of respecting teachers and maintaining decorum. Without rules, virtue is lost. Without propriety, the position of crown prince becomes precarious. The emperor picked up a memorial, glancing at it casually. "I suspect these memorials were prepared last night, awaiting today's events. In previous times, the crown prince's dismissal would have sufficed." His gaze grew profound, his expression inscrutable. Eunuch Sun lowered his head, contemplating the stark differences in the present situation. The emperor waved his hand. "Keep all these memorials in the center, along with similar ones. Quickly remove them all." Eunuch Sun immediately instructed the eunuchs to clear the memorials away. "What is the situation at the city gate?" the emperor inquired. El Xingqiao remains kneeling, and Gu Ligua, along with some officials and scholars, have come to persuade him, but were retained by the crown prince, now kneeling beside El Xingqiao. "Some scholars have been disrespectful and received slaps from the crown prince," Eunuch Sun reported. "Gu Ligua and his ilk are merely pawns pushed forward to amplify the public outcry. Does he fail to see this? Though his methods are now more forceful, how will he address the ensuing consequences? Does he believe I will not depose him?" The emperor huffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. Report. A member of the Jin Yi knelt outside the imperial study. Eunuch Sun hurriedly ran outside and quickly returned to the emperor. "I have just learned that Meng Howard from the Guozijian has arrived at the city gate." The emperor replied, "Meng Howard is not like El Xingqiao or Gu Ligua. He represents the Guozijian. Fourth son, how will you handle him?" Chapter 28. He can leave, but you must stay. Meng Howard, the foremost disciple of the Grand Academy and renowned as Howard Junzi, possesses the qualities of a great Confucian. Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the man before him, dressed in a flowing azure robe that accentuated his tall and elegant stature. His complexion was pale as jade, with eyebrows sharp as swords, embodying the image of an exquisite scholar, nearly rivaling the audience before the screen. The praise of the graceful Meng Shilling, the true gentleman Howard, echoed in the air. "You are overly generous, Your Highness," Meng Howard replied calmly, exuding an air of refined composure. "Are you also here for El Xingqiao?" Meng nodded. "Though El Xingqiao has erred, he is, after all, a scholar of the Grand Academy. Should he perish at the city gates, it would tarnish the reputation of our institution." Jingyuan remarked, "Your honesty is refreshing. Unlike those who disguise their self-serving motives under the pretense of concern for the crown. Was it Zhang, the Academy's rector, who sent you? That is of no consequence. What matters is that I stand here as a representative of the Grand Academy." Raising an eyebrow, Jingyuan noted the subtle strength beneath Meng Howard's humble demeanor. Indeed, he possessed the credentials to back it up. Meng Howard was not merely handsome. His talents were extraordinary. A prodigy from a young age, he could read at 3, compose poetry at 5, and by 10, a 5-character poem of his had stirred the hearts of many Confucian scholars, leading to an eager pursuit by several esteemed masters to take him as a disciple, including even the venerable sage of Hongxia Academy. Ultimately, it was Zhang, the rector of the Grand Academy, who secured him as a pupil. From that point onward, his rise was meteoric. He entered the realm of innate wisdom at 15, cultivated the virtues of sages by 20, and became a Confucian gentleman, akin to a master in martial arts. Now, at the age of 23, he was said to be writing treatises in preparation for the esteemed rank of a great Confucian. He was indeed a genuine genius. Zhang, the rector, had once proclaimed him the future rector of the Grand Academy and the representative figure of Confucianism in Dahong. Once you answer the question, you may take El Xingqiao away, Li Jingyuan stated coolly, showing no intention of granting Meng any favor. I am already aware of the question. El Xingqiao has provided 2 reasons, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The third reason for the Prince's massacre of the Taichio sect serves as a warning to the martial world, which has historically resisted the authority of the court and disdained its laws. This defiance has intensified in recent years, severely disrupting the order of Dahong. If not suppressed, it will lead to chaos. While the method of exterminating the Taichio sect may seem harsh, it carries a clear warning, Meng Haoran explained. Li Jingyuan pointed at El Xingqiao and scoffed. Such a simple rationale. Yet El Xingqiao fails to grasp it. He is indeed a fool. Meng Haoran interjected. There is a fourth reason. Oh, pray enlighten me. The prince seeks revenge. A month ago, the incident of the prince's private land seizure bore the shadow of King Wei, and the Taichio sect is affiliated with him. The prince's massacre of the Taichio sect is therefore an act of retribution. Continue, Li Jingyuan urged. Meng Haoran continued. The fifth reason is that the prince aims to establish his authority and restore the dignity of his position. Li Jingyuan applauded. Indeed, the gentleman Haoran is extraordinary. However, I believe the prince's show of power is premature and overly extreme. The massacre of the Taichio sect yesterday and today's events at the city gates are merely courting disaster. Li Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. El Xingqiao is a scholar of the Grand Academy, which implies that the Academy is setting a trap for me. Meng Haoran replied, certainly not on behalf of the Academy, or I would not be here. However, El Xingqiao is still a scholar of the Academy, and today's situation arose from him. The Academy should offer your highness an explanation. And how would you propose such an explanation? A formal petition at the teachers' meeting to dismiss El Xingqiao from his positions as a scholar of the Grand Academy and the prince's tutor for his moral failings and incompetence. Li Jingyuan responded indifferently. El Xingqiao is merely a sycophant. His status as the prince's tutor is of no significance to me. If I desire, I can remove him from that position at any time. That explanation is hardly satisfactory, Meng Haoran countered. Indeed, he is only worth such an explanation, Meng Haoran remarked. Li Jingyuan nodded. That is true. Meng Haoran bowed. Then I shall take El Xingqiao with me. Not so fast. Do you know why I insisted that El Xingqiao kneel here? Li Jingyuan inquired coolly. It is also a show of power, Meng Haoran replied. El Xingqiao is but a pawn, intended to undermine the prince's authority. Your highness had the means to mitigate the impact of this matter, but has chosen to amplify it instead, using El Xingqiao to intimidate the officials and nobles of the court. Li Jingyuan smiled at him. Since you are aware of this, if you take El Xingqiao now, I will have lost this game. Meng Haoran's expression darkened. Is your highness intending to breach our agreement? Naturally not. As the prince, I cannot afford to be seen as untrustworthy. El Xingqiao may leave, but you cannot. Meng Haoran paused, and Li Xian was equally taken aback. Unable to comprehend Li Jingyuan's audacity to detain Meng Haoran. I do not wish to lose this game. If El Xingqiao departs, then you shall remain as a piece in this game, Li Jingyuan declared boldly. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to exclaim that this was Meng Haoran, the prized disciple of the Grand Academy's rector, akin to a cherished son, the future rector of the Grand Academy and a leading figure in Confucianism. Are you treating him as a mere pawn? The audacity of such a statement was remarkable. Meng Haoran's gaze turned steely. Your highness, I believe you should reconsider your words. Li Jingyuan laughed. What? Do you think I am afraid of you? Meng Haoran remained silent, but his silence was an acknowledgement. You scholars of the Grand Academy are so self-serving, thinking I am an easy target to manipulate. Your highness' words are harsh, Meng Haoran replied. Li Jingyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold as ice. While you seek to diminish the fallout, I too must win this game. Even if Rector Zhang were to arrive today, he would not be permitted to leave. Such boldness stirred admiration in Li Xian, who silently applauded Li Jingyuan's unexpected courage. He never anticipated Li Jingyuan to be so brazen, his audacity seemingly boundless. Meng Haoran was not yet an official or a great Confucian, so one could overlook his treatment. However, to speak thus of Zhang, a veritable Confucian master and representative of the scholars, was tantamount to offending the entire Confucian community of Dahong. To utter such words could jeopardize Li Jingyuan's position as prince. Li Xian shook his head in disbelief. You are courting disaster. He resolved to spread this incident far and wide upon his return, ensuring Li Jingyuan became a target of public scorn. Meng Haoran's demeanor hardened, and he took a deep breath. Your Highness, please choose your words wisely. Try to leave, if you dare, Li Jingyuan challenged, extending a hand. The guards, with their fierce gazes, stepped forward in unison, exuding an overwhelming military presence. Dian Wei drew his iron spear, his fierce eyes locking onto Meng Haoran, an aura of cold solemnity enveloping the space. After a moment of silence, Meng Haoran made his choice. Then today, I shall experience the prowess of the Tiger Guard. His expression remained impassive, yet a surge of righteous energy emanated from him, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere created by Dian Wei's weaponry. With effortless grace, he neutralized the threat posed by Dian Wei's spear. This Confucian gentleman truly was remarkable. With a roar akin to a tiger, Dian Wei charged forth, fierce and unyielding. Meng Haoran's voice was calm and soothing. A touch of righteousness brings forth a tempest of wonder. As his words settled, a gale arose beneath his feet, and with a single step, he evaded Dian Wei's ferocious thrust with an elegant twist of his form. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. This is indeed the essence of Confucianism. It is said that Confucian poetry can slay foes, words can annihilate armies, and literature can bring peace to the realm. Today, witnessing it firsthand, I find it truly extraordinary. Chapter 29, The Mountain Character Technique. Ode to the Dragon. Dian Wei launched a fierce and overwhelming assault, shattering defenses with his immense strength. In stark contrast, Meng Haoran moved like the wind, gliding effortlessly, deftly evading Dian Wei's attacks, as if engaged in a playful game. Infuriated, Dian Wei drove his twin halberds into the ground and drew forth a small flying spear from his waist. Seizing the moment, he hurled it with all his might. The small spear flew swiftly and accurately, a feat too quick for an ordinary master to evade. 3 small spears were launched in succession, forming a triangular pattern, slicing through the air to block Meng Haoran's path. Meng Haoran skillfully dodged each of the 3 spears, yet Dian Wei, seizing the opportunity, still failed to make contact. With each passing moment, Dian Wei's anger intensified, his body radiating a fierce bloodlust that ignited his innate potential, his momentum soaring. His speed increased, gradually allowing him to catch up to Meng Haoran, his attacks growing ever more ferocious and rapid, the halberd shadows weaving an impenetrable web that suffocated the air around them. Mountain. Meng Haoran intoned a single character, and a surge of righteous energy erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. As a primordial white character representing mountain emerged from his lips, this character hung in the air, absorbing the righteous energy, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a majestic white misty mountain. Although the mountain stood only 10 zhang high to the onlookers, it appeared to tower 100 or even 1,000 zhang. Li Xian suddenly rose, gazing in awe at the white misty mountain. It is Meng Haoran's mountain character technique, he exclaimed. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, noting that Confucian cultivators could manifest various combat techniques through poetry and prose, while more profound sages could distill the essence of their writings into a single character, which embodied the power of their literary art. Achieving this feat typically indicated one had reached the level of a Confucian gentleman. The more intricate and refined the poetry, the more challenging it was to grasp its underlying principles and distill it into a character. Yet the resulting power far surpassed ordinary literary works. Meng Haoran's mountain character was particularly extraordinary, derived from his understanding of the Confucian sub-saint's 5 Peaks Ode. The writings of a sage encompass the cosmos, with profound implications and endless truths. Even a mere glimpse into such wisdom could yield benefits for a lifetime. Meng Hauran had devoted years to studying the Five Peaks Ode, ultimately distilling its essence into this mountain character. As the white misty mountain manifested, torrents of righteous energy surged forth, solidifying the mountain into a formidable white peak. Jingyuan felt an uncanny sense of reality, as if the majestic peak had truly materialized in this realm. With a resounding thud, the white mountain descended rapidly, aiming to subdue Dianwei. "A single mountain cannot restrain me," Dianwei declared defiantly, striking the mountain with his halberd, creating a colossal shadow that crashed against the white mountain. The mountain trembled violently, sustaining only a minor crack. Dianwei swung his halberds relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of halberd shadows upon the white mountain, producing a cacophony of thunderous impacts that shook the very ground. Yet the descent of the white mountain could not be halted. "Break!" In a fit of fury, Dianwei hurled his large halberd, shattering a portion of the white mountain. But it remained insufficient. The white mountain suddenly plunged downward, and Dianwei found himself unable to strike again. With a mighty effort, he raised both hands to support the weight of the mountain. The mountain felt tangible, heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing down on Dianwei, forcing him into a bow and causing the ground beneath him to sink. "Prince, it seems General Dian is no match for Meng Hauran," Li Xian observed, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Jingyuan remained unperturbed, sipping his wine with calm composure. "What is there to rush for?" Li Xian's expression shifted as he glanced at Zhao Gao, pondering internally. "It appears your confidence rests on this individual. But who exactly is he? Could he be from the palace?" "Your Highness, the outcome is clear. Please command General Dian to cease." Meng Hauran spoke calmly. "I can still fight." Dianwei gritted his teeth, his lips bloodied from the strain, unwilling to concede. The malevolent energy around him intensified, and he managed to raise the mountain slightly higher. Meng Hauran furrowed his brow, observing silently. A minute passed, and Dianwei, exhausted, was on the verge of collapse when Meng Hauran finally withdrew his power. The white mountain vanished, leaving Dianwei sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Meng Hauran stated solemnly, "Though General Dian has sustained some injuries, after today, his martial momentum will advance further. You wish to hone Dianwei's martial prowess with the mountain character technique. That is commendable. I shall ensure you do not suffer undue humiliation henceforth." This Meng Hauran truly exemplified the qualities of a gentleman. Meng Hauran frowned slightly. "Zhao Gao," Li Jingyuan called. Zhao Gao bowed and, in a flash, appeared before Meng Hauran. With a raised hand, he summoned a shadowy force that carried Dianwei away. "Young Master Meng, please enlighten me." Zhao Gao's cold demeanor was palpable as his indifferent gaze swept over Meng Hauran. That gaze sent a chill through Meng Hauran. As a Confucian gentleman, he was highly sensitive to malevolence. He sensed the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Zhao Gao, certain that he was a formidable killer responsible for countless deaths. He posed a far greater threat than Dianwei. "Young Master Meng, you may strike first," Zhao Gao said, his tone laced with arrogance. Without hesitation, Meng Hauran invoked the mountain character technique once more, directing the imposing white mountain toward Zhao Gao. To his surprise, Zhao Gao effortlessly held up the mountain, preventing it from descending even a fraction. Zhao Gao wore a relaxed expression, commenting, "This mountain character technique possesses immense power, capable of suppression. Truly remarkable." Shen Yingfeng's face suddenly changed. A celestial phenomenon realm warrior. "What?" Li Xian nearly fell from his seat, hastily inquiring, "Are you certain he is of the celestial phenomenon realm?" Meng Hauran, having reached the pinnacle of gentlemanly virtue, exerted his full power through the mountain character technique. Something even a peak master could not accomplish so easily. He must indeed be of the celestial phenomenon realm, Shen Yingfeng asserted with conviction. "How can this be? How can this be?" Li Xian's composure shattered, and he turned to Li Jingyuan, who remained unfazed, his demeanor suggesting tacit acceptance. After taking 3 deep breaths, he spoke gravely. "Your Highness, it seems everyone has underestimated you." Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. Do you not enjoy the spectacle? Watch closely. Such a battle is a rarity. Li Xian sat down, his face dark and brooding, shrouded in thoughts unknown to others. Majestic peaks rise to the heavens, obscuring the sun with their grandeur. Piercing the azure sky, one can behold the Milky Way. Meng Haoran did not relent, channeling all his strength as he recited verses from the Ode to the Mountain. The righteous energy surged into the white mountain, causing it to grow heavier. This mountain can subdue masters, yet still lacks a touch. Zhao Gao suddenly exerted force, and the white mountain erupted in a shower of debris, easily dismantling Meng Haoran's mountain character technique. Meng Haoran let out a muffled grunt and staggered back 2 steps. What other techniques do you possess? Zhao Gao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Meng Haoran's expression turned serious as he stepped forward. In the deep pool, the shadow of the dragon stirs, and the waters flow forth. When thunder breaks at dawn, the clouds part to reveal the true deity. Righteous energy surged from beneath his feet, manifesting as a vast, deep pool, where the faint silhouette of a dragon swam languidly beneath the surface. These lines were drawn from Meng Haoran's Ode to the Dragon. Hong Shu suddenly interjected, "I recognize this." Li Jingyuan looked puzzled. "How do you know?" Hong Shu smiled. "I enjoy reading. I have acquired many books, including Meng Haoran's Ode to the Dragon." This poem, composed when Meng Haoran was merely 16, used the dragon as a metaphor to convey wisdom. The dragon lay dormant in a deep pool for centuries, diligently honing its skills, awaiting the day it could transcend the thunderstorm and become a true dragon. He aspired to emulate the dragon, to remain hidden in preparation for a future awakening. He had indeed practiced what he preached, eschewing officialdom and worldly matters for years, dedicating himself to the study of classics in the National Academy, biding his time for a moment of revelation. Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement. He is an extraordinary individual. At this juncture, the previously silent Li Xian spoke up. The world knows of Meng Haoran's mountain character technique, yet few recognize that this ode to the dragon is his true ambition. Chapter 30. The dark clouds over the city. The great demon moves. The true immortal stands firm. Wherever the body exists, there exists righteousness. Meng Haoran stood above the deep pool, reciting a profound truth of Confucianism. A faint dragon's roar echoed, and ripples began to rise beneath his feet, swelling into surging waves. Following the resounding dragon's cry, a magnificent azure dragon burst forth from the water, coiling behind Meng Haoran. This azure dragon was 15 zhang long, adorned with dragon horns and 4 claws, its body as thick as 2 men embracing. It bore the semblance of a true dragon. Its dragon eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, exuding an exceptionally handsome demeanor. This azure dragon, harboring its divine essence within, concealed its sharpness, symbolizing Meng Haoran's lofty aspirations. Suddenly, the azure dragon soared into the sky, letting out a long, resounding roar, its body radiating a brilliant blue light. At this moment, it no longer concealed its might, its presence radiating a powerful aura of oppression. "Be cautious, my lord," Meng Haoran intoned solemnly. Zhao Gao replied, "Please." The azure dragon's eyes widened furiously, unleashing a thunderous roar that transformed into a wave of sonic energy, crashing towards Zhao Gao with the ferocity of a tumultuous sea. Zhao Gao pressed down with one hand, effortlessly extinguishing the overwhelming sound wave. Where the heart desires, the body shall follow. Though the path may be arduous, perseverance will lead to fruition. Continuous endeavor heralds a promising future. Every ending is but a new beginning. Meng Haoran advanced step by step, reciting the Confucian classics. With his essence at the center, the waters of the pool erupted outward, righteous energy surging into the azure dragon, elevating its aura dramatically. With a mighty roar, arcs of electricity erupted from the azure dragon, its dragon energy intensifying, its aura reaching a pinnacle. The once handsome figure now exuded an imposing majesty, embodying the rhythm of transformation into a dragon. In an instant, dark clouds obscured the sun, swirling like a tornado, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It seemed as if a dragon was undergoing tribulation, drawing the heavenly calamity closer. The atmospheric phenomena grew increasingly ominous. Winds and thunder clashing furiously, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, sending sharp pains through the eardrums. A sense of gravity emerged on Zhao Gao's previously calm face. Meng Haoran had instilled a hint of danger within this formidable warrior of the celestial realm, peering into the depths of the pool to glimpse the true path. "This lad is destined for greatness," remarked the usually reticent Deng Taiye in admiration. "What an extraordinary Confucian figure Meng Haoran is," observed Li Jingyuan, his expression now grave, as he too, a master at the peak of his realm, felt the magnitude of Meng Haoran's strength. Even more astonishing was Li Jingyuan's recognition of Meng Haoran's lofty ambitions. Before the azure dragon revealed itself, none could perceive the fervor concealed beneath Meng Junzi's gentle and refined exterior. With the appearance of the azure dragon, all present could tangibly sense his soaring aspirations. As Deng Taiye had noted, peering into the depths of the pool to glimpse the true path, Li Jingyuan wished to add, guarding solitude while witnessing the true divine. Meng Haoran truly stood as a representative of the Confucian future. "My lord, prepare yourself," he declared, just as the azure dragon surged forth with unmatched vigor toward Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao drew a slender sword from his sleeve, no longer concealing the aura of the celestial realm. His energy surged forth like a torrential flood, enveloping all in a suffocating chill of dread. An unusual phenomenon erupted. The clouds above roiled, dark as ink spilled in water, rapidly forming a thick shroud of black clouds. These dark clouds expanded, swallowing the thunderous manifestations conjured by the azure dragon, leaving only a sliver above Meng Haoran's head. A sinister black mist rose from Zhao Gao, contrasting with the dark clouds above, resembling a murderous demon, a king of the underworld. At that moment, numerous experts within the capital sensed the unrestrained, spreading aura of the celestial phenomena. From the palace to the Hamlin Academy, the National University, and even the Astronomical Bureau, figures emerged, their expressions solemn as they gazed towards the distant gathering of black clouds. At that moment, the name Zhao Gao resonated throughout the capital, echoing across the realm. Though the ascent may be steep, it is attainable. Meng Haoran, undeterred by Zhao Gao's dark phenomena, uttered a calming phrase that emboldened the azure dragon. Zhao Gao raised his sword, hesitating for a moment before sheathing it. With his left hand clawed like a talon, he grasped at the azure dragon. A colossal black hand descended from the dark clouds, ensnaring the azure dragon, which struggled futilely against its grip, its vitality waning under the encroaching darkness, ultimately resembling a limp, green-skinned eel. With a swift motion, Zhao Gao cast the azure dragon aside, allowing it to crash at Meng Haoran's feet. He then waved his hand, causing the azure dragon to slowly sink into the depths of the pool until it vanished completely, the pool itself dissipating thereafter. Meng Haoran's complexion paled slightly. He took a deep breath and bowed to Zhao Gao, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder." Zhao Gao replied calmly, "You have honed your military might through the mountain character method. I cannot make it difficult for you." Meng Haoran remained silent. The peak of Junzi realm. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Was this the might of the celestial realm? Li Xian's face darkened in fright, his fist clenched tightly within his sleeve, betraying the turmoil of his heart. "Your Highness, I shall not disgrace my mission," Zhao Gao stated. "Well done," Li Jingyuan replied with a smile. Zhao Gao stood smiling nearby, but suddenly his expression shifted, quietly saying, "It seems that the National University Zhang Jizhao has arrived." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow as a vast river appeared in the sky, its grandeur spanning the heavens, flowing forth from the capital. Upon its rolling waves stood a scholar in Confucian robes, traversing the river with the grace of an immortal. The river descended upon the city gates, and as the scholar alighted, the river vanished behind him. This river was a manifestation of righteous energy. The scholar was none other than Zhang Wei, the head of the National University and a prominent Confucian figure of the age. "Master," Meng Haoran greeted respectfully, bowing deeply. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder, smiling. Do not be disheartened. Facing the celestial realm without fear is commendable. He approached Li Jingyuan, offering a respectful bow. Zhang Wei of a national university pays his respects to His Highness. He then bowed to Li Xian. Greetings, Second Prince. Zhang Zhizhao, your presence is for El Xingqiao? Li Jingyuan inquired. El Xingqiao seeks to gain reputation through the prince's name. His intentions are nefarious. He is unworthy of being a minister or a Confucian. I have submitted a memorial to dismiss him from his position at the National University, and as a great Confucian, I have declared to the world that he should serve as a warning to others. Is your Highness satisfied with my handling of the matter? Zhang Wei articulated. Li Jingyuan chuckled. It is indeed a gesture of sincerity for Zhang Zhizhao to come personally. I am very pleased. He laughed heartily, fully aware that Zhang Wei was not the mastermind behind the scenes, yet his personal visit demonstrated the National University's willingness to concede. This alone achieved the purpose of shaking the capital. Moreover, his willingness to publicly denounce El Xingqiao as a disgrace served to characterize the farce at the city gates, resolving potential repercussions. Your Highness, Eunuch's son has arrived, a tiger guard reported. Ah, just in time, Li Jingyuan replied, rising and smiling at Zhang Wei. Let's go and see. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. A carriage approached swiftly, and Eunuch's son disembarked, striding towards them. Without unnecessary words, Eunuch's son declared the emperor's decree. The assembly either knelt or bowed. The Taichio sect has acted outrageously, disrespecting the court and committing numerous crimes. Their guilt is evident. The prince is commanded to subdue the Taichio sect. For merit and no fault, he shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk. El Xingqiao, as the prince's tutor, has committed an unforgivable offense by acting against his superior. He is dismissed from his position as the prince's tutor and the National University's scholar, to be imprisoned immediately and executed after the autumn. Eunuch's son proclaimed loudly. Thank you, Father, Li Jingyuan expressed. Your Highness, His Majesty has conveyed an imperial decree, instructing you to enter the palace forthwith, without fail. Chapter 31. The sword of the Li clan's conquest. Zhang Zhijiang initially wished to engage in further conversation. Yet, as fate would have it, Li Jingyuan expressed his regret. Zhang Wei replied with a smile. No matter, it is more pressing to meet with His Majesty. Li Jingyuan respectfully bowed to Zhang Wei, saying, I shall take my leave now, but I will surely visit you at the Guozijian in the future. Zhang Wei smiled, but offered no reply. Turning to Dian Wei, Li Jingyuan commanded, the Tiger Guard shall return to camp. The Tiger Guard assembled immediately, their astonishing discipline eliciting admiration. Li Jingyuan climbed into the carriage, with Zhao Gao personally at the reins, following Eunuch's son to the palace. Li Xian hurried forward to greet Zhang Wei, addressing him with utmost respect, Master Zhijiang. Li Xian displayed an unusual reverence towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded, Your Highness, good day. Master, my younger brother, the Crown Prince, has behaved somewhat excessively today. I apologize on his behalf and hope you will not take offense, Li Xian earnestly expressed, striving to evoke goodwill through fraternal affection. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. I have not taken it to heart. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to at the Guozijian, so I shall take my leave. Li Xian nodded, Pleased, Master. Zhang Wei departed with Meng Haoren, while Li Xian turned, his expression darkening. His face twisted with rage as he thought. How could he possibly have a celestial realm martial artist by his side? One master-level warrior is already astonishing enough, but to have an additional celestial realm fighter is beyond comprehension. Deep in thought, he exclaimed, I simply cannot fathom it. Shun Yingfeng maintained a stoic demeanor, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one witnessed Li Xian's outburst. Li Xian quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply and sighing. One Wei Wang is already a headache. Now our Crown Prince seems to be even more concealed. The position of Crown Prince is indeed a challenging one, fraught with difficulty. However, in the royal family, if you do not strive, you will meet your demise. If I wish to survive, I must sacrifice my brothers instead. With that statement, he flicked his sleeve and declared, Let's go. The Crown Prince must not be allowed to live too comfortably. Li Jingyuan arrived at the imperial study, where Emperor Hongshuan was still engrossed in reviewing memorials. ignoring Li Jingyuan for a brief moment, just as he had done previously. After a while, Emperor Hongshuan raised his head, stating, "The establishment of the capital and the creation of the corpse forest. How did I not notice your heart was so ruthless before?" Li Jingyuan's heart raced at the first sentence. He replied gravely, "The Jianghu is becoming increasingly audacious, showing flagrant disrespect towards the court. Severe ailments require potent remedies, without employing harsh measures. How can we make them understand that Daheng will always be determined by the court?" Emperor Hongshuan nodded. "Have you considered the implications of this matter for yourself?" "I have contemplated it, yet I believe personal interests must unconditionally yield to the interests of the state. The Jianghu of Daheng has reached a point where warnings and rectifications are imperative. Should we fail to intervene, it may escalate uncontrollably. As the crown prince, it is my duty to shoulder the burdens for my father. Moreover, having been bedridden for many years, I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as crown prince or my filial duties as a subject. I am filled with shame at the thought. Now that I have the opportunity to serve the nation faithfully, I shall not hesitate." Li Jingyuan spoke with a firm demeanor, portraying genuine emotion. Albeit slightly inferior to El Xingqiao, nonetheless, he proved to be a commendable actor. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongshuan's expression softened slightly. "Your ability to articulate such thoughts signifies your growth." He gestured to eunuch Sun, who promptly had a towering stack of memorials brought forth. Emperor Hongshuan remarked, "Take a look. They all pertain to you." Li Jingyuan perused the memorials, setting them aside after glancing at just two. The contents were all within my expectations. Emperor Hongshuan posed an unrelated question. "Do you know who faces the harshest scrutiny in this realm?" After some contemplation, Li Jingyuan replied, "The Crown Prince." "Indeed, it is the Crown Prince. As the heir apparent and future emperor, the people have high hopes for the Crown Prince. Every word and action will be scrutinized by countless eyes, especially those of your competitors. Any minor mistake will be magnified. Thus, being the Crown Prince is the most challenging role. The populace does not desire a tyrannical Crown Prince nor a future tyrant. The officials of the court, both civil and military, dread a brutal Crown Prince devoid of benevolence, as it poses a threat to their security and could lead them to seek a replacement for the Crown Prince. Therefore, benevolence is the foundation of the Crown Prince's position. Your actions yesterday undoubtedly undermined that foundation." Emperor Hongshuan suddenly inquired. Li Jingyuan responded solemnly, "My position as Crown Prince is granted by your majesty. I do not concern myself with public opinion or the thoughts of the officials. As long as your majesty believes I have acted correctly, I have done no wrong." Emperor Hongshuan narrowed his eyes. "What if I were to think you have erred? Then I would indeed be in the wrong." Li Jingyuan replied submissively. "You have grown considerably more resolute." Emperor Hongshuan chuckled, seemingly pleased with Li Jingyuan's response. "For now, I shall overlook it, but in the future, exercise restraint. If you do not think through your actions, they may lead to faults. If you err, flaws will abound. In this capital, one must proceed with caution in all endeavors." "I shall heed your majesty's teachings," Li Jingyuan replied. "I take my leave." Emperor Hongshuan returned to his dragon throne and resumed his work with the vermilion brush. Li Jingyuan interjected, "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to discuss." "Speak." "I have recently desired to engage in martial arts training and hope your Majesty will permit me to cultivate the national stabilizing sword technique." The national stabilizing sword technique was founded by the first emperor of the Daheng dynasty, Li Qingyi. It is a swordplay of slaughter and also a royal swordplay. Li Qingyi once used this technique to establish his dominion over the central plains and conquer the realm. It is said that the technique requires imperial qi to nourish the sword, and only an emperor may practice it. Achieving the highest fifth realm allows one to transcend the celestial realm and wield a sword that can stabilize the nation, ranking at the apex of sword techniques. It holds significant importance for the Li family. Since the founding of the dynasty, only the emperor and key princes have been eligible to practice it. However, aside from the founding emperor, Li Qingyi, no one has managed to master the national stabilizing sword technique. It is rare for anyone to reach even the third realm, let alone the fifth. Last night, during a fireside chat at a rural homestead, he recalled the words of Deng Tai, which led him to think of this technique. Emperor Hongshuan glanced at Li Jingyuan, You have been ill for many years and are physically frail. You cannot practice the sword. Your Majesty, Zhao Gao has been assisting me day and night in refining my energies. My health has improved considerably. Zhao Gao also believes I am capable of martial training. Moreover, practicing swordsmanship can strengthen my body, Li Jingyuan asserted. Emperor Hongshuan furrowed his brow. Is that so? Li Jingyuan nodded earnestly. Indeed. Eunuch's son, understanding the situation, approached Li Jingyuan. Your Highness, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I take your pulse? Of course, I would be grateful. Eunuch Sunday Li Jingyuan extended his hand, seemingly untroubled by exposure. As soon as Eunuch's son made contact, his expression subtly shifted. Li Jingyuan immediately sensed a sinister energy flowing from Eunuch Sun's fingers through his meridians. He squinted, realizing that this Eunuch Sun was indeed a formidable master, at least at the master level. Fortunately, he had prepared on the way here. Deng Tai had sealed Li Jingyuan's internal energy with swordplay, while Zhao Gao had traversed Li Jingyuan's meridians with a strand of celestial qi, preventing others from prying. Eunuch Sun's sinister energy was halted by Zhao Gao's celestial power. Unless he dared to forcibly disperse Zhao Gao's celestial energy, he would not uncover the truth. Would he dare? Eunuch Sun was a cunning fox, astute and seasoned in worldly affairs, and would undoubtedly refrain from taking such risks, thus ensuring that the essence remained undiscovered. Chapter 32. Undercurrents that esteemed eunuch Zhao utilized the celestial forces to cleanse his highness, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical constitution. Indeed, Eunuch Sun dared not take risks and retracted that strand of internal energy, reporting to Emperor Hongshuan. The Dingwa sword technique bears a weighty aura of slaughter. It is ill-suited for your current state of health. Emperor Hongshuan appeared reluctant to permit Li Jingyuan to practice the Dingwa sword technique. Li Jingyuan interjected, Father, the King of Wei and the second prince have both cultivated the Dingwa sword technique. As the crown prince, it is only fitting that I should practice it as well. Emperor Hongshuan furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, If you insist, then visit the library. However, remember that the Dingwa sword technique is the most formidable sword art of our esteemed Han dynasty. It may only be cultivated with my express permission. Should it fall into the wrong hands, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Jingyuan bowed deeply. I shall heed your words. It is growing late. Postpone your visit to the library until tomorrow, he added. Li Jingyuan continued, Father, I have heard that the Dingwa sword technique requires a fine sword to unleash its full potential. I wish to request a good sword. Attend to the Dingwa sword technique until you reach its first realm before seeking a sword, came the reply. Regarding your request to select additional martial arts manuals from the library, let us limit it to 2 Earth-grade techniques. First, consult with Zhao Gao for his recommendations. Before Li Jingyuan could respond, Emperor Hongshuan waved his hand dismissively. You may withdraw. Though Li Jingyuan yearned for more, he recognized that further insistence might provoke the emperor's ire. Securing the Dingwa sword technique along with 2 Earth-grade manuals was already a considerable advantage. It was prudent to retreat while ahead, and he promptly bowed and exited. Emperor Hongshuan was displeased by Li Jingyuan's earlier behavior. Eunuch's son, observing, remarked with a chuckle, Perhaps the crown prince is simply too exuberant now that his health has improved and he can practice martial arts. Emperor Hongshuan nodded reluctantly, accepting the explanation. Your Majesty, troubling rumors detrimental to the crown prince have begun to surface in the capital. Should we intervene? A cool voice emerged from the shadows. Emperor Hongshuan scoffed, quick to act. I see. He waved his hand. Let the crown prince handle his own affairs. Don't think that Zhang Wei alone can quell all influences. There are other representatives of Confucianism. You may have won this game, but you have also lost. Today, outside the city gates, Zhao Gao revealed his celestial prowess for the first time, instilling fear among the elite of the capital, particularly the factions of the princes, who now found themselves anxious and restless. The night in the capital was destined to be sleepless. At the Guozijian, within the Lanting Pavilion, Zhang Wei was engaged in a game of chess with his disciples, accompanied by a refined middle-aged man. This man, known as Ge Li Fu, bore the title of Gentleman of Lanqi, a former student of Zhang Wei. He was not officially recognized as a disciple, merely a half-disciple. Though Ge Lifu was 16 years Zhang Wei's junior, he still addressed Meng Haoran as senior brother. Master, I have heard numerous rumors regarding the crown prince tonight. Should we issue a statement to clarify these rumors? Ge Lifu inquired. Zhang Wei, absorbed in the game, replied nonchalantly. It is growing late. We shall address it tomorrow. Rumors may escalate by then, master. This delay might invoke the crown prince's displeasure, Ge Lifu cautioned. Zhang Wei chuckled. No matter. If he forces my hand, what difference does a knight make? Ge Lifu pressed on. Master, the crown prince exhibits stark contrasts in behavior. Has he been biding his time, lying in wait? Zhang Wei paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Both the Tiger Guard and that celestial martial artist appear to be part of a long-conceived scheme. Ge Lifu responded gravely, if that is the case. The crown prince's depth of character is indeed formidable. Zhang Wei sighed. It has been many years since I last laid eyes on this crown prince. Today's encounter evokes memories of the emperor before his ascension. Ge Lifu's expression shifted, taken aback by Zhang Wei's high regard for Li Jingyuan. Zhang Wei scrutinized him. Did the third prince send you to probe my thoughts? Ge Lifu inhaled sharply, bowing respectfully. Nothing escapes your perception, master. Zhang Wei stated firmly. Return and inform the third prince that I do not involve myself in factional disputes. Whether the crown prince feels gratitude towards me is of no concern. Understood, master. I shall take my leave. Zhang Wei merely nodded. Ge Lifu bowed respectfully once more, then extended a courteous gesture towards Meng Haoran before departing the Lanting Pavilion. Meng Haoran suddenly inquired, Master, does this matter bear the emperor's influence? Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Did you deduce that? Master should not express opinions about the crown prince in Ge Shidi's presence. He is aligned with the third prince, and your words may incite conflict, countering your desire to remain uninvolved. After all, he was once my student. I must show some partiality. I sensed a faint chill earlier. I suspect it was from concealed guards. Zhang Wei shook his head, chuckling, conceding the point, and added, Our emperor is indeed a man of deep thoughts. In the secret chamber beneath the Dong residence, Dong Zhengdao met clandestinely with Zhang Huayan, a confidant of the King of Wei. The dim candlelight illuminated their somber faces, mirroring their current mood. Zhang Huayan queried, Prime Minister, today's chess match outside the city gates was a direct pressure on the emperor. Yet, the emperor's actions today seem rather unusual. Elxing Chao's training session at the city gate was orchestrated by Dong Zhengdao and his allies, serving as a pretext for Emperor Hengshuan to dismiss the crown prince. Dong Zhengdao silently nodded. Zhang Huayan's expression turned grave. Prime Minister, could eunuch Zhao's appearance have swayed the emperor's decision against deposing the crown prince? Dong Zhengdao replied contemplatively. The crown prince is merely bait for the emperor's fishing line. Who he is holds little significance. The emperor's ambitions are vast. Those who assist him in achieving his goals become the crown prince. Li Jingyuan possesses a celestial martial artist at his command, granting him leverage to re-enter the fray. The emperor wishes to utilize Li Jingyuan to further his grand designs. Zhang Huayan expressed his concern. With a celestial martial artist under the crown prince's command, he becomes a formidable opponent. Dong Zhengdao's gaze sharpened, revealing a ruthless determination. Even celestial martial artists are not invincible. We shall ensnare him in a deadlock, ensuring the crown prince's downfall. Zhang Huayan rose, bowing respectfully. I appreciate your guidance, Prime Minister. The rumors surrounding the crown prince have begun to circulate. Let us incite them further, but refrain from involving the Guozijian. Zhang Wei's proactive stance today indicates his desire to remain detached from factional disputes. If we draw the Guozijian into this, he may take offense. I understand. Let us refrain from grand maneuvers. Allow the other princes to take action while we subtly influence events from the shadows. Indeed, Dong Zhengdao remained seated for some time, murmuring, Emperor, you desire a singular voice in Dahuang, yet your aspirations are grand. The martial world, the powerful families, the feudal lords, which of them is easy to handle? Even the founding emperor of Dahuang, a legendary sovereign, could not achieve this. Do you truly believe you can surpass him? Such clandestine discussions were not rare. Countless plots were brewing, weaving intricate webs in the darkness, poised to ensnare Li Jingyuan. How would Li Jingyuan navigate this impending crisis? Chapter 33. The melon eaten by the main character. As Li Jingyuan returned to the Eastern Palace, Zhao Gao received intelligence relayed by the network. Zhang Wei, a learned scholar, would not lie. This was not his doing. The rapid surge of public sentiment suggested significant Confucian influence behind it, either from the Hanlin Academy or several cabinet elders. Zhang Wei's silence seemed to have provided them with an opportunity. Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. This situation was far from what he had anticipated. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. After today, his assertiveness would undoubtedly prompt other factions of princes to unite against him, plunging him into a more perilous predicament. Was he afraid? He had foreseen the consequences of today's events. If he were fearful, he would not have acted. Deng Tai was his ultimate confidence. All conspiracies and schemes were but jokes in the face of absolute power, easily crushed. With the system by his side, there was no need for him to remain in the shadows like Lu Xuanda. He commanded the network to quell the rumors. Zhao Gao remarked, "The situation among the common people is manageable, but this time the rumors have predominantly arisen within the scholarly community, where there are those intentionally sowing discord. If we employ heavy-handed tactics, it may exacerbate the situation and yield counterproductive results." Li Jingyuan snorted disdainfully. The Confucians, ever the kings without crowns since ancient times. Let the network identify the most vocal among them. We shall find an opportune moment to set a trap and capture them all in one fell swoop. Understood, Your Highness. Li Jingyuan scoffed again. The Confucians are both the foundation of peace and the cause of chaos. If I am to seize this realm, they shall be my greatest obstacle, and I shall eventually sift through them all. The Confucians are a knife meant to secure the realm. When that knife is turned against oneself, it must be destroyed and reforged. Zhao Gao coldly added, as the personal eunuch of the first emperor, having witnessed the burning of books and burying of scholars, I am acutely aware of the Confucians' transgressions. Li Jingyuan's gaze flickered. Should the Confucians insist on obstructing his path, he would not hesitate to learn from his ancestors. Burning books and burying scholars was not off the table. The following day, Li Jingyuan arose early, and as soon as the palace gates opened, he hastened to the library. Nestled deep within the palace, the library appeared unremarkable from the outside, akin to any other palace courtyard. However, its defenses were more formidable than those of Emperor Hongxuan's own quarters. Outside, a battalion of 2,000 elite guards was stationed, meticulously selected from tens of thousands, each at least a 7th-rank martial artist, with the strongest being a late-stage master archer, rivaling even the Tiger Guard. This elite force patrolled day and night, with sentinels every 5 meters and hidden watchmen every 10, leaving no room for even a fly to enter. Surrounding the library were numerous intricate traps, allegedly crafted by the Mo family. Once a late-stage master thief attempted to infiltrate the library. Using disguise techniques, he fooled the guards and entered the courtyard, only to be shot to pieces by concealed crossbows before he could even touch the library's door. Your Highness, the library's courtyard is fraught with peril. Allow this old servant to guide you inside. The elderly eunuch in charge of the library's courtyard offered, leading Li Jingyuan along the stone path through the courtyard. Li Jingyuan surveyed the surroundings. On either side were gardens, ponds, pavilions, and rockeries. Quite ordinary indeed. This courtyard appears quite mundane. Are there truly formidable mechanisms hidden within? The traps and mechanisms are concealed in darkness. If one could see them at a glance, they would be of no use, the old eunuch replied. Indeed, I have heard tales of a late-stage master thief who was slain by these traps. Is that true? Rumors often stretch the truth, the old eunuch murmured. Do you know the truth? The old eunuch replied, I was that audacious thief from years past. It seems I have stumbled upon the main character of this tale. Yet the previous Emperor Hung was ruthless. He did not kill me, but rather castrated me. Such a method is more vicious than murder. In the end, I was left to guard the library. Truly a heart-wrenching punishment. Having traversed the courtyard, they arrived at the library's entrance. The library was a 5-story wooden structure, not particularly grand or towering, yet it bore an air of antiquity reminiscent of a bygone era. This library was built by Emperor Li Chengyi of the Great Han Dynasty, who, during his conquests, annihilated numerous sects and families, seizing countless martial arts manuals, all housed within. Over 2 centuries, the Great Han Dynasty had continued to amass martial arts texts and classics. Today, the library boasted a collection of tens of thousands of volumes, encompassing various martial arts manuals, essential classics, and insights from renowned masters. Each book here could fetch at least 100 gold pieces, underscoring the library's immense value. Your Highness, I cannot enter the library. I can only lead you this far. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. Li Jingyuan pushed open the wooden door of the library and stepped inside, greeted by a dazzling array of books lining the shelves. As he prepared to peruse the volumes, an ancient, weathered voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Are you Li Jingyuan? Following the voice, Li Jingyuan beheld an elderly man clad in coarse robes, casually leaning against the wooden staircase, thumbing through an ancient text. Li Jingyuan's demeanor instantly shifted to one of solemnity as he respectfully bowed. Li Jingyuan pays his respects to the elder. The elderly man replied, "You wish to cultivate the national stabilization sword technique?" His tone was casual, and he spoke without acknowledging Li Jingyuan's princely status. Yet, Li Jingyuan dared not show disrespect. For the true terror of the library lay not in the 2,000 elite guards outside, nor the intricate traps within the courtyard, but in the venerable guardian of the library. It was said that this guardian was a master of celestial phenomena, and it appeared that this elder before him was indeed such a figure. Yes, esteemed elder. The elderly man glanced at Li Jingyuan and said indifferently, "The national stabilization sword technique is the imperial sword technique. Without the aura of an emperor, one cannot cultivate it. Do you believe you possess such an aura?" Li Jingyuan stood tall, declaring, "I am the crown prince of Great Han. Across the realm, save for my father, who possesses more imperial aura than I. Confidence is commendable." The elderly man remarked as he rose and dusted off his robes, making his way up the staircase. "Follow me." Li Jingyuan eagerly followed, ascending to the 5th floor. The space was modest, containing only a 2-meter-high cabinet crafted from rosewood, exquisitely adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. The elderly man skillfully opened the cabinet and retrieved a tome, roughly an inch thick. "This is the national stabilization sword technique. Hold it and observe it." Though Li Jingyuan was somewhat perplexed, he complied, taking the ancient text and gazing upon it, where the words National Stabilization Sword Technique were inscribed in archaic characters. Focus intently on the words National Stabilization Sword Technique without distraction. The elderly man's instructions left Li Jingyuan more confused than ever. Suddenly, the elder pointed at the tome, and a flow of internal energy surged from his fingertip into the book, causing it to emanate a white glow. Li Jingyuan recognized this as the righteous qi. Yet, how could the imperial sword technique, a weapon of slaughter, possess righteous qi? A white vortex materialized within the luminous aura, and a stream of glowing characters, followed by illustrations of sword techniques, erupted from the tome. Instinctively, Li Jingyuan sought to evade, but the elderly man held him firmly in place. He watched in astonishment as these glowing words and illustrations of sword techniques penetrated his forehead, arranging themselves within his mind. Thus, the national stabilization sword technique entered Li Jingyuan's consciousness in an utterly extraordinary manner. Chapter 34. The Ancestor's Sword, is this really the case? Li Jingyuan marveled at the ancient text, the radiant aura dissipating before him, unable to believe his eyes. Just as he attempted to open it, the old man in the coarse robe seized the tome and held it aloft. "This is the work of the founding emperor of your Li family. After sweeping across the world and establishing the Great Han, he summoned the most esteemed scholars and dedicated 5 years to the creation of this precious book. This tome is inscribed with the righteous spirit of 5 great scholars, and through the technique of memory writing, it imparts a unique ability to its words. As you just witnessed, it can transfer the contents of the book into a memory that resides within your mind. In less than half a minute, you could memorize the entire national sword technique." The old man locked the ancient text back in the wooden cabinet. It is not merely a manual of swordsmanship, but a treasure of Confucianism itself. Is it truly capable of such feats? Li Jingyuan exclaimed, both astonished and captivated. "The methods of Confucianism possess certain marvels," the old man replied. "If Confucianism holds such methods, why labor so painstakingly over studying? Would it not be far simpler to directly implant knowledge into one's mind? In no time, one could read all the world's texts and perhaps even attain the wisdom of a sage," Li Jingyuan mused. The old man rolled his eyes. "Do you believe that crafting the national sword technique was a trivial task? It took the combined efforts of 5 great scholars, consuming 5 years and vast amounts of effort to complete this masterpiece. In fact, 2 of those scholars suffered grievous injuries that shortened their lifespans, leaving them to live no more than 5 additional years. The essence of the memory writing technique is not easily distilled. Ever since the great Confucian Huayin passed away, no one has comprehended the art of memory writing since." "That makes sense. Otherwise, wouldn't Confucianism be soaring into the heavens?" Li Jingyuan acknowledged. "Well then, you have committed the national sword technique to memory. Come, follow me downstairs." At that moment, a system notification echoed in Li Jingyuan's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Emperor's sword technique and triggered the exclusive Imperial mission, Sword of the Emperor." He was taken aback and quickly checked the mission details. "Sword of the Emperor, mission details. An emperor must wield the sword and strike down treacherous disciples. Mission objective, cultivate the national sword technique to its first realm. Mission reward, Imperial Dao sword, the Qin sword." "The Qin sword? My goodness, is that not the renowned sword of my illustrious ancestor, the first emperor of all time?" Seeing Li Jingyuan lost in thought, the old man in the coarse robe chided. "What are you dawdling for?" "I was pondering the significance of the national sword technique being so openly displayed here. Does that not seem somewhat casual?" Li Jingyuan offered as a rationale. "Fear not. The palace is heavily guarded, and the library is no exception. Even if one were to breach it, I would be here to prevent it," the old man dismissed nonchalantly. Curiosity piqued, Li Jingyuan asked, "How formidable are you, senior?" "The master realm is merely a stepping stone," the old man replied cryptically. Indeed, this old man was a master of the celestial phenomenon realm. The old man suddenly regarded Li Jingyuan and remarked, "That warrior of the celestial phenomenon you encountered at the city gate yesterday, he is one of your subordinates, is he not?" "Indeed. To put it plainly, should he attempt to infiltrate the library, he would not survive the encounter," the old man implied. "Stronger than Zhao Gao, and not by a small margin. Remarkable. This palace truly harbors hidden talents. What does that look in your eyes?" Li Jingyuan questioned, noticing the old man's meaningful gaze. "Duyust, Zhao Gao is in my employ. How could he dare trespass the library? That would be akin to pilfering from one's own household. I was merely making a metaphor. Why take it so seriously? Besides, how often do royal family members engage in internal strife? What is the theft of one's own possessions? You truly harbor such thoughts?" "Absolutely not. I doubt you possess the audacity for such notions." "Senior, I wish to select 2 Earth-grade martial arts techniques." "Very well. I know the Earth-grade techniques are on the 3rd floor. You may choose for yourself. Once selected, simply let me know for registration." Li Jingyuan called out to the old man once more. "Speak your mind," the old man retorted, his patience wearing thin. "Senior, as the guardian of this library, you must possess extensive knowledge of the martial arts manuals contained within," Li Jingyuan ventured. "You are quite perceptive," the old man replied, seeing through Li Jingyuan's intentions. "Since you seem somewhat agreeable, I shall assist you. Speak, what type of martial arts do you seek?" Li Jingyuan had long contemplated his needs and promptly declared, "One technique for agility and another for hand-to-hand combat, preferably of a robust nature." "Follow me." They descended to the 3rd floor, where 2 wide bookshelves were filled with an array of ancient texts. Li Jingyuan gasped, "So many Earth-grade techniques." The old man rolled his eyes. "You think Earth-grade techniques are akin to refuse found on the streets? There are only around 100 Earth-grade techniques here. The rest are cultivation insights, martial arts treatises, and various essential writings." Without hesitation, the old man skillfully retrieved 2 martial arts manuals from his shelves. "Here is the cloud treading step, one of the finest agility techniques among Earth-grade martial arts. When mastered, it allows for brief moments of walking upon air." The old man then produced a second manual, which bore the title Fist Cannon. The fist cannon. This is the lifelong culmination of the renowned boxing champion Tai Hong from 200 years ago. This manual encompasses the essence of various schools of boxing, truly deserving of the title canon. Li Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. Anything deemed a canon was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Now that you have acquired your materials, you may take your leave. The old man gestured dismissively. Li Jingyuan smiled. It would be a shame to come all this way to the library and leave so soon. What do you mean? My father did not impose a time constraint. I wish to explore and appreciate the treasures within the library. Very well. You may explore the first 3 floors at your leisure, but you must depart before entering the palace's restricted areas. And refrain from disturbing me, or I shall expel you. The old man retorted impatiently, turning to leave. Thank you, senior. Li Jingyuan carefully stowed away the 2 manuals and began to examine the hundreds of Earth-grade martial arts texts on the shelves, seeking one that might suit him better. After perusing many, he found the old man's selection superior. Setting aside a blade manual, he reached for a neighboring book, frowning as he did so. The title of the book had been entirely obscured by ink. Intrigued, he opened the pages only to find large portions of the text similarly blotted out, as if someone wished to conceal its contents from prying eyes. Could it be a forbidden text? Yet, if it were indeed forbidden, why not simply destroy it? Such a heavily redacted book, why would it be housed in the library, especially on this 3rd floor? How curious, how peculiar. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss with this book. As he continued to flip through its pages, he stumbled upon an illustration in the middle. This illustration remained untouched by ink, its details clear and vivid. It depicted a scene of a Buddha subduing a tiger, a compassionate, long-browed Buddha seated beneath a tree, hands clasped in prayer, smiling serenely at the viewer, while a fierce tiger lay beside him. Though the tiger was reclined, its restrained aura was nonetheless formidable. Upon a fleeting glance, an odd sensation washed over him. The longer he gazed, the more he felt the Buddha's eyes seemed to be observing him. Suddenly, the sound of a tiger's roar echoed in his ears, and Li Jingyuan found himself entranced, teetering between slumber and wakefulness. The surrounding space transformed dramatically, and in an instant, he found himself in a strange forest, the very scene from the illustration materializing before him. Chapter 35. I possess a sword that commands gods and slays demons. Roar. The mighty tiger, lying in repose, rose to its feet upon seeing Li Jingyuan, towering as high as a man. With a low growl emanating from its throat and eyes wide open, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Jingyuan pinched his arm, feeling pain. This was no dream. Yet, if it were not a dream, how could he have found himself in such a peculiar place? The long-browed monk, having risen at some point, stepped forward to stand before the tiger. With a smile, he nodded to Li Jingyuan, saying, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I greet you." Li Jingyuan maintained a stoic expression, but his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Knowing him, this matter was far from simple. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed and inquired, "May I ask who you are and the intent behind summoning me here?" The long-browed monk smiled faintly, replying, "I have come to invite your Highness to the Western Paradise to pay homage to the Buddha." Li Jingyuan's heart sank. Entering the Western Paradise could only mean one thing: death awaited him. Nevertheless, he continued to bow, stating, "I am the Crown Prince of Dying. If you genuinely wish to invite me to the Western Paradise, you should present yourself in person rather than resorting to such furtive actions. Would this not tarnish the Buddha's 1,000-year reputation? Your Highness possesses a sharp wit and keen insight, which is indeed a pity to waste in this mundane world. You ought to enter my Buddha's pure land and enjoy the ultimate bliss of the Western Paradise," the long-browed monk replied, still wearing a benevolent smile. At that moment, the enormous tiger suddenly stirred, its wrathful roar shaking the very space around them, causing Li Jingyuan's head to throb as if it might split apart. The monk brought his palms together, and a radiant golden light erupted from his being, transforming him into an imposing figure of a monk, towering several meters high. With a golden aura that resembled the revered figures in Buddhist scriptures, he began to chant sutras, and instantly, the sound of his incantation resonated through the heavens and the earth. As the sacred sound reached Li Jingyuan's ears, it sought to alter his will, attempting to lead him to surrender. Ding! Crisis detected for the host. Emergency mission. The Emperor's overbearing heart activated. Mission details. A monk has entered the dream, seeking to enlighten the host. Mission objectives. As an emperor, I am supreme above all. Those who defy or deceive me, be they gods, humans, or spirits, shall be vanquished. The host is to slay the dreaming monk and safeguard the emperor's overbearing heart. Mission reward. A unique military gift pack. Regardless of whether you're a true monk, attempting to enlighten me is futile. To the western paradise with you. Li Jingyuan gestured, sword come forth. In an instant, a brilliant blade of light appeared before him, gleaming white, 3 feet long, delicate as a cicada's wing, yet radiating a formidable killing intent. This was the sword energy of Deng Tea. Li Jingyuan had sought a sliver of sword energy from Deng Tea, storing it within him for emergencies. He had not anticipated it would be needed so soon. As the 3-foot blade of light manifested, the long-browed monk's expression shifted dramatically. He formed seals with his hands, intensifying his sacred sound. The boundless incantation sought to sway Li Jingyuan into submission, to relinquish his resistance. Li Jingyuan steadied his mind, his gaze resolute. There was no rationale for him to accept fate and seek death. I wield a sword that commands gods and slays demons. The tiger, filled with fury, unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the very air to tremble violently, overwhelming Li Jingyuan with a sense of impending doom. With a powerful leap, the tiger charged, its massive claws tearing through the air as it aimed to strike Li Jingyuan. He pointed forward, and the blade of light surged forth, shattering the tiger and piercing the long-browed monk in a single, relentless motion. The space around them fractured, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart by his sword strike. Li Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself back in the library. Looking down, he discovered that the image of the monk subduing the tiger in the ancient book was gone, replaced by a blank page, save for a single sword mark. In an instant, the old man in the tattered robe appeared before Li Jingyuan, his brow furrowed. I sensed an astonishing surge of sword energy just now. What transpired? Li Jingyuan's expression darkened, his tone no longer respectful. Elder, do you know the origin of this book? The old man frowned, taking the ancient text into his hands. As he touched the blank page, his expression shifted slightly. Killing, sword, energy, and remnants of Buddha's resonance. Where did this book come from? Li Jingyuan's voice carried traces of anger. You ask me? This book was simply here in the library. How should I know its origins? The old man shook his head, speaking in a grave tone. There is no such book in the library. Li Jingyuan's face darkened further. Was anyone here in the library last night or this morning? The old man's expression changed, though he remained silent, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Li Jingyuan, frowning, pressed. Elder, do you intend to remain silent? Without indulging Li Jingyuan, the old man waved his hand, enveloping him in a forceful energy that propelled him out of the library. Get out, came the old man's impatient voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Li Jingyuan flicked his sleeve and departed without a word. The elderly eunuch, who had been waiting outside the library, hurried towards him. Lead the way. The eunuch respectfully acknowledged and guided him ahead. In a secluded chamber on the first floor of a library, an old Taoist with long beard and hair, embodying an ethereal presence, was deeply engrossed in a game of chess, contemplating his next move. The old man in the tattered robe appeared in the chamber. His face darkened as he glared at the long-bearded Taoist. I wondered why you had the time to visit me. Turns out you came to play tricks. The long-bearded Taoist dismissed the remark, saying, I merely placed a book here. You know Li Jingyuan seeks to select a low-tier martial arts manual, and you intentionally placed an odd book among them. Anyone who sees that book would find it peculiar and inevitably be drawn to it. The old man in the tattered robe revealed the long-bearded Taoist's cunning ploy. Pointing to the chessboard, the long-bearded Taoist invited, Come, let us resume our game. The old man took a seat, picking up a piece to continue the match. Taunting, Li Jingyuan is after all your junior. How can you stoop to tricking him? Such disrespect. The long-bearded Taoist replied nonchalantly, Even juniors have their distinctions. His words revealed the reasoning behind his actions against Li Jingyuan. The old man in the tattered robe scoffed coldly. Humph, mere petty tricks. After half a lifetime of cultivation, you are still blind to the truth. I doubt you will ever progress further in this life. I am human, after all, not celestial. Being disturbed by the mundane is but natural, the long-bearded Taoist countered. What a fallacy. The blank image in that book bears remnants of Buddha's resonance. I suspect it is the dreaming monk's technique for entering dreams. The long-bearded Taoist nodded. The image of the monk subduing the tiger was indeed drawn by the dreaming monk himself. A flicker of intrigue passed through the old man's eyes. So, the Buddhist sect is involved as well. The long-bearded Taoist shook his head. It was borrowed from the Buddhist sect years ago. So, you calculated this long before today? Not merely a calculation, but a web of schemes, the old man in the tattered robe retorted. The long-bearded Taoist fell silent, focusing intently on the chess game. The chamber grew quiet as the two immersed themselves in their match. After a quarter of an hour, the long-bearded Taoist declared, "You have lost." The old man casually scattered the pieces, saying, "It is not over until the last piece is played. I have not lost." The long-bearded Taoist showed no anger. This was not their first encounter of this sort. He calmly began to collect the pieces back into the container. "I am quite curious how that young one escaped from the image," he remarked. The old man burst into laughter. "Huh, I thought you were uninterested." The image of the monk subduing the tiger, drawn by the dreaming monk, is such that even a master martial artist cannot escape. How could an ordinary person possibly break free? Want to know? I shan't tell you. I want you to be tormented by curiosity and lose sleep over it. Dare to trick me? There are consequences. I sense that faint sword energy. Yet where did that young one acquire such energy? The long-bearded Taoist pondered, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "I do not know. I intend to sleep now. If you have no business, make yourself scarce," the old man in the tattered robe declared, lying down on a nearby bed and closing his eyes. "My book, return it, is no more. I have destroyed it." With a sigh, the long-bearded Taoist stood and bowed to the old man before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 36. My grandfather wants to kill me. As Li Jingyuan stepped out of the library, his pace abruptly halted. He turned back and inquired, "Has anyone visited the library last night or this morning?" The old eunuch, bowing his head, replied, "I have not seen anyone come." Li Jingyuan clearly did not believe him. "Are you certain?" he pressed. The old servant dared not deceive his highness. Li Jingyuan's voice turned grave. "You find yourself in such dire straits, and yet harbor no resentment in your heart? You are quite aged. If you cannot dispel your grievances before death, will you not pass from this world with regrets? Answer my question, and I assure you, I will help ease your heart's burdens in the future." The old eunuch trembled slightly, but soon regained his composure, remaining silent. "Just give me a name. There's no rush." "Take your time to think," Li Jingyuan urged. "Your Highness," the old eunuch called out to him. Li Jingyuan glanced back, as the eunuch silently mouthed 3 words. With a stoic expression, Li Jingyuan nodded at the eunuch and turned to leave. Seeing Li Jingyuan's grim countenance, Zhao Gao immediately asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Li Jingyuan replied, "Someone has acted with impatience, daring to strike at me within the palace. Had it not been for the lingering sword energy of divine sword master Deng, I fear I would not have left the library today." Zhao Gao's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The palace was no longer safe. They must return to the East Palace post-haste. If even the library, known as a forbidden ground, had been infiltrated, then no place within the palace was secure. They promptly departed the palace, returning to the East Palace. On the way back, Li Jingyuan activated his information panel, discovering that the Task Emperor's overbearing heart had been completed, and he received a grand reward. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 10,000 riders." Li Jingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Have I disturbed a nest of snow?" The system's favor towards snow was indeed remarkable. However, this reward was undeniably formidable. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry was renowned across the land, and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry was unmatched in Northern Liang. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, the strongest spear of Northern Liang, was hailed as the finest cavalry in the world. It was said that there were 3 types of iron cavalry in the realm: the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, and other cavalry units. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry stood alone, embodying unparalleled glory. If memory serves, there were only 10,000 riders in the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Now, they had all been granted to me. This must be what they call a blessing in disguise. A smile spread across Li Jingyuan's face, and the dark clouds of discontent in his heart dissipated. Yet he would not easily forget the animosity that nearly cost him his life. Though I do not yet know who plotted against me today, I will express my gratitude. When I find you, I shall grant you a swift end. In the East Palace's martial arts hall, Li Jingyuan suddenly opened his eyes, a faint dragon's roar emanating from within him. He sprang to his feet, seizing a long sword from the rack, and began to dance with it, the brilliance of his swordplay illuminating the room. Having returned to the East Palace, Li Jingyuan dedicated an entire day to practicing the national sword technique, successfully advancing to the first realm, Hidden Dragon Realm. This realm encapsulates the essence of lying low like a dragon in the depths, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The sword moves were unpredictable, concealing lethal intent. The sword was sheathed with grace. A smile appeared on Li Jingyuan's face. The national sword technique is not so difficult after all. Divine Sword Master Deng, what do you think of this national sword technique? Li Jingyuan inquired, glancing at Deng Tai, who lounged casually in the corner. Deng Tai had remained in the martial arts hall to protect Li Jingyuan. He nodded. The sword moves are varied, and within their changes lies hidden danger. It is indeed a commendable technique. What is even more remarkable is this. Li Jingyuan raised a hand, and a remarkably long bronze ancient sword appeared in his grasp. The moment the sword emerged, the wrapped long sword behind Deng Tai trembled as if in response. Deng Tai's eyes widened in astonishment as he reached out to caress the long sword, which then settled down. What a powerful sword! What is its origin? He asked with curiosity. It is the sword of the first emperor of all time, known as the Ding Qin. This sword can be regarded as the supreme imperial sword of the realm, Li Jingyuan explained, caressing the ancient sword, which bore the characters Ding Qin inscribed by Li Si. Deng Tai's curiosity intensified. Such bold claims. May I take a look? Of course, Li Jingyuan replied. Deng Tai took the Ding Qin sword, and it suddenly vibrated violently, as if reluctant to be held. This sword possesses a spirit. It does not wish to be grasped by me, Deng Tai remarked, his expression shifting with wonder. However, who was Deng Tai? A genuine swordmaster. With a gentle touch, the Ding Qin sword ceased its trembling. He pointed at the ancient sword, and its archaic blade shimmered brightly, causing Li Jingyuan to feel an intense pressure as if seated on pins and needles. Subsequently, he seemed to hear the roar of a dragon, and a golden dragon gradually materialized upon the blade. Though small, this golden dragon exuded an air of majesty. Deng Tai exclaimed, "The dragon's aura lies within. What a splendid imperial sword! It surpasses even my Tai sword. Truly, it is worthy of being my charming ancestor's weapon." With a wave of his hand, the golden dragon dissipated, and the brilliance of the Ding Qin sword faded. This sword harbors imperial dragon energy within. In the future, you must keep it close, nurturing your own essence with the dragon energy contained in this sword. Your national sword technique is cultivated through imperial aura, and this sword is the perfect complement. With it, you can break through your limits more swiftly. Perhaps you may even reach the 5th realm. Deng Tai returned the Ding Qin sword to Li Jingyuan, who was captivated by the weapon, unable to tear his gaze away. "Your Highness," a voice called from outside the martial arts hall. It was Zhao Gao. "Come in." Zhao Gao entered and bowed to Li Jingyuan. "Have you found anything?" "I have," Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan's expression turned serious. "Who exactly is this Li Bai?" Outside the library, Li Jingyuan had read the old eunuch's lips. The 3 words he had uttered were indeed Li Bai. Li Jingyuan had no recollection of this name, but the surname Li suggested he was of royal lineage. If the guards at the library were reticent to speak of him, his status must be extraordinary. Upon returning to the East Palace, he instructed the intelligence network to investigate this individual. However, Li Bai proved to be shrouded in mystery, with the network unable to uncover even the faintest trace. Zhao Gao took matters into his own hands, conducting a nocturnal reconnaissance of the ancestral mansion, where he finally located Li Bai's dossier. Li Bai, originally named Li De, was the fourth son of Emperor Hengshan. Li Jingyuan paused in astonishment. Wait a moment. He is the son of Emperor Hengshan, thus the uncle of Emperor Hengshan. Does that not make him my grandfather's generation? Indeed, Zhao Gao confirmed. The generational gap is quite substantial. Please continue. At the age of 20, Li Bai had entered the highest sect of the Tao, Tianzong, where he secluded himself in cultivation. The records in the ancestral mansion mentioned only one significant event. 20 years ago, when the demonic cult wreaked havoc across the land and the Great Hung was in turmoil, Li Bai emerged from seclusion, wielding a sword alone and slaying the martial artist of the demonic cult who had reached the celestial realm amidst thousands of their forces. After that, there are no further records of him, Zhao Gao explained. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened. To have slain a celestial-level martial artist 20 years ago means that Li Bai was already at the realm of land immortal then. The cultivation methods of the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist sects differ from those of martial artists, and their terminologies for realms vary as well. The primary differences are reflected in the 5 innate realms. The Taoist realms are innate, golden core, land immortal, celestial being, and Tao sovereign. The land immortal corresponds to the martial artist's celestial realm. To have slain a celestial-level martial artist 20 years ago indicates that Li Bai was at least at the mid-stage of land immortal. Now, after 2 decades have passed, do you think he has reached the realm of celestial being? The more Li Jingyuan pondered, the more alarmed he became. He had unwittingly gained a formidable enemy, and he feared he would find it difficult to sleep peacefully in the days to come. Chapter 37. Wagering the dynasty at the gaming table, the old servant speculated that he had not yet entered the realm of the celestial beings. Zhao Gao inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion? If he had truly become a celestial being, Emperor Hengshan would have likely already swept the martial world and the aristocratic families clean." This reasoning held merit. After all, Li Bai was of royal blood. Emperor Hengshan would not turn a blind eye to his words. Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the response, Dang Jianshin, he asked if Li Bai is at the pinnacle of the earthly celestial realm, that is, the peak of the Tianxiang realm. Do you possess the confidence to defeat him? With a face full of hope, Li Jingyuan looked towards Dang Taiye. In the Tianxiang realm, I am invincible. Beyond that, it is an exchange of blows, Dang Taiye replied, his calm demeanor reflecting the confidence and authority of the strongest swordmaster in the snow. To single-handedly block the heavenly gate, behead 81 celestial beings, and slay those who dare not descend to the mortal realm. Do you think that is a jest? Very well, Deng Taiye's confidence instilled faith in him. Li Jingyuan quickly regained his composure. Li Bai would not act against me without reason. Rather, it must be some influential figure who has compelled this reclusive old monster. Li Bai had entered the heavenly sect in his youth, without taking a wife or siring offspring. Thus, Emperor Hengshuan's descendants would hold little significance to him. Having secluded himself for a century, he likely had grown distant from familial bonds. It was improbable that mere kinship could persuade him unless it was the power behind these princes that had summoned him, Zhao Gao observed. If familial ties could move him, Emperor Hengshuan would have summoned him long ago. Deng Taiye posited another possibility. Perhaps a certain prince has promised him something of interest. At his level, power, wealth, and beauty are trivial. What could possibly sway him? Deng Taiye replied nonchalantly. Breaking through the realm, he added. Zhao Gao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is breaking through the realm. It is likely the only way to entice him out of seclusion. Li Jingyuan questioned. But if a prince can assist him in breaking through, surely Emperor Hengshuan could as well. Why would he seek a distant solution? Fate, Deng Taiye explained. In my former world, there was a concept of fate. It is likely that this world possesses it too. I suspect that a certain prince has pledged the fate of the Great Hung dynasty to assist him in breaking through. Once the dynasty's fate is exhausted, it spells the collapse of the dynasty. Emperor Hengshuan would be reluctant to expend the dynasty's fate to aid him. Hence, he has chosen to support a particular prince. Deng Taiye speculated. Li Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback. Who could be so audacious as to wager the great Han dynasty? Deng Tae shrugged. I am merely conjecturing. Li Jingyuan pointed at Deng Tae. I find your reasoning compelling. If this is indeed the case, I may have a way to deal with this old monster. If he dares to wager the great Han dynasty, what would Emperor Hongshuan think if he found out? Had it not been late, I would have rushed to the palace to see him. The following day, Li Jingyuan hastened to the palace. On this day, Emperor Hongshuan was unusually absent from the study. When Li Jingyuan encountered him, he was leisurely feeding fish by the pond in the imperial garden, appearing to be in good spirits. Emperor Hongshuan handed the fish feed to eunuch's son. What brings you here? Li Jingyuan replied, on a recent visit to the library, I encountered an unexpected incident. After much contemplation, I felt it necessary to inform Father Emperor. Emperor Hongshuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, speak. Li Jingyuan continued, the day before yesterday, I was ambushed at the library. Someone attempted to harm me using the Buddhist technique of dream invasion. Had it not been for the sword energy concealed on me by Zhao Gao, I might have perished. Emperor Hongshuan's expression darkened, his voice laced with fury. Clarify. Eunuch's son hurriedly dismissed the surrounding attendants. Li Jingyuan recounted the events in detail, and Emperor Hongshuan maintained a stoic demeanor. Do you know who did it? I inquired with the librarian, but he remained silent. However, as I was leaving the library, the elderly steward who guided me mentioned a name. Who? Li Bai. Upon hearing this name, Emperor Hongshuan could no longer contain his expression. If his face had been dark before, it was now thoroughly overshadowed. Li Jingyuan noticed Emperor Hongshuan's hand clenching into a fist, seemingly attempting to conceal it behind his back, his heart racing with unease. Are you certain? Li Jingyuan bowed. I would not dare deceive Father Emperor. You may return. Emperor Hongshuan turned abruptly, his pace quickening, as if he were anxious. Once Emperor Hongshuan departed, Li Jingyuan straightened, his gaze falling upon the pond, watching a vibrant array of koi eagerly competing for the fish feed, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps he had guessed correctly. That night, the sound of something crashing awakened Li Jingyuan, who was diligently practicing the national sword technique. Someone had arrived, and the visitor was formidable. Deng Tae's expression was unusually serious. If he regarded this matter with such gravity, it could only mean that Li Bai had come. Li Jingyuan sensed the eager excitement within Deng Tae's gaze. Deng Jianshin, it is best not to reveal yourself just yet. Deng Tae's sharp edge receded, returning to a languid demeanor. You may go out. I will keep a vigilant watch. With that reassurance, Li Jingyuan took a deep breath, opened the door, and was met with a gruesome sight, a bloodied head. This head belonged to the elderly steward from the library. His eyes remained wide open, filled with terror and despair, refusing to close even in death. The ruthless efficiency of this act was chilling. Suddenly, Li Jingyuan sensed a terrifying aura, his heart racing, and he quickly looked up, staring in astonishment. In the night, a figure clad in yellow and purple robes hovered in midair, walking upon the void, ethereal and dreamlike, as if a celestial being had descended. Zhao Gao flickered to Li Jingyuan's side, a slender sword springing forth from his sleeve, his expression grave. Shadows flitted in the darkness. Lurking in the shadows, fixated on the figure in the air, the yellow and purple-robed figure observed everything with keen eyes and spoke softly. The world underestimates you, young prince. Li Jingyuan took a deep breath and bowed deeply. May I inquire if the esteemed one is my granduncle? The yellow and purple-robed figure remained unmoved, merely looking down at Li Jingyuan. After a moment, his gaze shifted to Zhao Gao, and he spoke plainly. It was not he who disrupted the Luohan Fuhu painting. From whom does that sword energy on you originate? It was confirmed. This yellow and purple-robed figure was indeed the schemer, Li Bai. Li Jingyuan continued to bow respectfully, asking, as a transcendent being, why do you trouble your nephew? Li Bai remained silent. Li Jingyuan once more clasped his hands in inquiry. If I may ask, what brings your esteemed presence here? Li Bai furrowed his brow, glancing into the distance, as if compelled by someone, and then stated, I have plotted against you once. As a parting gift, I offer you an opportunity as recompense. With a wave of his hand, a stream of light descended before Li Jingyuan. Curious about this object, Li Jingyuan looked closer and saw it was a peculiar token, about the size of a palm. As he pondered the nature of this token, Li Baibai provided the answer. This is the Xiaoyang divine talisman, a treasure long sought after by mortals. Li Jingyuan, we shall meet again. Li Baibai proclaimed before ascending like an immortal, vanishing into the night. Deng Taiye emerged, stating, I sensed an extremely powerful aura just now. It seemed to originate from the imperial palace. Li Jingyuan felt a chill. There are indeed unparalleled powerhouses within the palace. I wonder if it is that librarian. It appears Li Baibai was forced to retreat. The royal family's depth of power exceeded his expectations. He picked up the Xiaoyang divine talisman from the ground. Scrutinizing it carefully, it was inscribed with hundreds of intricate and unfamiliar characters, appearing quite mysterious. What could be the purpose behind Li Bai by leaving him this talisman? He found it hard to believe that Li Baibai acted out of goodwill. Your Highness, I have uncovered the origins of the Xiaoyang divine talisman. Chapter 38. Inescapable Deadlock. Let us append the chessboard. The Xiaoyang divine talisman is a creation forged from celestial iron by the ancient ancestors of the imperial lineage, symbolizing the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty. However, it is also renowned for a more famous legend, the Great Yin treasure. It is said that as the Great Yin dynasty crumbled, the emperor amassed the wealth of the realm, collecting royal martial arts and precious artifacts, concealing them in a single location to serve as a capital for the descendants of the Great Yin to rise again. The Xiaoyang divine talisman serves as the key to this hidden treasure. Zhao Gao remarked, the Great Yin dynasty is a bygone era. The Great Hung has overthrown its regime. Li Jingyuan replied, it has been over 2 centuries. The treasure has yet to be discovered. This matter seems dubious. Zhao Gao shook his head. That remains uncertain. But records indicate that whenever the Xiaoyang divine talisman appears, it incites a bloody tempest, with countless individuals vying fiercely for it. 20 years ago, the talisman resurfaced, leading to chaos in the martial world, with princes raising armies and reclusive masters emerging to seize it. Even the remnants of the Great Yin, long hidden, took action. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. These remnants of the Great Yin are remarkably tenacious. Even after 200 years since their downfall, they remain undeterred. Zhao Gao explained, as long as the small court of Lingnan persists, the remnants of the Great Yin will not vanish completely. Emperor Hongyuan sought to extinguish any lingering hope within the hearts of the Yin people, storming the Great Yin palace and ruthlessly slaughtering the royal family. It is said that only a young princess survived, taking refuge in Lingnan under the protection of loyal Yin followers, evading pursuit by hiding amidst the mountainous terrain. She even established a small court of the Great Yin in Lingnan, which endures to this day. For 2 centuries, these remnants have never relinquished their ambition to restore their nation, continuously instigating turmoil in Great Hung. Each upheaval has borne the shadow of the Yin remnants. Did Sun Sanjia appear 20 years ago? He did, single-handedly halting the advance of the princely army of 100,000 at Jiming Mountain, rendering them immobile. The most renowned of the Yin remnants is Sun Sanjia, who claims to be a true dragon nurtured by the 2 centuries of fortune from the small court of the Great Yin. Sun Sanjia, originally named Sun Zhongdao, gained fame as a scholar in Great Hung, excelling in the imperial examinations and securing the top position at every level, thus earning the title of Sun Sanjia. Another interpretation of his name suggests that he is unrivaled in the realms of chess, Confucianism, and literature, hence the appellation Sun Sanjia. Sun Sanjia truly came to prominence during the momentous events in Shu. 35 years ago, he topped the imperial examination with unparalleled results, earning the admiration of Emperor Hengshan. Yet, instead of entering government service, he chose to become a humble county magistrate in Shu. In merely 3 years, he rose from a 7th-rank magistrate to the governor of Shu, tripling its economic output in just 2 years and bringing order to the region, earning the adoration of the people as Sun Qingtian. However, in the 6th year, a great drought besieged the land, prompting the powerful families to hoard grain for profit, leaving the populace destitute and discontented. The king of Shu seized upon this discontent, claiming the emperor of Hengshan was heartless and that the drought was a divine punishment, rallying to usurp the throne, with Sun Sanjia as his chief strategist. For 2 years, Sun Sanjia governed Shu with renown, his calls resonating with the desperate populace. With his persuasive eloquence, he garnered the support of the noble families of Shu. The king of Shu swiftly amassed an army of 200,000, sweeping through 2 provinces, gathering soldiers and refugees, eventually fielding an astonishing force of 500,000. Advancing towards the capital, Emperor Hongshan was compelled to dispatch 30,000 elite troops to quell the rebellion, leading to a climactic battle in Dongming Valley. Ultimately, the king of Shu, lacking sufficient resources, was defeated. The conflict resulted in a staggering death toll of 40,000, severely wounding the Great Han dynasty, which took 5 years to recuperate. In this monumental rebellion, the king of Shu was executed, leaving Emperor Hongshan to confront a ravaged realm, with neither party emerging as a victor. The only true victor was Sun Sanjia. This upheaval was not merely to instigate discord within Great Han. Its true intent was to facilitate a transfer of power, returning Shu to the Great Yan. Sun Sanjia entered Shu under the guise of a court official, while secretly colluding with the king of Shu, uniting the forces of the court and the king. He clandestinely facilitated the migration of Yan citizens into Shu, allowing them to integrate openly within the populace, while simultaneously orchestrating a great rebellion to dismantle the entrenched noble families of Shu, eliminating the final resistance to the return of the Yan. Emperor Hongshan, belatedly aware of the situation, found his court too weakened to thwart Sun Sanjia's plans. By the time the court regained strength, the Yan populace had already woven themselves into the fabric of Shu, rendering any counteraction futile. To this day, Shu remains the stronghold of the Yan remnants. Deng Taye murmured, "This Sun Sanjia reminds me of an old acquaintance." With Sun Sanjia taking action, could the legend of the Zhaoyang divine talisman indeed be true? Li Jingyuan scrutinized the talisman, unable to discern its secrets. Why would one gift such a treasure to him? Could it truly be an act of conscience? He shook his head, pondering the improbability of such a notion. In an instant, Li Jingyuan's expression shifted drastically as realization dawned upon him. Oh no, I've been ensnared. The immense value of the Zhaoyang divine talisman, if revealed, would surely attract trouble from all corners of the world. At the very least, Sun Sanjia would not let him escape unscathed. Fuming, Li Jingyuan muttered, to think that Li Bai would engage in such treachery with a treasure of this magnitude. He truly hold me in high regard. The thought of an adversary willing to go to any lengths to ensnare him was chilling. Zhao Gao interjected, "Your Highness, the Zhaoyang divine talisman is a hot potato. If we can discreetly pass it along, ensuring everyone knows it is no longer in your possession, the trouble will dissipate." To whom? Who could possibly receive it? Li Jingyuan's countenance darkened further, recognizing the malice in Li Bai's scheme. Zhao Gao quickly suggested, "Gift it to Emperor Hongshan. Not only would this resolve the predicament, but you would also be rewarded for your contribution." Li Jingyuan shook his head. If the Zhaoyang divine talisman falls into Emperor Hongshan's hands, it will surely become irretrievable. How do you think the Yan remnants would react? Sun Sanjia would undoubtedly seek retribution against the one who bestowed the treasure. Sighing, Li Jingyuan lamented, "If I were to give it to another, how would Emperor Hongshan perceive it?" Suddenly, Zhao Gao proposed, "Your Highness, there is another path. Li Bai's scheme primarily relies on Sun Sanjia. If we secretly return the Zhaoyang divine talisman to him, he would have no reason to act against you." Li Jingyuan despondently shook his head. "Your thoughts are too simplistic. While I may not know much about Li Bai, I have gleaned that he is meticulous, adept at manipulating human nature, and possesses profound scheming abilities. What we could conceive, he surely would not overlook. By the time I return the Zhaoyang divine talisman to Sun Sanjia, rumors of my collusion with the Yan remnants would likely spread like wildfire, marking my end. Perhaps he desires me to choose this path." Li Jingyuan murmured, "Sun Sanjia, in his quest to restore the great Yan, has caused countless innocent lives to perish in Shu. His heart is treacherous. If I were to return the Zhaoyang divine talisman to him, it would be tantamount to handing him a lethal weapon. He would never let me escape unscathed." Zhao Gao, exasperated, exclaimed, "This won't do, nor will that. Are we to be trapped in a deadlock?" After a moment, Deng Taye spoke slowly, A so-called trap does not only have conventional solutions. Li Jingyuan paused in his contemplation of the Zhaoyang divine talisman. His spirit stirred, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes, feeling as though the path ahead had suddenly cleared. Indeed, if this situation is unresolvable, then let us upend the chessboard. At that moment, Li Jingyuan's spirit soared, declaring, I shall keep the Zhaoyang divine talisman. I am eager to see if Li Bai's scheme can truly lead to my demise. Chapter 39. Two Fools on This Day. After completing his training, Li Jingyuan was approached urgently by Zhao Gao. Your Highness, Han Shu and Qing Niao have been injured. Li Jingyuan sprang to his feet, perplexed. What happened? Zhao Gao explained, today, they went out to purchase goods and encountered the crown prince of Kangyi. Upon seeing the beauty of Han Shu and Qing Niao, he attempted to take them away. They fought fiercely and managed to escape. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened instantly. The crown prince of Kangyi, that notorious libertine, Li Xiaowu? Indeed, Zhao Gao confirmed. Does he know that Han Shu and Qing Niao belong to me? Han Shu was quick to inform him, Zhao Gao replied. Fury clouded Li Jingyuan's face. Knowing that, he still dared to act. This Li Xiaowu is truly a fool, courting death. Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Both Han Shu and Qing Niao are at the late stage of their innate realm, while Li Xiaowu is merely at the 9th rank. How could he injure them? There is a minor master by his side, seemingly the captain of the guards from the Kangyi royal household, Zhao Gao noted. Does a mere dandy have such protection? Li Jingyuan questioned. Zhao Gao continued. The investigation revealed that Li Xiaowu should have been accompanied by a 2nd-rank warrior. Yet today, inexplicably, the captain was present. Indeed, there is a deeper issue at play. Where are Han Shu and Qing Niao? They are currently in Wudong Courtyard, receiving treatment, Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan hurried to Wudong Courtyard and found the two women. Their faces were pale, their garments stained with blood, and Qing Niao bore a deep gash on her arm. Rage ignited within Li Jingyuan as he surveyed the pristine beauty marred by a scar. This Li Xiaowu must pay dearly, he declared. Do not rise. Focus on your recovery. Physician, find a way to eliminate this scar entirely. Your Highness, rest assured, I guarantee there will be no trace left, the physician promised. Li Jingyuan nodded curtly and exited. Where is Li Xiaowu? In Nuangxiang Tower, Zhao Gao informed him. This is the foremost brothel in the capital. Let Dianwei rally the Tiger Guard. Li Jingyuan was aware that he was being plotted against, but he cared not. To dare touch Qing Niao and Han Shu was tantamount to seeking death. After more than half a month, the Tiger Guard surged forth once more, brazenly storming the streets towards Nuangxiang Tower. They encircled the establishment. The formidable presence of the Tiger Guard frightened the patrons within, who huddled in corners, silenced by fear. Li Jingyuan dismounted and strode into Nuangxiang Tower. Who are you? Do you not know this is Nuangxiang Tower? My patrons are esteemed guests. If you disrupt them, can you bear the consequences? An indignant matron, exuding an air of authority, confronted him. Ah, is that not His Highness the Crown Prince? The matron recognized Li Jingyuan, her expression shifting from anger to obsequiousness as she approached him, swaying gracefully. Your Highness graces Nuangxiang Tower, truly an honor. Li Jingyuan, in a foul mood, retorted coldly, Where is Li Xiaowu? The matron's composure faltered, her heart racing as she stammered, pointing towards an upstairs room. The Crown Prince is on the 2nd floor. Bring him down. The Tiger Guard rushed upstairs, only to be met at the staircase by a burly man wielding a sword, exuding a powerful, subdued aura that halted their advance. He clasped his sword and bowed to Li Jingyuan. Might I inquire why the Crown Prince seeks my lord? Li Jingyuan's expression remained impassive. You are the one who harmed my Han Shu and Qing Niao. The man's face changed instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation from Li Jingyuan's address to the women. He quickly bowed. That was a misunderstanding. I beg your Highness's forgiveness. Forgive your mother. You will be executed, Li Jingyuan replied curtly. Before the man could react, Zhao Gao appeared behind him and swiftly severed his head. The severed head of the minor master rolled down the stairs, and the crimson blood caused the patrons and servants of Nuangxiang Tower to scream in terror. Silence. Zhao Gao's glare was icy, as though a steel blade had been placed at each person's throat. They all covered their mouths, trembling in silence. Soon, Li Xiaowu was dragged out by two members of the Tiger Guard, disheveled and half-clad, evidently having been engaged in unsavory activities. "Release me. Do you know who I am? I will inform my father and have your heads," he yelled upon seeing the severed head of the minor master, his face contorting with rage. "Who killed Zhao Shu?" "I did," Li Jingyuan stated flatly. As Li Xiaowu's gaze met Li Jingyuan's, he appeared struck by lightning, stammering, "Crown Prince. Your Highness, what brings you here?" Li Jingyuan remained expressionless. "Do you not recall your misdeeds?" Li Xiaowu's face flushed with anger. "They were merely two maidservants. Must it come to this? Merely two maidservants? Li Xiaowu, you're truly a fool." Li Jingyuan, uninterested in further explanation, ordered, "Take him away." The Tiger Guard escorted Li Xiaowu back to the Eastern Palace, where Li Jingyuan commanded his subordinates to strip him of his shirt and bind him to a pillar. A member of the Tiger Guard, wielding a whip soaked in brine, lashed him repeatedly, eliciting cries of anguish. Zhao Gao brought a chair, and Li Jingyuan sat across from him, coldly observing as Li Xiaowu begged and screamed, remaining unyielding and silent. The executing guard bowed. "Your Highness, he has fainted." Li Jingyuan shook his head. "He fainted after only a few lashes. He is truly worthless. Douse him with water and continue." A basin of cold water was poured over Li Xiaowu, awakening him to an onslaught of pain that prompted sharp cries. Before he could open his eyes, another lash struck him. The sudden pain jolted him awake, only for him to faint again. "Continue pouring water, continue striking." Zhao Gao leaned in, whispering to Li Jingyuan, "Your Highness, Li Xiaowen is approaching with several hundred soldiers from the 5th City garrison." Li Jingyuan scuffed. "Truly, these brothers are equally foolish. The Kangyi royal family is cursed with such dimwits. Have Dianwei block him at the Fengxing intersection." "Yes. Speed up. Faster." Li Xiaowen rode a tall steed, flanked by 300 soldiers from the 5th City garrison. As they reached Fengxing intersection, a mere turn would lead them directly to the Eastern Palace. "Whoa!" As Li Xiaowen turned his horse, he encountered the ready Tiger Guard, halting abruptly. Dianwei, atop his steed, glared fiercely at Li Xiaowen. "The Crown Prince has issued orders. You are not permitted to enter the Qingstone Avenue. Do you know who I am? I am a commander of the 5th City garrison, Kong Xianjun Wang Li Xiaowen." Li Xiaowen barked. "Knowing it is me, you still refuse to yield?" Dianwei nonchalantly replied, "You are merely a prince, unable to compare to the Crown Prince. Kong Xianjun Wang, I advise you to leave at once." Li Xiaowen glared at Dianwei, his expression darkening. "What if I insist on entering?" Dianwei replied coolly. "Then I shall break your legs." Li Xiaowen roared in fury. "You dare?" The Tiger Guard awaited orders. "If they dare, take a single step onto the Qingstone Avenue. Break their legs." "Yes." Over 100 Tiger Guard members shouted in unison, their battle cries thundering, causing the soldiers of the 5th City garrison to falter. The 5th City garrison was merely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, adept at subduing petty thieves, but against the battle-hardened elite troops, they were nothing but a trifling nuisance. Li Xiaowen, witnessing the disheveled appearance of his soldiers, erupted in furious exclamations. "A bunch of useless fools, draw your swords." The commander interjected, "But this is the Tiger Guard of the Ma Tai Chiu sect. Known for their mercilessness, they wouldn't dare to engage us." Li Xiaowen's deputy hastily replied, "And so what? Do they truly believe they can lay a hand on me?" Li Xiaowen forcefully shoved his deputy aside, then dismounted and strode purposefully onto the Bluestone Avenue. With an air of defiance, Li Xiaowen declared, "I have stepped forth. What can you do about it?" Chapter 40. The uncle kneeling to his nephew. An unforgivable act. Dianwei held Li Xiaowen and brought him before Li Jingyuan, unceremoniously throwing him onto the ground. "Your Highness, I brought him," he announced. Li Xiaowen clutched his thigh, howling in agony, sweat pouring from him. Dianwei had truly broken his leg. "Brother, it hurts. Save me." Li Xiaowu cried out, his voice hoarse and filled with desperation. Seeing his brother in such distress ignited a fierce anger within Li Xiaowen. Despite the pain, he glared at Li Jingyuan and demanded, "Your Highness, we are your cousins. My father is your uncle. How dare you treat us this way?" Li Jingyuan leaned forward, pointed to his own head, and asked, "You brought soldiers from the 5 cities military command to storm the Eastern Palace? I am curious about your rationale." The color drained from Li Xiuwen's face as he hastily replied, "What's storming? I did not. Do not slander me." With a swift kick, Li Jingyuan sent Li Xiuwen sprawling. He enunciated each word clearly. "When you arrived at the Eastern Palace gates with soldiers from the 5 cities military command, that is indeed an invasion." Li Xiuwen scrambled to his knees, eager to explain, "No, I did not storm the palace. I merely wished to inquire why your highness intended to harm Uncle Zhao and apprehend my brother." "To inquire with 300 soldiers from the 5 cities military command?" Li Jingyuan retorted, leaving Li Xiuwen speechless. Li Jingyuan regarded him with disdain, shaking his head. "One can only wonder what sins King Kong committed in his past to have sons such as you." King Kong had named his 2 sons Xiuwen and Xiuwu, hoping they would embody both literary and martial prowess. Yet, who could have foreseen that these sons would grow up so misguided? The elder, named Xiuwen, was single-minded and impulsive, disliking literature in favor of martial pursuits, ultimately becoming the commander of the 5 cities military command. Conversely, Xiuwu showed no interest in martial arts, despite King Kong hiring esteemed Confucian scholars as tutors. Xiuwu failed to achieve any success in learning, instead adopting the frivolous habits of scholars, preferring to indulge in pleasures, earning a reputation as a debauched rake. "Do not insult my father," Li Xiuwen dared to retort. Li Jingyuan sighed, exasperated by Li Xiuwen's foolishness. "Now I understand why your uncle would rather choose the dissolute Xiuwu as heir than you. The misdeeds you have committed could lead to mere corporal punishment, but you are courting death. If the title of heir were bestowed upon you, who knows what calamities you would bring forth, leading to your family's demise." Li Xiuwen's face flushed crimson, trembling and unable to respond, for these words echoed the warnings he had often heard from King Kongi. "Brother, save me. Your Highness, he has fainted again." The tiger guards lamented, finding Xiuwu too fragile. "Splash some water on him. Continue the beating." Kneeling, Li Xiuwen bowed his head and pleaded, "Your Highness, though my brother is but a 9th-rank warrior, he has long frequented the brothels, leaving him in a severely weakened state, even inferior to an ordinary man. I implore you, for my father's sake, to show mercy." With a sardonic smile, Li Jingyuan replied, "If I were to strike him dead, the title of heir would fall to you, which would be advantageous." Li Xiuwen immediately objected. "Xiuwu is my brother. How could I wish for my own brother's death?" Li Jingyuan regarded him with bemusement, questioning whether this man truly belonged to the royal family. "If you do not wish for your brothers and fathers to perish, how can you still claim to belong to royalty?" It was a testament to their naive bond. Once more, Li Xiuwen lowered his head. "Your Highness, though I do not know what crime my brother has committed, I am willing to take his punishment." Li Jingyuan turned to the tiger guard, asking, "How many lashes has he received?" 26 lashes, came the reply. Li Jingyuan stated coolly, "Your brother is to receive 50 lashes. Since you wish to take his punishment, it will be doubled. You shall receive 48 lashes. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiuwen conceded, "I am willing to endure the 48 lashes. At least there is a glimmer of commendable spirit." Li Jingyuan remarked, gesturing, "Bind him." 2 tiger guards swiftly removed Li Xiuwen's clothing and tied him to a post, whipping him vigorously. Before 10 lashes had been delivered, King Kong arrived. He waddled in, his rotund figure resembling a ball, perspiring profusely as he hurried along, lacking the demeanor of a prince. Upon entering the courtyard and witnessing the plight of his sons, he gasped in horror, rushing to kneel before Li Jingyuan without hesitation. "What crime have my sons committed to incur your highness's wrath?" Li Jingyuan replied coolly, "An uncle kneeling to his nephew is an affront to natural justice. Rise, uncle." King Kong shook his head, refusing to stand. "Your highness is the sovereign, and I am but a subject. It is only right for a subject to kneel before his sovereign." Li Jingyuan countered, "Should you not rise, I shall add 10 more lashes. Then I shall rise at once." King Kong quickly replied, straining to stand, his hefty frame requiring effort, and even upon standing, he hunched over, appearing quite respectful. With a smile, Li Jingyuan continued, "Your son brazenly abducted my personal maid and injured her. Your second son attempted to storm the Eastern Palace with soldiers from the 5 cities military command. Had I not intervened, you might have witnessed a siege on the Eastern Palace. King Kong Yi's heart raced with panic as he listened, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Upon hearing of Li Xiuwen's intent to besiege the palace, he sank to his knees once more. My sons are reckless and foolish. I beseech your highness to forgive them. Li Jingyuan teased. As a father, you certainly do not possess their audacity. They are not brave. They are merely ignorant of the consequences. To besiege the palace is tantamount to treason, a capital offense. King Kong, he clenched his teeth in anger, rising from the ground to seize the whip from a tiger guard, striking his son. You foolish child. I have warned you time and again to think before acting. Look at what you have done. After a few lashes, he was winded, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. Li Jingyuan waved his hand. That is enough. I have already intervened. Taking a deep breath, King Kong, he relinquished the whip, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, your highness, for sparing my son's life. Li Jingyuan waved dismissively. After all, they are blood relatives. I cannot simply watch them perish. King Kong Yi's expression turned grave as he cautiously inquired. Does your highness suggest that my sons have been manipulated? Li Jingyuan replied. Your heir may indeed be blinded by lust. But it is too coincidental that as I brought Li Xiuwen back to the Eastern Palace, Li Xiuwen arrived right after. Understanding dawned on King Kong Yi. His sons have been used as pawns. He bowed deeply, acknowledging, Your Highness, your insight is astute. My sons may be foolish, yet they would not dare act in such a treasonous manner. There must be someone instigating them from behind. Li Jingyuan's tone turned icy. Had I not suspected they were being schemed against, you would have been greeted today by 2 corpses. This revelation sent a chill down King Kong Yi's spine. Yet, if my sons are not thoroughly disciplined, they may indeed fall into greater traps in the future. Yes, they must be taught a lesson, King Kong Yi affirmed. Your Highness's admonishment is wise. He called out, Bring a chair for the prince. Li Jingyuan raised his hand. 2 eunuchs promptly brought a chair for King Kong Yi to sit and watch his sons being punished. As the lashes fell, the sound of flesh tearing and blood splattering filled the air, causing King Kong Yi immense distress. He shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Li Jingyuan kazwali ramarka. I have killed the captain of your guards. King Kong Yi had already learned of this news and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Well done. Surely, it was this man who incited my son to commit today as calamity. Li Jingyuan cast a glance at him, unreservedly attributing the blame to the deceased. King Kong Yi exhibited a degree of astuteness. He then inquired, Why has Li Xiuwen, who usually only has a second-rank martial artist by his side, today replaced him with the chief of guards? King Kong Yi shook his head. I'm unaware of that. He then turned to the still wailing Li Xiuwen and berated him. You wretched fool. Why was Zhao Ning accompanying you when you left the residence today? Chapter 41, Are your 2 maids exceptionally beautiful? I heard from Sun Zimu that there is an extraordinarily lovely young lady in the North City, and we intend to pay her a visit. Li Xiuwen stamarat. Kong Iwang interjected, Who is Sun Zimu? Li Xiuwen hesitated, unwilling to divulge, which incited Kong Iwang to stride over and, pointing a finger at him, exclaimed, Are you seeking death? Speak at once to His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Xiuwen recoiled, trembling as he replied, He is an acquaintance I made at the Nuangxiang Tower. Li Jingyuan inquired, And where is Sun Zimu? We had arranged to meet at the Nuangxiang Tower, but I did not see him when I arrived. Li Jingyuan cast a glance at Zhao Gao, who nodded in understanding and dispatched someone to investigate the matter concerning Sun Zimu. You fool. I warned you against visiting brothels. Look at the company you keep. Kong Iwang raised his hand to strike, but upon seeing his son, barely clinging to life, he could not bring himself to do it. With a deep sigh, he waved his sleeve and hastened to Li Jingyuan, clasping his hands in respect. It must be that Sun Zimu is scheming behind the scenes. I implore your highness to send the Tiger Guard to apprehend him immediately. Uncle Wang, do not concern yourself with this. Please, take a seat. Li Jingyuan gestured toward the nearby chair. Kong Iwang complied and sat, yet he felt restless, as if perched upon needles. After 48 lashes, Li Xiuwen was left with but a breath of life and succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Jingyuan smiled and remarked, All is well. Uncle Wang, after this beating, they will likely be bettered in for 2 to 3 months. It is for the best. They will not cause trouble, especially in these turbulent times. Kong Wang nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Uncle Wang, please escort them back, Li Jingyuan instructed as he turned to leave. Kong Wang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring, "This aura is more terrifying than that of the late emperor. Oh dear, my children, you two foolish boys. I have long warned you." Li Jingyuan stood by the window, calmly observing Kong Wang depart with the two unfortunate souls. He pondered whether Kong Wang would complain to Emperor Hongshuan about nearly incapacitating his two sons. Given that Kong Wang was the emperor's most favored brother, it was likely he would intervene. Zhao Gao quietly remarked, "Kong Wang is a perceptive man. He understands the crown prince's intentions." Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, though Uncle Kong may appear simple-minded and timid, one cannot survive within the royal family without a modicum of wisdom. He is a carefree prince, uninterested in court affairs, preferring to indulge in music and pleasure, seeking only a peaceful existence. It is precisely this disposition that allows him to be perceived as devoid of threat, enabling him to survive the brutal power struggles of the previous generation. Moreover, he remains deeply valued by Emperor Hongshuan, who treats him as a brother. The true architect of this scheme aims to exploit Kong Wang's favor to undermine Li Jingyuan. If one were to assess the situation, it is not overly consequential. A light reprimand would suffice. However, their involvement with Hongshu and Qingyao has ignited Li Jingyuan's ire. The conspirators likely did not anticipate such a vehement reaction from him. They may be applauding in glee, perhaps even denouncing him as a fool in private. For the sake of two maidservants, they disregarded familial bonds and brutally assaulted a young heir and a prince. Should this incident become public, Li Jingyuan risks being labeled as heartless and ungrateful. Although it is a well-known fact that rulers are often devoid of affection, one must not overtly exhibit such traits, at least until one occupies the dragon throne. One cannot appear ungrateful, otherwise it would instill fear and trepidation, leading to a lack of support. The schemers would undoubtedly exploit this incident for their own purposes. Li Jingyuan is not afraid of their machinations. Rather, he fears their silence. The more they elaborate, the more traces they leave behind, allowing him to trace the threads back to the mastermind. Soon, news reached him that the instigator, Sun Zimu, had perished in his home. Li Jingyuan was not disheartened. It was anticipated. Silencing witnesses is a common method of ensuring tranquility. Zhao Gao remarked, "The investigation is underway regarding Sun Zimu's connections. They may uncover some clues." Li Jingyuan nodded, yet he understood that it was highly improbable that any traces would remain. As evening fell, a messenger from the palace arrived, summoning him to Emperor Hongshuan. It was evident that this was regarding the day's events. Upon entering the imperial study, he found Emperor Hongshuan seated upon the dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. Also present was an elderly gentleman in splendid attire, his countenance stern and his gaze toward Li Jingyuan tinged with anger. If Li Jingyuan was not mistaken, this man was the head of the Zongrenfew. Had Kong Wang lodged a complaint, or was this the machination of the conspirators? After respectfully bowing, Emperor Hongshuan spoke. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Li Jingyuan replied, "It must be regarding my chastisement of Kong Wang's two sons today." The old Zongjing slammed his hand upon the chair, fuming. "You nearly beat them to death. Is that what you call teaching a lesson? You are attempting murder. Do you not realize that Kong Wang is your uncle? You have killed the captain of your uncle's guards and left your two cousins half dead over two maidservants. Crown Prince, your actions are utterly excessive." "I do not consider them excessive. Rather, I believe my actions were entirely justified," Li Jingyuan responded calmly, further inciting the old Zongjing's ire. "You show no remorse." The old Zongjing rose, addressing Emperor Hongshuan directly, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's actions over these past 2 months have become increasingly absurd, if he does not amend his ways." Emperor Hongshuan raised his hand, interrupting, "Uncle Wang, there is no need for haste. Let us hear his reasoning. Li Xiaowu was fully aware that those 2 maidservants belonged to my household, yet he dared to forcibly seize them in public. What do you call such behavior? It is a blatant disrespect towards the Eastern Palace and the Crown Prince. Just this alone is sufficient to charge him with treason. If I do not punish him severely, The people of the capital will perceive me as a weakling, incapable of protecting my own maidservants. If that is the case, will anyone hesitate to trample upon my dignity? Emperor Hongshuan scoffed, Crown Prince, mind your language. The old Zongjing, recognizing Li Xiaowu's wrongdoing, softened his tone. However, the punishment seems rather excessive. Li Xiaowen led the soldiers of the Wuqing military command straight to my eastern palace. Had I not intervened, he would have encircled my residence. Zongjing, what do you suggest I do? With a sigh, the old Zongjing replied, after all, he is your cousin. Surely you can educate him properly. If all else fails, you could send them to the Zongrenfu, and I will handle the matter. Must you beat them to the brink of death? Li Jingyuan spoke earnestly. If Uncle Kong and the Zongrenfu could manage them, Li Xiaowu would not still behave in such a manner today. My severe punishment is intended to save them, to instill a lasting lesson, hoping they will restrain themselves and not repeat their mistakes, lest they become pawns of others and bring ruin to Uncle Kong and the Kong Yuan household. Upon hearing this, the old Zongjing exhaled deeply and fell silent. Emperor Hongshuan nodded slightly. Li Xiaowen and Li Xiaowu indeed require strict discipline. He then turned to the old Zongjing. Uncle Wang, the crown prince has provided his explanation. Do you now comprehend? The old Zongjing sighed deeply, bowing, if your majesty understands. Then I too shall understand. Yet his demeanor and words revealed that his anger had not yet subsided, and he did not appear to fully comprehend. Emperor Hongshuan dismissed him, saying, then Uncle Wang, please return to the Zongrenfu and ensure that the idle relatives there remain compliant. The old Zongjing acquiesced and departed. Emperor Hongshuan remarked, your uncle did not report to the Zongrenfu. Or did he bring his grievances to me? My son understands. Li Jingyuan discerned that the conspirators had escalated the matter to the Zongrenfu, intending to exert pressure through them. The second statement of Emperor Hongshuan caused a tightening in Li Jingyuan's heart. Are those two maidens of yours exceptionally beautiful? Chapter 42. An unexpected rival. Do you truly believe you are in the right? Just now was I who spared you, the crown prince, some dignity. Emperor Hongshuan's countenance darkened, his words laced with palpable fury. Li Jingyuan hastily knelt before him. Everyone, leave at once. Quickly, all of you. Even Eunuch Sun was startled into action, swiftly ushering the eunuchs and palace maids out of the imperial study. Emperor Hongshuan struck the table, his anger escalating with each word. Is this a trivial matter? Is killing a minor master not enough to quench a rage? Do you need to beat Xiaowen and Xiaowu to a pulp? Crown Prince, do you think that with a celestial warrior backing you, you can act with impunity? Or are you simply heartless? I am not, replied the Crown Prince. Emperor Hongshuan pointed an accusing finger at Li Jingyuan, rebuking him. Then you are a fool. Do you have any idea how discontented the royal relatives are with you? It is human nature to protect one's kin, especially within the royal family. Those relatives fear a ruler who is cold-hearted and ungrateful. Your actions today have frightened them. They dread the day they may meet the same fate as Xiaowen and Xiaowu. Not all royal relatives are as inept as them. If you wish to ascend to this position, you must rely on their support. Should you instill fear in them, they will become weapons in the hands of others, poised to strike you down. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Emperor Hongshuan continued to speak at length, as if genuinely instructing Li Jingyuan. Gradually, he calmed down and concluded, the origin of this matter lies with those two maidservants. Thus, let us send them to the residence of King Kong. This matter ends here. Li Jingyuan's expression shifted abruptly. To send away Hongshu and Qingyao? That is impossible, he replied, his tone grave. If I were to do that, who would still be willing to serve me wholeheartedly in the future? Do not worry, father. I will find a way to compensate Uncle Kong. Emperor Hongshuan's expression darkened further. This was the first time Li Jingyuan had outright rejected him. His demeanor gradually grew calm, becoming expressionless as he stated flatly, then you shall do as you wish. You may leave. Li Jingyuan rose and respectfully bowed. I take my leave. Emperor Hongshuan remained inscrutable, his thoughts veiled. After a moment, he murmured, for those in power, one must be devoid of sentiment. If you fail to comprehend this, you will forfeit your opportunity. As the moon ascended the branches, Li Jingyuan had yet to sleep, performing a dance with his sword under its silvery light. The speed of his swordplay quickened, and the dazzling white light of the blade coalesced, seemingly poised to rend the night asunder. Deng Taiye sat upon the steps, several dishes of fine food beside him, sipping wine while admiring the sword dance. After a sip, he gently shook his head. A spark ignites understanding. Such talent is rare in this world. I now somewhat regret not taking him as my disciple. The clever Huang Gua chimed in. Shall I sell you a pill for regret? Deng Taiye waved his hands dismissively. No need, no need. Taking on a disciple is too troublesome. Besides, His Highness requires no such thing. A little guidance is sufficient. Huang Gua nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. After all, His Highness is exceptionally intelligent. With her head tilted, Huang Gua gazed adoringly, her face breaking into a blissful smile. His Highness dances with the sword so beautifully. Upon hearing this, Deng Tai shook his head repeatedly, inwardly lamenting the girl's infatuation. At that moment, Zhao Gao rushed in. Li Jingyuan immediately ceased his movements, sheathing his sword. Your Highness, as you predicted, those behind this are indeed plotting against Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuwan, Zhao Gao reported. Li Jingyuan's gaze turned cold, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, with Emperor Hongxun mediating, even if the royal relatives of the Zhongrenfu are dissatisfied, it will yield no result. For this matter to escalate, blood must be shed. He handed his sword to Huang Gua and continued. If Li Xiuwan and Li Xiuwu are beaten to within an inch of their lives, gravely injured, and should they fail to survive the night, the nature of this incident will change entirely. Not only would King Kong be outraged, but the royal relatives of the Zhongrenfu would also publicly denounce me, and I doubt Emperor Hongxuan could quell their fury. Huang Gua embraced the sword, her cheeks flushed with anger, exclaiming, the one behind this truly has a wicked heart. Li Jingyuan chuckled as he lightly tapped her forehead. If they were not wicked, how could they hope to unseat me from the throne? He then turned to Zhao Gao. Have you uncovered the identity of the mastermind? Is the Long Princess's people? Zhao Gao replied. Li Jingyuan's brow furrowed in surprise. He had assumed it was her brothers behind this scheme, not the Long Princess herself. He had little interaction with her. Are you certain? Zhao Gao affirmed. The 6 sword servants' pride opened the assassin's mouth. Following that lead, they identified the contact person who was seen entering the Long Princess's residence. Li Jingyuan nodded slightly, trusting in the capabilities of the 6 sword servants. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the faintly visible moon in the sky and mused. The Long Princess aspires to be the reigning empress, shining like the sun and moon. This Long Princess was no ordinary figure. Her influence had contributed significantly to Emperor Hongxuan's ascension, and she was a woman of unparalleled beauty, capability, and talent. Now, she was dissatisfied with her position and yearned to become the first empress of Dahong. Over the years, she had cultivated numerous allies within the court and wielded substantial influence in the realm. Li Jingyuan's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from within. Since the Long Princess has made her move, it is only fitting that I respond in kind. Zhao Gao understood Li Jingyuan's intent and stated, the dossier on the Long Princess has already been compiled. To understand both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Li Jingyuan had long instructed Luo Wang to discreetly gather intelligence on the upper echelons of the capital, particularly concerning his opponents. Let us go and see who shall be the target. Zhao Gao brought forth a stack of documents, all detailing information about the Long Princess. He sifted through them, searching for a target that could deliver a significant blow to her. Zhao Gao handed over a dossier, stating earnestly, Your Highness, this old servant believes the ghost market is a worthy target. Li Jingyuan accepted the document and began to peruse it, noting the details of the black market. The ghost market was a dark and terrifying place within the capital, a lawless zone untouched by the court's edicts. Initially, it had been a refuge for the homeless. But over time, it attracted various night traders, forming a market that adhered to the rule of meeting at midnight and dispersing at dawn. Gradually, the market became increasingly complex, filled with rogues, fugitives, and assassins. It became bolder in its dealings, even offering forbidden goods that De Hung had expressly prohibited. The existence of such a blatantly unlawful place in a capital known for its stringent laws was indeed ironic. Li Jingyuan scoffed. Who would have thought that the Long Princess, the most illustrious woman of the Hung, would be behind the ghost market? One was the most glamorous and powerful woman of the Hung, the Long Princess, often referred to as the Pearl of the Hung. The other was the ghost market, a den of darkness where vile creatures congregated. Who would have imagined that these two names would be so closely intertwined? It was truly a bitter irony. Zhao Gao added, within the court, Emperor Hengshuan maintains control, and the various princes wield considerable power. The Long Princess is aware that her influence within the court is waning. She must turn to other avenues to amass strength. Although the ghost market bears a bad reputation, it allows for the clandestine execution of many tasks that cannot be accomplished in the open. Li Jingyuan nodded in silent agreement. The Long Princess had grand ambitions. To achieve her goals, she would inevitably become involved in illicit activities, and the ghost market was the easiest place to procure such contraband. There may be evidence within the ghost market that could lead to her downfall. Li Jingyuan shook his head. The Long Princess has managed to retain her position overseeing the imperial treasury since Emperor Hengshuan's ascension, which speaks volumes of her caution. It is improbable that she would leave incriminating evidence in the ghost market. Even if she does not, dismantling the ghost market would surely cause her considerable distress. Li Jingyuan nodded, reflecting that indeed, the ghost market was a promising target for attack. Chapter 43, I am your confidential keeper in the pursuit of dismantling the black market. The Weihu gang serves as an excellent entry point. Zhao Gao retrieved another booklet from a pile of documents and placed it before Li Jingyuan. The Weihu gang stands as the foremost gang in the North City, ostensibly engaging in extortion and bullying, yet covertly involved in the nefarious trade of abducting children. They traverse the 3 cities and villages surrounding the capital, specializing in the abduction of young children, whom they subsequently sell into the black market. Over the course of a decade, the number of children sold by them could easily reach 800, if not 1,000. The fates of these abducted children remain shrouded in mystery, eluding even the most diligent investigations. Without the intervention of the Grand Princess, such meticulous operations would be inconceivable. Li Jingyuan's expression darkened, and for the first time, a fierce murderous intent flickered in his calm eyes. The act of child trafficking warrants a punishment of the most severe nature, regardless of the era. The best outcome for these abducted children is to be sold as offspring to others. However, many are subjected to cruel exploitation, transformed into tools for eliciting sympathy and garnering alms from passers-by. A more sinister fate awaits some, as they are groomed to become assassins. These assassins are conditioned from a young age through various brutal methods, molded into unwavering instruments of death. The children trafficked by the Weihu gang are likely to end up in the hands of the Grand Princess, trained to become such deadly agents. The thought intensified Li Jingyuan's murderous resolve. At this moment, he deemed the Grand Princess more deserving of death than Li Jie or Li Xian. Utilizing the Weihu gang's child trafficking case as a pretext to infiltrate the black market becomes justifiable. Moreover, the current rumors surrounding His Highness necessitate a significant event to redirect public attention. The child trafficking case is bound to stir discussions throughout the capital. If resolved, His Highness's reputation among the populace will be instantly restored. With the assistance of the investigative network, the damaging rumors will soon dissipate. Li Jingyuan tempered his bloodlust and commended Zhao Gao's proposal. A single arrow can strike 3 targets. Indeed, this seems to be the most suitable objective. He pointed decisively at the booklet. It is settled then. We shall target the Weihu gang. The following day, Li Jingyuan made a grand entrance into the North City. This area represents the lower echelons of society in the capital, characterized by deplorable living conditions and poor housing, far inferior to the other 4 cities. The princely carriage, resplendent and out of place, attracted a throng of onlookers. Suddenly, several individuals pushed through the crowd, kneeling before the carriage and bringing it to a halt. Commoners have grievances. We beseech His Highness to take action. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, struck her head against the ground with fervor, causing blood to flow profusely. Others echoed her despair. We implore you, Your Highness. Li Jingyuan emerged from the carriage and approached the kneeling figures. What grievances trouble you? He inquired softly. Your Highness, A year ago, my grandson was taken by traffickers. I reported the matter to the authorities, but they paid me no heed. After numerous visits, they dismissed my case without thorough investigation. My grandson is merely 5 years old. He is the lifeblood of our family. I beseech you, Your Highness, to grant this old woman justice. The elderly woman's weeping was heart-wrenching. Your Highness, it is the same with my family. Just days ago, my young child was playing at her doorstep. I turned my back for but a moment, and he vanished without a trace. I scoured the streets and alleys, yet found nothing. My child is but 6 years old. If he is lost, our family cannot survive. A middle-aged woman beside the elderly one wailed in anguish, mimicking the elderly woman's actions, striking her head against the ground until it bled, as if such desperation could sway Li Jingyuan. Do not do this, Li Jingyuan urged, quickly helping the elderly woman to her feet. His expression grew grave as he turned to the others. Have you all lost children as well? Yes, Your Highness, they replied in unison. I have lost 2 children. Your Highness, I witnessed the traffickers take my child, yet I've been unable to locate him. The authorities brush me aside. Please, Your Highness, you must help us. One after another, anguished parents emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Li Jingyuan. In no time, over 100 individuals knelt, their collective sorrow resonating through the assembled crowd, compelling many to kneel in appeal to Li Jingyuan for assistance. This gathering of mourners was no mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by the investigative network, guiding families who had lost children to this very spot. They feigned to lead the charge in lamentation, instilling confidence in the grieving parents to voice their plight. The number of onlookers swelled, and the uproar intensified. Li Jingyuan ascended the carriage and proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the Crown Prince, I assure you that I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. I will seek out those despicable traffickers and do everything in my power to recover your lost children." Thank you, Your Highness. You are a benevolent soul. The crowd fell to their knees, chanting praises for Li Jingyuan, their voices rising in fervor. As he gazed upon the suffering parents, a tumult of emotions swirled within him, deepening his disdain for the Grand Princess. Return, he commanded. With a valid reason to investigate, Li Jingyuan proceeded directly to the palace to seek imperial approval. Determined to eradicate the Weihu gang and the black market, striving to rescue the abducted children, Emperor Hongshuan readily acquiesced. If you wish to investigate, then proceed. The Jingyuan and all relevant offices are at your disposal. Gao Pu hurried in, gravely announcing, Your Majesty has decreed that the Jingyuan are at your command. Gather them and await instructions. Li Jingyuan mounted his steed, leading the Tiger Guards as they swiftly made their way to the Weihu gang's stronghold. At that moment, the leader of the Weihu gang was in a state of frenzied turmoil, pacing anxiously in the spacious hall. Such a significant event in the North City could not have escaped the notice of this local tyrant. A burly man burst into the hall, his voice laced with irritation. What is this foolishness? The Crown Prince, instead of enjoying his comforts in the East Palace, has come to the North City to meddle with these commoners? Is he simply idle? This rough man was the second in command of the Weihu gang, known among the members as Xiao Eryi. Now is not the time for such talk. We must devise a plan, interjected a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe. Though we have maintained good relations with the authorities, offering them annual tributes, the cases of missing persons have all been hastily closed. Those corrupt officials are adept at hoarding wealth. Their work is far from perfect, and these cases could not withstand scrutiny. The gang leader replied curtly, Am I unaware of their character? The scribe suggested, Perhaps we should seek assistance from our superiors. They would not let us perish without aid. Assistance? That is the Crown Prince we speak of. How could we expect help? This matter has already reached the heavens. Those above us would prefer our downfall. The gang leader replied darkly, We must first eliminate those traffickers, then retreat into the black market to weather this storm. He added. Xiao Eryi, reluctantly, said, Brother, after all these years of building the Weihu gang, are we to abandon it? The gang leader, still possessing some rationality, shook his head. There is no choice. Our survival is paramount. As long as we endure, there will be another opportunity to establish a new Weihu gang. There will be no second chance. With that, Xiao Eryi produced a dagger, plunging it into the leader's back, piercing his heart. The gang leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face the brother who had remained loyal to him all along. That merciless visage, with its indifferent gaze, felt utterly alien, as if I had never truly comprehended him. "Ere you." Master Xiao, with an emotionless expression, plunged the knife once more, piercing directly into the heart. With a forceful twist of his wrist, he shattered the heart, coldly stating, "Only the deceased can keep secrets. I shall be your guardian of secrets. At last, I shall address you as elder brother. Your entire family I will ensure they are sent down, allowing you all to reunite." The leader of the Tiger Might gang clutched Master Zhao's collar tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance, before collapsing in despair. Chapter 44. Flesh for the savage dogs, bones for the stone carvings, and eternal infamy. The middle-aged man, dressed as a legal advisor, was rendered speechless with fear, failing to escape at the first opportunity. Lord Xiao turned around, his bloody dagger dripping with crimson liquid. "It is your turn." The man knelt abruptly, bowing his head in desperate supplication. "Lord, spare my life. You know too much. Mercy is not an option." With a swift motion, Xiao seized the advisor's head, mimicking the action of slaughtering a chicken, and plunged the dagger down without hesitation. Yet, just before the blade could find its mark, an immense force unexpectedly flung Zhao's arm aside, causing his body to stagger back 2 steps. Pain contorted his face as he glanced at his arm, which was gushing blood. A hidden weapon, sharp as a dagger, had pierced through his forearm, severing the tendons with precision. The dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. "Who?" Zhao's eyes darted around in terror, and he suddenly spotted a shadow in the corner of the room, an individual clad in dark armor, their face concealed, exuding an aura as chilling as a specter. Xiao felt an oppressive presence emanating from this figure, recognizing he was no match for the armored stranger. He could only muster a desperate strike with his uninjured left fist towards the military strategist. In an instant, the armored figure closed the distance of 10 meters with a single stride, seizing Xiao by the shoulder. With a brutal grip, the stranger crushed his shoulder blade. Following this, another hand clamped down on his chin, decisively dislocating it and shattering his teeth to prevent him from being a potential death warrior with poison hidden within. The military strategist, accustomed to the vile acts of the tiger, was nonetheless terrified by the cold, ruthless methods of the armored figure. Displeased by the strategist's noise, the armored figure delivered a kick to his neck, rendering him unconscious. This armored figure was none other than Wraith, one of the 6 sword slaves of the Net of Shadows. "You had better know everything about the tiger, otherwise I shall make you wish for death, yet find no escape," Wraith warned, his anger flaring due to his failure to prevent Xiao from killing the leader of the tiger. The chilling gaze from Wraith instilled fear even in Xiao, whose heart was as tough as iron and who was skilled in disguise. Wraith dragged the two away. Hundreds of tiger members were gathered in the courtyard of their stronghold, discussing the crown prince's intention to investigate the child abduction case, their faces etched with deep concern and dread. Suddenly, a young man with large ears nudged his companion. "Did you hear any strange sounds?" "What sounds? Are you hearing things?" The young man was adamant. "There is definitely a sound. My hearing is exceptional. I cannot be mistaken." He immediately crouched down to listen, attracting the attention of several onlookers. The expression on his face shifted to one of terror within moments. "It's the sound of hooves. Many hooves, coming towards us." "Are you sure, Liu?" "I am certain it is the sound of hooves. There are countless of them. They must be troops from the court, and they are coming for us." The already anxious members of the tiger were thrown into further turmoil. The sound of hooves grew closer, rumbling like distant thunder, each step echoing like a pounding heart. A middle-ranking member of the tiger cursed. "The court troops are nearly here. Why haven't our scouts reported back yet?" The tiger had many members tasked with surveillance, colloquially known as the Eyes. They were scattered throughout the northern city, monitoring all major roads. Any developments would be immediately reported. However, no news had come from them thus far. This was, of course, the work of the Net of Shadows. Their assassins had long since ambushed the area around the tiger stronghold, eliminating all the scouts who might have relayed information. "Quickly, find the leader." The middle-ranking member of the tiger dashed towards the inner residence, while some cunning individuals, adept at assessing situations, began contemplating their escape. 1,000 tiger approached, raising a cloud of dust, resembling a formidable army. "Surround them. Let no one escape," Jingyuan bellowed, and the tiger flanked the area, sealing off all exits. Jingyuan dismounted, kicking down the main door, and the soldiers poured in. Faced with the ferocity of the tiger, the hundreds of tiger members huddled together, trembling like frightened quails. An oblivious little leader, wearing a sycophantic grin, stepped forward to inquire about the situation, only to be met with a cold, white blade that swiftly severed his head. "This is too much, brothers. They are outnumbered. We can charge at them." Some foolhardy members urged their comrades to resist, and indeed, many responded. "Those who resist shall be executed." Jingyuan spoke coldly as the tiger drew their blades. Jingyuan emerged from behind, stating indifferently, "Killing them outright would be too merciful." Jingyuan issued a new command. "Those who resist shall have their legs severed." The conflict swiftly ceased. It was hardly a battle, more akin to the slaughter of livestock. Several dozen members had their legs chopped off. The crimson blood stained the ground, splattering as Jingyuan stepped upon it. "Bow down." The overwhelming force of the soldiers left the ruffians gasping for breath, and one by one, they complied, kneeling in submission. "Bind them all." The tiger, equipped with ropes, swiftly restrained the hundreds of tiger members in groups of 10. A soldier approached with a report. "Your Highness, we found children who were abducted in the cellar of the tiger." Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the scene ahead, where several children, aged 5 or 6, and even a baby cradled in swaddling clothes, were brought forth, their clothing tattered and their faces pale and gaunt. Some children bore numerous injuries, indicating they had suffered severe beatings. After enduring prolonged darkness in the cellar and inhumane treatment, the children had become timid, their eyes filled with fear. Yet they dare not cry. Upon witnessing this, Jingyuan's murderous intent intensified. These traffickers were worse than beasts. They deserved to die. They would face the most painful and cruel execution. They would be subjected to slow slicing, and their remains would be displayed at the North City Market for public dismemberment. After their deaths, their flesh would be fed to savage dogs, their bones turned into stone carvings, forever kneeling at the entrance of the North Gate, condemned to eternal scorn. Hearing this, the tiger members collapsed in terror, some with weak wills wetting themselves in fear, crying out for mercy from the prince. Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively, expressing disgust. "Take them away. Do not taint His Highness's sight." The tiger dragged them away in chains. "First, take these children out, find their families, and return them home." "Understood." Jingyuan stepped into the inner residence of the tiger, and his eyes fell upon a corpse, while 3 of the 6 sword slaves awaited him. The 3 knelt, respectfully bowing. "We pay our respects to your Highness." "Where's the leader of the tiger?" Wraith lowered his head, an expression of shame crossing his otherwise stoic face. "Your Highness, it is my failure." The leader of the tiger was killed by Shao Qi, the second in command. Jingyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, frowning as he inquired, "Did they turn against each other?" Wraith presented a dossier. This information was extracted from Shao Qi and Tao Tong, who managed the tiger accounts. Jingyuan took the dossier, perusing its contents, his brow furrowing further. The tiger had sold the abducted children to the so-called king of the black market, the Ying. This was not unexpected, for only someone who controlled the black market and was well acquainted with it could evade the investigations of the Net of Shadows. Shao Qi was a secret agent sent by the Ying to the side of the tiger's leader, a death warrior responsible for silencing any leaks regarding the child trafficking operations. However, after 10 years of lurking beside the leader, he inevitably became tainted by worldly desires, his heart filled with longing and fear, rendering him less of a true death warrior. Under Wraith's brutal methods, he still divulged a significant amount of information. Jingyuan closed the booklet with a thud, scoffing, "A mere puppet dares to proclaim itself the king of the underworld. Let me send you down to the netherworld to meet the true King Yama." Chapter 45. His Highness the Fisherman Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission, violence to counter violence. The arrival of this task is indeed a pleasant surprise. Jingyuan hastily reviewed the details of the new assignment. Mission details. The tyrant's violence is a means to uphold the supreme position of the realm without scruple. The tyrant suppresses those who dare to defy authority and protects the loyal subjects. The common people are the foundation of the dynasty and must be safeguarded. Mission content: eradicate the black market entirely, restoring a clear and bright world to the citizens of the capital. Mission reward: a talent gift pack. Li Jingyuan squinted habitually, a murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Since I'm a tyrant, I must be more ruthless. This time, I shall unleash a massacre and carve out a world of clarity. The crimes of the Tiger Might gang were announced throughout the city at an astonishing pace, and news of the impending execution of the gang members swept through the North City like a tempest. The citizens of North City had long suffered under the harassment and exploitation of the Tiger Might gang, their misery unbearable. Upon hearing the news, they rejoiced, celebrating and spreading the word. Some even set off firecrackers in joy, expressing gratitude to Li Jingyuan and extolling the benevolence of His Highness the Crown Prince. Particularly, families who had lost children erected altars to Li Jingyuan, worshipping day and night. This news flew through the capital as if on wings, sparking endless discussions among the populace. As the heinous deeds of the Tiger Might gang were unveiled one by one, guided by the net of the authorities, the reputation of the Crown Prince experienced a complete reversal. In the residence of the second prince, Li Xian sat in a gazebo, laughing heartily, executing hundreds. His murderous intent is too intense. My Crown Prince brother has become increasingly tyrannical. Shun Jianfeng remarked, this is not a good thing. Everywhere, they speak of the Crown Prince's wisdom. Li Xian shook his head, chuckling. Public opinion is most easily swayed and manipulated. Their cheers hold little value. The opinions of officials are what truly matter, and they largely derive from Confucianism. The Confucian doctrine advocates for governing with benevolence and educating through virtue. The Crown Prince's actions, indeed commendable for serving the people, are executed with excessive cruelty, directly opposing Confucian ideals. He has once again positioned himself against them. The legalists are known for their harsh officials and severe punishments. Do you think our Crown Prince has their backing? According to the intelligence from our spies, the Eastern Palace does not harbor any legalists. Li Xian waved his hand. Let us not forget the Tiger Guard army that appeared out of nowhere. My brother the Crown Prince is quite adept at hiding people. Shun Jianfeng nodded. That is true. However, the origins of this matter are highly questionable. Why did the Crown Prince suddenly go to North City, only to conveniently encounter grieving parents seeking to petition the court? It is evident to any discerning eye that this was a deliberate arrangement. What exactly does my brother the Crown Prince intend to do? Li Xian's gaze fell upon a piece of rice paper on the table, inscribed with the names of the Tiger Might gang and the fallen officials. His eyes roamed over these names, ultimately settling on one, the princess, rude and devoid of virtue. This was the assessment of Dong Zhengdao, the chief minister, and similar sentiments echoed among the high-ranking officials of the capital. The following day, the vegetable market in North City was teeming with people, with hundreds arriving even before dawn. By now, over 10,000 had gathered, and nearby streets were packed to the brim. Moreover, citizens from the other 4 districts were en route in large numbers. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the 5-city military command and the various government offices, North City would likely have amassed tens of thousands of people today, underscoring the immense influence of this event. Dian Wei, clad in armor, ascended the execution platform, his voice booming to be heard 2 miles away, ensuring the gathered populace could hear him clearly. It has been confirmed that the Tiger Might gang has trafficked over 1,000 children in the past 13 years, ruining countless families. Their crimes are too numerous to list. By the order of the Crown Prince, 210 members of the Tiger Might gang are sentenced to death by slow slicing, and 130 to immediate execution. Excellent. The Crown Prince is wise. The crowd erupted in cheers. The first to be brought forth was the leader of the Tiger Might gang, though he was already dead, as the chief offender. How could Li Jingyuan allow him a peaceful death? He must suffer the torment of slow slicing. The execution was entrusted to members of the net, masters of slow slicing and live dismemberment, skilled in inflicting the maximum agony. One slice, another, and yet another. Pieces of flesh were methodically carved from the leader's body, discarded onto the platform below. Below, a massive cage had been constructed, containing famished dogs that had gone days without food. As the flesh fell, it was immediately snatched up and devoured. This cage was open, allowing the onlookers to witness the gruesome spectacle of the savage dogs feasting on human flesh. Above, the slow slicing. Below, the dogs devouring flesh. The juxtaposition of these two scenes was profoundly shocking, causing some spectators to vomit on the spot. The executions in the vegetable market continued from the third watch until curfew. The crowd changed several times, and a few dogs were even gorged to death. Li Jingyuan's brutal actions unsurprisingly drew the ire of Confucian officials, with memorials flooding the emperor's table like locusts. This time, however, Emperor Hongshuan said little, but among these memorials, he seemed to tacitly approve of Li Jingyuan's severe punishments. That night, with the cold wind howling and the moon concealed, the world was shrouded in darkness. Li Jingyuan rode a tall black horse, gazing up at the night sky, then towards a flickering candlelight in the distance, murmuring, on a dark and windy night, "It is a good time for murder." The black and white Jingyuan appeared behind Li Jingyuan, bowing, "Your Highness, the Tiger Guard army and the net are already in position, ready to act at any moment. Then let us proceed. Let this filthy land vanish from existence." Li Jingyuan gripped the Dingqin sword in one hand, spurring his horse forward, his swift steed darting away with several riders in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao arrived at the imperial palace. In the imperial study, a young eunuch hurried in, kneeling before the emperor. "Your Majesty." Chief eunuch Zhao Gao of the Eastern Palace seeks an audience. Emperor Hongshuan was taken aback, inquiring, "Has the crown prince not come?" "No, Your Majesty. He only sent for eunuch Zhao." Emperor Hongshuan glanced at eunuch's son beside him, questioning. Since the coup, the crown prince has always brought Zhao Gao wherever he goes. Why has he allowed Zhao Gao to come alone today? Eunuch's son replied, "Perhaps there is something of great importance." Emperor Hongshuan nodded. "Let him in." Zhao Gao entered the imperial study, respectfully bowing. "I, Zhao Gao, pay my respects to Your Majesty." "Dismissed. Speak. Why has the crown prince sent you with such urgent matters?" Emperor Hongshuan was indeed curious about Zhao Gao's purpose. Zhao Gao produced a memorial, respectfully replying, "I am here to present a memorial on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince." Emperor Hongshuan frowned tightly. "A memorial? For this matter? Bring it forth." Eunuch's son hurriedly approached, took the memorial, and quickly returned to hand it to Emperor Hongshuan. Emperor Hongshuan skimmed through the brief memorial and set it down, pondering for a long while. The content was trivial, merely a request to eradicate the black market. There was no need for this martial figure to hastily submit such a document at night. The black market, indeed, should not exist if it is to be eradicated. Let it be so. Suddenly, Emperor Hongshuan seemed to recall something, asking sternly, "Where's the crown prince?" Zhao Gao clasped his hands in salute. The crown prince said that if Your Majesty inquires, he will speak frankly. His Highness has gone to the black market. What? Emperor Hongshuan sprang to his feet, his face darkening with anger. A son of 1,000 gold should not wander the streets. Does he not understand this principle? Zhao Gao smiled. With the Tiger Guard army accompanying him for protection, His Highness will be safe. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Emperor Hongshuan's anger flared up and dissipated just as quickly, as if flipping a page in a book. He scrutinized Zhao Gao, speaking solemnly. "He has gone to the black market and sent you to report to me. What does the crown prince intend?" Zhao Gao replied truthfully. "The black market is deeply entangled, and to eradicate it completely, one must uproot the connections behind it. If I were to accompany him, those behind the scenes would certainly be wary and would not dare act recklessly, making it impossible to uncover the true nature of the black market." Emperor Heng's voice was tinged with anger as he sneered. "So he has made himself the bait." Zhao Gao replied nonchalantly, "Your Highness is the angler." Chapter 46. The Ghost Gate, the Road to the Underworld. In the unyielding 8 characters, Emperor Heng looked impassive. "Then I shall observe what great fish he is capable of catching." Zhao Gao clasped his hands and smiled. "Your Majesty, please await the spectacle." The northeastern district of a north city was a squalid slum. the most filthy and chaotic area of the capital. Dilapidated houses stood in close proximity, the narrow alleys barely allowing passage for a single person. Only two main thoroughfares offered a modicum of space, yet they remained perpetually unmaintained, riddled with potholes that rendered them nearly impassable during rain. Refuse was strewn everywhere, exuding an overwhelming stench. In winter, it was bearable, but in summer, the odor could waft for miles, attracting a plethora of flies and maggots. Surprisingly, rats were scarce, as they were a rare source of sustenance. The inhabitants of this place were the homeless and the destitute. Anyone with even a semblance of means would avoid this area. Yet, the entrance to the black market lay hidden within this slum. The slums serve as a smokescreen for the black market, functioning as an unorthodox shield. The impoverished residents relied on the black market for survival, fearing its eradication. The court had made several attempts to cleanse the black market, but navigating through the slum posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the slum was rife with spies for the black market. The moment the court's soldiers entered, the black market would be alerted, dispersing its operations. By the time the soldiers reached the black market, it would be too late. The court's repeated crackdowns had all ended in failure, leading to a tacit acceptance of the black market's existence. Jingyuan rode a black horse into the slum, the foul air assaulting his senses, causing him to frown deeply. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Midway, a stooped figure emerged, holding a lantern, swaying precariously before him, seemingly unperturbed by the approaching steed. The figure slightly raised a hand, the dim light illuminating a gaunt, zombie-like face. Jingyuan alta, bro furuwa. Esteemed gentlemen, this old man is afflicted with a grave illness and has little time left. Might you spare a few coins for a humble coffin, so that I may rest in peace after my demise? The frail elder trembled with cold, his voice weak and devoid of vitality. As the crown prince, Jingyuan never carried money. He turned to his companion, Dianwei. I have no coins. Ido, replied Dianwei, fortunate enough that a soldier from the Tiger Guard had some silver. He tossed a couple of silver ingots at the old man's feet. The elder's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor as he knelt, excitedly tucking the coins into his cloak, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Make way swiftly. Yes, I shall make way. The elder, lantern in hand, dragged his ailing body to the side of the wall. Just as Jingyuan was about to spur his horse forward, ragged figures began emerging from the dilapidated homes on either side, kneeling and beseeching him for alms. Jingyuan's expression darkened. Noble sirs, we are destitute and freezing. Please show mercy and spare a few coins so that we may survive this harsh winter, pleaded a gaunt man, resembling a skeleton. Jingyuan had pressing matters and did not wish to engage further. Do you have any money? The soldier produced all the coins he had. Only 5 taels remained. This is all. Clear the way. The once pitiful skeleton of a man, upon seeing the money, snatched it and darted back into the crumbling house. The others, realizing what transpired, immediately followed suit, and sounds of curses and scuffles erupted from within. Such is human nature. Jingyuan remained silent, yet did not forget his purpose. He spurred his horse forward with determination. At the end of the main road lay a desolate hill. The ghost market was nestled within this forlorn landscape. Upon reaching a cave entrance that was roughly 2 men wide, he noticed a red lantern hanging to one side. The lantern signified the market's operation. If absent, it indicated closure, serving as a warning to merchants entering the ghost market. On the opposite side of the mountain, an unsightly inscription was crudely etched into the rock. Ghost Gate, road to the underworld. Only the strong may approach. A veil of mystery surrounded these words. Dismounting, Jingyuan approached the cave mouth, where remnants of dried blood were still visible. From the shadows emerged a figure, Inri. The guardian of the ghost market had been dealt with, the blood upon the ground his. Your Highness, Inri addressed him. Is everything in order? All arrangements have been made within the ghost market. Jingyuan nodded and turned to his Tiger Guard. Summon the Tiger Guard. Yes. A soldier from the Tiger Guard immediately fired a signal rocket into the dark sky, illuminating it with a brilliant display of fireworks. This was the signal. Outside the slum, the lurking Tiger Guard soldiers sprang into action, swiftly making their way through the slum towards the ghost market. The North City, as well as the slum, was rife with spies for the ghost market. Any large movement of troops would not go unnoticed. However, today was different, as the recent execution at the North City Market had drawn an overwhelming crowd. Jingyuan instructed the Tiger Guard to shed their armor and blend in with the masses, dispersing in small groups throughout the North City before regrouping at the slum's exterior, successfully evading the ghost market's watchful eyes. "Let us venture into the ghost market, where only the strong may approach," Jingyuan declared as he entered the cave. "Your Highness, I shall lead the way," Wei offered, stepping aside to guide him. The path within was a narrow fissure stretching 5 meters, flanked by stone carvings depicting a night parade of 100 ghosts. Every meter, a candlestick fashioned from human skulls adorned the walls, deliberately crafting a chilling atmosphere. Coupled with the ominous warning upon the mountainside, Jingyuan began to comprehend the significance. The cave's entrance represented the Ghost Gate, while this narrow passage was indeed the road to the underworld. Yet this 5-meter-long passage felt rather brief. The road to the underworld did not run straight, but instead descended, leading underground. Once past the 5 meters, the pathway opened into a vast subterranean chamber, significantly larger than the hill above. This space was a natural cave, transformed into the ghost market. The cavern resembled a sunken basin, dotted with numerous wooden structures, resembling a village hidden within the cave. The wooden buildings conformed to the cave's contours, resulting in an array of peculiar shapes, some elongated, others barrel-shaped, creating an appearance both chaotic and oddly orderly. Dim candlelight flickered within the wooden structures, barely illuminating the interiors. To an observer above, it resembled a gathering of ghostly lights, with shadows of people occasionally moving within. Those of faint heart would undoubtedly find this scene unsettling. As Jingyuan descended the wooden steps to the cave's floor, the terrain became somewhat level. Here, the wooden structures appeared more orderly, forming a marketplace akin to those above ground. The streets were teeming with people, a bustling crowd. In the ghost market, there were only 2 types of individuals: the outsiders and the locals. Those wearing masks and hoods, wishing to conceal their identities, were typically the outsiders, mostly buyers. The sellers, also numerous, were primarily there to dispose of stolen goods. The locals, with pallid faces resulting from a life spent in perpetual darkness, made no attempt to hide their identities. The ghost market encompassed 2 streets. The east street was designated for trade. Here, the candlelight was dim, devoid of the sounds of haggling, with all present maintaining a solemn silence, only breaking the quiet with impatient curses when disagreements arose. Another street, West Street, is obstructed by towering rock walls, where the flickering candlelight shines more brightly. This thoroughfare is lined with tea houses, taverns, brothels, and gambling houses, serving as a haven for those seeking refuge from the calamities of the ghost market. Suddenly, a crisp sound of copper bells rings out from the entrance of the ghost market, echoing through the expansive cavern, startling everyone within. The Yellow Springs bell is tolled. A grave situation is at hand. Those who understand the significance of this bell quickly glance towards the ghostly entrance, where imposing soldiers, brandishing torches, are marching in with an air of urgency. It has begun. Chapter 47. An opportunity given, yet not cherished amidst the shadows of the ghost market. A martial artist dashed atop a wooden house, calling out loudly about the armored soldiers of the court who sought to eradicate the ghost market. "Quickly, inform Lord Yomi." An arrow pierced the air, striking him with precision, and he fell from the rooftop with a muffled groan. From the shadows, the net assassins, armed with bows and crossbows, aimed at the black market, prepare to shoot down anyone who dare to show their face. The Tiger Guard marched in unison, their footsteps resonating like thunder, exuding a fierce military presence that instilled awe and dread. The denizens of the ghost market, upon witnessing such formidable soldiers, were gripped by terror and fled in panic. Jingyuan approached, and the Tiger Guard knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Their voices, united as one, echoed with the force of inner strength, reaching every corner of the black market, where all could hear. "His Highness has arrived? Is this indeed the Crown Prince?" They murmured in astonishment. "Such nobility! How could he grace our wretched abode?" Indeed, he was the Crown Prince. Just yesterday, He had personally led an investigation against the Tiger Mite gang, and many recognized him from afar. It is said that the Crown Prince's personal guard is composed of giants, as strong as bulls and tigers. These armored soldiers surely fit that description. But why would the Crown Prince come to the ghost market, accompanied by his guard? Is it to eradicate the black market? All eyes in the ghost market turned to Li Jingyuan, emotions swirling, excitement, disbelief, concern, and fear painted their faces. Li Jingyuan raised his hand, commanding, "Arise." Yes, Dianwei stepped forward, channeling his inner strength, his voice booming like thunder. According to the testimony of the leader of the Tiger Mite gang, he has sold all the abducted children to the black market. His Highness has come to witness the nature of this market that dares to trade children under the very feet of the capital. A bold voice emerged from the crowd. "Your Highness, we have no connection to the child trafficking case involving the Tiger Mite gang. May we leave the black market?" Dianwei replied, "If it is determined that you are not implicated in any crimes, you shall remain unharmed." His words stirred unrest among the crowd, for it was rare to find an individual within the black market untainted by at least minor offenses, many bearing far graver charges. Surrendering would be tantamount to courting death, and the crowd grew increasingly agitated, their gazes turning fierce. "Your Highness, we confess our guilt." A cacophony of violent coughs erupted from the crowd, who then recoiled, covering their mouths and noses as if fleeing a plague. Several carts were pushed forward, revealing a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured by hoods. Once the carts were about 30 meters from Li Jingyuan, the pushers fled. The figures, aiding each other as they descended from the carts, moved sluggishly, panting heavily after a few steps. They emitted a strong scent of sandalwood, yet a foul odor lurked beneath, reminiscent of decay. The potent sandalwood aroma served to mask the stench. Slowly, they knelt before Li Jingyuan, bowing their heads. The apparent leader, voice feeble, stated, "The Tiger Mite gang has always collaborated with us. They sold the abducted children to us. Your Highness, we carry grave sins and know our crimes are unforgivable. We come to confess." Li Jingyuan squinted, as if amused, and asked mockingly, "Pray tell, how did you procure these children from the Tiger Mite gang? How many times have you done so? And when was the most recent transaction? Do not attempt to deceive me. I possess detailed records." The leader fell silent, slowly lifting his hood, revealing a visage that invoked disgust, tightening stomachs and causing nausea. His face was marred by grotesque, egg-sized pustules that obscured his features. Others followed suit, many bearing similar afflictions, while some appeared relatively normal, yet pale and coughing violently, even spitting blood, a sight equally disturbing. The leader convulsed, suffering from the agony of his ailments. He gasped for breath and clasped his hands, stating, "Your Highness, we are afflicted with contagious diseases and have little time left." As the saying goes, when one nears death, their words bear truth. We shall not lie. A clever turn of phrase. Could he have been a scholar once? Li Jingyuan maintained his composure, replying calmly, "If you can articulate such thoughts, I shall take your words to heart. Your Highness, I am afflicted with smallpox. Some among us suffer from tuberculosis, others from venereal disease, leprosy, and diabetes, all of which are fatal conditions, any one of which could lead to death." Li Jingyuan felt a chill at this revelation, and the ghost market's inhabitants recoiled further. Dianwei stepped protectively in front of Li Jingyuan. The leader grasped his face, bursting a pustule, blood and pus oozing forth. The stench overwhelming. He writhed in pain, yet raised his voice. "Your Highness, to doubt the words of those near death is an affront. Know that even a mere man's wrath can spill blood." This was a veiled threat towards Li Jingyuan. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. The intelligence from the net had not included these individuals. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised they were likely raised by Lord Yomi as a contingency for situations such as this. Lord Yomi's methods were insidiously clever. Truth be told, Li Jingyuan felt a flicker of apprehension. He was the Crown Prince, with a boundless future ahead. Should he inadvertently contract an illness, it would be a regrettable fate. However, this thought flickered only briefly. If he could be intimidated by a mere handful of the dying, he was unworthy of the title of Crown Prince, unworthy of being the most notorious tyrant in history. In a calm tone, he declared, If I were to be frightened by you wretched souls, I would not deserve to be crowned prince. Now, tell me, who sent you to bear this guilt? Was it that so-called Lord Yomi? No one commanded us. We come of our own accord to confess. Reveal your instigator, and I assure you, you shall be unharmed, provided with treatment, even if healing is beyond reach. You will depart this world in peace, with proper burial and memorial. Jingyuan sought to sow discord among them. His words carried weight, and several among the group appeared swayed. Even the leader showed signs of wavering, but suddenly a flute melody wafted through the air from a distance, causing their faces to pale in fear. Jingyuan turned toward the sound, realizing someone was manipulating these afflicted souls from afar. Understanding their sudden change in demeanor, he promptly assured them, "If you have family in peril, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to save them." The leader shook his head, as if indicating that salvation was impossible. He stood, producing a dagger, slicing his wrist, blood pouring forth. The others followed suit, resolutely approaching Jingyuan. "We offer our lives as penance. Please, Your Highness, withdraw from the ghost market and grant it a sliver of hope." Jingyuan shook his head, deeming it a foolish act. With a mere wave of his hand, the Tiger Guard drew their bows in unison, releasing a volley of bolts that struck the group with deadly precision, and they fell lifeless to the ground. "You were given a chance, yet you failed to cherish it." Jingyuan turned his gaze toward the inhabitants of the ghost market, speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent. "Will you also forsake the opportunity one have extended to you?" Chapter 48. All those who stand shall perish. Dozens of individuals met their demise on the spot, their crimson blood continuing to flow profusely. The Tiger Guard soldiers readied their bows and crossbows, blades drawn from their sheaths. The words of Jingyuan were rendered all the more compelling and piercing. "Ladies and gentlemen, who among us in the black market is without a few sins? How many bear the weight of lives lost? Surrendering unconditionally is tantamount to embracing death." From the throng emerged a figure, a swordsman whose countenance was grim and fierce, marred by severe burns on half of his face, a visage that only heightened his menacing aura. This was the red-faced ghost, Zhang Shou, one of the four specters under the command of the king of the underworld, possessing formidable prowess akin to a minor grandmaster. Recognition rippled through the crowd, eliciting gasps. Zhang Shou's eyes glinted with malice. "We hide within this ghost market to evade death." His words resonated with many present. A cadre of black-clad enforcers forcefully pushed through the crowd, led by two figures. One was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and hollow eyes, resembling more a specter than a living being. The other had a face as dark as coal, a hawk-like nose, and cunning, slanted eyes that bespoke treachery. These were the skinning ghost, Zhu Yi, and the black snake ghost, Ma Shou. The former relished in the gruesome act of skinning the living, while the latter was as duplicitous as a serpent, ruthless in nature. "Stand Azida," a coarse, commanding female voice thundered as an excessively stout woman in red emerged from the throng, causing the surrounding men to cower in fear and make way. Towering at 8 feet and weighing at least 300 pounds, her grotesque features were adorned with garish makeup that only accentuated her repulsiveness. She wielded 2 massive golden hammers, her formidable strength matched only by her bulk. This was the Red Cloud Ghost, Gohongping, often derisively referred to as the fat pig ghost by the populace of the ghost market. Like Zhang Shou, she too was a minor grandmaster, possessing innate brute force that surpassed even his, making her the most formidable among the 4 specters. Gu Hongping delighted in keeping male concubines, often abducting handsome youths to satiate her whims. Her twisted and perverse nature led her to indulge in the most depraved of acts, with few men able to endure her for even a month. Her small eyes fixated on Jingyuan, radiating a lustful fervor as she licked her lips. She took pleasure in tormenting men, especially the noble and handsome. Jingyuan's brows furrowed. The sight of Gu Hongping was more nauseating than that of the dying patients. His patience waned. 3 counts. Those who surrender shall live. Those who resist shall die. By the command of the Crown Prince, within 3 counts, all present in the black market must kneel and surrender, or face merciless execution. Dian Wei's voice turned cold, a palpable aura of death emanating from him. As a low growl of a tiger echoed, the tiger guard advanced a step, and the faces of the black market denizens turned pale, instinctively retreating. The king of the underworld has arrived. The crowd trembled and looked up, clad in a black robe and adorned with a fearsome black armor. The king of the underworld descended from the rooftops, landing before the four ghostly kings. He cupped his hands in respect towards Li Jingyuan, saying, "Your Highness, I pay my respects." Li Jingyuan remained expressionless, offering no response, ignoring the king of the underworld. Beside him, Dianwei loudly began the count. 1. Though the king of the underworld's face was obscured by armor, the chill in his voice betrayed his emotions. "Your Highness, the black market is deeply entrenched with significant figures behind it. Even you must tread carefully." He lowered himself further, continuing, regarding the child trafficking case of the Tiger Guard. "I can provide your Highness with a satisfactory explanation. I implore you to spare the ghost market." 2. Your Highness, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? The king of the underworld's tone darkened, a murderous intent emanating from him, revealing that he, too, was a martial master. His internal energy was cold and heavy, indicating he practiced an unorthodox form of martial arts. 3. Dianwei unsheathed his iron halberd, glaring fiercely, exuding a murderous aura. "Time is up. All Tiger Guard soldiers. Heed my command. Kill all who stand." Seeing no chance for negotiation, the king of the underworld bellowed, "Everyone. The prince has sealed off all exits of the black market. He wishes for our demise. Surrender equals certain death, but resisting may offer a glimmer of hope. We are but mud beneath the feet of the noble. If we perish, let's bring the prince down with us. In the afterlife, we could boast to our ancestors." His words held a seductive appeal to those entrenched in the muck of the ghost market, igniting the flames of resentment among many who envied the wealthy. Faced with a severed retreat, desperation led to rebellion. The underlings of the king of the underworld drew their blades. Fear of the prince and the Tiger Guard overshadowed by their fear of their own leader. "Indeed, if we are to die, why not take the prince with us?" Zheng Shou laughed heartily, unsheathing his large blade. "We outnumber them by 2 to 3 times and have the advantage of terrain. In a true fight, victory is not guaranteed for them. We possess many martial artists in the ghost market, and with the king of the underworld as our ally, we fear not these elite soldiers. Even in death, let it be a glorious end. If we can slay the prince, my otherwise mundane life will have achieved something monumental." The king of the underworld's followers incited the crowd, and with the prince's hardline stance, the denizens of the ghost market felt cornered. Greed and desperation ignited their resolve. Tightening their grips on their weapons, prepared to fight for a chance at survival. "Loose the arrows," Dianwei commanded. The Tiger Guard soldiers immediately pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of crossbow bolts, hundreds of lethal projectiles raining down. The king of the underworld clapped his hands forward, summoning a gust that deflected the rapid-fire bolts. "Dianwei, go." Dianwei cracked his neck, his bloodlust surging as he advanced with his dual halberds. The king of the underworld, realizing the secret of the ghost market must not be revealed, sought only to buy time for reinforcements. As he gathered his internal energy, a chilling aura spread forth, and his long blade gleamed ominously, as if coated in black lacquer. "I will hold them off. You all swiftly break through the prince's forces and seize the leader." With that, he charged forward, effortlessly intercepting Dianwei's halberds. The clash of their weapons erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. The king of the underworld suddenly unleashed a flurry of strikes, gripping his blade with both hands, altering the trajectory mid-strike, releasing a streak of black light. Fortunately, Dianwei reacted swiftly, the blade merely grazing his clothing and clanging against his armor, resulting in another shower of sparks. Dianwei staggered back, retreating a few steps. Witnessing the king of the underworld's formidable prowess bolstered the spirits of the ghost market denizens. "Kill!" Zheng Shou roared, raising his blade, and the king of the underworld's followers surged forward, rallying the crowd to assault from all directions. "Empty the quivers," the Tiger Guard's deputy shouted, and the soldiers prepared for the counterattack. The leading assailants fell in droves, unable to breach the Tiger Guard's ranks. Martial artists of innate strength led the charge. shielding against the crossbow bolts. The four ghost kings rushed forward, followed by a throng of innate martial artists from the ghost market, numbering over a dozen. Shielded by their innate energy, the innate martial artists were impervious to the bolts. They pressed in from all sides, aiming to fracture the Tiger Guard's formation. The experienced deputy of the Tiger Guard remained unflinching, issuing commands: abandon the crossbows, draw your blades, and break the encirclement. The Tiger Guards swiftly discarded their bows and crossbows, drawing forth their battle knives. The formidable military presence, united and resolute, stood tall and unyielding. Chapter 49. A Jug of Wine and the Decapitation of the Crown Prince. In the prince's residence, Li Xian stood in stunned silence, leaping barefoot from his bed, disregarding his appearance. He pointed anxiously at Shunning Feng and exclaimed, "What did you say? Repeat that. I understand your urgency, but please remain calm." Shunning Feng replied as he handed Li Xian a confidential letter. Li Xian eagerly took it, his eyes scanning the 12 words inscribed within. Zhao Gao has submitted a report in the palace. The crown prince is in the black market. He read those 12 words thrice, then turned suddenly to Shunning Feng. Could this letter be a forgery? Shunning Feng countered, "Do you not trust the one in the palace?" Li Xian shook his head. "Of course, I trust him, but it seems rather unbelievable. The crown prince is in the black market, and just as Zhao Gao is making his report, what could possibly be on the mind of our crown prince? The letter lacks clarity. Should we not inquire further?" Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. "We cannot ask. That individual is deeply concealed, and frequent exchanges of intelligence pose a risk of exposure. He is our most vital conduit for palace information. We cannot afford to jeopardize it. His operations are meticulous. If it is not mentioned, it suggests he is unaware." Li Xian studied the letter, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, his thoughts racing. It was simply not normal for the crown prince to venture into the black market while Zhao Gao was absent. Could it be my father's intent? The thoughts swirled in confusion. Shunning Feng spoke softly. "If you cannot comprehend it, I shall investigate. Without Zhao Gao's protection, perhaps I might seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Li Xian did not respond but continued, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this is a trap set by the crown prince, a snare for us." "Are you suggesting that the Zhao Gao in the palace is an impostor?" Li Xian shook his head once more. "No, the palace is filled with experts. How could they fail to discern authenticity? My father is no fool. He would never engage in such theatrics with the crown prince." Shunning Feng speculated. Could the crown prince be relying on the Tiger Guard and the master woman who appeared at Xiao Mountain? Shunning Feng assessed. The prowess of General Dian Wei from the Tiger Guard is indeed formidable, yet it cannot rival my sword. As for that master woman, her exact capabilities are unknown, but she managed to intercept Gao Pu. She is likely at the pinnacle of mastery, which presents a significant challenge. Li Xian paced anxiously, weighing the pros and cons. Muttering to himself, "Your sword is too conspicuous. If discovered, even if you were to slay the crown prince, it would provoke Zhao Gao's wrath. Could I ever rest easy again? Should we then remain inactive?" A cunning smile spread across Li Xian's face. "How can we not act? This presents an opportunity for us. Regardless of whether it is a trap, we must investigate. We should also find a way to disseminate this information, especially to King Wei. Given his impulsive nature, he may take action. I shall attend to this at once. Wait, do not act yet. Your involvement is too perilous. Let Yao depart. He is well versed in stealth and assassination, making him the most suitable choice. Inform him to remain concealed and to handle everything else as he sees fit." Shunning Feng nodded and departed swiftly. Li Xian returned to the bed, unfurling the letter on the low table, scrutinizing it once more as he murmured, "The black market. The black market. This is indeed aimed at my aunt. Surely she has received the news. What will she do? She cannot possibly abandon the black market." As he spoke, Li Xian erupted into a fit of manic laughter. This spectacle unfolds in succession. Similar intelligence quickly reached the ears of the princes in the capital. Their response is largely uniform, filled with suspicion. Li Jingyuan's scheme was not particularly sophisticated, riddled with flaws, yet he himself served as bait, weighted heavily by the gamble of human nature. Evidently, human nature is driven by greed. Many perceived this as a rare opportunity and dispatched experts to probe for information. Poised to act, the four ghosts joined forces with a dozen innate martial artists, cutting through the rain of swords, clashing head-on with the Tiger Guard. Individually, the Tiger Guard's strength could not match that of the innate martial artists, yet their combined formation proved formidable. Even a dozen innate warriors could not break through the ranks in one assault. Suddenly, dozens of shadows leapt from the Tiger Guard, moving like phantoms, swift as thunder. Each innate martial artist was struck down, their throats sliced with deadly precision. Each method varied, but the outcome was consistent. Each fell in a single blow. Only the Red Cloud, ghost among the four ghosts, evaded a fatal strike, not through evasion, but rather due to her ample girth providing an unexpected buffer, preventing the blade from reaching a vital point. Jingyuan, filled with disdain, could hardly bear to witness her prominence before him, commanded, "Take her down." The vice-commander of the Tiger Guard stepped forward, his battle blade cleaving through the air. The Red Cloud ghost hastily swung her heavy hammer, but as the blade clashed against it, the vice-commander sidestepped, pinning the hammer to the ground. From behind emerged a killer of the net of assassins, seizing the opportunity. He struck. Though the Red Cloud ghost was conspicuous, she was indeed formidable. With a swift lift of her left hand, she narrowly blocked the fatal blow from the assassin. The assassin's blade slid along the handle of the hammer, creating a shower of sparks as it severed several fingers from Go Hongping. Before she could scream, he swiftly cut off her head. Jingyuan, feeling a sense of relief in his chest, watched as the entire contingent of innate martial artists was obliterated, akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flames of battle that had ignited among the denizens of the ghost market. The Tiger Guard cared little for their thoughts. Orders had been given, and commands were absolute. To them, these individuals were as good as dead. Leave no one alive. The vice-commander of the Tiger Guard pointed his blade, the cold, killing intent spilling forth like a torrent as the Tiger Guard surged into a charge. The ferocity of their advance was suffocating. In contrast, the inhabitants of the black market hesitated, unable to push forward. Compared to the Tiger Guard, they appeared utterly inadequate. These citizens of the black market were not soldiers. They knew no discipline. They were merely rogues, relying on martial prowess and brute force to navigate the world, gathering in swarms, and thus should not be compared. As blades fell, heads rolled. Multiple waves of slaughter ensued, decimating the enemy. The denizens of the black market, now paralyzed by fear, could only cling to their familiarity with the terrain, darting through the narrow confines of buildings, struggling to survive. In a tavern on the western street of the black market, however, an alternative scene unfolded. At a window-side table sat two individuals, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony of death outside. Indeed, the Crown Prince's personal army is as formidable as rumored, remarked an elder with a black beard. The man opposite, a robust figure with a wide-brimmed hat, nodded in agreement, but frowned. If the king of the underworld cannot reign in the Tiger Guard's general, they may indeed face annihilation. The black-bearded elder glanced towards the distant figure of Jingyuan, nearly obscured from view, his eyes gleaming with malice. The Tiger Guard's movements have slowed considerably. Their strength is nearly depleted. If we strike now, we may find success. The burly man removed his hat, seized a wine jug from the table, and drank deeply. After finishing the contents, he smashed the jug with a hearty laugh. Let's drink a jug of wine, and then behead the Crown Prince. Ha ha, splendid. Yeah, shall make my name known throughout the world. He grasped a steel blade from the table and leaped out of the window, intent on slaying Jingyuan. Foolish brute. Does he not know to wait for this old man? The black-bearded elder shook his head, preparing to rise, only to be interrupted by a shadow that had already crouched on the windowsill. In its hand was a bloodied head, its malevolent gaze fixed intently on the black-bearded elder. The elder stood frozen, trembling. The severed head he held was none other than that of the boisterous figure who had just sought glory. That familiar face, those desperate eyes, stood in stark contrast to the bravado of moments prior, rendering the situation profoundly ironic. Outside, a venomous curse rang out. No strength, yet you dare to bark. Chapter 50. The princess of Baffity Man within the wine house. The head of the bearded elder was severed, and his body was gruesomely dismembered. The technique of the assassin, known as Yinri, who pursues a single, lethal strike, rarely indulges in unnecessary actions. The dismemberment of the bearded elder contradicted his usual modus operandi. It was evident that both the elder and the burly man had provoked the wrath of this formidable second-ranked assassin. The audacity of this group of rogue fighters to slay the crown prince in pursuit of fame reflected their blatant disregard for the imperial authority. With disdain, he discarded the severed head and leaped from the wine house, where 4 assassins from the Luo network awaited below. Continuing their search for hidden passageways, Yinri swiftly vanished, and the 5 of them darted through the structures of West Street, intent on uncovering the clandestine routes of the black market. Jingyuan casually selected a chair and sat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, remaining composed amidst the bloodshed. After enduring several trials of fire and blood, his heart had hardened considerably. The blood-soaked scene did not rob him of his princely demeanor. His gaze drifted toward Dianwei, who was still embroiled in a fierce battle with the king of the underworld. In the brief time since, East Street had suffered significant devastation. The king of the underworld practiced an enigmatic form of martial arts, his movements and blade techniques equally mysterious. Dianwei, who favored a straightforward approach, found himself at a disadvantage, suffering several strikes in the process. This style of combat was better suited for the assassins of the Luo network. However, Dianwei's fury had been ignited, unleashing his latent talents, making it difficult to change opponents at this juncture. At times, his gaze wandered to observe the Tiger Guard troops engaging the enemy. Chaos reigned in the ghost market as people scattered in all directions. The Tiger Guards rearranged into squads of 10, storming through buildings and streets, leaving no survivors in their wake. The narrow stream, humorously dubbed the River of Yellow Springs, which flowed underground, had become a macabre sight, having absorbed numerous corpses, its waters stained a sinister crimson. A shadow darted swiftly from a wooden house and knelt before Jingyuan. "Your Highness, many unfamiliar faces have appeared outside the ghost market. 2 secret entrances have been breached, and they are quietly making their way in." Jingyuan's expression remained stoic until a smile finally crept onto his face as he murmured, "They have finally arrived. Today, I shall serve as bait, hoping to catch a few big fish. Proceed as planned, allow them entry, and then close the doors to trap the hounds." Understood. Before long, a group of cloaked figures surged forth from the hidden corners of East Street in the ghost market. Their speed was remarkable as they vaulted over walls and rushed toward Jingyuan. "Protect the prince." Nearby, the Tiger Guards hastily moved to intercept, but the black-clad figures were formidable, capable of penetrating armor. The leader among them was particularly fierce, arriving before Jingyuan with a single sword strike that shattered 10 pieces of armor. The assassins from the Luo network immediately positioned themselves in front of Jingyuan. The leader refrained from attacking, instead bowing respectfully to Jingyuan. "Your Highness, we have eliminated 7 or 8 individuals from the ghost market. Might I inquire if this brings you some solace?" Jingyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am but an unnamed individual, not worthy of your Highness's concern," the figure replied. Jingyuan's expression soured slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. "An unnamed individual has no right to speak with me." After a moment's hesitation, the figure removed his black veil, revealing a rugged visage. He bowed once more and introduced himself. "Zhou Weishan pays his respects to your Highness." Jingyuan squinted, pointing at him in surprise. "I know you. 14th on the master's list. You are the illustrious Qingxiu sword, Zhou Weishan." Zhou Weishan chuckled lightly. "It is an honor for Zhou to be recognized by your Highness." Indeed, Zhou Weishan was renowned as the Qingxiu sword, adept with the swift blade, akin to Shun Jianfeng, a subordinate of Li Xian. Yet, it remained uncertain whose sword was swifter. Jingyuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Zhou Weishan was a significant figure within the martial world, commanding respect. Yet, he willingly served under the princess of Bafudi Man, previously unknown to the public eye. He sought neither fame, wealth, nor power, a contradiction to human nature. Thus, only one possibility remained. He was infatuated. Jingyuan contemplated Zhou Weishan's admiration for the princess. 2 decades prior, the princess had endeavored to win over the noble families of the capital. In that year, she was at the pinnacle of her beauty, not merely exquisite but ethereal, surpassing all others. Her talents were equally extraordinary. During her travels through Jiangnan, she captivated countless scholars and literati with her unmatched intellect. She had even engaged in debates with the sage, earning his recognition for her unparalleled talents, with the sage declaring that if she devoted herself to Confucian classics, she could become the foremost female scholar of the era. However, this might merely be a rumor, the truth obscured by embellishments. With her stunning beauty, prodigious talent, and invaluable status as a princess, she was indeed the epitome of Bafudi man. Over the years, countless heroes and talented youths had succumbed to her allure, willingly serving her. Zhou Weishan declared his mission, hoping that after the prince's grievances were addressed, the ghost market might be spared. Li Jingyuan smirked. On whose orders do you serve? Zhou Weishan fell silent. Li Jingyuan could not contain his laughter, pointing at him as he chuckled. You think your mere words of obedience will make me relent? Your Qingxiu sword bears a great deal of audacity. Zhou Weishan, undeterred, replied, Your Highness, news of your activities in the black market and the absence of eunuch Zhao in the palace has spread. Without his protection, your adversaries may seize the opportunity to strike. I advise your Highness to leave the black market promptly. Li Jingyuan narrowed his eyes and murmured, What unspeakable secrets lie hidden within the black market that prompts you to urge my departure? The black market serves as the last refuge for the destitute of North City. Should the ghost market vanish, they would lose the will to survive. I merely wish to offer these unfortunate souls a chance to live, Zhou Weishan stated earnestly, his square and broad face lending an air of sincerity. Yet, his duplicity was laughable. Li Jingyuan challenged him. A chance to live? What the children sold by the Tiger Guard? Where's their path to survival? What the families left destitute? Zhou Weishan fell silent, but quickly responded. What exactly does your Highness intend to do? Li Jingyuan replied coolly, I shall raise the black market, exposing all the vile dealings that lurk in its shadows, so that the world may witness their depravity. Zhou Weishan's gaze turned cold, his voice equally chilling. Your Highness is the crown prince of Dahong, the foundation of the nation, and must not falter. Zhou shall protect your Highness back to the East Palace. He did not seek to kill Li Jingyuan. Rather, he would do his utmost to shield him. The princess understood well that should any harm befall the prince in the black market, it would become the target of collective ire. The emperor would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation, and should the secrets of the black market be revealed, the consequences would be dire. It was likely that the princess was the one who least wished for Li Jingyuan to come to harm tonight. Seeing Li Jingyuan's reluctance to depart, Zhou Weishan had no choice but to take action. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. Come, let me see if you, the 14th on the master's list, have become complacent in your duties as someone else's dog. Zhou Weishan's eyes turned icy, sensing the insult. Even a clay figurine has its limits. He took a deep breath. Were it not for the heavy burden of the princess's expectations, he might have considered emulating those reckless souls who sought the prince's head in drunken revelry. Stepping forward, his sword indeed moved with remarkable speed. The 2 assassins from the Luo network blocking Li Jingyuan were swiftly dispatched with a single strike, and he turned to face Li Jingyuan directly. Chapter 51. The abyssal dragon soars to the heavens, slaying 38,000 foes, your Highness. It would be wise not to act hastily. Li Jingyuan responded with a smile, remaining steadfast and composed, as if he held Zhou Weishan in utter disregard. Zhou Weishan's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man beside Li Jingyuan, resembling a statue, cloaked and menacing. Although he felt a pang of uncertainty, with no path of retreat remaining, he resolved to press onward. Your Highness, my apologies, Zhou Weishan uttered, extending his hand. The stern middle-aged man, armed with 2 swords, sprang into action. In that instant, Zhou Weishan was assailed by the overwhelming scent of blood, as a dark blade swiftly descended toward his outstretched hand. Reacting instantaneously, Zhou Weishan withdrew, retreating several steps, his expression grave as he regarded the man, sensing an immense threat emanating from him. The stoic middle-aged man unsheathed his second sword, a white blade with a reverse edge, a stark contrast to the previous black sword. Known as the foremost assassin of the web, he was the black and white Jingyuan. To show disrespect to your highness is a grave offense, he rasped, devoid of unnecessary words, his intent clear as he prepared to kill. The black sword sought lives, while the white sword sought to pacify souls. The intertwining of black and white forged a deadly web of blades. Zhou Weishan, undeterred, summoned forth the azure light of his Qingxiu sword. With deft wrist movements, he cleaved through the black and white sword net, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that shattered the air. Within mere moments, the two figures collided amidst the disintegrating sword aura, one wielding the black sword with lethal intent, the other defending with a white sword, both masters of their craft. Their styles, equally formidable, showcased their respective paths in swordsmanship, each having grasped their unique sword intent. Their clash surpassed the spectacle of typical combat, with dozens of exchanges occurring in mere breaths. The area within a 20-meter radius became a chaotic tapestry of sword energy, marked by countless intersecting grooves upon ground. It is said that one must avoid the pitfalls of insular practice if one wishes to transcend the ordinary, to achieve greatness. One must embrace wisdom from a myriad of sources. As experts in their own right, the confrontation between black and white Jingyuan and Zhou Weishan was destined to be a clash of life and death, an exhibition of intricate sword techniques. Should one be able to perceive the subtleties of their combat, it would undoubtedly elevate their own swordsmanship. Li Jingyuan, entirely absorbed in the duel, found himself enlightened, his perception unraveling the intricacies of their techniques as if they bore no secrets. Such was the power of a clear mind, capable of discerning the essence of all things. Zhou Weishan was not alone. He was accompanied by a cadre of over a dozen cloaked figures who sprang into action the moment the duel commenced. However, they were met with resistance from the concealed assassins of the web, leading to a fray of fierce combat. Li Jingyuan, engrossed in the duel between Zhou Weishan and the black and white Jingyuan, remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, as if he had entered a realm of singular focus. Through this encounter, Li Jingyuan bore witness to the brilliance of two distinct yet equally domineering sword styles, each reflecting extraordinary sword intent. Suddenly, a surge of enlightenment coursed through him, as if he had severed the golden cord binding him, shattering the jade lock of his limitations. A formidable sword energy enveloped him, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon echoing within his core, growing ever louder. A resplendent golden dragon emerged from his being, coiling around him, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, and its sword intent radiating with authority. His national sword technique had transcended its previous boundaries. In an instant, he opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light shot forth. Having attained profound insight, he felt as if he had ensnared his opponent in a trap, regardless of the outcome. He had already gained immensely. The voice of Deng Tai resonated beside him in praise. Startled, Li Jingyuan turned to see Deng Tai standing nearby, nodding with a smile. Deng Sword God, why have you emerged? It is not yet time, Li Jingyuan inquired, perplexed. Deng Tai gestured lightly, chuckling, look around you. Li Jingyuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the battle had ceased. The Tiger Guard army had encircled a considerable number of individuals, over 100 in fact. Silence reigned, and the air was thick with unspoken menace. Scanning the faces of Zhou Weishan and the Spectre King, he noted that most wore masks, unlike those from the Ghost Market. You have gained profound insight into swordsmanship during the last 2 moments, Deng Tai remarked. Many have arrived in that time. Li Jingyuan, astunisha, exclaimat. I thought only an instant had passed. I had no idea it took so long. Not long at all. I once witnessed a great warrior from the 2 Zen temples enter a state of meditation for 2 years, Deng Tai replied. Did he not starve? Li Jingyuan queried, intrigued. At that level of mastery, he transcends the bounds of human need, Deng Tai responded, a reminiscent smile crossing his face. He was merely hungry for 2 years, and upon emerging, he consumed an entire month's worth of provisions from the temple in 3 days. While the two engaged in their conversation, Zhou Weishan and his companions wore expressions of grave concern. As Li Jingyuan experienced his moment of enlightenment, a host of individuals from the Ghost Market had arrived. intent on his demise. Many were formidable, and the web struggled to cope, suffering significant casualties. To ensure Li Jingyuan did not miss his moment of awakening, Deng Taiye had no choice but to intervene, wielding his unparalleled sword intent to subdue all present. Zhou Weishan's countenance was complex as he solemnly declared, "Such powerful sword energy, such profound inner strength. You are no mere sickly prince. You have deceived us all. I have attained new heights and glimpsed a thread of sword intent, and you share in half the credit for my breakthrough. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a dignified death," Li Jingyuan proclaimed, his demeanor taking on a decidedly domineering tone after his realization. Zhou Weishan's expression darkened further. "Let us duel, as befits a swordsman. To perish by my blade is a fitting outcome," Li Jingyuan asserted, seeking to refine his skills at Zhou Weishan's expense, extracting every last vestige of value from him. Zhou Weishan stepped forward, finding Li Jingyuan's proposition most agreeable. In his heart, he had already deemed Li Jingyuan as the greatest adversary of the crown princess, and as her loyal supporter, he was determined to eliminate this obstacle, even at the cost of his life. With resolute determination, Zhou Weishan gripped his sword, positioning it horizontally. "Come forth, your highness." Li Jingyuan unsheathed his Dingqin sword, planting it firmly in the ground. With a swift motion, he drew forth the sword, its sound resonating like a dragon's roar, and steadily strode forward. Zhou Weishan sprang into action, unleashing a surge of azure sword energy. This strike, fueled by his unwavering resolve, was executed with the ferocity of a man fighting for his life, despite the depletion of his inner strength from the earlier battle with black and white Jingyuan. The sword sliced through the air, cleaving the wind as if it were a vibrant green rainbow piercing the sky. Deng Taiye nodded in approval. "Your swordplay is transparent to me. Now, witness the might of my great Zheng dragon." Li Jingyuan pivoted, golden light radiating from the Dingqin sword. The abyssal dragon ascends to the heavens, slaying 38,000 foes. With a thrust, a magnificent golden dragon surged forth, soaring through the air as if a true dragon had emerged, rendering the world dim in its presence. This was the third realm of the national sword technique, the Dragon Awakening realm. The golden dragon surged forth, crashing into the azure sword light, shattering it with a single blow, and howled onward. Zhou Weishan delivered another strike, bracing himself against the magnificent golden dragon. The dragon erupted in a resplendent explosion, enveloping the surrounding space with golden sword energy, etching hundreds of intersecting scars upon the ground. Yet, to withstand such force was no easy feat. As he staggered, he coughed forth blood, his expression one of sheer terror as he looked up to see another radiant golden dragon approaching. This dragon was larger and even more imposing. Chapter 52. In the next life, I wished to be a free fish in the Jianghu. The first sword was not yet proficient, lacking the necessary finesse, while the second sword manifested as the astonishing dragon of the third realm of the national sword technique. Zhou Weishan, expending his last ounce of strength, could not withstand the onslaught of this grand golden dragon, which pierced through him, leaving behind a ghastly wound. Li Jingyuan, holding his sword, inquired, "What do you think of this astonishing dragon of mine?" Zhou Weishan cast a complex glance at Li Jingyuan, swallowed the blood that surged in his throat, and uttered a single word, "Overbearing." After speaking, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength and fell back, his eyes wide open in the final moments of life. In that fleeting instant, he envisioned a breathtaking woman clad in white, her bright eyes and radiant smile rendering the world around him colorless. Memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern from their first encounter in Mongshan, where she appeared like a celestial being, planting the seeds of deep affection within him. He recalled traveling alongside her for 1,000 miles, witnessing her descend to the south, her poetic talent stirring the waters of the three rivers, overpowering countless scholars in blue robes. He watched as she ascended Mount Lu, engaging in a game of strategy with the venerable sage. He observed her traverse the three rivers, unafraid of danger and plots, her intellect unmatched, calculating the moves of sex and noble families with unparalleled grace. From that moment, He felt that the Jianghu lost its brilliance in her absence. A bitter smile crept upon his face. It was a fortune to have met her, yet a misfortune to have met her. If there were a next life, he hoped not to encounter such a stunning woman again. In a future existence, he wished to be but a carefree fish in the Jianghu, living freely and unburdened. Li Jingyuan, unaware of the myriad emotions swirling within Zhou Weishan, pondered over the word overbearing. The first strike had indeed felled the 14th Grandmaster, undeniably overbearing. The king of the underworld and his entourage were equally stunned into silence, their faces pale with fear. Everyone, the crown prince will not spare us. He wishes for our demise, and we cannot grant him the satisfaction. Let us unite and slay the crown prince. Aware that there was no escape for him, the king of the underworld resolved to fight to the death. The remaining black-clad warriors, loyal to their respective clans, had no choice but to engage, with life and death at stake, and thus would not yield. Though no words were exchanged, their actions were synchronized as hundreds charged towards Li Jingyuan. Dianwei shouted, "Strangle him!" The Tiger Guard raised their battle blades, forming a lethal formation. "Halt! Leave these people to me," Li Jingyuan commanded, his gaze exuding an indomitable aura. The realm of the astonishing dragon embodies external dominance and internal sovereignty, representing the most lethal sword in the national sword technique. The phrase, "The abyss gives rise to the astonished dragon soaring to the heavens, slaying 38 foes," illustrates the intensity of this sword's murderous spirit. This astonishing dragon requires continuous refinement to ascend to the heavens and slay 38 adversaries. Having only unleashed 2 strikes thus far, he was aware that it was far from sufficient. The individuals before him were all skilled masters, serving as excellent whetstones for his sword. To forego their use would be a grave loss. Undeterred by the hundreds of resolute masters charging at him, Li Jingyuan radiated golden light, his body shimmering in gold. He suddenly sprang forth, as if a mighty Vajra, as recounted in Buddhist lore, charging into the throng of adversaries with an unassailable and domineering presence. The blackness encircled the gold, yet the golden light blazed ever brighter, consuming the darkness as if devoured by flames. Li Jingyuan refrained from summoning the grand golden dragon or employing the intricate cloud-treading technique. Instead, he countered with swordplay, dismantling their moves as he wielded the indestructible power of the Vajra, weaving through the throng of skilled masters with ease. He honed his sword techniques against the exceptional martial skills of his opponents, executing hundreds, if not thousands, of strikes, each flowing effortlessly as his heart and intention aligned. Relying solely on his swordsmanship, he felled half of his adversaries. Yet, whether he had fully refined his sword or simply lost interest in further honing it, he skillfully evaded them, creating distance. Suddenly, the golden light of the Ding Qin sword surged, radiating like a golden dragon coiled around him. Li Jingyuan's sleeves fluttered without wind, the momentum of his sword reaching its zenith through the preceding battles. The roar of the dragon echoed, as he truly resembled an emperor wielding a sword, surveying the world beneath him. Deng Te narrowed his eyes and remarked, "What an overbearing aura naturally formed. Kill him." The remaining 50 rushed forward recklessly. Li Jingyuan remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering. Without hesitation, he struck with his third sword, the dragon's roar reverberating throughout the ghost market, as if a true dragon were about to emerge. A 20-zhang-long golden dragon erupted forth, rolling through the 50 adversaries, toppling them all, while those unfortunate enough to be caught in the sword's aura were cleaved asunder, leaving no complete corpses. The golden dragon charged ahead, obliterating everything in its path as if a colossal dragon were surging forth. One sword, 50 foes, this strike was terrifyingly powerful. Li Jingyuan laughed with satisfaction, turning to Deng Tae and asking, "How is my sword?" Deng Tae stroked his beard and generously praised. "Your sword evokes the essence of the old sword god, Li's 2 sleeves of green serpents. Though the realm has shifted, the sentiment remains." Li Jingyuan's eyes brightened at once. The 2 sleeves of green serpents were famed for their invincibility. He wondered if his grand golden dragon might one day achieve unmatched supremacy. Deng Tae continued, This astonishing dragon embodies your imperial aura. Though stunning, it can grow even stronger. In the future, let me refine this astonishing dragon with my sword. I eagerly anticipate the day it can indeed slay 38 foes with a single strike. Li Jingyuan nodded, content as he sheathed his sword, unable to suppress his anticipation for that day. Observing the corpses strewn about, he chuckled softly. I doubt anyone will dare return. The princess has lost her grip on the black market. Zhou Weishan is dead, and the losses for the other families must also be considerable. This game has concluded satisfactorily. An undercover figure appeared before Li Jingyuan, cupping his hands and saying, Your Highness, we have discovered the earth-shattering secret hidden by the king of the underworld. Li Jingyuan's expression turned serious as he replied, Let us go and take a look. The figure led the way deeper into the ghost market. Arriving at an imposing structure resembling a fortress, the residence of the king of the underworld, known as the Jingyuan Hall in the ghost market. This hall had 2 levels. The outer level was a fortress built from the rock face, measuring 10 zhang in width and 20 meters in height, seamlessly connected to the rocky cliffs above. The outer walls were adorned with various grotesque carvings of evil spirits, and the main entrance was embedded with dozens of human skulls, intentionally creating a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. The inner layer was an expanded structure based on a natural cave, extending over 50 meters deep, serving as the private residence of the king of the underworld. As they ventured deeper, passing through several rooms, they observed arrows scattered across the ground and dense arrow holes in the walls, revealing a maze of traps. Behind the traps lay a secret chamber sealed by a massive stone door, which had already been opened. The chamber was modest in size, filled with wooden crates, all of which had been opened. Inside, treasures of gold, silver, and rare artifacts were piled high, representing the wealth the king of the underworld had amassed in the black market. While these riches were of considerable value, they did not constitute the earth-shattering secret. One particular treasure chest had been moved aside, revealing a meter-wide underground passage. This was where the true focus lay. Your Highness, please follow me. Descending 3 meters into the passage, they entered a cavernous space, where traces of chiseling on the rock walls indicated it had been artificially expanded. Though the area was not large, spanning only a few dozen square meters, the contents within left Li Jingyuan speechless. Chapter 53. Once doubt arises. Guilt is established. This underground cavern turned out to be a private arms workshop. The king of the underworld was clandestinely manufacturing weaponry in the ghost market, or rather, it was the crown princess who was secretly forging armor and weapons. This indicated a plot to raise an army for rebellion. The ambitions of the crown princess to seize power were becoming evident. Yuanri pointed towards an iron door within and said, Your Highness, there is another cavern space over there, where the crafted armaments are stored. Li Jingyuan hurried over, discovering a more expansive cavern filled with large chests. As he opened each chest, he found them filled with newly forged crossbows and armor. Picking up a crossbow, his face turned pale as he exclaimed, This is a specialized armor-piercing crossbow, a technology that is strictly confidential. The manufacturing process is so compartmentalized that no craftsman possesses the complete blueprint. The crown princess had somehow acquired the complete design for the armor-piercing crossbow. Yuanri continued, I just conducted a brief interrogation of the craftsman. The weapons here are only from the past 6 months. They secretly ship weapons out of the ghost market every 6 months. Li Jingyuan inalat sharply. Realizing that after over a decade of the king of the underworld operating the ghost market, the quantity of armor produced here could potentially equip an army of 5,000. Suddenly, Li Jingyuan began to smile. The act of privately manufacturing arms was tantamount to treason. This was a monumental issue. If it came to the attention of Emperor Hongxuan, there would undoubtedly be a thorough investigation. The net could trace the connection between the ghost market and the crown princess, and the dark guards would surely uncover it as well. Even if concrete evidence could not be found, mere suspicion from Emperor Hongxuan would suffice. For the emperor, sometimes, evidence was unnecessary. Once doubt emerged, guilt had already been established. Li Jingyuan felt a surge of satisfaction, coldly remarking, Let us see how you escape this predicament. Thinking of something else, he inquired, Where are the abducted children? The underground area had originally contained several natural caverns, which the king of the underworld had extensively excavated to create a complex subterranean base. Yuanri led Li Jingyuan through the intricate tunnels, passing a larger cavern space that served as a training ground, stained with blood of varying shades, indicating the brutality of the training conducted there. As they moved through, they came upon a narrow passage lined with stone chambers. The doors were narrow iron bars, resembling prison cells. Li Jingyuan peered inside, noticing the dimly lit rooms filled with small figures, their outlines indistinct. His heart raced as he quickly retrieved a torch to illuminate the interior. As expected, there were children, approximately 20, lying or sitting in a stupor, their expressions vacant and lifeless. They showed no reaction to the arrival of Li Jingyuan and his companions, merely squinting at the sudden brightness. Li Jingyuan keenly sensed something was amiss with these children. "What has happened to them?" he asked. Yuanri replied solemnly. They had been drugged with a vile substance specifically designed to create death warriors. Prolonged exposure to this poison strips individuals of their ability to think autonomously, rendering them devoid of humanity, capable of killing even their closest kin without hesitation. Li Jingyuan rushed forward, finding that each stone chamber contained numerous children, all similarly afflicted by the insidious drug. In total, there were 10 chambers holding at least 200 children subjected to this cruelty. "How inhumane!" Li Jingyuan exclaimed, recalling the training ground they had just passed. "Is that platform outside used for their training?" Yuanri nodded. "The training for these death warriors is exceedingly harsh and brutal. I interrogated the guards here. The mortality rate is a staggering 70%. Out of every 100, only 30 survive. The Tiger's Might gang has abducted over 1,000 children, meaning at least 700 have tragically perished in this living hell." A surge of rage welled up within Li Jingyuan, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He sighed deeply, asking, "Is there any hope for them?" Yuanri responded, "This malevolent drug requires a gradual approach to control. If taken in smaller doses, there may be a chance for recovery. However, from what I can see, the majority of these children are beyond saving. Those who can be saved should be taken back to the Eastern Palace for care." Li Jingyuan remained silent, realizing that this was all he could do. Unable to bear the sight of the children, he turned to leave, but paused for a moment, his voice icy and resolute. "The guards and overseers here should be executed slowly. Let them experience the suffering these children have endured." "Understood." Li Jingyuan stood at the entrance of the ghost market, expressionless as he surveyed the chaos that unfolded, lost in thought until Jian Wei stepped forward. "Your Highness, all valuable items within the ghost market have been transported. The genie Wei has been notified, and they will arrive shortly." Li Jingyuan nodded calmly and inquired, "What are the Tiger Guard's casualties?" Jian Wei replied somberly, 80 were killed in battle, and over 300 were severely injured. Li Jingyuan's mood darkened further. The losses from the autumn expedition combined with this incident had resulted in over 100 deaths among the Tiger Guard. Jian Wei earnestly stated, "Your Highness, do not grieve. It is an honor for our soldiers to die in service to you. Today's battle has proven the valor of the Tiger Guard, comparable to the elite forces of Bailion." Jian Wei stood tall, solemnly declaring, "Gaining the sword goddess acknowledgement is a glory for the Tiger Guard." Li Jingyuan nodded, "Return the deceased for a proper burial. As for the injured, spare no effort in their treatment." At that moment, Jing and I appeared, reporting to Li Jingyuan, "We've captured a group of death warriors outside. They intended to collapse the barren mountains with explosives to bury the black market." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the ruthlessness of such a tactic. It was also the most direct and effective method. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Otherwise, the collapse of the mountains would have been catastrophic even for him. "Can you ascertain whose men they are?" Jing and I shook his head. "They are all death warriors. We could not extract any information." "Then let them all be executed," Li Jingyuan ordered. Jing and I nodded and departed. About half an hour later, Gao Pu arrived in a frantic rush, accompanied by a contingent of Genie Wei. Upon witnessing the devastation of the ghost market, his expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to inquire, Li Jingyuan interjected, "Commander Gao, I have saved your life." Gao Pu, puzzled, furrowed his brow and asked, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" Jian Wei gestured, "Commander Gao, please follow me." Though confused, Gao Pu complied and followed Dian Wei into the ghost market. More than 10 minutes later, a grim-faced Gao Pu returned in a hurry, using his lightness skills to hasten his pace. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke urgently, "Your Highness, is it true that there is an underground arms workshop? Did I kill any of the craftsmen? You can interrogate them and find out," Li Jingyuan replied. "Such a monumental event occurring within the capital, and your Jinyi Wei were completely oblivious. You must take responsibility for this failure," Gao Pu retorted, his face dark with anger. It was more than just a matter of accountability. A single misstep could cost him his head. The situation had escalated tremendously, but with careful handling, there was still a chance for redemption. Li Jingyuan placed a reassuring hand on Gao Pu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "This matter should not fall solely on the Jinyi Wei. After all, we are in the capital. Handle the aftermath of the ghost market. I must take my leave." Gao Pu understood, realizing that Li Jingyuan intended for him to implicate others, starting with the prefecture office of the capital. The black market has always been under the jurisdiction of the Kyoto Prefectural Yamen. With such a scandalous incident occurring now, the Kyoto Prefectural Yamen cannot evade responsibility. Not only the Yamen, but all those who can be implicated will be dragged into this mess. Misery loves company. It is indeed their misfortune this time. Gao Pu bowed deeply to the retreating figure of Li Jingyuan, filled with gratitude, and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance." Li Jingyuan elegantly waved his hand in acknowledgement. Gao Pu then rose and shouted to the 1,000 households under his command, "You must return to the town pacification office immediately and summon all the Jinui to come at the fastest speed." One of the 1,000 households foolishly inquired, "Should we call those on leave and those on duty?" Gao Pu's eyes bulged in fury, as if he were about to devour them. "I said everyone. Do you not understand? Hurry up." Chapter 54. The 10 Arrows of Guishan. Zhao Gao's discourse on sovereignty, arriving with 7 or 8 horsemen and departing with 900 fierce soldiers, accompanied by carts laden with gold and silver treasures, as well as 200 young children. The procession was grand and imposing. The wealth amassed from the ghost market amounted to a rough estimate of 200,000 to 300,000 taels. Li Jingyuan, reluctant to remit the sum, naturally succumbed to greed. The East Palace was already in financial straits. Recently, Shen Wansen had left the capital to conduct business in Dawanshan. In trade, one cannot avoid expenditure, and Li Jingyuan had depleted the East Palace's coffers to gather 10,000 taels for him. Life had been arduous for Li Jingyuan of late. Although the riches were substantial, they paled in comparison to the private army of the ghost market. Surely, Emperor Hengshuan would not hold him accountable. Even if he did, it would be of little consequence, perhaps a few harsh words and a minor loss. The nearly 2,000 mouths to feed in the East Palace were of utmost importance, and now, with an additional 200 children, the costs of sustenance were considerable. This ill-gotten wealth was his to covet. With a pensive gaze, Li Jingyuan halted his horse, dismounting with Dian Wei closely behind. Approaching a dilapidated wooden shack, he found a lifeless body lying there. His expression was complicated as he stared at the corpse in silence. It was none other than the emaciated old man who had earlier begged him for a tael of silver. He had not used the alms for treatment or even a hearty meal, and now he lay dead by the roadside. A frozen bloom of blood marked his chest, indicating foul play. It was evident that the single tael of silver had brought about his demise. Li Jingyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. In this world, a life is worth no more than a tael. He shook his head again. Perhaps even a tael is too much. The true value was beyond his comprehension. Poor soul, he sighed, recognizing that there were countless others like him in this world, and he was now responsible for 200 such unfortunate children. After casting one last glance at the frozen body of the old man, he made no move to collect it. Suddenly, a chill ran down Li Jingyuan's spine as he sensed a hint of danger. He jerked his head up to the distance, where a pale, cold light appeared, resembling a white meteor streaking through the night. He distinctly felt that the energy from this icy light was locked onto him, directed his way. It was an arrow, an extraordinarily swift arrow. By the time Li Jingyuan comprehended the situation, the arrow was upon him in an instant, moving so fast that even Dian Wei could not react. He was, however, not the quickest, Heibai Xinshan reacted first, leaping up and swinging his black sword in a graceful arc, severing the formidable arrow in two. Nonetheless, the force of the arrow knocked Heibai Xinshan down, causing him to spit blood. The two pieces of the steel arrow fell to the ground a mere meter from Li Jingyuan. Sensing something amiss, Li Jingyuan sprang to the roof of the wooden shack. Focusing his gaze into the distance, he glimpsed a figure far above. The two locked eyes for but an instant before the figure vanished. Li Jingyuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. From that height, it must be the Jushuan Tower in the North City. The distance between us is at least 3,000 meters. How could an arrow be shot from such a range with such precision, and with enough force to injure Heibai Xinshan? The sky had yet to lighten, and visibility was limited at such a great distance. He could not fathom how such accuracy was achieved. That arrow had already contained formidable intent, and he felt he had brushed against the threshold of celestial phenomena. If he were to enter the realm of celestial phenomena, he would undoubtedly be the foremost archer in the world. Deng Tai remarked, "This individual could shoot a man from 1,000 miles away. If he were your enemy, the threat he poses would surpass even that of the celestial realm." That such a carefree and unrestrained figure as Deng Tai would express such sentiments spoke volumes about the danger posed by this long-range marksman. With a solemn expression, Li Jingyuan inquired of Yenri, "Is there such a person within the capital?" Yenri replied, "If one were to speak of archers who have achieved a transcendent level of skill within the capital, it would only be Fang Jiha, the foremost archer and captain of the Long Princess's Guard." Li Jingyuan recalled the name. "I know of him, Guishan Fang Jia, known as Fang Shijian, unmatched in archery throughout the realm. He is also the foremost sycophant of the Long Princess. Even Zhou Weishan must defer to him." Two well-known tales surrounded Fang Jiha. The first spoke of him scaring off an army of 100,000 with 10 arrows. 8 years prior, when the Shirong invaded Han, he had, from 1,000 miles away, shot down the Shirong general with a single arrow, felled 9 other generals with 8 more arrows, and finally shot down the Shirong's central battle flag with his last arrow, thus deciding the outcome of the battle. From that point on, he was known as Fang Shijian. The first tale was legendary. The second was even more romantic. When the Long Princess left the capital for the second time, she encountered the most beautiful woman in the land at Shoma Lake. Struck by the woman's ethereal beauty, Fang Jia, feeling slighted, rode into the western regions, procuring the Yuebao lion bow and shooting down the sacred bird of the Shirong, the Snow Mountain white eagle. From its feathers, he crafted an exquisite white feather garment, unparalleled in the world. To win a smile from the beautiful maiden, he dared to venture into enemy territory and slay the Shirong's totemic bird, a tale that captivated the hearts of many. Adventurers longed to emulate his exploits in the western regions, while the scholarly elite praised him for his pure and genuine love. Common folk delighted in these stories, seasoning their lives with the excitement of his adventures. Enterprising individuals penned these tales, which found their greatest audience among the pampered daughters of wealthy families, and even now, they are still fondly recounted. Once, he was the perfect romantic hero in the hearts of countless women, basking in glory. Li Jingyuan could no longer recall the Long Princess's appearance, but he was now genuinely curious to meet her and see for himself what extraordinary beauty could inspire such devotion from figures like Zhou Weishan and Fang Shijian. Dismounting from the roof, he took his place on horseback and signaled, "Let us depart." And without further hindrance, they returned smoothly to the East Palace. Not long after Li Jingyuan returned to the palace, Zhao Gao arrived. "What did Emperor Hengshuan say?" Li Jingyuan asked. Zhao Gao chuckled. He was somewhat displeased, but did not elaborate. He then added, almost as an aside, "I perceive that Emperor Hengshuan is a competent ruler." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did he not say much? How did you discern that?" Zhao Gao smiled and asked, "Your Highness, what do you think is the most important quality for an emperor?" "The emperor's mindset?" Li Jingyuan banturat. Zhao Gao shook his head, chuckling, "While the emperor's mindset and the strategies within are indeed vital, the lower limits of an emperor are equally significant." Li Jingyuan frowned, pondering Zhao Gao's words, realizing that these lower limits were likely the answer. After a moment of reflection, he cautiously suggested, "Concealing one's emotions?" Zhao Gao nodded with a smile. Close enough. The lower limit of an emperor is to possess a heart as deep as the abyss. One must never allow others to discern what lies within the emperor's mind, keeping the court officials on their toes, thus preventing any sense of complacency among them. The path of an emperor is ultimately the path of utilizing people. As the saying goes, the hearts of men are unfathomable, making it challenging to employ them. To effectively utilize others, one must first manage them. To manage them, one must first govern their hearts, and this governance hinges upon maintaining a heart as deep as the abyss. Achieving such depth is the hallmark of a competent emperor, at least one who can maintain stability. Deng Taie chimed in, there is indeed some wisdom in that. Mr. Zhao has a profound understanding of the way of emperors. Zhao Gao waved his hand, modestly stating, I have had the fortune of serving a great emperor, and thus have gleaned some superficial insights. Li Jingyuan nodded thoughtfully, clasping his hands in respect toward Zhao Gao. I am enlightened. Zhao Gao promptly stepped aside, flustered, Your Highness. You flatter me. You are worthy of such respect. Chapter 55. The so-called surprise dragon. Surprising the old dragon in the sky, the matter concerning the ghost market's private militia was far too grave for Gao Pu to postpone. He swiftly made his way to the imperial palace and reported overnight. In the imperial study, Gao Pu prostrated himself on the ground, his anxiety palpable. The eunuchs and maidservants alike sensed the almost suffocating atmosphere, breathing cautiously. Emperor Hongshuan maintained an impassive expression, calmly inquiring, Are you certain it is Zhou Weishan? Gao Pu, unable to raise his head, replied with unwavering certainty, I have examined it meticulously, and there is no doubt. Again, silence enveloped the room, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one to discern how much of his calm demeanor was genuine and how much concealed turbulent emotions. The words of Zhao Gao rang true. Emperor Hongshuan was indeed a competent ruler, his heart as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. After a brief pause, Emperor Hongshuan spoke once more, his tone remaining unaltered. Send Zhou Weishan's corpse to the residence of the Grand Princess. Gao Pu shuddered and immediately responded, Yes. Without the emperor's permission, he dare not rise. Anxiously awaiting further instructions, Emperor Hongshuan cast a glance at Gao Pu and stated calmly, The Ghost Market's private militia has been operating for 13 years, involving 5,000 to 6,000 sets of arms and armor. Gao Pu, do you have anything to say to me? Gao Pu bowed deeply, saying, The Jingyuan has failed in its oversight. I implore your majesty to mete out punishment. Emperor Hongshuan snorted coldly, revealing a hint of displeasure. You have indeed been derelict in your duties. You shall continue to hold the position of commander, but let it be reduced to Qinhu. Gao Pu dared not voice any dissent, expressing gratitude for the emperor's mercy. After a moment, Emperor Hongshuan continued, The entire Jingyuan in the northern city shall be executed. The offices from top to bottom shall be executed, and the Northern Military Command shall face the same fate. The governor of Shuntian shall be held accountable for his ineffectiveness and summoned for interrogation. The Jingyuan shall conduct a thorough investigation into the Ghost Market's private militia. Anyone related shall be pursued to the end. Gao Pu bowed even lower, although the emperor's tone was calm. The decree of 3 executions and a thorough investigation indicated his profound anger. The case of the private militia would undoubtedly cause upheaval in the capital, leading to countless heads rolling. You discovered the private militia during your tenure. Fulfill your last duty as commander. You shall temporarily assume command and continue this investigation. If you fail again, you shall no longer hold the position of Qinhu. The emperor's words sent a tremor through Gao Pu. He understood that failing to satisfy Emperor Hongshuan meant certain death. I shall not betray your majesty's trust, he vowed. As Emperor Hongshuan waved him off, Gao Pu cautiously rose and retreated, bowing deeply. Wait, the emperor called him back. You stated that there were no survivors in the ghost market. Yet is it not the work of the crown prince? Gao Pu replied, I do not know. When I arrived, the ghost market was devoid of life. My focus was solely on the private militia, and I did not inquire further. Your Majesty, I shall visit the Eastern Palace to question the Crown Prince. Emperor Hongshuan frowned. There is no need for you to investigate this matter. Handle the private militia case properly. Depart. Gao Pu bowed and exited the imperial study. Emperor Hongshuan called into the shadows, and the leader of the Dark Guards, emerged. Have the Dark Guards sent to the Ghost Market returned? On Eurypiet Greve. 5 were sent, but only 1 is returned, bringing back 3 pieces of extremely important intelligence. Emperor Hongshuan's brow furrowed. Anything deemed extremely important by an was certainly extraordinary. Speak. The first piece of intelligence. It has been confirmed that there exists a secret force under the Crown Prince, numbering several hundred, akin to Dark Guards. They excel in stealth and concealment, with several masters among them, one of whom is comparable in strength to Zhou Weishan. The complete annihilation of 2,000 to 3,000 people in the Ghost Market was attributed to the support of this clandestine unit. Emperor Hongshuan coldly remarked, I wondered how he dared to act as bait. It turns out he had support. The second piece of intelligence, under the Crown Prince. There is a person of unfathomable strength who, through sheer presence, subdued over 100 experts, including Zhou Weishan. Emperor Hongshuan's expression changed. Another one of those celestial beings? It is uncertain, but one capable of suppressing the peak of the master level simply by presence is likely to be one. As he spoke, even his typically impassive voice exhibited a trace of agitation. Is his identity known? And he shook his head. The Dark Guards encountered him before. He follows the Crown Prince and is a middle-aged man often seen with a peach blossom branch. Judging by his demeanor, he appears to be a man of the martial world. Emperor Hongshuan fell into deep contemplation, murmuring, a man of the martial world? Could it be that there are those in the martial world supporting the Crown Prince? Continue. The third and most crucial piece of information. Zhou Weishan was killed by the Crown Prince. What? Emperor Hongshuan finally lost his composure, staring fixedly at an Repeat that. The Crown Prince is a martial master and has cultivated the national sword technique to the surprise dragon realm. With just 1 person and 1 sword, he killed over 100 experts, among them 5 masters, 20 innate experts, with the remainder being first and second-tier martial artists. How is this possible? Even if he has recovered, it has only been a month or 2. He has only had the national sword technique for a month or 2. How could he have mastered it to the 3rd realm, let alone kill Zhou Weishan? And he replied calmly, the Dark Guards do not lie, and the great Zhang's golden dragon cannot be feigned. Bang! Emperor Hongshuan slammed the table in fury, his expression turning grim. He is deceiving the Emperor. He is deceiving the Emperor. In his early years as a prince, Emperor Hongshuan had been praised by the old royals for his composure during significant events. After sitting on the dragon throne for 20 to 30 years, his composure had deepened like an unfathomable abyss, rarely displaying any signs of loss of control. This time, however, Jingyuan had caused him to lose his composure, breaking through his defenses. Good Crown Prince, my good son, truly exceptional, Emperor Hongshuan muttered through gritted teeth. After a prolonged silence in the imperial study, Emperor Hongshuan suppressed his anger, his face devoid of expression. Instinctively, he began to rub his thumb and index finger together. Speaking calmly, since the coup d'etat by the Imperial Guards began, this Crown Prince has been plotting. Why has he remained hidden for so long, only to reveal himself today? Does he think he no longer needs to conceal his actions? On the left, Sun Sheng, and on the right, an both bowed their heads, not daring to respond. The Crown Prince is deceiving the Emperor. What do you think I should do? Emperor Hongshuan suddenly posed a question. Sun Sheng trembled, fear etched on his aged face. Emperor Hongshuan first looked to an who bowed his head, stating, the Dark Guards act only on your Majesty's commands. Whatever your Majesty decides, we shall follow. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongshuan remained silent. He had not yet turned to Sun Sheng when the latter quickly knelt. Emperor Hongshuan, with a hint of disdain, remarked, your old bones are remarkably soft. Sun Gonggong trembled. This old servant is of lowly stock, weighing but a few taels. Yet, this old servant understands that the crime of deceiving the Emperor is the gravest of offenses. Emperor Hongshuan's expression darkened. Well said, the gravest of offenses indeed. After a moment, the murderous intent in Emperor Hongshuan's eyes flickered and faded, his tone seemingly resigned as he sighed softly. But he has cultivated the national sword technique to the 3rd realm. This 3rd realm is called Surprise Dragon. Surprise Dragon. Oh, Surprise Dragon. When this dragon emerges from the abyss, It will surely alarm the old dragon in the sky. The meaning of surprise dragon held a deeper connotation for Emperor Hongshuan. Sun Gongong felt a chill run down his spine, his heart quaking. Were it not inappropriate, he would have covered his ears, unable to bear listening further. Emperor Hongshuan murmured to himself, "The crown prince has already become this surprise dragon." Suddenly, Emperor Hongshuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the eunuchs and maidservants kneeling in the study, his brow furrowing slightly as he coldly commanded, "Kill them all." In a flash, and he moved, and before the eunuchs and maidservants could even plead for mercy, they were struck down, their life force shattered, collapsing in disarray upon the floor. Emperor Hongshuan stood, calmly stating, "Summon the grand princess tomorrow. The crown prince shall enter the palace." Sun Gongong prostrated himself, yes. Before departing, he left behind a chilling remark, "Clean the imperial study thoroughly." Once Emperor Hongshuan had left, Sun Gongong collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he exhaled a long breath, murmuring to himself, "That scared me to death." He glanced down, trembling as he rose, hastening to a small eunuch's corpse, his expression tinged with sorrow. This young eunuch is his newly adopted son, among the more than 20,000 eunuchs in the palace. Countless individuals seek to curry favor with this chief eunuch. Yet, Sun Sheng regards him with a unique perspective, adopting him as his son and personally mentoring him, demonstrating intentions akin to those of a genuine father. However, in this moment of sorrow, the grief of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one is profound. The seasoned hand gently closed the boy's unseeing eyes and lamented, "My child, it is I who have brought this misfortune upon you. I should have allowed you to depart from the imperial study sooner. Yet, alas, I am powerless. The emperor is truly incensed and requires a sacrifice of lives, a shedding of blood to quell his fury. It is simply your misfortune to have been on duty in the imperial study today. It seems we, as father and son, are devoid of fortune. My child, once you descend below, do not hold it against me." Chapter 56. The unparalleled beauty in white, perhaps due to the satisfaction derived from last night's game of chess, Li Jingyuan enjoyed a restful slumber until Zhao Gao roused him. Outside the room, Zhao Gao spoke softly, "Your Highness, a message from the palace has arrived, summoning you to court." Li Jingyuan's eyes, still heavy with sleep, suddenly widened as he sprang to his feet. "Come in," he commanded. Zhao Gao entered, followed closely by Hong Shu and Qing Yao, who carried his grooming essentials. Hong Shu presented a robe, gracefully stating, "Your Highness, please change your attire." Li Jingyuan stood, arms outstretched as Hong Shu and Qing Yao assisted him in dressing. Curiously, he inquired, "There was quite a commotion last night, wasn't there?" Zhao Gao replied, "It was more than just a commotion. It was a veritable upheaval. The Imperial Guards began arresting individuals last night, with 3,000 or 4,000 people from the North City government, military, and guards all sentenced to execution. The blood at the execution platform in the North City marketplace could not be cleaned, and it is rumored that the executioner's blade has become dulled from the task. The stench of blood detectable from a mile away." Li Jingyuan's pupils constricted as he frowned. Such ruthlessness? While it is true they managed poorly, many were unaware of the circumstances. Is it just to indiscriminately execute them? Zhao Gao calmly explained, "The influence of the ghost market's private soldiers is substantial. It was imperative to execute them. As for their knowledge or innocence, such matters hold little weight in the eyes of the emperor." This is reminiscent of Emperor Qin's infamous book burnings and scholar burials. Li Jingyuan felt a sense of resignation. To those in power, the lives of commoners are worth little. This is the harsh reality. Zhao Gao continued, "Killing these individuals is still insufficient. The head of the North City Imperial Guards is merely a captain. The county magistrate holds only a 7th rank, and the military commander is of the same rank. Their positions are too low. To instill fear in ambitious figures like the princess, we must eliminate some prominent individuals." Li Jingyuan smiled lightly, regardless. There are no longer any princes in the court. Whom they choose to execute or how many matters not to me. It will only serve to benefit my position. Zhao Gao's expression turned serious. "Your Highness, you took action last night. This matter may be difficult to conceal." Emperor Hongshuan's summons to you could very well pertain to this incident. In his eyes, you may be seen as deceiving the throne, and those who deceive the throne are unforgivable. I fear for your safety. I shall accompany you to the palace along with Master Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan chuckled and shook his head. Within the palace, Emperor Hongshuan would not dare to act against me. Zhao Gao insisted. It is wise to prepare for any eventuality. After washing his face with the towel handed to him by Huanghua, Li Jingyuan remarked, Master Deng Jian's status does not permit him to enter the palace without a summons. He will wait outside while you accompany me. Zhao Gao nodded with a smile. Very well, let's not keep them waiting. Outside Yangxin Hall, Eunuch Sun had been waiting at the entrance. He hurried down the steps and bowed respectfully to Li Jingyuan. Your Highness. Li Jingyuan responded with a smile. Why is Eunuch Sun not inside, serving Father Emperor? Are you waiting for me? Your Highness's insight is remarkable, indeed. His Majesty instructed me to wait here for you. Li Jingyuan pointed toward Yangxin Hall. Is Father inside? He is currently in conference with the princess. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. The princess is here as well. Has Father shown any signs of anger? Eunuch Sun hesitated before softly responding. I have not seen him angry. I entered briefly, and His Majesty and the princess were engaged in a game of chess. Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow. With such a grave incident resulting in the death of thousands, how could Emperor Hongshuan still have the composure to play against the very person responsible? This was bewildering. Impatient to discern the situation, Li Jingyuan urged, let's enter and see. Eunuch Sun quickly interjected, Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall announce your arrival. He hurried back to Yangxin Hall. Li Jingyuan squinted, noticing a marked change in Sun Sheng's demeanor today. He appeared more respectful than usual. As one of the palace eunuchs, Sun Sheng had navigated the complexities of court life to rise to the position of chief among 20,000 eunuchs, demonstrating his astuteness and shrewdness. His shift in behavior indicated a significant change within the palace, suggesting that Emperor Hongshuan was indeed aware of Li Jingyuan's concealed strength. Soon, Eunuch Sun emerged, gasping for breath. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. Li Jingyuan stepped forward into Yangxin Hall, bypassing the ceremonial axes, and beheld Emperor Hongshuan engaged in a game of chess with a woman clad in immaculate white. It seemed they were at a critical juncture, both intently focused on the match, neither lifting their gaze. Li Jingyuan chose not to interrupt, standing silently to the side. His eyes naturally fell upon the woman in white, whose position allowed him only a glimpse of her profile, yet it was captivating enough. Her beauty was indeed akin to flawless white jade. This was none other than the most renowned and esteemed woman in the Great Hung dynasty, surpassing even the Empress herself, the Great Hung Princess Li Ji, affectionately known as the white-clad snow beauty for her penchant for white garments. The princess, frowning slightly, hesitated before returning a piece to the jar, gently stating, Your Majesty has won. Emperor Hongshuan appeared pleased by his victory, remarking, Your strategy has remained unchanged since childhood, bold and audacious, pursuing the Grand Dragon, yet also revealing your weaknesses. While your layout is meticulous, once your strategy is discerned, your chances of victory are lost from the onset. Though discussing chess, it was clear he meant more than mere strategy. The princess, with a hint of exasperation, smiled lightly. It is all because of Master Qi. He only taught me the straightforward path, yet he refuses to share his masterful techniques. Emperor Hongshuan laughed heartily. They say Master Qi's chess is governed by rules, but I suspect he merely fears your potential. Should he impart all his knowledge, you may surpass him, and he would lose his title as the national chess master. The princess smiled without retort. Only then did Emperor Hongshuan turn his attention to Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan bowed respectfully, Father Emperor. He also greeted the princess, Aunt. The princess merely nodded lightly, offering no further words. Emperor Hongshuan instructed, You may return for now. The princess gracefully rose, and only then did Li Jingyuan fully appreciate her appearance. She was tall and elegant, her slender waist and ample bosom exuding a commanding presence, while her flawless complexion could only be described as a beauty of national proportions. Though Hongshu and Qingniao were stunning in their own right, they paled in comparison, not in beauty, but in the refinement of their demeanor. Clad in her white garments, She resembled a celestial snow lotus, exquisite, ethereal, as if not of this world. It was no wonder that Zhou Weishan and Feng Shijian held her in such high regard. The princess did not glance in Li Jingyuan's direction as she passed by, leaving in her wake a delicate fragrance that was utterly enchanting. "Ah, white-clad," Emperor Hengshuan suddenly called out to the princess. She paused and turned back. Emperor Hengshuan gestured toward Li Jingyuan with a smile. Zhou Weishan, the Qingshou sword, was slain by him. One strike that shocked the dragon, quite remarkable. Li Jingyuan felt a chill run down his spine. This was a deliberate provocation, and Emperor Hengshuan's intent was all too clear. The princess frowned slightly, yet her smile remained, and she simply remarked, "Indeed," before departing. Emperor Hengshuan's smile vanished with her exit as he quietly gazed at the chessboard, reflecting on the match, and remarked, "Elders of my clan often said that I possess a calm demeanor in times of great affairs. Do you know how they described your aunt?" Chapter 57. The Grand Princess's Vision of a Great Nation. Emperor Hengshuan murmured with a hint of jealousy. "Our ancestor has proclaimed that she possesses the heart of a great nation, unrivaled in the realm. While others harbor mere ambitions, your aunt envisions vast territories, with her demeanor reflecting the grandeur of mountains and rivers. She is indeed a person of remarkable stature. Even the head supervisor has deemed her to be of the phoenix fate, the pinnacle of such destinies, exceedingly precious." Li Jingyuan remained silent, simply listening intently. "Alas," he continued, "no matter how grand her aspirations, she is but a phoenix. Historically, women do not govern." He chuckled lightly. Emperor Hengshuan turned his gaze towards Li Jingyuan, who bowed respectfully. The emperor then stated calmly, "With a single sword, you have slain 100 men. Even Zhou Weishan succumbed to your blade. Prince, you shone brilliantly last night." Li Jingyuan replied, "That strike was a consequence of timing. Had I not discerned Zhou Weishan's martial arts breakthrough, my sword would have been insufficient to vanquish him. The world speaks of you as the sickly prince, the bedridden heir, claiming you are frail as an old man, as if a mere gust could shatter your bones. They fail to realize that the so-called sickly prince is capable of dispatching the 14th master with a single stroke. Prince, how many more secrets do you hide from me?" Emperor Hengshuan scrutinized Li Jingyuan, his calm words veiling tumultuous undercurrents. Li Jingyuan bowed deeply and then replied with composure, "It is not my intention to deceive your majesty. My actions were solely for self-preservation." Emperor Hengshuan scoffed, "Self-preservation again? Could you not devise a different excuse?" In his youth, Li Jingyuan believed his ailments stemmed from inherent weakness. Yet Zhao Gao discovered the true cause. Someone conspired against him in the shadows. Li Jingyuan continued, "Every meal I consumed was laced with chronic poison. This toxin is not lethal, but prolonged exposure exacerbates my condition. They dared not kill me outright, opting instead for this insidious method, branding me the so-called sickly prince, thus rationalizing their desire for my demise. With the loss of my mother and uncle, the ministers who once supported me have scattered. I dared not voice my plight, and thus continued to feign illness." Emperor Hengshuan queried, "Why no longer feign? Do you now believe yourself capable of resistance?" Li Jingyuan replied calmly, "The recent rebellion was not fabricated. Some have grown impatient and yearn for the title of prince. I was compelled to retaliate." Emperor Hengshuan mocked, "I perceive your intent. The rebellion was orchestrated to seize control of the 6 military forces of the Eastern Palace, allowing your covertly nurtured Tiger Guard to appear openly. You wish to establish your claim as the crown prince, signaling to the officials of the capital that this prince is no longer the same." Li Jingyuan maintained his stoic demeanor. "As the crown prince, these powers are inherently mine, not a matter of ulterior motives." Emperor Hengshuan, visibly angered, pointed at Li Jingyuan and scolded, "What do you mean by inherently mine? What I bestow upon you is what you rightfully deserve." Li Jingyuan lowered his head in silence. The atmosphere within the Yangxin Hall grew tense. Emperor Hengshuan returned to his bed and inquired, "Who wielded the peach blossom branch at the ghost market last night?" "Ding Tao." Li Jingyuan Raplia. Emperor Hengshuan frowned, rifling through his memory of martial artists but finding no mention of this name. Is he of the celestial phenomenon realm? This was the true concern of Emperor Hengshuan. Li Jingyuan nudda. The emperor's expression darkened as he asked, "What is the background of this person? And why has he come to your eastern palace?" "He owes a meal to my mother. His presence in the eastern palace is to repay her kindness." Li Jingyuan raconta. In his youth, Deng Taie was but a minor martial artist, nearly perishing from starvation until my mother happened upon him and offered a meal, saving his life. This debt of gratitude is akin to a lifeline. Otherwise, as a celestial martial artist, how would he serve under me? Emperor Hongshuan paused, seemingly recalling Empress Shi, and sighed. "You are fortunate to have such a mother." He then waved his hand. "Return to your eastern palace." Li Jingyuan was taken aback, having not anticipated such leniency from the emperor. He promptly clasped his hands in a salute. "I take my leave." After Li Jingyuan departed, Emperor Hongshuan cleared the Yangxin Hall, leaving him alone in the vast chamber. He sat in solitude, his silhouette tinged with melancholy, lost in contemplation. After some time, he murmured, "You always said that doing good would invite heavenly blessings and favorable karma. I never believed such words. I would argue that good people do not live long, and calamities haunt for 1,000 years. Look at the assembly of officials. Who among them appears virtuous? Yet now, your words bear merit. 2 celestial martial artists are a tremendous boon you have bestowed upon our son. Little Shi, our son is formidable. Who could have imagined that at just over 20, he could slay a master at the pinnacle of his craft and master the national sword technique to the level of a shocking dragon in such a brief time? In over 200 years, no royal has surpassed our son except for the founding emperor. Even our ancestors commend our son as a young dragon. Little Shi, our son has grown. You may now rest in peace." Regaining his composure, Emperor Hongshuan shed his sorrowful demeanor and resumed his imperial poise. He sat cross-legged, intently gazing at the chessboard, contemplating for a full hour before making a move. He retrieved a black piece from the Grand Princess's chess set and placed it meticulously on the board. The previously invincible white pieces faced a sudden turn of fate, as the black piece introduced a glimmer of hope, altering the entire course of the game and rendering the once certain victory of the white pieces uncertain once more. Emperor Hongshuan marveled. This is the skillful hand of Qi Miaodao, transcending rules and employing cunning strategies, truly celestial techniques. His expression then darkened as he muttered, "In my youth, I never won a game against you. Qi Miaodao even proclaimed you prodigy. After my ascension, our victories became evenly matched. It was not my skill that improved, but rather your restraint, allowing me, your elder brother, to save face. They say your play is methodical. Yet this move at the ghost market is hardly conventional. It is not that your approach has changed. Rather, you have never revealed your true strategy. The path of propriety is merely for show. The essence of the skillful hand is to conceal a few moves. You understood this principle from a young age. Surely, you have learned Qi Miaodao's unpredictable tactics." Emperor Hongshuan placed his white piece firmly on the board and mused, "Be it the phoenix or the young dragon, as long as I am here, you must adhere to the rules and not raise your head." As Li Jingyuan left the palace and approached his carriage, he noticed a graceful, beautiful woman standing beside it. He was puzzled by her presence. Zhao Gao leaned in and whispered, "This is the Grand Princess's personal maid, Shangguan Fu." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, saying, "I recognize her." It is said that the Shangguan family produced a bold woman who declared her intent to become the head of the family, proving that women can stand equal to men, only to nearly be undone by ancestral rules. Fortunately, the Grand Princess intervened, taking her as a maid. Upon her return to the Shangguan family 5 years later, her talents and martial prowess rendered the younger generation incapable of holding their heads high. Before leaving, she remarked that the head of the Shangguan family was unworthy of her. Zhao Gao nodded. "Indeed, that is her." "Your Highness, the Grand Princess requests your presence," Shangguan Fu said, not observing the usual courtesies of a lady, but instead clasping her fists and bowing, exuding a certain martial spirit. Chapter 58. The 3 marvels of the princess's residence. Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow at the invitation at the palace gate. It was clear that Emperor Hongshuan would know immediately, showing no signs of discretion. However, to decline the long princess's invitation would be to display weakness, and coincidentally, he had already intended to visit the Long Princess's residence. As he followed the lead, Li Jingyuan climbed directly into the carriage, while Deng Tai leaned against the edge, leisurely engrossed in a book. Li Jingyuan remarked with a smile, "I must trouble you next, Master Deng." Deng Tai replied nonchalantly, "It is better to resolve it now than to live in constant apprehension later." Li Jingyuan chuckled, "Indeed, that is the truth." The Long Princess's residence was not situated among the grand mansions of the nobility in the central city, but rather in the southern city. An avid lover of mountains and waters, the Long Princess had chosen a site of exquisite natural beauty, constructing her residence around a small hill. The estate encompassed a staggering 100 acres, surpassing all formal regulations. Yet, as Emperor Hongshuan remained silent, none dared to voice their objections. The main thoroughfare of the southern city was called Fengming Avenue, which led directly to the gates of the Long Princess's residence. The grand eaves and imposing ridges of the main gate exuded an unassailable majesty, surpassing even the East Palace's entrance. Flanking the entrance were two bronze lions, fierce and awe-inspiring, with pairs of stone tablets marking the sides. Upon entering through the gate and passing the shadow wall, 7 main halls came into view, the largest among them being the Silver Peace Hall, which met the highest standards just below that of the Imperial Palace, even larger than the East Palace's Qinghua Hall. To the north of the main hall lay a corridor known as the Thousand Steps Corridor, extending from the front courtyard to the back, with eaves connecting the ridges. The front courtyard conveyed a sense of solemnity, reflecting the grandeur of the Long Princess, while the back courtyard presented a stark contrast. The garden was divided into 3 sections, east, middle, and west. The eastern path led to expansive flower gardens, where blooms thrived even in the cold of winter. A breathtaking sight, with many flowers defying the season's chill, an unimaginable feat of labor. The western garden was adorned with ancient trees and peculiar rocks, with pavilions and terraces aplenty. Winding paths leading to secluded corners, offering a unique beauty. They traversed the middle path, marked by an arched entrance of white marble, connecting to the Thousand Steps corridor, lined with numerous phoenix trees. The saying goes, the phoenix alights upon the parasol tree, which likely explains the abundance of these trees. Amidst the phoenix trees, glimpses of the verdant hidden alcoves and bat halls could be seen, resembling a tranquil dwelling within the forest. In autumn, the leaves turned golden, transforming the ground into a sea of gold, creating an enchanting atmosphere. As they passed through the eaves, the view opened up to reveal a vast and magnificent autumn lake. Water abounded in the Long Princess's estate, bat ponds, lotus pools, and numerous water features, with the autumn lake being the grandest among them. The Long Princess's residence boasted 3 marvels: the 100-flower garden, the phoenix alighting on parasol trees, and the moonlit autumn lake. Beside the autumn lake stood a modest hill, seemingly ordinary but beloved by the Long Princess, around which the residence was built. At the lake's edge, the moonlit pavilion was a favored spot for the Long Princess to enjoy the view and play chess, where she met Li Jingyuan today. In the pavilion, the Long Princess held an ancient book in her delicate hands, deeply engrossed. The beauty of the scenery paled in comparison to her elegance, a rare sight indeed. Li Jingyuan's gaze shifted from this unparalleled beauty to a standing figure outside the pavilion, a general clad in armor, resembling a spear. He bore a bone knife at his waist and a remarkably large bow on his back. This was none other than Fang Zhihe, renowned for his archery prowess. He appeared spirited, his features chiseled, which explained why countless noble ladies had once viewed him as the perfect romantic partner. Noticing Li Jingyuan's gaze, Fang Zhihe cast a brief glance before lowering his eyes again. Li Jingyuan smiled and saluted Aunt. The Long Princess set her book aside, scrutinizing Li Jingyuan with a composed expression, remarking, "You bear a resemblance to Sister Shi, though your ruthless nature diverges from hers." Li Jingyuan responded flatly, "If we speak of ruthlessness, I could never bring myself to train innocent children into assassins through such extreme means." The Long Princess showed no reaction, but both Shangwan Fu and Fang Shijian glared at him with displeasure. Li Jingyuan grinned at Fang Shijian, calmly stating, "You were the one who shot at me last night, weren't you?" A powerful arrow indeed. Had I not had skilled allies, it might have found its mark. Feng Shijian's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Zhao Gao, who had been bowing his head, suddenly lifted it, his shadowy eyes fixed on Feng Shijian, coldly warning, "Before me, you and Oppos, best refrain from harboring murderous intent. Should there be a next time, I shall break your neck." Feng Shijian's pupils constricted, and he averted his gaze. The Long Princess glanced at Zhao Gao, saying nothing, and then calmly invited, "Please, take a seat." Li Jingyuan sat down with a smile and inquired, "Aunt, what brings you to summon me today? Surely it is not merely for idle conversation?" The Long Princess maintained her tranquil demeanor, asking, "Have you mastered the national sword technique to the level of the surging dragon?" Li Jingyuan replied with a smile, "Thanks to Zhou Weishan's guidance. His swordsmanship is indeed remarkable." The Long Princess's expression remained impassive, as if Zhou Weishan were inconsequential. Despite her repeated mockery, her composure was astonishing. The Long Princess remarked, enduring the taunts of the sickly crown prince for over a decade. "Your patience surpasses even that of the one in the palace. You're overestimating me. Merely a matter of self-preservation," Li Jingyuan replied. "You must already be aware that your ailment was caused by deliberate poisoning. To some extent. Do you know who did it? Those within the palace. You should be able to guess. However, that individual has long been aware of your condition." Li Jingyuan frowned, realizing that Emperor Hongxuan had known of his poisoning for some time. Was the Long Princess attempting to sow discord? "I have no need for such trivial tactics," she stated, subtly alluding to Emperor Hongxuan's manipulations that day. The Long Princess continued, "Your sudden investigation into the child trafficking case in a northern city is aimed at the ghost market. Is it not? Why the sudden focus on the ghost market? Aunt, you seem to be feigning ignorance. The two useless sons of Uncle Kong, you were nearly killed by me, and that very night someone attempted to harm them. If they were to die, I would be in dire straits. Do you know who wanted them dead? Are you implying that I acted in secret? My people witnessed the conspirator meeting with the assassin at the Long Princess's residence." "I see," Li Jingyuan said, arching an eyebrow. "But surely not just anyone can enter your residence." The Long Princess called out Fuer. Shangguan Fu gestured to the distance, and several armored soldiers approached, carrying a corpse, laying it before Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan looked puzzled. "Aunt, what is this?" "I found it strange when you were investigating the Tiger Might gang. After much thought, I suspected that the events surrounding the East Palace's punishment might be suspicious. I ordered a thorough search of the residence and discovered that someone had indeed left that night. However, this person was a dead soldier who had taken his own life beforehand." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, mockingly saying, "It. At least find a living person to bear the blame. A dead man allows you to say whatever you wish." The Long Princess replied indifferently, "My opponents have never been those of your generation." She gazed at the autumn lake, her demeanor finally shifting slightly as she spoke with a hint of warmth. "Sister Shi and I share a sisterly bond. You are her son, and I would never act against you." Li Jingyuan pursed his lips. He trusted not a word of the Long Princess's claims. The hearts of those contending for the throne are dark, and their words require careful scrutiny. Believing them could lead to one's demise without a hint of forewarning. The Long Princess resumed her cold demeanor, speaking calmly. "You have destroyed the ghost market and slain Zhou Weishan. We are now irreconcilable. If it were indeed done by me, there would be no need for denial. I possess such grace." This statement caused Li Jingyuan to harbor a degree of belief, for if the unparalleled beauty of Li Bai were a person of narrow-mindedness and mediocrity, then Zhou Weishan and Feng Shijian would not remain steadfast in their loyalty. The next words from the princess plunged Li Jingyuan's heart into darkness. Chapter 59. Deng Tai's swift severance. "The only individuals capable of infiltrating my palace are the shadow guards." Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow, his heart racing with alarm. If they are indeed shadow guards, then the emperor behind them is Hongxuan, complicating matters significantly. The Grand Princess revealed an even graver matter. The cold-hearted royal in the palace bears some responsibility for the demise of Sister Shi. Li Jingyuan spoke ina asht ton. "Aunt, do you know the cause of my mother's death?" The Grand Princess replied calmly. She was merely a victim of the power struggle. "But who orchestrated it?" Li Jingyuan pressa. The Grand Princess shook her head. "You have grown. This is something you must investigate yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingyuan suddenly laughed. Did you invite me here solely for this? The Grand Princess maintained her composure. There are only two matters to discuss. The royal and the palace will do anything for power. Do not trust anyone. Many things are considered wisdom among the common folk. But in the arena of royal power struggles, they are but empty words, such as the saying that even a tiger does not eat its young. This is my first piece of advice as your aunt. Li Jingyuan remained silent, and the Grand Princess continued. Zhou Weishan has been by my side for many years. A dear friend. If you were to kill him, I would not spare you. This is the second matter. I will regard you as an enemy. And you're the only one among the younger generation qualified to play the game. Li Jingyuan chuckled. I appreciate your regard, Aunt. The Grand Princess's expression remained calm. Our discussion is concluded. You may leave. Li Jingyuan squinted, smiling. Even if you hadn't invited me, I intended to pay you a visit. He turned to Fang Zhihe, stating solemnly, last night, he shot an arrow at me. I remember it vividly. The Grand Princess's eyes darkened as she asked softly, what do you intend to do? Li Jingyuan pointed to Deng Taye behind him, grinning. This is my teacher, a remarkably skilled swordsman. He will strike just once. If Fang can withstand it, then this matter will be settled. One sword for one arrow. It is fair. The Grand Princess furrowed her brow at Deng Taye, who simply waved the peach blossom branch he held. Fang Zhihe stepped forward, declaring, Your Highness, I am willing to receive his strike. He was confident in his abilities, for he was indeed the world's premier archer. If he exerted himself, he might just withstand a blow from the realm of the heavens. The Grand Princess nodded. Let be at Falling Leaves Plain. Follow me. Fang Zhihe turned with grace, and Deng Taye trailed behind, waving his branch. Outside the Ingyue Pavilion lay an expanse of land, several hundred meters long. This was Falling Leaves Plain. Fang Zhihe removed his exceptionally long treasure bow from his back. This bow, crafted entirely of fine steel, featured a striking white jade lion head at the grip, making it quite conspicuous. This bow was known as the Mooncatcher Lion Bow, one of the finest in the realm. It was said that its string was made from dragon tendons, capable of piercing a mountain when fully drawn. Fang Zhihe retrieved a finely forged iron arrow from his quiver, suddenly exuding a powerful aura as he drew the Mooncatcher Lion Bow to its full arc, indicating his formidable strength. Fang Zhihe proclaimed proudly, please proceed. The bow was indeed magnificent, and the archer was undeniably proud. It seemed Deng Taye's peach blossom branch might not suffice. Deng Taye removed a small sword box from his waist, gently sliding it open. Inside lay 12 exquisite miniature swords. The longest no more than the length of a middle finger, the shortest the size of a thumb, resembling children's toys. Yet, those possessing knowledge could perceive the fierce sword energy emanating from these 12 delicate blades. The previously serene and elegant Grand Princess appeared grave at this moment, pondering which sword to choose. It shall be this one, Deng Taye decided, extending a finger to flick the second blue-white sword from the right. The small sword leaped into the air, hurtling towards Fang Zhihe. Fang Zhihe, a master in his own right, acted swiftly, releasing a flurry of arrows to intercept the incoming blue-white sword. However, they were effortlessly sliced in half, as if they were mere soft tofu. The blue-white sword reached him in an instant. In a panic, Fang Zhihe raised the Mooncatcher Lion Bow to defend himself. A resounding crack echoed as the priceless bow shattered. Along with Fang Zhihe's arm, the blue-white sword curved gracefully in the air before returning to its box, settling back into place. Deng Taye calmly closed the yellow wooden sword box, stating, "This sword is called Ant, and it suits you perfectly." As he turned, Deng Taye cast a glance at a nearby hill, a mysterious expression crossing his face as he returned to stand behind Li Jingyuan. Witnessing Fang Zhihe's severed arm brought Li Jingyuan immense satisfaction, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. A marksman with a lost arm was rendered useless. He no longer needed to fear being targeted from afar. With a smirk, Li Jingyuan remarked, "Ant, one sword for one arrow. This matter is concluded." The Grand Princess, no longer the composed figure she once was, now bore a chilling demeanor reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old glacier. "You are quite impressive," she stated coldly. Li Jingyuan chuckled, retorting, "Indeed, I am." He performed a slight bow, saying, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He turned and departed along the same path. Shangguan Fu hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, the crown prince is being excessively tyrannical. Shall we?" The grand princess interrupted with a frosty command, "See him out." Shangguan Fu bowed her head and hastily followed. The grand princess approached Feng Jihe, gently placing her finger on his severed arm, and the bleeding ceased instantly. Feng Jihe clutched his injury, unable to meet her gaze, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. "Your Highness, I have embarrassed you." The grand princess tenderly caressed his head, speaking in a soothing tone. "An archer's arm is his life. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. I will ensure his life compensates for your loss." Feng Jihe remained silent, though the grand princess's words nearly brought him to tears. It seemed that the one responsible would be difficult to kill. A soft voice broke the silence from a nearby hill. Leaves swirled upwards as an elder in a scholar's blue robe stepped lightly upon the fallen leaves, soaring towards them like an eagle. The grand princess called to him, "Master, can Jia's arm be reattached?" The elder examined the severed limb, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a minuscule yet potent sword energy was released. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, "Such formidable killing intent. Few possess such lethal energy in their swords. This individual's swordsmanship has surely reached its zenith." He meticulously assessed the severed arm and sighed. "This strike has severed a major artery in Jihe's shoulder. It is beyond recovery." The grand princess's expression remained impassive, yet an ethereal fire flickered around her, accompanied by the sound of phoenixes crying out, as if a crimson phoenix sought to emerge from her being. For the first time, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Even if he is the world's greatest, he must compensate for Jihe's lost arm. The elder placed a hand on the grand princess's shoulder, dissipating the ethereal flames and silencing the phoenix cries. He advised, "You have reached a critical juncture. Do not squander your past efforts." Feng Jihe quickly interjected, "Your Highness, one sword for one arrow is only fair. Jihe bears no grievances." The grand princess inhaled deeply, shaking her head, and sighed, "You always consider my well-being. However, you have sacrificed your arm for me, and this debt must be remembered. Jihe, await my rise like the phoenix at dawn." "Your Highness, I too anticipate that day." Chapter 60. When discontent arises, one can simply cut it down in the carriage. Deng Taie remarked, "At the moment I drew my sword, I sensed a fleeting yet formidable aura from that small mountain." Zhao Gao concurred, "I too perceived it. It was an aura of righteousness. It suggests the presence of a Confucian gentleman, albeit one who has not yet attained the status of a great scholar." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, pondering. The princess's residence has made 3 excursions from the capital, earning a reputation known far and wide, and has garnered great respect among the literati. Moreover, her benevolence in aiding many talented yet impoverished scholars over the years has resulted in several of them achieving high ranks in the court. Yet, I have not heard of any notable Confucian gentleman among them. Zhao Gao inquired, "Your Highness, do you recall the master of the Miao Dao, Qi Miao Dao?" "Indeed. He is renowned as a master swordsman from the Great Hung, famous for his elusive technique, claiming to always conceal one hand. He seems to have imparted the art of chess to the princess. He is indeed a Confucian gentleman." Zhao Gao speculated. "I surmised that the figure on the mountain was Qi Miao Dao." Deng Taie, indifferent, replied, "The Confucian gentleman pales in comparison. A single sword strike suffices. Whether in swordplay or strategy, it is of little consequence." Li Jingyuan erupted in laughter, saying, "Indeed, that sword strike from the sword god Deng was quite cathartic. It must surely vex that fellow, Feng Shijian, for some time." Even the usually solemn Zhao Gao joined in the laughter. "It is indeed quite damaging." Deng Taie remarked nonchalantly, "He was arrogant before me." As they laughed, Li Jingyuan's expression suddenly turned grave. "Do you believe that corpse truly belonged to the Dark Guard?" Zhao Gao replied solemnly, "I do believe so." Deng Taie glanced at Zhao Gao, but remained silent. Li Jingyuan murmured, "You too think so? I did not expect this. The Emperor Hongshuan seeks to instigate conflict between the princess and me, hoping to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits." Due to this matter, the atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy until the sound of galloping hooves filled the air. The coachman outside announced, "Your Highness, the Jingyuan are approaching." Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, lifting the carriage curtain to see dozens of Jingyuan riding swiftly, halting just a few meters before the carriage. "Dismount," commanded the leading captain of the Jingyuan, and several soldiers promptly dismounted, kneeling before the carriage. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Jingyuan kazwali inkidat. "You seem in haste. Where are you off to?" The captain stepped forward respectfully. "Minister of War Sun Hua has been confirmed to be involved in the Ghost Market private army case. We have been ordered to conduct a raid and eradicate the family." "Minister of War?" Li Jingyuan frowned slightly, pausing before waving his hand. "Proceed. Clear the way. Let the Crown Prince's carriage pass first." The captain commanded, and the Jingyuan moved their horses aside. After the carriage passed, the Jingyuan mounted and sped away. Li Jingyuan turned to Zhao Gao. "I remember that the Minister of War serves under the princess, correct?" Zhao Gao affirmed. "Indeed, Sun Hua was originally an assistant in the Ministry of War, promoted by the princess herself, and is among her few high-ranking officials in the court." Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "How does a Minister of War get entangled in the Ghost Market case?" Zhao Gao laughed. "Whether it is relevant is determined by Emperor Hongxun. After all, which official in the court is without fault? None are untainted in the eyes of scrutiny." Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true." Deng Taiye added, "I find myself somewhat sympathetic towards the princess. With the Ghost Market gone, and the loss of both Zhou Weishan and Fang Shijian, her capable aides, now even the Minister of War is being taken down." Li Jingyuan replied coolly, "She is not deserving of sympathy." Zhao Gao remarked, "Emperor Hongxun likely aims to use this Ghost Market case to thoroughly eliminate the princess's influence." Li Jingyuan gazed thoughtfully out the window, murmuring, "The princess has traversed the capital 3 times, mingling within the rivers and lakes, among the gentry and scholars, cultivating connections for over a decade. Her influence extends beyond just the capital. I am quite eager to see how this Li Bai will retaliate." Upon returning to the East Palace, as soon as he disembarked, he was greeted by 2 lovely maidens. Seeing them brought joy to Li Jingyuan, who approached with a smile. "Hongshu, Qingyao, why are you both waiting at the gate?" Hongshu replied gently, "We were waiting for your return." "And where are the ungrateful ones, Huanghua and Levayu?" Huanghua went to the martial field to watch the matches, and Levayu is hiding in the courtyard reading. "A martial competition?" Hongshu explained. "General Dian and General Li have been sparring. They've been at it all morning." Li Jingyuan's eyes lit up as he took the 2 maidens' hands. "Let us go. This is a rare opportunity." Deng Tai glanced at Zhao Gao and remarked coolly, "Why were you so certain that the corpse was a dark guard just now?" Zhao Gao replied calmly, "Whether it is or not is of little consequence. The Crown Prince is destined for the throne, and the path to power is paved with bones. The princess, Emperor Hongxun, and those princes are merely obstacles to your ascension. Once they are recognized as adversaries, it is better to remain resolute. Whether the corpse is a dark guard or not, it will serve to steel the Crown Prince's resolve." Deng Taiye shook his head. "No wonder emperors often refer to themselves as solitary figures." Zhao Gao chuckled. "You see through the matter. How could the Crown Prince, so astute, remain oblivious? He surely thinks along the same lines." Deng Tai shook his head again. "Political intrigue is always filled with such cunning and schemes. It is rather tiresome. I possess a sword, and if discontent arises, one can simply cut it down. A sword must be pure to be invincible." With a hearty laugh, Deng Tai walked away. Zhao Gao bowed deeply to Deng Tai, whispering, "May your sword sever the Crown Prince's discontent." At the East Palace's martial field, over 1,000 soldiers were divided into 2 camps. One comprised of the Tiger Guard, while the other consisted of unfamiliar soldiers who had never appeared in the East Palace before. Yet, these unfamiliar soldiers exhibited military prowess that rivaled that of the Tiger Guard, each a skilled warrior. Both sides were currently rallying for 2 burly men, bare-chested and grappling in the center, one of whom was General Dian Wei, while the other was also a newcomer to the East Palace. This unfamiliar giant, possessing astonishing strength, was overpowering the naturally strong Dian Wei. As Li Jingyuan entered, he witnessed the giant roaring mightily, veins bulging as he effortlessly tossed Dian Wei aside. Again, Dian Wei, undeterred, Charge back in for another round of grappling. Within minutes, he was thrown once more. Once more. This repeated several times, and Jingyuan, having exhausted much of his strength, was on the verge of defeat when Li Jingyuan stepped forward, exclaiming, "Well done. Such strength. Paying respects to your highness." The unfamiliar giant knelt, and Jingyuan followed suit. With both camps of soldiers kneeling in salute, Li Jingyuan raised his hand with a smile. "Rise." Huanghua bounced over, her expression playful. "Your highness, you're back. It's a pity you arrived too late." The match between General Li and General Dian was quite terrifying. The clashing weapons nearly frightened me to death. Li Jingyuan playfully flicked Huanghua's smooth forehead. "Hongshu and Qingyao knew to wait for me at the palace gate. And you? Hiding here to watch the competition? I see I've been too lenient with you. Your audacity grows." Huanghua pouted, but Levi didn't go either. "Why am I the only one to be blamed? When we return, you should reprimand Levi too." Li Jingyuan shook his head in amusement. "You truly cannot let Levi off the hook." Huanghua wrinkled her nose, huffed, and sulked. Ignoring her, Li Jingyuan approached the unfamiliar giant, praising, "General Li, you truly live up to your reputation as the foremost warrior of the late Tang and 5 dynasties." The giant clasped his fists, his voice deep and steady. "Your Highness, you flatter me." The imposing figure before us, General Li Jingyuan, is the illustrious hero summoned from the annals of Chinese history to eradicate the black market and accomplish the task of using violence to counter violence. His name resonates throughout the land, destined to be remembered for generations to come. Chapter 61. The Dragon Dances with Golden Spears. Slaughtering the world with elegance and dominance, as the ancients proclaimed, a king cannot surpass Xiang, and a general cannot surpass Li. Here, Xiang refers to the unparalleled conqueror Xiang Yu, who single-handedly wielded his might to seize half of the land of Huaxia, earning him the title of the greatest overlord of all time. Meanwhile, Li denotes the valiant and unmatched warrior Li Tzuanxiao, the foremost hero of the late Tang and 5 dynasties era, who once captured Chang'an with merely 18 riders and remained undefeated throughout his life. The stars of Huaxia's ancient military luminaries shine brightly, with countless renowned generals etched into history. To earn the title of cannot surpass Li speaks volumes of Li Tzuanxiao's valor. It is said that he possesses the strength to overturn 8 horses and drag back 9 bulls. Depicted as having no handle to grasp the heavens and no ring to lift the earth, implying that if there were a handle in the sky, he could pull it down, and if there were a ring in the ground, he could lift it up. Among ancient warriors, only the fierce Wang Daotian, Ran Min, could possibly rival Li Tzuanxiao in terms of martial prowess. The summoned Li Tzuanxiao lives up to his reputation as the foremost warrior. Li Tzuanxiao, the 13 Guardians, the Flying Tiger, General Age, 33 Realm, late stage of celestial phenomenon bone structure, peerless talents, unyielding strength, peerless, breaking army, superior, blood courage, superior, cultivation technique, mighty king of the barbarian heavens weapon. The Yuan spear with an unparalleled bone structure and 3 talents, including 2 superior traits. He stands second only to Deng Taiye. His realm as a late-stage martial artist of the celestial phenomenon is nothing short of magnificent. What further delighted Li Jingyuan was that Li Tzuanxiao brought along 500 flying tigers, the very soldiers who appeared in the training grounds. This undefeated Iron Army had fought alongside Li Tzuanxiao, achieving victory in every battle. In comparison, they outclassed Dian Wei's Tiger Guard. Li Jingyuan glanced at the defiant Dian Wei and chuckled. "Dian Wei, you should spar more with General Li to hone your martial prowess." Dian Wei solemnly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He then clasped his hands towards Li Tzuanxiao, expressing, "I look forward to your guidance, General Li." Li Tzuanxiao waved his hand, laughing heartily. "We are all brothers under His Highness. There is no trouble at all." Li Jingyuan beamed with joy, raising his hand grandly. "Very well. Today, in celebration, the East Palace shall host a banquet to welcome General Li and the Flying Tigers." With the East Palace now flush with wealth, he decided to indulge extravagantly on this joyous occasion. Huanghua raised her hand, her eyes narrowed in excitement, volunteering, "I will go buy ingredients. I want to eat the crystal cake from Qingfeng Hall." Li Jingyuan playfully tapped her on the head, teasing, dream on. The banquet is organized by Hong Shu, and you will help with the chores. Huang Guo pouted, her eyes darting, and approached Hong Shu, saying, I'll accompany Hong Shu. Li Jingyuan, having had his fun, walked away, needing to catch up on sleep after a restless night. That evening, the East Palace was brilliantly lit, with tables set both inside and outside the Qinghua Hall. Servants bustled about, serving fine wine and meat. Except for the severely injured Tiger Guard, all soldiers of the East Palace were present. With over 1,000 people seated, Li Jingyuan surveyed the room filled with elite warriors and could not help but feel elated as he raised his cup, declaring, Gentlemen, let's drink this cup to the fullest. As he finished his drink in one gulp, the atmosphere displayed his exuberance. To the fullest, echoed over 1,000 voices, creating a resounding cheer that could likely be heard beyond the East Palace. Li Jingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Tonight, there are no rules. Eat and drink freely. And if you become intoxicated, it matters not. Thank you, Your Highness. As Li Jingyuan turned to return to the hall, an elderly voice called out, Your Highness, may this old Taoist trouble you for a cup of wine? Turning to look, he saw a white-haired Taoist seated on the eaves, holding a whisk, exuding an ethereal aura that set him apart from ordinary beings. He smiled radiantly, appearing benevolent and kind. Dianwei stepped forward, glaring fiercely. What audacity! How dare you intrude upon the East Palace? In an instant, 1,000 soldiers rose, the air thick with the tension of battle, transforming the previously joyful atmosphere into one charged with danger. Li Jingyuan raised his hand, calming everyone. He is not an enemy. Return to your feasting and drinking. He then smiled at the white-haired Taoist. You have arrived at the right moment. I happen to have fine wine to share. Now, that is more like it. The Taoist floated down, his presence reminiscent of a celestial being. Unfazed by the onlookers in the hall, the Taoist walked in, exclaiming, What a gathering of heroes! Your Highness, your Qinghua Hall resembles the residence of the great celestial star, filled with stars from the heavens. You flatter me, Li Jingyuan replied. The Taoist, disregarding formalities, casually chose a corner to sit. Li Jingyuan beckoned Hong Shu, who respectfully approached with a jug of wine, pouring it for him while gently saying, Esteemed elder, please. The Taoist glanced at Hong Shu, teasing lightly, Heavenly star maidens above, little phoenixes below. Your Highness is indeed fortunate. Li Jingyuan, eager to flatter, responded. Your eyes remain as keen as ever. The Taoist chuckled. You have become quite smooth in your ways, which is not entirely a bad thing. He then shook his head. But keen? Not entirely, as I cannot discern your true nature. Li Jingyuan, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? When I read your fortune as a child, you were a sickly dragon destined for an early demise. Yet now, looking at you, the Taoist scrutinized Li Jingyuan. Your demeanor exudes an overwhelming dominance, akin to a dragon dancing amidst golden spears, slaughtering the world with elegance and authority. Li Jingyuan, still confused, inquired, What does that imply? The Taoist, uninterested in elaborating, waved dismissively, just offering you a compliment. Compliments are sufficient. You surely cannot be mistaken. Allow me to toast you with a cup, Li Jingyuan said. As the Taoist lifted his cup, he frowned, joking, You invite me to drink this? This is but a decade-old Sanbei Shao from Qingfeng Hall. The Taoist shook his head, chuckling. You dare call this good wine? Being a prince, you should at least offer me Qingjiang liquid. Li Jingyuan countered in the common folk. They may not drink this often in a year. This Sanbei Shao is already quite commendable. You have lingered in the heavens too long. Today, let's enjoy this wine together with the people. Is that not delightful? The Taoist huffed, dissatisfied, enough with the lofty talk. What do you mean by sharing joy with the people? Nonsense. Li Jingyuan smiled wryly. That wine is too costly. A single bottle costs 1,000 taels of silver. The East Palace simply cannot afford such extravagance. I promise to bring you good wine another day. He continued to justify. Moreover, the quality of wine matters not. What is important is who you drink with and where you drink. The Taoist's interest piqued. He laughed. Speak on. If your words please me, I shall drink this wine. I'm a prince. Does it matter what wine we share? You also mentioned my Qinghua Palace resembles the great celestial star residence, filled with stars from the heavens. You, esteemed elder, are a celestial being. It seems fitting to celebrate with a drink. The Taoist stroked his beard, nodding with a smile, though a bit forced. It is somewhat reasonable. I shall drink this cup. Please. Li Jingyuan drank it down in one gulp. The Taoist followed suit, setting down his cup and shaking his head. This wine, no matter how you dress it up, is still not palatable. Li Jingyuan laughed, appreciating the Taoist's candid nature. The Taoist rose, declaring, having finished this wine, I shall take my leave. Just a single cup, and I shall impart a word of wisdom. Please go ahead, Li Jingyuan urged. The stars above are in disarray, and the earth below is restless. Li Jingyuan waited for more, but the Taoist fell silent. Confounded, he asked, is that all? Indeed. Is this a riddle you pose to me? The secrets of the universe, how can they be fully revealed? Such knowledge may shorten one's lifespan. As an old practitioner, I wish to live a few more years and savor a few more exquisite wines. Your esteemed ancestor claims that you are but a young dragon. Allow me to assess your dragon's bones. In my humble opinion, you are more than that, at the very least a small dragon king. As I take my leave, dear prince, you owe me a fine banquet of wine. The white-haired old sage chuckled heartily, stepping forth as if the very stars themselves had shifted, vanishing without a trace, a true immortal indeed. Chapter 62. Understanding the world's affairs is not a skill. Governing this realm is what truly counts. Li Jingyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, uttering a heartfelt remark. What a person of divine stature. Dian Wei, intrigued, inquired, Your Highness, who is this venerable old Taoist? Why do you regard him with such reverence? Li Jingyuan replied. He possesses the knowledge of the stars above and can discern the secrets of the heavens. This old Taoist is none other than the old immortal from the Astronomical Bureau. Zhao Gao interjected. He is the very one who has not stepped outside the doors of the Astronomical Bureau for 20 years, nor descended from the star observation platform for 10 years, famously known for predicting the world's affairs without ever leaving. Li Jingyuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, for 20 years he has remained within the Astronomical Bureau. Even the Emperor Hongshuan could only visit him there. This time, however, an exception has been made, likely not merely due to the ancestral presence in the palace. Li Jingyuan contemplated. The old director claims that the stars in the sky are in turmoil, and the earth is no longer at peace, indicating that the world may soon descend into chaos. Zhao Gao remarked. The struggle for the dragon throne among the 9 heirs will undoubtedly destabilize the foundation of the nation. This is the root of chaos. Throughout history, such power struggles have always existed, and it requires no further elaboration. Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement, then chuckled. There are rumors suggesting that Wu Yuanzhou is no longer an earthly immortal. Li Jingyuan pointed towards the heavens. They say he has transcended to become a celestial being. What do you think? Zhao Gao shook his head, solemnly stating, The eyes of a cultivator, no matter how deliberately concealed, will inevitably reveal a gleam of brilliance. Even at the celestial realm, this remains true. Yet his eyes are serene and unassuming, resembling those of an ordinary person, making him inscrutable. Li Tsunxiao also shook his head, equally unable to discern anything. Li Jingyuan couldn't help but glance at Deng Taie, who smiled lightly. He likely hasn't transcended. It's merely a feeling. If I wish to ascertain, wouldn't it be simple to strike towards the Astronomical Bureau with sword? Li Jingyuan quickly waved his hand. That would create too great a disturbance. We must not attract the attention of the ancient beings within the palace. It's better to refrain. Deng Taie was his trump card, and the specific strength should remain unknown to outsiders to ensure an unexpected victory. Li Jingyuan remarked, whether he is an earthly immortal or a celestial being, what the old director truly cares about is the great Hung, who sits upon the dragon throne. He shows no concern for that matter. Wasn't the throne of Emperor Hongshuan seized through conflict? Did not the previous generation engage in fierce battles, nearly provoking a coup at the Xuanwu Gate? The old director, in his time, remained seated upon the star observation platform, truly like an immortal, solely concerned with the stars above, never deigning to inquire about the succession of dynasties. After the banquet, Li Jingyuan did not return to rest, but sat in the courtyard, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed at the sky. Only Hongshu and Qingyao were by his side. Zhao Gao was absent. Li Jingyuan murmured. Do you believe there truly exists an immortal whose abilities allow them to read the stars and predict the affairs of the world? Hongshu, understanding that Li Jingyuan was referring to the old director, chuckled softly. The Taoist text bin Linyuan Dao Lu states that the heavens constitute one realm, the principal realm, while the earth serves as its support, encircling the heavens. When the heavens exhibit movement, the earth inevitably follows. Hence, observing celestial phenomena can reveal the greater trends on earth. The Taoist Yishirluan presents an opposing viewpoint, asserting that the stars of the cosmos each have their corresponding star gods, who must ascend to the earthly realm, experiencing both pre-heavenly and post-heavenly tribulations. Therefore, earthly beings are inherently the star gods above, and the movements of the stars naturally correspond to human affairs. When celestial configurations change, so too do human destinies. The Buddhist perspective posits that the myriad realms of the world are all guided by the stars, existing in a strong causal relationship. Humans are part of these myriad realms, and thus their fates are intrinsically linked to the stars. Hence, when the stars shift, so do the causes and effects, and humanity inevitably experiences change. Li Jingyuan straightened his posture, curious as he asked, "And what do the Confucians say?" The Confucian doctrine speaks of awakening, enlightenment, and pre-knowledge, but it does not directly expound on the relationship between humans and the stars. However, Confucian classics do mention that humans correspond with the heavens and the earth. Aligning with the four seasons, humans participate in the cosmos and govern the seasons. This may not be purely Confucian thought, but it does reflect that Confucians indeed acknowledge a mysterious connection between humanity and the celestial bodies. Li Jingyuan exclaimed in surprise. It seems that all three teachings, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, have explored this concept. You are quite eclectic in your readings. Hongshu laughed. I merely enjoy reading. The content of the books is of little consequence. Li Jingyuan Siga. The similarities among the three teachings suggest that such immortal abilities may indeed exist. Suddenly, Qingyao, who had been silent, spoke up. Understanding the world's affairs is not a skill. Governing this realm is what truly counts. Li Jingyuan turned to glance at Qingyao's immaculate and serene visage, and a smile broke across his face. Qingyao is correct. In this world of sects and powerful families, regional lords and ministers, along with external threats, who among them is not a parasite, feeding off the common folk? To govern this realm and manage these great parasites is the true skill. Hongshu gently squeezed Li Jingyuan's shoulder, saying, "Your Highness is capable of achieving this." Li Jingyuan laughed heartily. The old director had indeed revealed two pieces of information. First, the ancestral figure of the Li family in the palace had taken notice of him, seemingly scrutinizing him, a positive sign. Second, the old director's ominous prediction of impending chaos indicated that turmoil was on the horizon. Should it stem from the struggle for the dragon throne, it would suggest that the contest for power would no longer be as tepid as before. All factions would likely reveal their true capabilities. Amidst the chaos, it would invariably be the innocent commoners who suffer. The thought weighed heavily on Li Jingyuan's heart, leading him to sit in contemplation beneath the night sky. Qingyao's words had illuminated his thoughts. Clarity dawned upon him, dispelling any lingering worries. Li Jingyuan gazed towards the astronomical bureau, focusing on a lofty star observation platform, feeling a surge of ambition as he declared, "If I were to bring this old immortal who can predict the world's affairs under my governance, that would be a remarkable achievement." Suddenly, he embraced the two women, their warmth and fragrance intoxicating, and with a hearty laugh, he made his way towards the sleeping quarters, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. With the night free of obligations, he contemplated a visit to Wushan to behold the extraordinary sights of the mortal realm. The case involving the ghost market's private militia persisted for a full fortnight, entangling over 20,000 individuals, resulting in 5,000 executions, while 3 ministers faced the destruction of their families, sending shockwaves through the court and the populace. The historian recorded it as the first major case of the new year. With the downfall of the 3 ministers, various factions in the court eagerly eyed the 3 vacated high positions, leading to fierce and bloody conflicts among them. Li Jingyuan, finding himself unencumbered by the political strife, took on the role of an observer, relishing the unfolding drama. A few days later, the Wang family from Taibu and Jiangnan came to offer their apologies. The case concerning the crown prince's estate was concluded by Emperor Hengshuan, mandating the Wang family to compensate for 15 years of losses incurred by the crown princess estate. Only now did the Wang family leisurely arrive in the capital. Wang Qingyao, the current head of the Wang family, approached with 10 large chests. Li Jingyuan emerged to encounter Wang Qingyao, who, having surpassed 60 years, respectfully knelt in homage. Commoner Wang Qingyao pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The winter has been particularly harsh this year, rendering the waterways frozen, compelling us to travel by land. Hence our tardiness. I humbly beseech your Highness for forgiveness. Li Jingyuan remained silent, slowly walking behind him, observing the 10 large wooden chests lined up on either side, gifts of compensation brought by Wang Qingyao. Li Jingyuan casually opened one chest, revealing gleaming white silver ingots. Weighing one in his hand, he noted it to be 50 taels of pure silver. The Tiger Guard immediately proceeded to open the remaining 9 chests, all containing ingots of similar size. Li Jingyuan inquired, "How much do you have here?" Wang Qingyao replied, 300,000 taels of silver. Li Jingyuan tossed the ingot back into the chest and shook his head, "Not enough." Wang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, hastily responding, "Your Highness, I meticulously calculated the profits that Wang Shuyuan has siphoned from the Crown Prince's estate over the past 15 years. This 300,000 taels of silver is more than sufficient." Li Jingyuan shook his head again, his expression unyielding. "What you have calculated is merely profit. I am considering a different measure." Wang Qingyao immediately grasped Li Jingyuan's implication and seemed prepared. He produced a stack of silver notes from his clothing, stating, "Your Highness makes a valid point. The Wang family is willing to provide an additional 300,000 taels, imploring the Crown Prince to forgive the Wang family's unpardonable offenses." Li Jingyuan shook his head once more, "Not enough. The Wang family was aligned with the faction of Prince Wei. How could they be easily let off? It was essential to extract a hefty price from them, ideally inflicting significant harm to the Wang family's resources. Chapter 63. The thrill of being a villain. Wang Qingyao's countenance darkened. Ever since he had heard of the various incidents in the capital, he had a premonition that this visit would not conclude without complications. He lowered his head and stated, "The occupation of the Crown Prince's estate was solely the action of Wang Shuyuan and has nothing to do with the Wang family. Wang Shuyuan has already paid the price for his actions. Your Majesty has ruled this case, only requiring the Wang family to compensate for the losses incurred over the past 15 years. Is His Highness seeking to defy the Emperor's will?" Li Jingyuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Do you intend to use my father to intimidate me?" Wang Qingyao bowed his head. "The commoner dares not. For 15 years, Wang Shuyuan has taken over the Crown Prince's estate, and due to the grain acquired during this time, I have lived in hardship for those 15 years. Do you believe that one person can compensate for that? Do you think a mere 600,000 taels can settle this matter? This is the Emperor's decree." Li Jingyuan laughed. "Do you believe that the Prince of Wei can protect you?" Wang Qingyao's expression shifted, and he dared not speak. Li Jingyuan, with a teasing smile, remarked, "The capital is not Taibu. You will eventually have to leave. The mountains are high and the roads long. Encountering bandits is a common occurrence. Do you think there are no martial warriors under the Prince of Wei to escort you back to Taibu?" Wang Qingyao's body trembled, fear igniting in his eyes. This was an overt threat. He struggled to maintain his composure and spoke in a low voice, "Your Highness, my Wang family's grain alliance manages a quarter of the grain harvest in Jiangnan, providing countless measures of grain to the court each year. If something were to happen to my family, the alliance would falter, and this year's harvest would undoubtedly face difficulties. As the Crown Prince, you should prioritize the welfare of the common people." Li Jingyuan chuckled. "To use my father as leverage and invoke righteousness. Wang Qingyao, how eager you are for death." Wang Qingyao repeatedly insisted he did not dare. "Merchants prioritize profit. If your Wang family were to fall, other families within the Grain Alliance would gladly take your place. As for transporting grain for disaster relief, the vastness of Dahang ensures that Jiangnan would not falter without your family." Wang Qingyao took a deep breath and asked, How much does your highness desire? Li Jingyuan extended 2 fingers, 2,520,000 taels. Wang Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Jingyuan's audacious demand. He pleaded, Your Highness, even if I were to sell my Wang family, I could not possibly raise 2,520,000 taels. I beseech your Highness to show mercy. Li Jingyuan sneered. It is of no consequence if you cannot pay. Your family's lives will suffice as repayment. Zhao Gao. How many members does the Wang family consist of? Zhao Gao replied, including the main family and branches, there are a total of 223 people. Wang Qingyao has secretly raised 2 concubines and 3 illegitimate children, including his brothers, sons, nephews, and their concubines and illegitimate offspring. There are a total of 252 individuals. Wang Qingyao's face turned pale, astonished that his family's secrets were so thoroughly uncovered. His 2 concubines had been well hidden, unbeknownst even to his family. He was aware of some of his brothers, sons, and nephews' extramarital affairs, but not all. Yet, these secrets had been meticulously investigated by the crown prince from afar, sending chills down his spine. Li Jingyuan crouched down, fixing his gaze on Wang Qingyao, and grinned. 2,520,000 taels to buy the lives of your family. Do you find this price fair? Wang Qingyao took a deep breath, attempting one last desperate plea. Your Highness, are you not afraid that the Emperor will learn of this matter? Li Jingyuan glanced at Wang Qingyao, amusement dancing in his eyes. Once you leave this door, anything I have said will not be acknowledged. Do you believe my father trusts me, or you? He patted Wang Qingyao's shoulder and remarked coolly, I have thoroughly investigated your family's affairs. This sum is merely to ensure your family suffers greatly. I will grant you 3 days to gather the funds. Should I not see the money after 3 days, consider it your choice made. Your family may perish, but the wealth of the Wang family will still belong to me. Wang Qingyao slumped to the ground, a hollow laugh escaping his lips as he turned ashen, suddenly aging years in an instant. He felt utterly trapped. Li Jingyuan erupted in laughter, relishing the moment, feeling like a true villain and reveling in the experience. Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. 2 members of the Tiger Guard seized the limp and powerless Wang Qingyao and escorted him out. Li Jingyuan stated flatly, Do you think the Prince of Wei will intervene on his behalf? Zhao Gao responded, The tale of the sword wielded by divine Sword Deng at the residence of the Grand Princess has already spread. The Prince of Wei is unlikely to defend the Wang family at this time. The Emperor likely will not voice his opinion either. Li Jingyuan nodded, his demeanor nonchalant. I would welcome the Prince of Wei's intervention. His unusual seclusion at the Prince of Wei's residence raises my suspicions. Although the Prince of Wei's house arrest had long been lifted, he had remained at the residence apart from his daily visits to the palace. Zhao Gao continued, I have dispatched spies to infiltrate the Prince of Wei's residence, and it is now more fortified than before. The Prince of Wei has 5 innate martial artists guarding him closely, and there are private soldiers stationed around his quarters, making it difficult to approach. And what of Chancellor Dong? Aside from attending court and handling affairs in the cabinet, he primarily stays at home. However, he too is surrounded by skilled protectors, making him equally elusive. Li Jingyuan inquired, Have there been any unusual occurrences among others? Zhao Gao shook his head. None at all. It has been unnaturally quiet. Strange. It feels as though they are plotting something. I will increase our surveillance. Wang Qingyao hurriedly made his way to the Prince of Wei's residence. What? He demands 2,520,000 taels? Why doesn't he just rob someone? Li Zhe's eyes widened, equally incredulous at Li Jingyuan's insatiable appetite. The Prince of Wei exclaimed angrily, We cannot comply. Wang Qingyao, you need not worry. This matter has been decreed by the Emperor, and it cannot be altered. Li Jingyuan is merely trying to intimidate you. He would not dare to act. Wang Qingyao, with a bitter smile, replied, The Crown Prince has ruthlessly slaughtered over 1,000 people from the Taichou sect, establishing a grim spectacle. Just days ago, he skinned hundreds alive and slaughtered thousands in the ghost market. What could a heartless prince like him possibly shy away from? Wang Qingyao bowed deeply, accepting his fate and pleading, Your Highness, I cannot gamble with the lives of 252 members of the Wang family. If my family is to pay the 2,520,000 taels, Let be a means to preserve our lives. I implore your highness to lend me the sum, and I shall return to gather the money." Li Zhe's expression darkened, and he declared, "I shall enter the palace at once and seek the emperor's judgment." Zhang Huan interjected, shaking his head, "Your highness, it is unlikely that his majesty will intervene. In the previous case regarding the crown prince's estate, his majesty has already shown bias. The crown prince is no longer the same. His majesty cannot and will not show favoritism again." He turned to Wang Qingyao and said, "The prince will prepare the 2,520,000 taels for you within 3 days. Rest assured." Wang Qingyao looked at Li Zhe, who only nodded in agreement after a moment's hesitation. Wang Qingyao immediately knelt before the Prince of Wei, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Thank you, your highness." Li Zhe waved his hand dismissively, agitated. "Enough, you may leave now." The hall was left with only Li Zhe and Zhang Huan. Li Zhe voiced his dissatisfaction. "Are we truly going to give him the 2,520,000 taels? That amount is enough to form 6 armies for the Eastern Palace." Zhang Huan replied, "The Wang family's grain alliance controls a quarter of Jiangnan's grain supply. It is of utmost importance and must not falter. If we refuse, Wang Qingyao may turn to other princes, resulting in greater losses." Li Zhe's eyes widened in anger. Does Wang Qingyao dare? Zhang Huan sighed. In matters of life and death for his family, what would he not dare? Li Zhe's expression shifted, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. Zhang Huan smiled. "Your highness, do not be so troubled. Chancellor Dong's scheme is on the verge of success. We must not act before the crown prince enters the fray. Patience is crucial." Li Zhe's demeanor brightened, his expression darkening as he vowed, "He must be made to face a fate worse than death. Let him possess wealth without a life to spend it." Chapter 64. The urgent dispatch of 800 miles, the uprising in Ganzhou on the following day before the curfew. Wang Qingyao once again visited, presenting 2,520,000 taels in silver notes. Li Jingyuan glanced at the stacked notes within the small wooden box and remarked, "The Prince of Wei must have sold quite a bit of his possessions to gather this sum, even seeking the Empress's assistance." Wang Qingyao, "It seems the prince holds you in high regard." Wang Qingyao lowered his head, prostrating himself on the ground, too timid to respond. Li Jingyuan initially intended to tease him further, but upon seeing Wang Qingyao's submissive demeanor, he lost interest in the jesting and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well. With the funds in place, the grievances between my household and your Wang family are hereby resolved." Wang Qingyao finally raised his head, performing a deep bow. "Thank you, your highness. I am profoundly grateful." Li Jingyuan gestured again, and Wang Qingyao cautiously exited the hall. Li Jingyuan observed Wang Qingyao as hunched figure retreating and calmly mused. Wealthy and influential, yet ultimately but mere ants in this world. There is but one truth. Zhao Gao extended his hand and clenched it tightly, his old fist particularly striking. Li Jingyuan understood Zhao Gao's implication. Strength equates to power. He recalled the saying, "When money speaks, truth falls silent. When power speaks, even money must retreat." Yet in this world, above power and wealth, there lies brute strength. Might subdues authority. Should one doubt this, they need only observe the ancient masters of the martial world, who have never regarded the supreme authority of the court. The old head of the Astronomical Bureau exemplifies this notion. However, tranquility was short-lived as calamity soon struck. A hurried envoy from the palace arrived bearing a royal edict. Li Jingyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why the summons at such an hour? Has something occurred?" The envoy replied, "It appears to concern an urgent dispatch regarding Ganzhou. Beyond that, I am unaware." An urgent dispatch of 800 miles must indicate a grave matter. Li Jingyuan promptly changed attire and hastened to the palace. Upon arriving at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he found himself among the early arrivals, with only the senior members of the cabinet present. The cabinet members, led by Dong Zhengdao, bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Regardless of their political affiliations, these seasoned officials, having navigated the corridors of power for decades, maintained their decorum, avoiding any reproach. Li Jingyuan had no desire for pleasantries. He nodded slightly and took his place, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited the assembly's commencement. One by one, civil and military officials hurried into the hall until they were all present. Li Jingyuan's gaze drifted to one side, noticing that his brothers, Li Xian, Li Fan, Li Zhe, and Li Yan, were conspicuously absent. He knew the reasons for their absence. Li Xian had sustained an injury 5 days prior while practicing swordplay and was bedridden. Li Fan had been invited to the Hongxia Academy and was not in the capital. Li Yan had received a royal decree to attend to affairs in Qingzhou. Li Zhe had succumbed to a severe cold a week prior and remained incapacitated. In less than half a month, 2 had met misfortune, while the other 2 were away from the capital, an uncanny series of coincidences. Eunuch Sun announced the commencement of the assembly. Emperor Hongshuan entered with a stoic expression and seated himself upon the dragon throne. The officials collectively bowed, but the emperor raised a hand to interrupt, stating, "Enough. Let's get to the point. Sun Sheng, proceed." Eunuch Sun stepped forward. The urgent dispatch from Ganzhou reports that heavy snow has persisted for 10 consecutive days, leading to severe food shortages and countless casualties among the populace. Discontent has arisen, and some have stormed the county offices, seizing grain stores. The unrest is escalating, with 4 counties in Ganzhou already having fallen into chaos. An official rose to question, did the court not dispatch relief grain? How could matters have deteriorated to this extent? Eunuch Sun replied, 2 days ago, we received word from the embroidered uniform guard that the relief grain was intercepted and stolen on its way. Another official, enraged, exclaimed, "Who dares to rob the relief grain? Such audacity!" According to the investigations by the embroidered uniform guard, the grain was lost along the official road at Sanyan Mountain, and only the notorious Chia bandits in that vicinity possessed the means to execute such a theft. A military official interjected, "I request permission to eradicate the Chia bandits." While the Chia bandits can be dealt with, the immediate concern is the uprising in Ganzhou, another official cautioned. An official inquired, puzzled, even if the relief grain was stolen. Why does the Ganzhou government not open its granaries to appease the people? How has it escalated to a rebellion? The response from the Ganzhou government is that their granaries were innocently consumed by fire, rendering the available grain woefully insufficient. Given the circumstances, the responsibility lies heavily on the Ganzhou government, which must face severe repercussions. Is it not possible to procure more grain? Eunuch Sun stated, the Ganzhou government claims it has made every effort to gather supplies, yet has found none. Senior cabinet member Su Ju rose, declaring, they are merely a rabble. Why do the soldiers of the Ganzhou government not suppress them? Can it not even quell a mob? Eunuch Sun replied, the governor of Ganzhou has stated that soldiers have been dispatched, but these rioters have the assistance of skilled martial artists, leading to significant losses among the troops, rendering them incapable of quelling the uprising. The officials murmured in disbelief. If this were the case, the unrest in Ganzhou would be far from simple. Senior cabinet member Yang Peng stepped forward. This is not merely a rebellion. It is a premeditated insurrection. I propose we dispatch a large army to suppress the uprising. Several ministers echoed his sentiment. Dong Jingdao, with a serious expression, added, this winter's disaster has had a profound impact, with severe calamities afflicting provinces nationwide. Should the Ganzhou uprising spread, it may incite a large-scale peasant revolt. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly to address the situation in Ganzhou. Emperor Hongshuan spoke gravely. You are all aware of the stakes involved. Now, let us discuss how to resolve this. Su Ju spoke again. The uprising in Ganzhou is still contained. We may mobilize troops to suppress it and transport grain to pacify the people. However, with rivers frozen and waterways closed, we can only rely on land routes. Should we mobilize troops from the capital, the delay could prove disastrous. We might consider sending the garrison troops from the Western Front to quell the unrest in Ganzhou. This proposal was immediately met with opposition from another senior cabinet member, Pang Shun, who argued that is unwise. The Western garrison is tasked with defending against the Shirong nation. Each winter, the Shirong nation harasses our borders. If we withdraw the Western troops, they will surely seize the opportunity to invade, resulting in even more civilian casualties. Kunzu is closest to Ganzhou. We could temporarily reassign troops from Kunzu to quell the unrest. While temporarily assigning troops from Kunzu is feasible, historically, Vassal kings have never left their fiefdoms. The king of Jinan cannot personally lead the kunza troops in Ganzhou. There is no need for the king of Jinan to personally command the troops. The kunza military leaders can lead them. Suppressing the rebellion with military force is merely a stopgap measure. True resolution lies in appeasement. The court must send an envoy who can represent His Majesty's will, demonstrating to the people of Ganzhou that the emperor is concerned for their plight. The Hall of Supreme Harmony transformed into a deliberative chamber for the 6 senior cabinet members. While other ministers refrained from interfering, Emperor Hongshuan asked, who could undertake such a role? The princes are the best representatives of the emperor's will. One should be selected from among them for this task. Li Jingyuan, who had remained silent, suddenly realized the implication. Among the 4 princes in the capital, Li Xian was bedridden, Li Fan was at the Hongxia Academy, Li Yin had been dispatched to Qingzhou, and Li Zhu was unaccounted for. He was the only prince left in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. They intend for him to travel to Ganzhou. Are there any suitable candidates among the princes? The 2nd prince is injured and cannot walk. He cannot go. The 4th prince is at the Hongxia Academy. Summoning him back now would delay urgent matters in Ganzhou. The Prince of Wei is recuperating from a cold and is too young to bear such a heavy responsibility. The discussions were dominated by the loyalists of each prince, each weighing in with their respective opinions. The gaze of the assembled ministers inevitably converged upon Li Jingyuan. Dong Zhengdao stepped forward to pay his respects, his demeanor grave and solemn as he proclaimed, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, we must trample upon the malignancies of the Taqiu sect and eradicate the toxic elements of the Jianghu. A thorough investigation into the child trafficking case in the northern city is imperative to bring justice for the countless families in the capital. We must eradicate the afflictions of the ghost market and uncover the grave crimes associated with its private militia. Each of these matters reflects the abundant benevolence and martial virtue of Your Highness. Should Your Highness personally venture to Ganzhou, the common folk will undoubtedly feel the genuine compassion of His Majesty. Therefore, I believe Your Highness is the most suitable candidate to soothe the hearts of the people of Ganzhou. Chapter 65. Encountering Gods, Slay Gods, Encountering Ghosts. Slay Ghosts, Su Ju stood forth, declaring, The old minister believes that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed the most suitable candidate. The Crown Prince, endowed with both literary and martial prowess, is truly unrivaled. I concur, echoed the ministers as 5 out of 6 cabinet elders supported Dong Zhengdao and Oppos as proposal, while the ministers aligned with the various princes seemed to have conspired in unison. A rare dissent arose as the valiant Marquis Tian Fen boldly stepped forward, stating, The Crown Prince is the heir apparent, the foundation of the nation. How can he place himself in perilous circumstances? Gan Prefecture is merely beset by a few thousand unruly mobs. There is no need for the Crown Prince to venture forth personally. I propose that a regional prince be dispatched instead. Although Marquis Tian Fen was a military noble of great repute, he was not devoid of intellect. He discerned the rehearsed nature of the minister's pleas and sensed the underlying issues. He wished to extricate Li Jingyuan from this predicament without offending the other princes, thus opting for a compromise by suggesting a regional prince. Dong Zhengdao turned, his gaze shadowed and piercing, exuding an oppressive presence akin to that of a predatory bird. The once fearless warrior was now beset by apprehension under such scrutiny. He slowly articulated, Marquis Yongyi, should the situation in Gan Prefecture deteriorate significantly, can you shoulder the responsibility? Tianfen gritted his teeth in silence. The weight of Dong Zhengdao's insinuation was too heavy to bear. Should chaos ensue in Gan Prefecture, and should Dong Zhengdao pursue this course of action, he would be deemed a traitor, a risk he was unwilling to take with the lives of his entire family at stake. Dong Zhengdao continued, Your Royal Highness, residing in such lofty status distances you from the common folk. Without the people's affection, governance will falter. Only by first-hand understanding the people's plight can one administer policies that are effective and harmonious. Thus, it is imperative that His Royal Highness personally journey to Gan Prefecture. What Dong Xianshu has articulated holds merit. His Majesty, in years past, traversed the realm to grasp the sorrows of the populace, understanding their grievances. which is why our great Hung flourishes today. This journey to Gan Prefecture will also garner the hearts of the people, allowing them to witness the crown prince's benevolence, thus ensuring his popularity and divine favor. Li Jingyuan listened quietly, much like an observer, while they adorned him with accolades. Emperor Hongshuan turned to Li Jingyuan and inquired calmly, "Crown Prince, what are your thoughts?" Li Jingyuan smiled, responding slowly, "The 6 cabinet elders and all officials have nominated me. I am taken aback by such esteem. If I were to decline, it would be to disregard your good intentions." Emperor Hongshuan raised an eyebrow, asking, "So you agree?" Li Jingyuan nodded, replying calmly, "To alleviate my father's burdens is both my duty as a son and as the Crown Prince." "Excellent, Crown Prince Mingda," the emperor remarked, revealing a rare smile. "Dong Jingdao will draft an urgent edict to Kuan Prefecture, instructing King Jinan to prepare troops at your disposal. Given the urgency of the situation in Gan Prefecture, you shall depart in 3 days with minimal pomp, making haste to your destination." "Understood. Then it is settled. Dismissed." With that, Emperor Hongshuan rose to leave. As Li Jingyuan turned, he caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Dong Jingdao's face. Noticing Li Jingyuan's gaze, Dong Jingdao inclined his head and remarked, "Crown Prince Mingda." Li Jingyuan replied calmly, "It is only natural for a crown prince to embody virtue." His sharp gaze swept over the court, apart from a few cabinet elders. The remaining officials dared not meet his eyes. As he departed, he brushed past Dong Jingdao, who slowly remarked, "The game has commenced. It cannot be halted now. Minister Dong, let us see how adept you are at this strategy." Dong Jingdao bowed his head, assuring, "Your Highness need not worry. I am well versed in the art of strategy and shall not disappoint you." "Let us hope so," Li Jingyuan stated, striding confidently away. The ministers aligned with the various princes had set aside past grievances. Their synchronized cooperation was far from spontaneous. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. It was likely they had foreseen the impending turmoil in Gan Prefecture, preparing for it days in advance. Li Xian was injured, Li Fan was invited to Hongsha Academy. Li Yin was dispatched to Qing Prefecture, and Li Zhe was suffering from a cold. All were clearing the path for Li Jingyuan to emerge as the sole candidate for the journey to Gan Prefecture. It was even possible that the so-called turmoil in Gan Prefecture was a carefully constructed scheme devised to compel Li Jingyuan to leave the capital. The capital, a bastion of power, rendered no one daring enough to act against the crown prince within its confines. Yet once outside its protective walls, the various factions could exercise their full influence. Li Jingyuan had already surmised the perils that awaited him in Gan Prefecture, yet he felt compelled to go. The officials had collectively adorned him with praise, a mantle he could not easily shed. Should he refuse, rumors would swiftly circulate throughout the capital, branding him as a callous and ungrateful heir. The entire court would rally against him, and he would be drowned in a torrent of slander, particularly from the self-righteous scholars who would find endless ways to vilify him. Li Jingyuan was not particularly concerned about public opinion. He understood its formidable nature. A blade that could kill without bloodshed. If wielded wisely, it could be a lethal weapon, for many had fallen victim to its invisible edge throughout history. Yet, he could not succumb to blind fear. The only true reliance lay in the sword in his hand. What truly troubled Li Jingyuan was his realization that Emperor Hongshuan also seemed inclined to draw him into this web. The various factions of officials aligning themselves to create a scheme for him was unsurprising. However, the emperor's motives for wanting him involved warranted deeper contemplation. Did Emperor Hongshuan intend for him to perish in Gan Prefecture, or was this an opportunity to assess his capabilities? The answers remained elusive. Throughout his journey, Li Jingyuan pondered whether this was the emperor's design or the influence of the ancient matriarch in the palace. Regardless of whose idea it was evident that they sought to entangle Li Jingyuan in this intrigue. "Your Highness, please wait," came Tianfun's voice from behind as he hurried to catch up. "What else is there, Marquis Yongyi?" Tianfun spoke earnestly. "Your Highness, this turmoil in Gan Prefecture is too perplexing. You must not take such risks. It would be wise to find a way to decline." Li Jingyuan replied nonchalantly, "What of the perplexity? It is merely a matter of encountering gods to slay gods, and encountering ghosts to slay ghosts. Indeed, What a grand scheme directed solely at him. If it were to strike, he would confront it head-on. His tyrannical system required specific events to trigger tasks. Remaining in the capital was too comfortable, making it difficult to find the necessary conditions. This journey to Gan Prefecture promised ample danger, likely triggering numerous system tasks. This was the fundamental reason Li Jingyuan willingly entered the fray. Tianfen was taken aback. Marquis Yongyi, I recall you previously expressed your willingness to recruit 6 armies for me. Do you remember? Tianfen hesitated briefly before solemnly affirming, I remember. I now present you with this opportunity. Recruit valiant warriors discreetly, preferably seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Upon my return from Gan Prefecture, I hope you can assemble a battalion of such warriors. Tianfen bowed deeply to Li Jingyuan, pledging, I shall await your return in the capital. Li Jingyuan smiled in satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder before turning to leave. In the court, with no one truly proactive, he had already devised a plan. Upon his return from Gan Prefecture, he would begin to lay the groundwork in the court, rebuilding the faction of the Crown Prince. Tianfen still harbored some loyalty, consistently recalling their past bond, and Li Jingyuan was more than willing to grant him this opportunity. Chapter 66. The Crown Prince departs from the capital in recent nights. The city of Kyoto has been enveloped in an unusual stillness, with 108 districts of the 5 cities silent, as if under a spell. Even the vibrant hub of festivities, the place of fireworks, has dimmed its lights and closed its doors. The nocturnal wanderers, often seeking gaps in the patrols, have retreated, sensing an oppressive tension in the air that has made them shrink back into the shadows. The streets are patrolled by solemn guards, and upon closer inspection, one can discern not only the city guards, but also the presence of imperial guards and even the lurking figures of the secret police. The curfew is exceedingly strict. Within the East Palace's Donghua Hall, Li Jingyuan is engrossed in perusing a narrative text, chuckling to himself as he pats the book, remarking on its quality. Zhao Gao responds, noting that it is indeed well written, attributed to the penmanship of literary masters. Similar narratives abound, and the old servant has collected them all to send out to various provinces. The narrative in Li Jingyuan's hands details several significant events he has previously undertaken, crafted meticulously by his adversaries. Currently, storytellers in the tea houses of Kyoto are reciting these tales, emphasizing only the more flattering aspects, leading the uninformed to believe Li Jingyuan is self-promoting. However, these narrators invariably conclude their tales with mention of the Crown Prince's journey to Ganzhou, accentuating his benevolence and concern for the populace. In just 2 days, the entire citizenry of Kyoto has learned of the Crown Prince's impending journey to Ganzhou, motivated by a desire to serve the people. This has elevated Li Jingyuan's status and reputation to unprecedented heights, even drawing comparisons to the illustrious founder of the dynasty. Some genuine critics have voiced their concerns, but their petitions have fallen on deaf ears, vanishing into the void without response, perhaps to prevent Li Jingyuan from reconsidering his decision. Suddenly, Li Jingyuan bursts into laughter, jesting about the expressions of his rivals should he decide to withdraw. Zhao Gao chuckles, suggesting their discomfort would be akin to tasting something unpleasant, which he finds amusing. Li Jingyuan, envisioning their faces, laughs heartily and stretches, expressing a preference to witness their reactions upon his return from Ganzhou, anticipating it to be even more entertaining. In the imperial study, Emperor Hongshuan is alone, diligently reviewing memorials when suddenly his head droops. Upon lifting it again, the candlelight flickers as if suppressed by an invisible force, casting a long, hunchback shadow in the corner, accompanied by a dark, aged voice. What are your thoughts? The emperor, maintaining an impassive demeanor, calmly replies. Everyone wishes for him to enter this game. He cannot evade it. Does that include you? This question carries an accusatory tone. The emperor remains silent. His silence a tacit admission. Your imperial strategies are profound, unmatched by the 3 preceding emperors. Under your control, the factions and noble families have indeed maintained a precarious balance. Yet your actions are too slow. I cannot afford to wait. The Crown Prince may lack your finesse, but his assertiveness is unparalleled. The shadowy voice seems to drift into soliloquy. Li Laotu has predicted his fate. The dragon's bones reveal a fierce nature. The emperor's expression darkens, the weight of the words pressing upon him. The fierce nature always manifests sooner. Let this be an exception. Do not let there be a next time. The hunchbacked figure fades into nothingness, the dim candlelight suddenly brightening, illuminating the study as if it were day. The emperor's face remains impassive, but his red brush breaks under the strain as he murmurs, "When the old overseer assessed my dragon bones, he merely saw the dragon's visage. What he inscribed was merely a character of the earth." He discards the broken brush, grasps another, and resumes his meticulous review of the memorials. After writing only 2 lines, he pauses and muses, "Now I am the emperor. As long as I remain emperor, this realm shall be governed by my decree." 3 days later, at dawn, while the sky remains dimly lit, a procession of 1,400 ironclad cavalry, accompanied by the invaluable crown prince's carriage, departs from the East Palace, galloping down the main thoroughfare of the capital. Despite the early hour, the streets are lined with eager citizens. After 3 days of fervent promotion, the people of Kyoto exhibit extraordinary enthusiasm for the crown prince's journey to Ganzhou. They remain blissfully unaware of the underlying dangers. Many simply wish to witness the spectacle, while others harbor earnest hopes that this celebrated virtuous prince will improve their lives. On the upper floors, however, the atmosphere is markedly different. Those gazing down from the heights are mostly silent, observing the procession with cold detachment. They include the elite of Kyoto, second-generation nobility, and renowned scholars, all of whom are privy to the darker truths behind the crown prince's journey. There is no virtuous prince, only the ruthless nature of power struggles. The 2 levels of society represent 2 distinct worlds, much like the dichotomy of the powerful and the powerless. In a particular tea house, Li Xian, who should have been bettered due to injury, stands by the window, keenly watching the scene unfold. Spotting the flying tiger army, his expression shifts, and he inquires, "Where do those black-armored cavalry come from? Who is the commanding general?" The sudden appearance of the flying tiger army surprises him and instills a sense of unease among the elite. Shun Jianfeng explains, "The East Palace is heavily guarded. Like a deep, stagnant pool, our scouts have neither entered nor exited, leaving us unaware of these newcomers. However, judging by the supplies procured by the East Palace, it is evident that over 500 additional troops have emerged, likely accounting for the black-armored cavalry." Li Xian's expression darkens. Have they simply materialized out of thin air? Shun Jianfeng replies, "The crown prince will undoubtedly take all military forces with him on this journey. I shall visit the East Palace tonight to uncover its secrets." Li Xian nods, though the shadow of concern lingers on his face as he solemnly states, "Strength must lead. This is the principle of the military." With the black-armored troops at the forefront and Jian Wei's tiger guards behind, could it be that the black-armored cavalry surpasses them in strength? Shun Jianfeng retorts coldly, "Even if they are strong, they are but 500 men. They cannot alter the overarching tide." Li Xian chuckles. "That is indeed true. Even if there were 1,000, they would not change the grim fate that has been laid out for the entire city." He raises a hand towards Li Jingyuan's carriage, offering a distant toast, murmuring, "In this journey, we shall be as distant as heaven and earth. As your elder brother, I toast to you, wishing you a swift departure." Outside the city gates, the guards have already cleared away the idle folk. As the approaching horsemen echo with heavy hoofbeats, the city guards immediately sense an overwhelming aura of impending conflict. The chilly morning air becomes almost suffocating. Kneel to welcome the crown prince. The city guard commander drops to his knees, prompting the surrounding soldiers to follow suit. The cavalry slowly emerges from the city gates, the only sound being the rhythmic pounding of hooves, enveloped in silence. Once the procession has fully exited, the oppressive atmosphere dissipates, and the guards breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 67. The dragon enters the thunder abyss. Blood flows for thousands of miles as the prince's carriage came to a halt at the city gate. A soldier from the Flying Tiger Army approached with news that King Wei was ahead, there to bid farewell to Li Jingyuan. Li Jia, the corpulent figure, likely sought to mock him. Li Jingyuan did not even raise an eyelid, choosing to dismiss him, stating firmly, "Pay him no mind, proceed onward." At the prince's command, they advanced. Li Tsun Xiao, brandishing the Yuan spear, gazed down upon Li Jie with a disdainful expression, stating coldly, "King Wei has heard, clear the way." Li Jie's countenance darkened with fury, a tempest of emotions brewing within him. Both the anger of being disregarded by Li Jingyuan and the indignation at Li Tsunxiao's rudeness. Standing defiantly before the iron cavalry, he crossed his arms, exuding arrogance. "I shall not move. What will you do about it?" Li Kunxiu flesha amanasingrin. His gaze fierce and predatory, a man who took lives as easily as one might gather straw. Effortlessly lifting the hefty Yuan spear, he pointed it at King Wei, stating matter-of-factly, 3 breaths. "If you do not yield, I shall trample you underfoot. Do you dare?" Li Jie's face turned ashen with anger, unable to fathom that a mere junior officer from the Eastern Palace would speak to him in such a manner. 1. Li Tsunxiao counted lightly to 2, his eyes now glinting with murderous intent. Under the scrutiny of this unparalleled warrior, even a seasoned general would falter. Fortunately, his guards rushed to shield him, preventing immediate humiliation. As the 3rd count echoed, the battlefield killer showed no mercy. He squeezed his horse's flanks, and with a thunderous neigh, surged forward. "Liza, genuinely terrifia," frantically implored his guards. "Stop him!" For guards charged forth, their innate prowess palpable. Li Tsunxiao twirled his spear with effortless grace, dispatching them with lethal precision. Each victim's bones shattering upon contact. One unfortunate soul suffered the worst fate, his head exploding like a watermelon. The 4 bodies flew, splattering blood upon Li Jie's feet, leaving him pale with terror. His guards hastily whisked him away to safety, retreating several meters. Li Tsunxiao reined in his horse, casting a scornful glance back at him. "I have shown you respect by addressing you as King Wei. Do you truly believe yourself a king?" Li Jie seethed with anger and resentment. Yet the ferocity of Li Tsunxiao rendered him speechless, waiting until the latter was far enough away to unleash his curses. Li Tsunxiao wiped the blood from his spear and signaled the flying tiger army into motion, trampling the 4 corpses into the mud. Inside the carriage, Li Jingyuan remained aloof, not even glancing out. On the city walls, a woman clad in white, radiant as snow, observed the scene. The princess, Li Bai, had come to witness the spectacle. With a stoic expression, she inquired, "What is the strength of that black-armored general?" Beside her, Fang Shijian replied solemnly, with a single strike. He claimed the life of an innate martial artist. "This man is at least mid-level master." The princess fell silent, pondering for what seemed an eternity before speaking again. Another master has emerged. The prince's retinue grows ever stronger. As she looked again, the procession of 1,000 riders had already traveled several miles. She then asked slowly, "Have you truly made your decision?" Fang Shijian nodded with conviction. "I have decided. My intent is for you not to go. I have promised to avenge that sword strike." Fang Shijian shook his head, gazing at the princess's flawless profile with unwavering determination. "I no longer harbor resentment for that strike. Without it, I would have never transcended my limits, taking a step I had not dared for a decade." The sword strike from Deng Taiye severed his arm, but could not extinguish Fang Shijian's ambition. In fact, it had led him to a profound understanding of archery, propelling him into the realm of celestial phenomena. Should Li Jingyuan realize that his schemes had backfired, he would likely regret not having allowed Deng Taiye to finish her off directly. Fang Shijian's gaze was sharp, fixated on the lazy swordsman riding a donkey among the 1,000 riders. The old monitor has stated that the prince's journey is not one of certain death. The princess remained silent. She had visited the astral observatory the previous day. On the star-picking platform, she had played a game of chess with the old monitor, winning by a narrow margin, which granted her insights into the prince's expedition to Ganzhou. The old monitor's prophetic words were, "The dragon enters the thunder abyss. Blood flows for thousands of miles." The dragon, of course, referred to Li Jingyuan, while the thunder abyss signified a place of great peril. The phrase implied that Li Jingyuan's journey to Ganzhou would be fraught with calamity, resulting in an inevitable bloodbath. This hexagram foretold great misfortune. It was not an absolute death omen. The old monitor had previously predicted a fatal hexagram for a prince of the Great Hung Dynasty. which had indeed come to pass in the border skirmishes. While the dragon enters the thunder abyss hexagram was foreboding, it could also be interpreted differently. The dragon must endure the thunder tribulation to undergo transformation. Thus, entering the thunder abyss signifies a trial. If he survives, he shall emerge reborn as a true dragon. However, with my unrivaled prowess in celestial archery, I should be able to sever the prince's last path to survival. My involvement is not for vengeance, but solely for the princess. After losing my arm, it was she who traversed great distances, seeking out the reclusive elder and the unsympathetic old monitor, thereby granting me the opportunity to fully comprehend the essence of archery. This debt of gratitude weighs heavily. It must be repaid with the prince's life. Even with one arm lost, I can wheel my legs as hands to unleash the dragon-slaying arrow. Feng Shijian stood tall and confident, brimming with assurance, perhaps even more so than before his injury. The princess softly cautioned, "Be careful. The prince's life or death is of little consequence compared to your safety." Feng Shijian's gaze softened, a hint of infatuation flickering before he composed himself, responding gently, "I wish to see you ascend to that exalted position." Within the imperial cabinet, Dong Jingdao and Yang Peng were engaged in a chess match, while three elder officials stood around, observing the game. Suddenly, a yellow gate commandant rushed in, reporting the events at the city gate. Dong Jingdao's countenance darkened, snorting disdainfully as he hurled a chess piece into the jar, coldly stating, "The prince's followers are quite imposing." Yang Peng chuckled heartily. "King Wei too. The prince has already entered the Ganzhou fray. Why provoke further?" The three elder officials shared in the mirth, reveling in King Wei's embarrassment. Dong Jingdao's expression grew even more severe. Among the officials, only the elder statesman Shui Tsong sat apart, shaking his head in dismay. As subjects, you orchestrate schemes against the prince. Such disloyalty is disgraceful. Dong Jingdao shot him a glance, retorting, "And you are any better? Your students from Yenzhou, if not for your protection, would have long faced extermination for their actions. Without their support, how could you sit here as an elder and criticize our loyalty?" Shui Tsong and Appo's expression stiffened, his head bowed in resignation, and he fell silent. In his youth, he had been an honest and principled advisor, earning the favor of the late emperor for his integrity, which had led him to rise through the ranks. Yet, upon attaining high office, he found himself ensnared. His spine had been broken by the affections of his sons, grandsons, and students, forcing this once principled elder to bend low for their benefit. But without his students, how could he have entered the cabinet to assume the position of elder? No matter how one rationalizes it, it ultimately comes down to personal choices. The era of principled advisors is long gone, replaced by cunning bureaucrats, the leaders of the Yenzhou political arena. Su Juedao stepped forward to mediate. "Let us refrain from harsh words. After all these years as colleagues, you know Shui Tsong's temperament. Let him speak, it won't hurt." After a moment of silence, Shui Tsong raised his head and asked, "Has the emperor made a move regarding the Ganzhou situation?" The three elder officials turned their attention to Dong Jingdao, who pondered briefly before nodding slowly. The emperor's thoughts are profound, often imperceptible. Yet this time, I have sensed something. I just do not know whether he is calculating for the prince or for King Jinan. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 69. The stifled first Iron Cavalry of Daheng. The Emperor Hung Shun awoke an hour earlier than usual today, seated in the imperial study, diligently reviewing memorials. He was undoubtedly a diligent ruler, reflecting on his early years on the throne when he devoted 7 to 8 hours daily to state affairs. Even now, he still spends 5 to 6 hours each day in the study. Had the late emperor possessed even half of Hung Shun's industriousness, he would not have left behind the cumbersome legacies of the martial clans, aristocratic families, and feudal lords. Each time he pays homage to his ancestors at the ancestral temple, he cannot help but express his grievances before the late emperor's spirit for a good while, revealing the weight of his frustrations. After finishing the review of the memorials with a stoic expression, he let out a long sigh. At that moment, Eunuch's son promptly presented a bowl of warm ginseng soup that had been prepared in advance. Hung Shun casually accepted it, sipping it leisurely, and inquired, "Has the crown prince departed?" Eunuch's son replied, He left the capital half an hour ago and should have passed the Shirley Pavilion by now. Hung Shun nodded silently, finishing the soup, after which Eunuch Sun quickly took the empty bowl. Hung Shun retrieved a sheet of official paper and, as he poised his brush, suddenly looked up at Eunuch Sunday. The latter immediately turned away, gesturing for all the eunuchs and palace maids in the study to lower their heads. Hung Shun tapped the table lightly, and Eunuch Sun understood, hastily vacating the imperial platform and ushering the others out of the study. Only when the study lay empty did Hung Shun feel satisfied enough to begin writing. His words were few, merely a couple of lines. He personally sealed the letter in an envelope, using gold lacquer for the seal. An E, the leader of the shadow guards, emerged from the shadows. Hung Shun solemnly handed over the letter, stating, "You shall personally deliver this to Enwu." Understood, and E replied curtly, taking the envelope and swiftly departing. Once he left, the empty study echoed with Hung Shun's soft murmur. "Zheng, let us see just how formidable this Zheng dragon truly is." Li Jingyuan's carriage passed the Shirley Pavilion, where a contingent of 500 light cavalry awaited him. One of the riders, a robust general, galloped forward. Li Tsunxiao halted him, and the imposing general proclaimed, "General Deng Chong of the Lanya army has been sent to escort His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Tsunxiao responded softly, "Wait." The general's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure, but Li Tsunxiao paid him no mind and instructed his deputy to report. Li Jingyuan nodded. Indeed, Emperor Hung Shun had dispatched a contingent of 500 cavalry for his protection. However, he had not anticipated that it would be the Lanya army. Outside the capital, 3 major military garrisons housed a total of 100,000 troops responsible for safeguarding the city. The Lanya army, consisting of merely 10,000 men, was nonetheless the most formidable and elite among these forces. The Lanya army was composed of the finest soldiers selected from the vast Hung army of 1,000,000. Upon formation, they were bestowed the banner of Lanya, symbolizing the dragon's tooth, the sharpest sword of Emperor Hung Shun. The Lanya army lived up to its name, having once repelled an invasion from the Western Rome, defeating 50,000 enemy soldiers with their mere 10,000, and holding their ground against the Western Rome's most formidable heavy cavalry. Thus, they became renowned as the first iron cavalry of the Hung. Li Jingyuan casually remarked, "Let him follow behind." Although the Lanya army was powerful, they were still inferior to the Feihu army and the Hui army. At the command, General Deng Chong became immediately displeased, exclaiming, "That is impossible. My Lanya army only serves as the vanguard." Li Kunxiao scrutinisa then shone, noting the general's heavy armor and the imposing iron spear he wielded, which was quite conspicuous. It was evident that he was a warrior accustomed to charging into battle. Li Tsunxiao chuckled, "I may not be well acquainted with the Lanya army, but you seem to match my temperament. If you wish to be at the forefront, you ought to ask whether my Feihu army consents." "No consent will be given," came the unified roar of the 500 Feihu soldiers, their imposing presence sending a chill through Deng Chong's horse. Not one to falter, Deng Chong reined his steed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he assessed the elite troops before him. However, he felt no fear, for the strict regulations of the Lanya army forbade such a sentiment. The second rule of the Lanya army was to embody invincibility, instilling a belief that they would not retreat even against the strongest of foes, and would die fighting if necessary. "Consent or not, you will comply," Deng Chong declared, planting his spear firmly into the ground, exuding a fierce aura. The earth trembled under the thunderous sound of hooves, dust rising in clouds upon the official road. The 500 Lanya light cavalry charged forward, maintaining an impressive formation, a testament to their elite training. The fierce glint in the eyes of the Lanya cavalry revealed their battlefield experience and lethal abilities. Li Tsunxiao grew increasingly excited, seemingly eager for a confrontation with the Lanya light cavalry. "Come forth, prepare for the charge, and let them witness the unmatched reputation of my Feihu army." All 500 Feihu soldiers drew their swords in perfect unison, their movements fluid, embodying a palpable air of battle readiness. Despite being of equal numbers, the Feihu soldiers, clad in heavy armor, starkly contrasted with the red-painted armor of the Lanya army. Though both sides numbered 500, The Feihu army's heavy armor provided them a distinct advantage over the lighter-equipped Longya cavalry. Even without this advantage, the Feihu army was renowned as the most elite cavalry. If the Longya soldiers fought as if one could stand against 5, the Feihu soldiers could easily take on 50 or even 100, should a battle ensue. A single charge from the Feihu army could decimate half of the Longya forces. Not to mention, with Li Xuanxiao's unparalleled prowess, he alone could turn the tide against the 500 Longya light cavalry. Deng Chong felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his steed grew increasingly restless. However, amidst the rising tension, the Longya cavalry struggled to maintain formation. It was reminiscent of their past encounters against the formidable Datha heavy cavalry on the battlefield. Dian Wei rode forth, halting between the two factions, casting a cold gaze at Deng Chong. He declared, by the order of His Highness, the Longya army is to follow behind. Should you refuse, you shall return to camp. Deng Chong took a deep breath. The first rule of the Longya army was that military orders were absolute, since he had received the imperial decree to protect the crown prince. The prince's command was tantamount to military law. He solemnly replied, Deng Chong obeys the orders. He then commanded, sheathe your swords. The 500 Longya light cavalry simultaneously returned their swords to their sheaths. Dian Wei commented casually, to maintain formation under the pressure of the Feihu army's might is quite commendable. Such a remark stung deeply, and Deng Chong turned his horse away, leading his 500 Longya light cavalry onward. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand, and the Feihu soldiers too returned their swords to their sheaths. He grumbled, Old Dian, you arrived far too swiftly. It was rare to encounter a worthy opponent, and I wished for a skirmish. Dian Wei chuckled. They are merely 500 light cavalry. A single charge would be sufficient to scatter them. What is there to fight about? His Highness has assured you that there will be no shortage of fierce battles on this journey. He turned his horse towards the rear. Shortly thereafter, a robust shout echoed from behind. Hui army, heed my command, prepare for the charge, and annihilate them. The Longya light cavalry, displeased at being relegated to the rear, attempted to displace the Hui army, inciting Dian Wei's fury. Though the Hui army was positioned behind, Dian Wei, despite his reluctance, recognized they could not match the Feihu army and said nothing. Did these 500 Longya soldiers truly believe they could replace the Hui army? Incensed, Dian Wei struck Deng Chong from his horse with a single blow. Had it not been for Li Jingyuan's timely intervention, the newly appointed 500 Longya light cavalry would have faced disastrous losses before even joining their ranks. Chapter 69. The first of road administration in the year of calamity. When relentless snow blanketed the land, the vast majority of the Great Hung was ensconced beneath a shroud of frost and ice. Only the official roads remained free of snow and ice, facilitating unimpeded travel. Even during the height of the snowstorm, the accumulation on the main thoroughfare was significantly less than in other areas. This was not due to the heavens favoring one over another, but rather a testament to the unparalleled road administration of the Great Hung, governed by stringent regulations. The numerous border skirmishes had profoundly impressed upon Emperor Hongxuan the critical importance of these routes. He augmented the existing road regulations with 3 additional laws and 16 rules. Alongside the established 100-mile road administrative office and 20-mile relay stations, he instituted 10-mile watchtowers and patrol officials. Each day, inspections of the road conditions were mandated thrice, with strict accountability imposed for any issues that arose, resulting in severe penalties for those responsible. The laborers of the official road, a punishment devised by Emperor Hongxuan, saw convicts shackled and compelled to traverse the roads, addressing any problems that arose. Many of those who received harsh sentences found themselves consigned to the road administration office, serving as laborers. The most crucial aspect was that the road administration was directly overseen by the Jingyuan, ensuring no one dared to obstruct its operations. The new regulations were forged from the sacrifice of countless lives, as the 21 main roads of the Great Hung were paved with the gravestones of the fallen. It was said that during this calamitous winter, nearly 50,000 laborers perished from freezing, starvation, and exhaustion while striving to clear snow and ice from the roads. Had it not been for Emperor Hongxuan's compassion, the death toll would have been even greater. 10 days later, an obstacle arose on the unobstructed thoroughfare. A landslide had blocked the road ahead, and dozens of laborers were engaged in its repair. The head of the road administration office was summoned, and, upon seeing Li Jingyuan, immediately prostrated himself in fear and reverence. Li Jingyuan calmly inquired, "What has transpired ahead?" The road administration chief hastily replied, "Your Highness, a landslide occurred last night, blocking the road and rendering it temporarily impassable. We are currently working to rectify the situation." Furrowing his brow, Li Jingyuan asked, "Do you believe this is a natural disaster or a man-made occurrence?" The administrator hesitated, then replied, "It is likely a natural disaster. This is not the first landslide. Several incidents have occurred recently, though this one is significantly more severe." Li Jingyuan nodded slightly and further inquired, "How long will it take to clear the debris from the road?" The chief responded, "This year's frost disaster has been particularly severe, and our laborers have suffered greatly. My office is left with only a handful of workers, and it may take up to half a month to clear the road. Furthermore, the damage is extensive, and repairs will require additional time." Li Jingyuan's expression darkened, and the chief quickly added, "I have already requested assistance from the Qianhong County office. I believe they will dispatch help shortly. At most, we can have the prince's carriage moving again within half a month." Half a month was far too long. He had no time to wait. Li Jingyuan pressed, "Are there any side roads nearby?" The chief nodded, "Yes. There is a county road leading to Qianhong County that can bypass the blockage and connect to another section of the official road." Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave now." The chief, still trembling with trepidation, rose and bowed. "I take my leave, Your Highness." Li Jingyuan's brow remained furrowed, a sense of suspicion lingering in his mind. Zhao Gao approached, saying, "I have inspected the situation, and the damage to the road is indeed severe. It will take approximately half a month to restore it." According to the intelligence gathered, no signs of human interference were found. With the absence of any evidence pointing to foul play, Li Jingyuan conceded, "In that case, we shall take the detour." As the carriage entered the county road, it was evident that it lacked the smoothness and breadth of the official road, resulting in a significantly slower pace. Along the way, they encountered a contingent from Qianhong County dispatched to assist with the road repairs. By the time they arrived at Qianhong County, evening had fallen. Somehow, word had reached the county magistrate, who awaited Li Jingyuan's arrival, bowing low against the biting wind. Upon the arrival of the carriage, the magistrate straightened and knelt, exclaiming, "I, Tao Zhige, magistrate of Qianhong County, pay my respects to Your Highness." All present followed suit, kneeling in homage. Zhao Gao stepped forward, softly saying, "There is no need for such formalities. His Highness has decided to rest at the county office tonight." Filled with joy, Tao Zhige respectfully responded, "The county office has been prepared, and Your Highness may take residence at any time." As a subordinate who had been dispatched to the official road for an extended period caught sight of the prince's carriage, he seized the opportunity to take a shortcut back to Qianhong County to inform Tao Zhige. The magistrate felt as though a windfall had fallen from the sky, his spirits soaring. Qianhong County was but a small locale, and since taking office, he had achieved little of note. Worse still, he had been burdened with a neighboring official who was fond of bullying. Since his tenure began, he had felt as though he were living under someone else's roof. His record was scant in accomplishments, but the oppressive neighbor had contributed to a fair share of grievances. With the current state of affairs, it was unlikely he would be promoted. Merely departing without scandal would be a success. Due to the oppressive neighbor, none of the previous magistrates had been able to secure a reappointment. Among his predecessors, 2 had ultimately faced imprisonment, their families condemned to the labor of the official road. It was rumored that during this year of calamity, many had perished on the roads, their bodies left unattended in mass graves, a tragic fate. If he could host the prince well, it would be a tremendous boon, adding a significant line to his official record that could lead to future prospects, if not promotion, then at least a dignified departure. He hastily ordered the county office to be impeccably cleaned, while he himself led the office staff to welcome the prince into the county. The winter chill lingered, and the biting wind swept through the deserted streets of Qianhong County, where the snow remained unshoveled, casting an air of desolation. In stark contrast, the county office was alive with activity, adorned with red silk on the stone lions at the entrance. Dozens of individuals in festive attire gathered to greet the prince, accompanied by a band of musicians whose raucous drumming created a lively atmosphere. However, the stark contrast between the bustling county office and the desolate streets left Li Jingyuan feeling dissatisfied. As he descended from the carriage, his expression remained inscrutable, and his cold gaze sent shivers down the spine of the previously jubilant magistrate, who hastily knelt and said, "Your Highness, these individuals are the families of the officials and the musicians whom I engage with my salary. This is the first time Qianhong County has welcomed Your Highness. I beg for your forgiveness for our lack of experience." Li Jingyuan's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Your good intentions are appreciated. Please disperse the gathering." Of course. Tao Zhigui quickly gestured to dismiss everyone. The Feihu army entered the county office first, conducting a thorough inspection before Li Jingyuan stepped inside. Tao Zhigui quietly inquired, "Your Highness, after such a long journey, would you require a meal prepared?" Li Jingyuan waved his hand, stating, "Occupying the county office is already a burden. Please do not trouble yourself further." He instructed Zhao Gao, provide some funds to Deng Chong, and have him procure food and fodder for the soldiers and horses, ensuring they are well fed. Deng Chong was taken aback. "Me? The Dragon-Tooth army is the finest cavalry in the Great Hung. Surely we need not concern ourselves with such tasks." Dian Wei interjected with a glare, "You are the weakest among the three armies. If not you, then who else?" The banter elicited laughter from the others, with Li Tsuanxiao's laughter ringing the loudest. Deng Chong, left speechless by the retort, felt his face flush with indignation. Tao Zhigui, quick-witted and perceptive, interjected, "There is no need to trouble the general with such trivial matters. I will handle it myself." No, matters concerning the army cannot be entrusted to others. Though still irked, Deng Chong understood the military regulations, begrudgingly accepting the silver note before turning to leave. Li Jingyuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Deng Chong is truly a soldier. Do not mock him any further." Dian Wei replied, "Your Highness, I merely speak the truth. Weakness is weakness. Am I not allowed to voice it?" Li Jingyuan, shaking his head in resignation, had always thought of Dian Wei as a hardy and simple-minded individual, but he was surprised to find that he could hold a grudge as well. Chapter 70. The elder brother is a Qilin. The younger brother is an evil owl. Tao Zhigui clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, the Red Armor General is unfamiliar with Qianhong County. Allow this official to accompany him to procure provisions and horse feed." Li Jingyuan glanced at him and smiled, nodding. "Then I shall trouble County Magistrate Tao." Tao Zhigui hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "It is no trouble at all. I shall take my leave at once." After bowing, Tao Zhigui briskly pursued Deng Chong. Zhao Gao whispered, "This county magistrate Tao seems somewhat anxious. There may be something amiss." Li Jingyuan, noticing this as well, squinted and remarked, "Let the intelligence network investigate." Zhao Gao nodded and left swiftly. An hour later, Deng Chong returned, his expression still grim. He spoke in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the grain prices in Qianhong County are shockingly double those in the capital." Tao Zhigui quickly interjected, "Your Highness, during this year of disaster and famine, the transportation of grain is already fraught with difficulties. A higher price is to be expected." Li Jingyuan merely nodded, replying, "Thank you. County Magistrate Tao, there is no need for you to busy yourself further. You may leave." Tao Zhigui was reluctant to depart, but dared not refuse, bowing, "Should your Highness require anything, please summon this official." Li Jingyuan silan linudda. After Tao Zhigui's departure, Li Jingyuan addressed Deng Chong, "You should also go. Do not let the soldiers go hungry." Deng Chong hesitated, intending to mention that his Dragon-Tooth army was not responsible for cooking, but the words stuck in his throat, knowing he would be rebuked by Dian Wei. With a sigh, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Li Jingyuan inquired, "Is there something amiss with Tao Zhigui?" Zhao Gao replied, "He does not seem to be a major issue. He is neither a reformist nor a corrupt official. The real concern lies with Qilin Mountain Manor." Li Jingyuan was taken aback and asked, "Is it the Qilin Mountain Manor that produced the Qilin Sun?" Zhao Gao confirmed, indeed, that very Chila Mountain Manor is situated not far from Qianhong County on Chila Mountain. Chila Mountain Manor is steeped in legends. It is said that its ancestors once slayed a Qilin and drank its blood, thereby acquiring the divine strength of the Qilin and achieving celestial status. Allegedly, the ancestors forged a renowned sword called Qilin Fong from Qilin bones. The descendants of Qilin Mountain Manor traversed the world claiming Qilin bloodline, conducting themselves with arrogance, which ultimately attracted envy. The manor faced attacks from demonic sects, resulting in the death of its ancestor and the forced relocation of its gates, retreating from the world for a century. During this time, rumors spread that Qilin Mountain Manor had been annihilated by the demonic sect. It was not until 5 years ago when a Qilin sword seed emerged from the Sword Burial Mountain, a sacred ground for swordsmanship, that Qilin Mountain Manor re-emerged into the world. Each generation bestows the title of Qilin Son upon its most outstanding descendant. This generation's Qilin Son is named Zhang Xiling. It is said that he exhibited Qilin-like phenomena at birth, inheriting the Qilin bloodline of the Zhang family. He began martial training at the age of 5, achieving initial mastery within a year and reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm in 3 years. By 10, he entered the innate realm, and by 15, he attained the peak of innate mastery. That same year, wielding the legendary sword Qilin Fong, he traversed the 108 deathly sword formations at Sword Burial Mountain and successfully became a disciple of an elder known as the Withered Sword, becoming the sword seed of this generation in just 2 years. The full title of the sword seed at Sword Burial Mountain is Sword Dao Seed, a candidate for the position of Swordmaster. Only by becoming a sword seed can one qualify for the grand examination at Sword Burial Mountain. This examination is vastly more formidable than the 108 deathly sword formations for entry. Each generation of sword seeds at Sword Burial Mountain aims to pass this grand examination, and those who succeed become the next swordmaster, governing Sword Burial Mountain, while failures are condemned to remain as guardians within the sword tomb. Zhang Xiling is reputed to be the strongest sword seed in the last 3 generations, with the greatest potential to pass the grand examination and become the new sword master of Sword Burial Mountain. Due to Zhang Xiling's fame as a sword seed, Qilin Mountain Manor has regained its prominence across the land. Zhao Gao remarked, with the emergence of a Qilin sword seed, their behavior has become increasingly arrogant. Several nearby counties have even instituted an unspoken Qilin tax, heavier than the imperial taxes. It is said that while one can avoid paying the imperial tax, resulting merely in imprisonment, the Qilin tax, if unpaid, leads to a fate far worse than death. Moreover, Qilin Mountain Manor has monopolized the grain trade in several neighboring counties, charging exorbitant prices. The price at which Deng Chong procured grain was still a result of Tao Zhigui's mediation. The most egregious actions of Qilin Mountain Manor stem from the Manor Lord's son, Zhang Dongwei, the brother of the Qilin sword seed, Zhang Xiling. This man is notorious, widely regarded as a villain across the 4 neighboring counties, leveraging his brother's influence to commit acts of arson, murder, and plunder, particularly delighting in the humiliation of young women. His most heinous conduct involves stripping young women of their clothes and driving them into the mountains, where he and his band of ruffians hunt them down for sport, with almost no survivors. As Zhao Gao recounted this, his expression darkened. Li Jingyuan's face turned ashen. Does the court remain oblivious to this matter? Zhao Gao replied, they are likely aware, but may be reluctant to act, considering that the Qilin sword seed is a potential candidate for swordmaster. Offending him could lead to complications, and perhaps the harm caused by Qilin Mountain Manor is limited to just 3 or 4 nearby counties, thus not deemed a significant threat. Li Jingyuan's countenance grew darker as he coldly retorted, what a shallow assessment. Zhao Gao sighed. The entanglements between the rivers and lakes of Daheng, the aristocratic families, and the feudal lords run too deep. Without absolute strength, it is nearly impossible to sever these ties. Emperor Hongshuan has maintained a delicate balance among these factions, which is quite commendable. Li Jingyuan coldly stated, Zhao Gao, do you believe I should counterbalance them? Zhao Gao bowed his head. Your Highness is not Emperor Hongshuan. Hence, there is no need for such measures. Li Jingyuan tapped the hilt of his sword, lost in thought. Will we be passing by Qilin Mountain Manor soon? Zhao Gao replied, "Your Highness is astute. We indeed will pass by Qilin Mountain Manor." Li Jingyuan's expression turned impassive, his gaze chilling. "I suspect that the landslide on the official road was orchestrated deliberately to lead me towards Qilin Mountain Manor." Zhao Gao immediately knelt. "The intelligence network has failed to uncover the underlying scheme. Please punish this subordinate." Li Jingyuan spoke solemnly. "The oversight of the intelligence network indicates that our adversaries possess superior cunning, having plotted this scheme days prior to our arrival. Few possess such capabilities." Zhao Gao murmured, "Your Highness implies the presence of shadowy operatives?" Li Jingyuan snorted, "That is highly probable, but regardless of their identity, their intent is clear: to incite animosity between myself and Qilin Mountain Manor, to provoke conflict with the Qilin Sword Seed, and even to instigate discord with the revered Sword Burial Mountain." In the hall, everyone fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Li Jingyuan unsheathed the Qin sword from his waist, the blade resonating with a dragon's roar. He caressed the sword's body, murmuring to himself, "I wish to defy their designs, but if I evade this trap, the dominance of the dragon's roar may remain unfulfilled." The essence of a dragon's roar is one of supremacy. If hesitation creeps in, that supremacy falters, and true mastery becomes elusive. My state of swordsmanship may be confined within the dragon's roar, potentially for a lifetime. What a formidable game this is. It leaves me with no choice. Chapter 71. 20 riders depart. One returns the Qin sword resonated with the dragon's roar, a golden dragon materializing, its overwhelming sword aura permeating the hall, leaving all present acutely aware of its dominating will. Li Jingyuan swiftly sheathed his sword, making a decisive choice in that moment. Since the adversary had drawn him to the Qilin Mountain Manor, even if he wished to evade, they would undoubtedly devise means to ensure their encounter. As evasion was futile, he resolved not to evade. Deng Taiye, with a hearty laugh, proclaimed, "Excellent. There should be no avoidance. The sword of dominance must forge ahead. Retreating even a single step is to lose ambition. A sword that ceases to be domineering forfeits the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. That Qilin sword type serves as your finest whetstone. He has entrusted it to you." Behind him lies the renowned sword Dao Holy Land, the burial Sword Mountain, which I bear alone. I am eager to witness whether the world's strongest swordsmanship can rival that of the sword god Li. Deng Tai laughed boisterously, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain. A level Li Jingyuan could not match at present. Li Xiao, with grandiosity, declared, "What are the forces of the Jianghu compared to the thousands of armored soldiers? One day, should your highness grant me 10,000 riders, I shall flatten the burial sword mountain." Li Jingyuan smiled silently, for the burial sword mountain was not merely a simple Jianghu force. During the reign of the Hongshan Emperor, the Northern Di invaded, resulting in the heavy casualties of 200,000 troops at the border. The Northern Di penetrated deep into Dao, with no one able to halt them. At a critical juncture, the burial sword mountain dispatched 20 sword guardians, with one rider and one sword each. They pierced through the Northern Di's 200,000 troops, sacrificing themselves to vanquish the fiercest heavy-armored wolf-head army of the Northern Di. 20 riders departed, and only one returned. It was solely through these 20 that the Northern Di retreated from Dahou. This battle also established the burial sword mountain's reputation as a holy land of swordsmanship. The Hongshan Emperor personally issued a decree consisting of only 8 words: "No blade shall be drawn outside burial sword mountain." This served as a death exemption for burial sword mountain. Henceforth, no future emperors of Dahou could raise arms against it. Dian Wei, unwilling to be outdone, remarked, "Your Highness, grant me 1,000 riders as well, and I shall trample the other Jianghu sects of Dahou." Li Xiao shot him a glare, playfully rebuking, "You glutton, you must share half with me. Then half for you, and we shall each flatten half of the Jianghu. That is what true brotherhood is." The two embraced each other with laughter, and Li Jingyuan joined in their mirth. He still held the strongest trump card unplayed. Should he summon 10,000 great snow dragon riders, it would render Li Xiao's flying tiger army and Dian Wei's tiger guard irrelevant. The following day, Li Jingyuan arose early. and the three armies had already donned their armor, standing ready. Deng Chong sensed the solemn killing intent emanating from the Flying Tiger Army and the Tiger Guard. This was not merely preparation for a journey, but rather for the battlefield. Although he did not know the reason, his dragon-tooth army could not afford to lose face, displaying a fierce demeanor as if preparing for combat. As Li Jingyuan exited the county office, Tao Zhigui knelt in respectful greeting. "I bid farewell to His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Jingyuan paused, casting a glance at him, and replied coolly, "It will be better for officials to serve the people." Tao Zhigui trembled, lowering his head even further, pressing it against the cold stone slab. After Li Jingyuan departed, he shouted yes. Li Jingyuan looked at the dragon-tooth army at the rear and marveled. Deng Chong is quite perceptive. Zhao Gao chuckled. Though Deng Chong and Appo's dragon-tooth light cavalry cannot compare to the Flying Tiger Army and the Tiger Guard, they are indeed a rare elite force. I have heard that within the dragon-tooth army, there are even heavy-armored iron cavalry, likely not inferior to General Li's Flying Tiger Army. Li Jingyuan nudda, pondering whether 10,000 dragon-tooth soldiers could match 10,000 great snow dragon riders. He then shook his head with a smile, certain they could not. He boarded the carriage, settling into its warmth, and softly said, "Let us depart." With a loud shout, Li Sunxiao commanded the Flying Tiger Army to lead the way, and the Crown Prince's carriage set off. After leaving Qianhong County and traveling another 20 miles, the Flying Tiger Army came to a halt. A soldier approached to report that barricades had appeared ahead, obstructing the county road. Li Jingyuan, his expression unchanged, inquired, "Are we nearing Qilin Mountain Manor?" Zhao Gao confirmed, "Indeed, we are close." Qilin Mountain Manor has established sentry posts within a 20-mile radius of Qilin Mountain, requiring tolls from all passers-by. Li Jingyuan shook his head and scoffed. Paying for passage, how does this differ from the tactics of bandits? It is hard to imagine that Qilin Mountain Manor could raise a sword type in such a world devoid of reason. Hong Shu laughed. "Indeed, it lacks grace." Zhao Gao added, "However, last night when Deng Chong purchased grain, Tao Zhigui should have informed His Highness that they are in Qianhong County. Though Qilin Mountain Manor may be arrogant, they would not dare to openly obstruct the Crown Prince's carriage." Li Jingyuan sneered. "Is it not obvious? This is merely a ploy by those scheming against me, albeit a crude one compared to this game." Zhao Gao remarked, "It may be crude, but it is indeed effective." Li Jingyuan calmly instructed, "Inform Li Sunxiao to charge through the barricades. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy." "Understood." The soldier of the Flying Tiger Army immediately mounted his horse and rode off. Li Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the scroll on the low table before him, which bore three names: Hongshuan Emperor, the Grand Princess, and Dongjing Dao. With a smile, he asked the four beauties beside him, "Who do you think is orchestrating this game?" Hong Shu replied, "This game is most likely directed at Your Highness's JNGL NBDO, as all three are aware of Your Highness's mastery of the National Stabilization Sword Technique, now at the JNGL Ing stage. However, only the Hongshuan Emperor, who practices the same technique, would know it best." Qing Yao softly added, "Dongjing Dao is a Confucian gentleman. Confucianism values intention, and poetry and prose are all about meaning. Moreover, the Wei King has also practiced the National Stabilization Sword Technique, so he may be aware of the JNGL NBDO. He chimed in. The Grand Princess, being of royal blood, would certainly understand the intricacies. She is deeply concealed and may very well be capable." Li Jingyuan shook his head and chuckled. "You each pick one. Have you conspired together?" Then he turned to Huanghua. "Which one do you choose?" Huanghua picked up the scroll, examining it closely, and lamented. "How about you write another name?" Li Jingyuan retorted. "Is there no fourth option?" Huanghua huffed. "You must not think highly of the second prince." "What of the fourth prince? Is he not backed by the Confucians?" "There are plenty of formidable figures among the Confucians. Could they not devise this game? There are other princes as well, each with considerable power. Why limit it to just these three? Write more." Huanghua set the scroll down, grumbling. "Regardless, they're all adversaries. What difference does it make to know who it is? Knowing one person does not mean the others will not be adversarial." Li Jingyuan laughed silently, reaching out to ruffle her hair, teasing, "You know, Huanghua, despite your usual cleverness, you have a point at critical moments." Huanghua swatted his hand away, muttering, "I have always been quite clever. Thank you very much." Li Jingyuan laughed heartily, and the three beauties covered their mouths, giggling, provoking Huanghua to flail her arms in mock annoyance. Li Jingyuan crumpled the scroll and tossed it out of the carriage, reclining on the soft couch. A lazy voice emerged from within the carriage. Why ponder over it? The JNG yelling BDO is simply domineering. Whoever it is, just cut them down. Outside, Zhao Gao wore a smile, his lips moving silently as he murmured with the faintest of voices, "Quite right." Chapter 72. The young prince, a robust man adorned with a Qilin-patterned attire, brandishing a large saber, stood resolutely behind the horse-blocking stakes, shouting defiantly at Li Tsunxiao, "Halt! From whence do you hail, soldiers?" Li Tsunxiao narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "Remove the horse-blocking stakes." The muscular man retorted, "You stand upon the road to Qilin Manor. Anyone wishing to pass must pay a toll. Those soldiers are exempt. However, you must disclose your origin for our report." Li Tsunxiao's eyes flashed with cold disdain as he snapped, "This is a county road, not the property of your measly Qilin Manor. Clear the way immediately for this general." The robust man laughed in disbelief, exclaiming, "You military man are quite rude. I have spoken to you with courtesy, yet you fail to appreciate it. Even the governor of Chao Prefecture must announce his presence at Qilin Manor. Who do you think you are, acting foolishly before us?" He demanded to know Li's origins, threatening consequences should the second master arrive. At that moment, a soldier from the Flying Tiger army bellowed, "By the prince's command, charge through the horse-blocking stakes. Those who obstruct shall face death without mercy." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Tsunxiao's lips. He tugged at the reins, and his warhorse leaped over the stakes. With a swift sweep of his Yuang spear, he struck the robust man's head, causing it to explode. The men stationed to block the road were mere lapdogs of Qilin Manor, accustomed to bullying the weak, but when faced with the elite of the battlefield, they were utterly outmatched. Terrified by Li Tsunxiao's brutality, they scattered in fear. Li did not pursue. These insignificant foes were hardly worth his effort. With a single charge, the horse-blocking stakes were obliterated, and Li continued onward, riding into the territory claimed by Qilin Manor. After traveling a few miles, the sound of hurried hooves drew near. Li Tsunxiao grinned, twirling his spear lightly, muttering, 30 or so men, just enough to entertain me." As the hoofbeats grew louder, dozens of men clad in red robes charged forward, halting before the Flying Tiger army. At the forefront stood a young man in a bright red Qilin robe, with flaming red hair. His triangular eyes exuded a fierce and menacing aura, resembling a predatory beast. This man was none other than the second son of Qilin Manor's master, the brother of Qilin's sword, Zhang Dongwei. His audacity was evident as he cradled a naked woman in his arms, exposed to the winter chill, her body marked with lash wounds, displaying a cold-hearted cruelty. Although Zhang Dongwei was known for his brutality, he possessed the discernment to recognize the formidable presence of the Flying Tiger army's heavily armored cavalry. With 1,000,000 soldiers in the Great Hung, only a few thousand were heavy cavalry, each renowned for their might, yet he could not identify the dark-armored force before him, pondering whether they were a newly formed unit from Great Hung. "Second master, that is the prince's banner," a companion exclaimed, pointing at the high yellow flag rising from the carriage. Zhang Dongwei's expression changed abruptly. The news of the prince's journey from the capital had spread through the martial world, yet he had not anticipated the prince's route to lead here. "Dismount," Zhang Dongwei commanded, leaping from his horse, followed by his men. "Take this woman to the rear. Do not let the prince see her." He spoke softly, aware of the prince's reputation for justice. As a henchman hastily carried the naked woman away, a sudden sound sliced through the air, and the man holding her was pierced through the chest by Li Tsunxiao's spear, collapsing to the ground. The woman fell heavily as well, rolling a few times before falling still. Zhang Dongwei's heart raced, fury boiling within him, yet he stifled his anger and stepped forward, bowing. "Zhang Dongwei, young master of Qilin Manor, seeks an audience with His Royal Highness." Li Tsunxiao gazed down at him and calmly replied, "Retrieve my spear." Zhang Dongwei inhaled deeply, barking at his lackeys, "Hurry, go." Li Tsunxiao's cold gaze fixed on Zhang Dongwei, stating, "I spoke of you." Zhang Dongwei shot a furious glare at Li Tsunxiao. But the imposing figure of the general ignored his rage, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Defeated, Zhang Dongwei silently turned to collect the spear from the fallen henchman. Upon lifting it, his countenance paled. He struggled to hoist the 200-pound weapon. "Here you go, General," Zhang Dongwei said, presenting the spear. Li Tsunxiao nonchalantly grasped it, twirling it with ease. The weight of the weapon causing a gust of wind that startled Zhang Dongwei back 3 steps. Li chuckled derisively. "You cannot even lift my spear? Are you truly the brother of Qilin's sword?" Zhang Dongwei could only swallow his indignation. Li Tsunxiao glanced at the blood-stained spear and scoffed. "This blood is filthy. Do not sully my spear." He forcefully shook the weapon, splattering blood onto Zhang Dongwei's pristine Qilin robe. Though Zhang Dongwei managed to suppress his anger, he retorted, "General, do not take advantage of my patience." With the spear resting on his shoulder, Li Tsunxiao regarded him sideways, stating, "I am not Dian Wei. Mistake me for someone else, and I will unleash my wrath." "The prince has arrived," came Zhao Gao's voice from behind as Li Jingyuan dismounted from the carriage, riding a magnificent white steed towards them. Zhao Gao barked. "Upon seeing His Royal Highness, kneel and pay your respects." Zhang Dongwei was no match for the illustrious Qilin sword. Reduced to a mere bandit in his own territory, quickly kneeling in submission, his subordinates reacted even faster, prostrating themselves on the ground. Li Jingyuan's gaze fell upon the naked woman lying on the cold ground, his brow furrowing in distaste. A soldier from the Flying Tiger Army approached, stating solemnly, "Your Highness, she still breathes." Li Jingyuan gestured for the soldier to carry her away. His expression was one of disdain as he remarked, "The elder brother is the Qilin sword, and the younger brother is a vile bandit. Your family truly opens my eyes." Zhang Dongwei remained silent, understanding that a wise man knows when to yield. He would bide his time, waiting for the prince to depart, and then he would reclaim his former arrogance as the young master of Qilin Manor, the second master of the 4 counties. "You are the prince of Great Hong. I am but a minor prince of these 4 counties. You hold the esteemed position of heir apparent, while I wield power over my domain. You are the celestial dragon, and I am the vulture. As long as we do not cross paths, all shall be well. With a Qilin sword in the family, the heavens shall not descend in wrath." Chapter 73. Ascending the Mountain to Slay the Qilin, Part 1. Li Jingyuan leaned down from his horse, gazing silently at Zhang Dongwei, who bowed his head in silence. The rumor suggested that Zhang Dongwei was notoriously irritable and quick-tempered. Yet upon meeting him, it became apparent that he was not only aloof and arrogant, but also possessed a certain depth of character, demonstrating both restraint and patience. Hence, one should not take all rumors at face value. Li Jingyuan lightly pressed his foot on Zhang Dongwei's head, stating coolly, "I have heard that the governor of Chaozhou must report to your Qilin Mountain Manor when taking this route. Since when did this major county road become the property of your Zhang family?" Zhang Dongwei, feeling the humiliation of having his head trampled, experienced a surge of wounded pride. Trembling, he fought to suppress his anger, mentally cursing Li Jingyuan 100 times over. He replied solemnly, "Such an occurrence has never taken place. It must be my subordinates acting recklessly under the name of the Zhang family. I earnestly request your highness to discern the truth." Li Jingyuan sneered, "Is that so? Individuals like that are nothing but a menace. Allow me to rid your Zhang family of this pestilence." Zhang Dongwei raised his head, about to plead for mercy. But Li Tsunxiao had already given the order, "Eliminate them all." In an instant, the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army surged forward, and the dozens kneeling on the ground were swiftly beheaded, their blood staining the earth. A bloody head rolled unceremoniously beside Zhang Dongwei, who remained stiff with shock, unable to utter a word, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Striving to maintain a semblance of a smile, he feigned gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your highness, for eliminating this threat to Qilin Mountain Manor." Seeing Zhang Dongwei endure such disgrace, Li Jingyuan felt a measure of respect for him. His patience and pretense surpassed that of most young science. However, Li Jingyuan had no intention of letting him off easily. He calmly stated, "I have heard that you partake in a rather peculiar game, one where you strip young women and send them into the mountains to be hunted like prey. Zhang Dongwei's expression changed instantly, and he hastened to defend himself. Who dares to slander me in such a manner? Your Highness? I am not that sort of person. Li Jingyuan mocked. And what of that unclothed beauty from earlier? Zhang Dongwei, with a quick flick of his eyes, retorted, That was my concubine. I merely have a somewhat unique preference. Li Jingyuan scoffed. Stripping someone bare in the dead of winter is merely a unique preference? Zhang Dongwei replied in a low voice. The laws of the Hung do not prohibit such inclinations. Li Jingyuan burst into laughter, his gaze piercing as he said with a smirk, Indeed, it seems fitting. I would also like to see what it feels like to have one's clothes removed. Zhang Dongwei was momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaiming, Your Highness, my brother is Zhang Xiling, the Qilin swordmaster of Burial Sword Mountain. Li Jingyuan smiled lightly. I am aware. Nearby, the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army seized Zhang Dongwei and began to strip him of his Qilin brocade robe. Zhang Dongwei, despite possessing the strength of a 6th-rank warrior, managed to break free from 2 soldiers with a sudden twist. Yet he was soon caught by the vice-captain, who lifted him effortlessly. As the robe was roughly torn away, panic surged through Zhang Dongwei, and he roared, My brother is the swordmaster of Burial Sword Mountain. Li Jingyuan replied nonchalantly, And what of it? The soldiers acted with brutality, tearing through his inner garments, leaving the once haughty Zhang Dongwei exposed and vulnerable. Li Tsunjiao laughed heartily. I believe your nickname is quite misplaced. Evil Owl only serves to flatter you. With your demeanor, you are more akin to a mere chick. Zhang Dongwei's face flushed crimson as he covered himself in humiliation, unable to contain his fury any longer. With a darkened expression, he warned, Your Highness, do not presume that your status grants you the liberty to humiliate others at will. Should my brother support another prince, your position as heir may not remain secure. Li Jingyuan, with an air of arrogance, replied, Do not speak of Zhang Xiling as if he is the swordmaster of Burial Sword Mountain. Even if he were, what of it? Zhang Dongwei was rendered speechless, his eyes seething with suppressed rage. Fine. Li Jingyuan, with a smile, turned to Zhao Gao and inquired, How does that game of his play out? Zhao Gao explained, They threaten innocent women and children with arrows at their backs, killing those who resist. Li Jingyuan commanded, Then do not hesitate. Let this evil owl experience the sensation of being threatened by arrows. With a lift of his hand, Li Tsunjiao ordered ready the bows. Immediately, soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army knocked arrows and aimed them at Zhang Dongwei. He cowered, expressionless, standing still, unwilling to believe that Li Jingyuan would dare to shoot him. Li Jingyuan shook his head gently, saying, If you remain still, how can I appreciate the thrill of your game? In an instant, a soldier released the bowstring, and an iron arrow shot straight through Zhang Dongwei's shoulder, impaling him. Zhang Dongwei cried out in agony, his previously steadfast resolve crumbling into terror. He realized that the prince truly did not care for Zhang Xiling. In a panic, he fled, no longer concerned about dignity. Li Jingyuan observed Zhang Dongwei's disgraceful retreat and shook his head lightly, remarking, What a spectacle. Those who devise such games are often psychologically deranged. Zhao Gao replied, Indeed, he is. Li Jingyuan gestured with his hand, commanding, Pursue him. Allow him to experience the despair of those innocent women and children he has tormented. 10 riders surged forward, trailing Zhang Dongwei, occasionally loosing arrows that narrowly missed him, instilling fear and desperation in his flight. To forcibly abduct women and children for such vile acts is but a mark of a debauched fiend. Yet to engage in such twisted games is to forsake humanity entirely. Such a person deserves no mercy from heaven. Li Jingyuan mounted his horse, declaring, Let us proceed to witness the absurdity of the Qilin mountain manor that raised such a peculiar creature. Zhang Dongwei, stripped bare and fleeing in the biting cold, bore numerous wounds upon his body. The soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army were masters of archery. Each shot carefully aimed to inflict only minor injuries, ensuring he could still move. Zhang Dongwei ran for 10 miles, utterly exhausted, blood staining half his body. Yet, even in this state, he refused to give up. If he could not run, he would walk, his will to survive remarkably resilient. Finally, he reached the foot of Qilin Mountain. The The guard stationed there spotted him and rushed to his aid. However, the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army showed no mercy, each arrow striking true, extinguishing Zhang Dongwei's hopes. He collapsed before the stone path of Qilin Mountain, blood obscuring his vision. Gritting his teeth, he crawled forward like a defeated dog, pleading for his life. Li Jingyuan arrived just in time to witness the blood-stained trail left by Zhang Dongwei and his desperate, naked form. Li Jingyuan jested, "One must admit, your remains quite tenacious." Zhao Gao remarked, "Such a person living is a calamity waiting to unfold." Li Jingyuan shukulat sufli, his gaze shifting from Zhang Dongwei to the towering, majestic Qilin stone sculpture nestled among the trees. How could he possibly escape? Before him appeared a system screen. With a prominently displayed new quest overwhelmed the Jianghu, catching his attention. Since the emergence of this new task, the Qilin Mountain Manor was doomed to a dead end. Let us ascend the mountain and slay that Qilin. Chapter 74. Ascending the Mountain to Slay the Qilin. Part 2. Li Jingyuan ascended the mountain on foot, accompanied by the Feihu army and the Hui army, leaving the Longya army station below to guard the carriage and horses. As he glanced around, he chuckled. "I must admit, the scenery of Qilin Mountain is rather delightful." Zhao Gao replied, "Indeed, it is all artifice." The Qilin Mountain Manor has been thoroughly investigated by the Luo network, uncovering various truths about its estate. Originally, Qilin Mountain bore an unrefined name, Kia Mountain, a designation so obscure that even those from the nearby counties and villages scarcely recognized it. It was only after the Qilin sword became renowned across the land that the Qilin Mountain Manor seized upon its name to gain prominence in the martial world. The name Kia Mountain lacked grandeur, unworthy of a Qilin son, and thus it was renamed the imposing Qilin Mountain. The colossal Qilin statue, hidden within the woods, was also sculpted post the Qilin sword's emergence, commissioned from the most renowned stone carvers of Baoshan City. Taking a year to complete, a creation devoid of historical significance, but designed to exude power and opulence. The path we tread was newly constructed. The manor had summoned local farmers from 10 miles around to excavate stone from a nearby hill, painstakingly transporting it to forge this grand blue stone avenue. At that time, the Qilin Mountain Manor showed some conscience by providing wages. The towering hemlocks that lined the avenue were meticulously selected from distant mountains, transplanted with great effort. It is said that within the manor lies a 500-year-old Huangyan apricot blossom tree, acquired through unscrupulous means from a wealthy merchant. Li Jingyuan shook his head in derision. The Zhang family, despite being a century-old clan, certainly has a peculiar way of conducting affairs. Zhao Gao chuckled. Perhaps the Zhang family devoted all their legacy to nurturing that Qilin sword. Li Jingyuan laughed heartily, finding some merit in the observation. Zhao Gao continued, "Due to the Qilin sword, I have perused some records of the Qilin Mountain Manor. It is said that the ancestors of the manor were not remarkable heroes, lacking any reputation in the martial world, and they have engaged in numerous acts of extortion, relying on their martial prowess. There is also a belief that their ancestors consumed Qilin blood, which altered their temperament to become ferocious and wrathful, a trait that has persisted in the Zhang lineage." Li Jingyuan remarked blandly, "So, it seems this Qilin is not a virtuous creature and deserves to be slain." Zhao Gao concurred. "Those who bear Qilin blood should also be dealt with." Li Jingyuan smiled lightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, Zhao Gao lifted his gaze upwards and beheld a throng of red-clad guards surging forth along the mountain path. Zhang Dongwei immediately bellowed, "Stop them! Quickly take me back to the manor." The red-clad guards brandished their blades, blocking the ascent, with many being formidable fighters of notable skill. Zhao Gao explained, "These red-clad guards are considered guest experts of the Qilin Mountain Manor, which has attracted many capable martial artists, bolstered by the reputation of the Qilin sword. After all, many seek to curry favor with the future sword sovereign of the Burial Sword Mountain, aspiring to cling to this potential towering tree." Li Jingyuan nodded, acknowledging the reality that while the martial world may seem carefree, the wandering heroes are ultimately like grass without roots. Without the prowess to rank among the top 10 in the land, true freedom is unattainable, and some may find themselves crushed beneath the weight of another's rise to fame. Becoming a guest of a significant power is one of the few options available to those in the martial world. Should the Qilin sword ascend to the position of sword sovereign, the Qilin Mountain Manor would undoubtedly rise as a top-tier force, elevating the status of its guests, bestowing upon them martial arts secrets, wealth, and influence. Thus, many martial artists are eager to join the Qilin Mountain Manor. Li Jingyuan expressed curiosity. Are there any formidable figures among them? Zhao Gao replied, Indeed, there is one. The renowned swordsman Dongda, ranked 20th on the martial artist list, has joined the Qilin Mountain Manor. He was drawn by a promise from the Qilin sword, which assured him that should he safeguard the manor, he would be granted access to a heavy sword technique of at least Earth rank from the Burial Sword Mountain. Li Jingyuan remarked, Ranked 20th, quite impressive. Zhao Gao nodded. His heavy sword strikes with a force akin to 1,000 pounds, reputedly possessing the strength to cleave mountains. Intrigued, Li Jingyuan felt a desire to spar with this individual. As he leisurely continued his ascent, he casually stated, Let us charge forth. Li Tsuinxiao emerged, brandishing the Yuan spear, declaring, Bon Duji, annihilate them all. The deputy commander of the Feihu army immediately led a contingent of soldiers into the fray. Though the red-clad guards held the high ground, their advantage dissipated against the battle-hardened Feihu army. Bon Duji, a master in his own right, wielded his great knife with devastating precision, cleaving through a first-tier warrior in a single blow. As he surged forward, dozens of guard warriors fell. Zhao Gao expressed his discontent. Could you be a tad gentler? How can His Highness pass through such carnage? The soldiers of the Feihu army wielded their knives without regard for leaving intact bodies, particularly under Bon Duji's hand. Their strikes severed foes in half, leaving a gruesome scene awash in blood and viscera, a brutality that was quite shocking. Li Kunxia u Shukalat. The Feihu army is accustomed to this method of combat. In the heat of battle, it serves to intimidate opponents. He then offered, Your Highness, shall I carry you through? Li Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. I am not so particular. Such scenes will be common in the future. I shall grow accustomed to them. With a nod of agreement, Li Jingyuan stepped through the sanguine remnants, continuing his ascent. After traversing 100 paces, he arrived at the Qilin Mountain Manor, where the imposing Qilin statue loomed. Indeed, a masterful creation, grand and majestic. Behind the statue stood the Qilin Mountain Manor itself, adorned with red walls and green tiles, its ridge beasts soaring, a structure that bore the weight of a prominent lineage. The vermilion lacquered gates swung open, and a throng of masters poured forth. Accompanied by a retinue clad in Qilin robes, at the forefront stood a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His Qilin robe differed from the others, embroidered with golden threads, while the others bore green. Sharing a resemblance to Zhang Dongwei, there was no doubt this man was the master of the Qilin Mountain Manor. Zhang Xiling, father of the Qilin sword, Zhang Anren. Named Anren, he was hardly deserving of the virtue implied by his name, having turned a blind eye to his son's reign of terror over 4 counties. If Zhang Dongwei was a ruthless villain, then Zhang Anren appeared as a cunning serpent, altogether unworthy of the Qilin family name. Perhaps only the Qilin sword among the Zhang clan merited the title of Qilin's son, or perhaps it too was a fearsome beast. Unaware of his son's dire plight, Zhang Anren approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting, exuding vitality. The crown prince graces the Qilin Mountain Manor. It brings great honor to our humble abode. Li Jingyuan chuckled softly, instantly perceiving the man as a smiling tiger, and replied coolly, Zhang Anren, surrender your son to me. Chapter 75. A son's own hand. Zhang Anren maintained a smile on his face as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am uncertain why my son has offended His Highness the Crown Prince, but I assure you, it is undoubtedly my son's fault. I beseech you, for the sake of my eldest son, Zhang Xiling, to grant my child another chance. He bowed deeply once more, sincerity etched in his demeanor. Your Highness, I promise to discipline my son sternly, ensuring he does not descend the mountain to cause further trouble. Li Jingyuan replied coolly, Do you think a few insipid words will absolve you? What the innocent lives your son has mercilessly taken? Zhang Anren's expression shifted, his voice low. I shall offer reparations to the families affected, ensuring they live comfortably and enjoy prosperity for generations to come. Li Jingyuan shook his head in derision. It appears the apple does not fall far from the tree. That vicious nature of your son must surely be inherited from you. Though Zhang Anren's countenance darkened, he dared not retort. Li Jingyuan continued, "Is it not rather late to compensate after the bloodshed? If such is the case, I might as well slay your son and promise the Zhang family a lifetime of wealth." Zhang Anren's expression grew grave as he bowed again. "My eldest son, Zhang Xiling, is the sword seed of burial Sword Mountain, destined to become the sword sovereign. Given the established ties between burial Sword Mountain and the court, I implore you to spare my son this once." Li Jingyuan sighed. "It is unfortunate that such a gifted sword seed must be burdened with a father and brother like you." Zhang Anren remained bowed, suppressing his anger, and softly said, "Previously, both the second prince and the king of Wei sent envoys to the Qilin Mountain Manor, attempting to win us over. Yet, I have always believed that your highness is the true dragon of Dahong, the future emperor." Li Jingyuan could not help but admire Zhang Anren's eloquence, noting not only the flattery but a veiled threat, implying that should he act too harshly today, they might align with another prince. Indeed, he was a cunning serpent adept at reading the hearts of men. Zhang Anren allowed a smile to surface, convinced that the crown prince would not forsake the imperial throne for the lives of mere commoners. Yet, he was gravely mistaken about Li Jingyuan's resolve. Li Jingyuan stated calmly, "Alas, it seems fate has already decreed your demise. The system has issued its task. Does it not indicate that the heavens desire the downfall of the Zhang family?" Zhang Anren faltered, grasping the implication of Li Jingyuan's words. Not merely the life of his son was at stake, but the fate of Qilin Mountain Manor itself. He lifted his head, the smile that had graced his features now replaced by a somber shadow. "Your Highness, do you truly not care for the sword land of Burial Sword Mountain?" Li Jingyuan shook his head. "Burial Sword Mountain is one matter, and the sword seat of Qilin is another. He is not yet the sword sovereign and holds no such prestige. Even if he were to become the sword sovereign in the future, what need would I have to fear him?" Zhang Anren glanced at Zhao Gao, who stood beside Li Jingyuan, his pale and effeminate demeanor extinguishing any flicker of anger within him. He spoke expressionlessly. "Your Highness exudes authority." With gritted teeth, Zhang Anren commanded, "Bring forth that wretched son of mine, Zhang Dongwei." 2 guards clad in red escorted the disheveled Zhang Dongwei, who was visibly trembling with fear. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parent, and in this instance, the reverse held true. He understood his father's character all too well and could sense the impending doom. "Father, I am the young master of Qilin Mountain Manor, its heir," he shouted desperately. Zhang Anren remained unmoved, bowing to Li Jingyuan and solemnly declaring, "Your Highness, my son has acted recklessly, causing too much trouble. I surrender him to you. Please dispose of him as you see fit." What a resolute Zhang Anren, unable to be threatened, decisively chose to sacrifice his son for the sake of his own stature, demonstrating a heart of stone. Zhang Dongwei shouted in fury, "Father, you cannot do this. You promised my mother you would take care of me." Zhang Anren's eyes twitched, and he took a deep breath, remaining silent. Li Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, coolly remarking, "A father who does not educate his son bears the blame. You must resolve this matter yourself." Zhang Anren's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by Li Jingyuan's ruthless demand that he slay his own kin. Li Jingyuan pressed, "Are you unable to do it?" With gritted teeth, Zhang Anren unsheathed a sword adorned with a Qilin motif and approached Zhang Dongwei with an impassive expression. "Dongwei, do not blame your father. You have provoked the wrong people. For the sake of Qilin Mountain Manor, you must meet your end. Dying at your father's hands will ensure a swifter, painless departure." Zhang Dongwei struggled fiercely, shouting, "No, my brother is the sword seed. He is destined to become the sword sovereign. Even the crown prince cannot kill me. What is the crown prince compared to my brother?" Zhang Anren plunged the sword into Zhang Dongwei's heart, fearing the words that might escape his lips and provoke Li Jingyuan's wrath. Zhang Dongwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his father, an ironic smile breaking through his tears. "Father, my brother is the sword seed. Why should we fear him?" As he convulsed and spewed crimson blood, it stained his Qilin robe, transforming the golden threads into a grotesque tableau. He slumped forward, lifeless, Zhang Anren clutched his son's corpse, sorrow etched deeply on his face. The pain of losing a son was excruciating, even for one as cold-hearted as he. The only distinction was that a naturally aloof person could mask their suffering or move past it more swiftly. Gently closing his son's unseeing eyes, he whispered softly, "My son, rest in peace. Walk slowly along the road to the underworld. Your brother will surely avenge you." After a moment of silence, Zhang Anren laid down his son's body and, rising to his feet, no trace of grief remained on his face. He bowed, declaring, "Your Highness, Zhang Dongwei has been executed." Li Jingyuan chuckled lightly. "Zhang Manor Master, I commend your resolve in dealing with your own son." Zhang Anren replied with a stoic expression. "To offend the crown prince is a grave sin. Moreover, Zhang Dongwei has committed numerous transgressions. I shall not disregard the laws of the court simply because he is my son." Li Jingyuan clapped in admiration. "What a commendable Zhang Anren. I am uncertain whether to call you selfless or cold-hearted." In the next breath, he mocked, "Had you disciplined your son earlier, will we find ourselves in this predicament today?" Zhang Anren feigned ignorance to the sarcasm and humbly responded, "Your Highness speaks truth. I shall henceforth ensure my family's youth are raised as good citizens of Dahong." Li Jingyuan scrutinized Zhang Anren closely, detecting no hint of sorrow, his facade impeccably maintained. Such a person was exceedingly perilous. Li Jingyuan's gaza sharpana, kulliya sarting. A master of disguise, skilled in restraint, capable of ruthlessly slaying his own kin. Zhang Manor Master, you are exceedingly dangerous. Zhang Anren's expression darkened, his voice low and firm. "I have personally executed Zhang Dongwei. Your Highness must be satisfied now." Li Jingyuan shook his head, mocking, "I mentioned from the outset that the heavens have decreed your demise." Zhang Anren's carefully concealed rage surfaced, his voice a low hiss. "Your Highness, will you not keep your word?" Li Jingyuan scoffed. "I never claimed that your son's death would suffice. You have allowed Zhang Dongwei to wreak havoc across 4 counties, leading to the deaths of countless innocent women and children. Such bloodshed cannot be repaid by a single life. Furthermore, the misdeeds of Qilin Mountain Manor are damning enough to warrant your downfall." Zhang Anren's anger erupted beyond his control. "Your Highness, if you intend to eradicate Qilin Mountain Manor, my eldest son will not let you off easily. Do you truly wish to jeopardize the imperial throne for the sake of those lowly lives? That throne is of utmost importance." Li Jingyuan, growing weary and losing patience, retorted, "I'm tired of hearing about the sword seed. I've had my fill." Li Xiao, wielding a massive spear, stepped forward with a menacing grin. "If His Highness is weary of words, allow me to eliminate these wretched beings to bring you some amusement." Chapter 76. Ascending the Mountain to Slay the Qilin. Part 2. Zhang Anren, still eager to gamble, shouted, "Your Highness, do you truly wish to forsake that exalted position?" His incessant ramblings were tiresome. "My prince is not someone you mere mortals can fathom." Li Xiao, wielding the Yuan spear, exuded a fierce presence. His mane wild and reminiscent of a tiger or leopard. He beckoned, his expression menacing. "I have heard from Zhao Gao that you possess a Qilin slaughter formation at Qilin Mountain Manor, reputed to be formidable. Let me witness its power and see if it can indeed summon a Qilin." Observing the stoic demeanor of Li Jingyuan, Zhang Anren inhaled deeply. Having confirmed Li Jingyuan's resolute intent to kill, he no longer feigned civility and coldly commanded, "Deploy the Qilin slaughter formation." From behind, a group of 36 Qilin-robed warriors brandishing crimson swords surged forward, forming an extraordinary sword array in 12 positions. Li Jingyuan, a swordsman in his own right, immediately recognized the brilliance of this formation. The 12 positions interlinked like horns, capable of mutual support. Most crucially, the warriors, united in spirit, emanated a singular aura, indicating that this Qilin slaughter formation was indeed a top-tier sword array. Li Jingyuan marveled. The swordsmanship of Zongjin Mountain is truly remarkable. While the Qilin slaughter formation was publicly claimed to be a family heirloom of the Zhang clan, originally conceived by their ancestors, the truth revealed that the original formation was merely an 8-man array. In its inception, it did gain some renown in the martial world. yet it paled in comparison to the grand sword arrays of the larger sections. The current 32-man formation was far more imposing. This Qilin slaughter formation was refined by Zhang Xiling after he became the Qilin swordmaster, having been improved by his mentor, the withered swordmaster. It was said to amalgamate several top-tier sword formations from Zongjin Mountain to ensure that the essence of the Zhang family's sword array remained intact. The original formation was meticulously disassembled and reconfigured over the course of a year to create the Qilin slaughter formation. Combined with the so-called Qilin internal energy of the Zhang family, the 32 swordmasters could unleash a sword force resembling the ferocity of a Qilin beast. Once the formation was unveiled, Qilin Mountain Manor eagerly paraded it through the martial world. And the Qilin sword force led many to believe the Zhang family's ancient tales of slaying Qilins. The Zhang family further boasted that their formation, capable of summoning the divine Qilin, was not inferior to the 3 renowned ultimate sword arrays of the martial realm. They even claimed that under the auspices of the Qilin swordmaster, the Qilin slaughter formation could alter the heavens and rival the brilliance of the sun and moon, ensnaring any martial artist who entered. As for Zongjin Mountain, it sufficed to say that with Zhang Xiling as the Qilin swordmaster, they had little ground to dispute. The remaining sects, like Longhu Mountain, perhaps due to their Taoist ethos, chose not to engage in futile arguments, preferring to remain aloof. After all, the celestial beings of Taoism, seated among the clouds, savoring the winds and dew, would not lower themselves to squabble over mundane matters. Yet, the final sect, Yuanqing Palace, formerly a demonic cult, allowed Qilin Mountain Manor to boast so brazenly, which was somewhat perplexing. The Fengdu Ghost Army sword array claimed that aside from Zongjian Mountain's Baiba Zontian sword array and Longhu Mountain's Taohua sword array, none could rival theirs. Now, the Zhang family had proclaimed a Qilin slaughter formation comparable to the Fengdu ghost armies. Did they not find this audacious? Given the unscrupulous nature of the old demons at Yuanqing Palace, one might expect them to have ravaged Qilin Mountain by now, leaving a bloody massacre in their wake. The only plausible explanation was that Yuanqing Palace was currently weak, like a rat crossing the street, fearful of making a grand display. There was also the